At night, in the narrow alley between two buildings, an ordinary bathroom door suddenly appeared on the wall. Immediately, a man's voice came from inside the door, "Bro, wait for me to use the bathroom." As soon as the words were out, the bathroom doorknob was slowly turned, and Yang Bo strode out from inside the door. Through the gap of the bathroom door, one could vaguely see a hidden room behind the door, as well as Yang Tao standing inside it. Where is this place? Yang Bo looked around in confusion, seeing towering buildings on both sides. To his left was a sealed wall, and to his right, a passage leading to a bustling street. What kind of weird place is this? How could this happen? Doubt and unease filled his heart. As he turned around, the bathroom door that had appeared on the wall vanished before his eyes like a phantom, leaving no trace behind. He quickly reached out to touch where the door had been, but his palm only felt the cold and slightly damp surface of the wall. Instinctively, he sniffed the wall, and his expression immediately changed. Who's so uncivilized to relieve themselves here, and even managed to pee this high? Looking at the faint stain on the wall, a shadow of discomfort loomed over his heart. He hesitated for a moment, but the urgent pressure from his bladder swayed him. In the end, he ignored the strange situation, looked around to ensure no one was nearby, and decided to relieve himself. After a moment of relief, he adjusted himself and zipped up. Suddenly, the screech of brakes echoed in his ears. Startled, he turned toward the source of the sound, only to see a black business van smoothly pulling up at the entrance of the alley. Two men got out of the vehicle without a word and walked directly toward him. Foreigners? Could it be that I've traveled to another country? As a longtime web novel enthusiast, Yang Bo was no stranger to the concept of traveling through worlds. He had merely gone to use the bathroom, only to suddenly end up here. If not a case of transmigration, it was hard to explain. The two burly men approached him, their eyes cold and emotionless, without uttering a single word. What's happening? Is public urination forbidden here? Yang Bo was at a complete loss. Just as panic set in, the two men reached out without hesitation and grabbed him. What do you want? Yang Bo immediately began to struggle. His strength was clearly far less than theirs, but his years of experience in street fights quickly allowed him to regain composure. Targeting one of the men, he lifted his foot and stomped hard on the man's foot. However, before he could seize the opportunity to escape, the man he had stomped swiftly pulled out a syringe and, without hesitation, injected it into Yang Bo's body. Damn it, I'm done for now. Within seconds, Yang Bo felt an overwhelming drowsiness, his eyes gradually losing control and closing. Modern anesthetics were no match for the willpower of an ordinary person. He didn't know how much time had passed when Yang Bo slowly opened his eyes, pain radiating from both his arms. He looked up to find his hands tightly bound and suspended on a rail system resembling those found in slaughterhouses. Not only him, but many other men and women were also hanging in the same way around him. Instinctively, he tried to call for help, only to realize his mouth was tightly taped shut, rendering him unable to make a sound. This sudden and bizarre situation forced him to calm down, though it was only a surface-level calmness. Damn it, isn't this scene just like livestock waiting to be slaughtered? I'm still a virgin. I can't die like this, he cursed silently in his heart. At that moment, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed. A figure appeared in front of him. The person was dressed in a red hoodie and blue jeans, with short black hair that looked neat and clean. However, Yang Bo couldn't shake the feeling that the person's face seemed a bit pale, as if they hadn't rested well in a long time. Hey, Keller, one of the food items has woken up. The person's face lit up with a smile as they called out to someone behind them. From his elevated position, Yang Bo's view was blocked by other food items, so he couldn't see who the person was talking to. But soon, he caught sight of the one called Keller. Keller was a standard Caucasian man dressed similarly to the first person, though he wore a black hoodie instead. Where is it, buddy? Keller walked over quickly, his voice brimming with excitement. Even someone as clueless as Yang Bo could sense the joy radiating from the two men. I can actually understand their conversation. Is this English? Could this be a perk of transmigration? Before this, Yang Bo's English proficiency was limited to knowing come is, go is, nod is yes, shake head is no. But the mention of food items in their conversation filled him with a deep sense of unease. It was clear that by food, they were referring to him. Following his companion's direction, Keller locked eyes with Yang Bo. Didn't expect to find such a perfect food item this time. Let's lower him and send him to the party, Keller said, a smile spreading across his face as he looked at Yang Bo. Usually, humans injected with anesthetics would remain unconscious for at least 2 days, but this guy had woken up in just half a day. Regardless of the reason, he was qualified to be sent to that bloody party. Thinking about it, Keller couldn't help but lick his lips. Soon, young Bo was taken to an underground nightclub. As soon as he entered, the deafening music drowned out all other sounds. Glamorous figures twisted their bodies in the dance floor, their movements entrancing. These familiar sights brought a few words to young Bo's mind: vampires. Blade. He finally realized what kind of world he had transmigrated into. With this realization, his heart filled with frustration. If he were surrounded by ordinary people, he might have a chance to resist. But against these inhuman beings, he truly felt powerless. Rilia, this guy is yours. He's tonight's dessert. A scantily clad woman approached. Hearing Keller's words, she reached out, took Yang Bo, and smiled seductively, saying, "What a surprising find this time." She reached out and gently stroked Yang Bo's face, her smile deepening. "Hee, handsome boy, tonight will definitely be an unforgettable night for you." By now, the tape on Yang Bo's face had loosened after so much time. With a slight turn of his head, he freed himself from the tape. His gaze remained calm as he looked at the woman in front of him and slowly said, "Beautiful lady, before I die, can you help me get rid of my virgin status? It's truly regrettable." The beautiful and sexy vampire lady didn't even consider fulfilling Yang Bo's request. The reason was simple: just as humans wouldn't have that kind of thought about a plate of tantalizingly fragrant shredded pork with garlic sauce on the dining table, she was only interested in Yang Bo's blood. Whether or not he was a virgin was entirely irrelevant to her. The music in the underground nightclub grew increasingly deafening, and the atmosphere reached a fever pitch. Yang Bo, thrown onto a sofa, coldly observed the crowd in the dance floor, temporarily ignoring the flirtatious advances of the female vampires around him. "I wonder how many of these people are food like me," he thought to himself. At that moment, a strong smell of iron invaded his nostrils, causing him to wrinkle his brow involuntarily. From the ceiling of the nightclub, a large amount of liquid started to spray down, but the frenzied humans, lost in the dimly lit environment, failed to notice anything amiss and continued enjoying their final moments of revelry. The scent of blood was too much for the disguised vampires to resist. Unable to suppress their instincts, they bared their sharp fangs. "They're here." Yang Bo glanced at the beauty beside him, whose fangs were also revealed, and a trace of madness flashed in his eyes. "Hey, gorgeous *****, your mom. And no, I'm not swearing at you." Taking advantage of the vampire, Rilia, being momentarily stunned, Yang Bo suddenly leapt from the sofa and slammed his head hard into her face. The intense dizziness that followed hit him like a truck, making him feel as though he might pass out at any moment. Damn it! Vampires had physical strength far superior to humans. Even though Yang Bo acted with a reckless, kamikaze mindset, all he managed to do was turn her nose into something resembling Voldemort's. A second later, with a loud bang, Yang Bo was effortlessly kicked away by her. The intense pain radiating from his abdomen spread throughout his entire body. His forehead also felt warm. He knew it was his own blood. The sound of Yang Bo hitting the ground, along with the screams coming from the dance floor, was completely drowned out by the blaring music. The beautiful vampire, no, now she should be called Voldemort vampire Rilia, jumped angrily to Yang Bo's side. Her face, smeared with blood, brought a twisted sense of amusement to Yang Bo. "You bastard, I'm going to drain every drop of blood from your body." "Oh? Just blood? I've got other fluids in my body you might be interested in." Even in the face of death, Yang Bo couldn't resist teasing her. It was instinctual for him, after all, he was someone who grew up listening to comedic banter and couldn't let a punchline drop. "You?" She raised her foot and kicked him mercilessly in the head. With a buzzing sound, Yang Bo's vision went black as waves of excruciating pain drowned him. "Food, you've really pissed me off." Rilia bent down, grabbed Yang Bo, and hoisted him up, glaring at him with murderous intent. Hurry up already, while it's still warm." Yang Bo, knowing he was doomed, had already lost the light in his eyes. Blood continued to flow from his forehead, and the searing pain in his abdomen made him feel disoriented. All he wanted to do now was sleep. A cold yet warm sensation touched his neck. He knew she had bitten him, and his strength was quickly draining away. With the last of his willpower, he opened his eyes and saw her golden hair, pale cheeks, and delicate, charming ears. Unable to resist, he whispered with his last ounce of energy, "To be honest, you're really pretty." And then, without hesitation, he bit down hard on her ear. The average human bite force ranges from 23 to 68 kilograms. Even though Yang Bo was weak at that moment, the adrenaline coursing through him allowed him to bite off her ear. He. Yang Bo's mouth was full of blood, and in it, he held a cute little ear. You want to take my life? Ha! A piercing scream echoed, and Yang Bo was flung aside by her. At this point, he could no longer feel any pain. It was as if his body had entered a moment of clarity before death. After biting off her ear, he lacked the strength to even open his eyes. Lying on the cold floor, he felt the temperature around him drop further and further as an overwhelming drowsiness consumed him. Faintly, he heard the sound of a door being kicked open, but none of it mattered to him anymore. I just wanted to use the bathroom. A few seconds later, Yang Bo suddenly opened his eyes and took a few deep breaths of warm air. The surroundings felt strangely familiar. Turning his head, he saw the stained wall where he had left his earlier mark. Isn't this the place where I first transmigrated? Did I just resurrect? Whether it was the taste of blood or the intense pain, everything felt too real to be a dream. Just then, an electronic, synthesized voice echoed in his mind. Vampire and Hunter module loading. Module successfully loaded. Please select your profession. Vampire Hunter. Did I just get a cheat system? Yang Bo didn't hesitate for a second and immediately chose Vampire Hunter. The experience of being treated as food and at the mercy of others was something he never wanted to go through again. Now that he had the chance to resurrect, he burned with the desire to storm back to the vampire's den. He wasn't the type to believe in revenge as a dish best served cold. If he had the power, he'd seek vengeance every second of the day. System. Are you there? He mustered all his strength to call out, but there was no response. Silently, he repeated in his mind, I choose Vampire Hunter. Vampire Hunter class successfully chosen. To switch professions, please collect the required materials. A warm sensation surged through his body, as if something was changing within him. But for the moment, he couldn't pinpoint exactly what had transformed. The heat came and went quickly, and within seconds, everything returned to normal. That's it? That's so half-baked. He turned and twisted, trying to sense any changes in his body, but found nothing. His physical condition hadn't improved at all, leaving him thoroughly disappointed. The system seemed like a bare-bones existence, with no beginner tips or guidance. He'd have to figure everything out on his own. First, I need to figure out where I am. He walked out of the alley and onto the street, where cars sped past. At that moment, he felt relieved to have transmigrated into a modern world. If it had been an ancient era or a fantasy setting, he wouldn't even know how to survive. So many foreigners. Wait. I guess I'm the foreigner here. Shaking his head, he dismissed the silly thought and aimlessly wandered the streets, trying to figure out where he was. Along the road, there were some shops, and he could clearly understand the signs, which puzzled him. I could understand English yesterday too, so the system must have been active then. But why could I only choose a profession now? Could it be that my system gets stronger the more I die? He muttered to himself as he strolled along the road, lost in thought. Stark Industries CEO, Tony Stark, has gone missing today in the Afghanistan region, ***. Damn it! Yang Bo angrily stuffed the newspaper he had picked up into his pocket. At this moment, he finally fully understood where he was. It turned out he was in 2008 Manhattan, New York, and specifically in the legendary Hell's Kitchen. At this time, Tony Stark had yet to transform into Iron Man, and the grand era of heroes had not yet arrived. Previously, he had thought he had only transmigrated into the world of Blade. However, it now seemed that he had entered the vast Marvel Cinematic Universe. With this realization, the danger level of this world skyrocketed from a 1 to a 100. After all, in the Marvel Universe, the appearance of any kind of monster, demon, or calamity was far from surprising. He raised his head and looked across the street at the Matt Murdock law office, which was one of the key pieces of evidence confirming that he was in the Marvel Universe. Daredevil, aka Matt Murdock, had lost his eyesight after saving a blind man from an oncoming truck. The encounter not only cost him his vision but also exposed him to radioactive material spilled from the truck, enhancing his other senses to superhuman levels. Under the strict training of the blind martial arts master Stick, he developed extraordinary sensory abilities and became a formidable fighter. By day, he was a lawyer. By night, he donned a mask as Daredevil, dispensing vigilante justice in Hell's Kitchen. This guy is basically the village elder of the newbie zone, Yang Bo couldn't help but mutter sarcastically. Daredevil was one of the first characters many transmigrators encountered, largely because his abilities weren't overwhelmingly powerful. Apart from his superhuman hearing and sensory perception, he was otherwise no different from an ordinary human. Yang Bo turned and left the area. He had no intention of getting too involved with Marvel's heroes except for Blade, of course. Right now, his mind was consumed with thoughts of making those shadow-dwelling vampires feel the warm embrace of sunlight. The timeline feels a bit off. Based on what I know, Matt's law office should have been established after the Battle of New York. It's only 2008 right now, so the guy should still be training with Stick. Reality is clearly very different from the movies. The films made Hell's Kitchen sound outrageously dangerous, but after wandering around for half a day, I've only seen 2 robberies and heard 3 gunshots. It's nowhere near as exaggerated as the movies made it seem. Yang Bo was now alone, with no money and no identity. To survive in a place like America, he needed to hide in a chaotic area, and Hell's Kitchen was undoubtedly the best option. What the hell is this? He stared in confusion at a row of drumsticks suddenly appearing before his eyes. Counting them, there were 10 in total, with the one at the front appearing to have a bite taken out of it. Is this my world's hunger bar? Have I played too much Minecraft and started hallucinating? This thought was fleeting, as no matter whether he closed his eyes or shifted his gaze, the row of drumsticks remained vividly present in his vision. None of the passers-by around him seemed to notice anything strange, which meant that he was the only one who could see them. Could it be that my cheat isn't a system, but Minecraft? If he had really turned into a real-life Steve from Minecraft, then everything would make sense: the miraculous resurrection, the vampire module, and now this row of drumsticks and the unresponsive system. Minecraft was a highly versatile sandbox game where players could kill monsters, embark on adventures, craft equipment, build wonders, and even install various mods to shape the game into whatever they desired. As a seasoned Minecraft player, Yang Bo was more than familiar with the game. If I've turned into Steve, then my body should be in a data-like mode. Why can I still feel pain? Could it be that my Minecraft abilities haven't fully loaded yet? He pinched his arm, and the sharp pain that followed was as real as ever. Suddenly, he noticed something odd about the people around him. Snapping back to reality, he realized that the passers-by were staring at him with pitying expressions. His behavior, standing in place, shaking his head with his eyes closed, had already drawn their attention. And now, his act of pinching himself only made them more convinced that there was something wrong with him. Even Yang Bo couldn't stand the way they were looking at him. His face turned bright red as he bolted away. The pedestrians quickly made way for him, afraid of catching whatever strange illness he might have. Returning to the alley where he had first resurrected, Yang Bo felt a sense of familiarity. He wasn't familiar with the city, but this alley was a place he knew well. It was, after all, where he had left his mark. I don't feel tired at all. Is this one of the perks of being Steve? He had sprinted for over 10 minutes, and aside from his hunger bar losing 1 drumstick, he felt no exhaustion, not even the need to catch his breath. He looked down at his pale hands and then at the grimy cobblestone ground beneath him. It was time to test his most important ability. Gently, he tapped the ground, and on the gray cobblestone appeared a black pixelated outline. With each tap, the outline grew darker, and a grin spread across Yang Bo's face. It works! The most important ability is intact. For a Minecraft player, being unable to break blocks would render the game incomplete. With a crisp pop, the cobblestone beneath him disappeared, replaced by a miniature version of itself floating above the ground. Before he could react, the cobblestone zipped into his body with a whoosh. Holy crap! The sudden event startled Yang Bo. Despite mentally preparing himself, watching a palm-sized piece of cobblestone shoot into his body still caught him off guard. Instinctively, he patted himself all over, confirming that his body was fine before letting out a sigh of relief. It seems like the cobblestone counts as a decorative block. Otherwise, there's no way I could have mined it bare-handed. Did the cobblestone go into my inventory? As soon as this thought crossed his mind, a semi-transparent window appeared before him. The inventory was identical to the one in the game, with a 4x9 grid of 36 slots. Inside one of the slots lay the gray cobblestone he had just mined. Above the inventory was a 2x2 crafting grid, and to the left were 4 equipment slots. However, unlike in the game, where a mini version of the player would be displayed, this interface featured 3 buttons instead. Full data mode, on-off. Equipment display, on-off. Resurrection permission, on-off. Seeing the final option, Yang Bo couldn't help but complain, "Can we hide that last option? I'm afraid I'll accidentally click it." Stone slab. With a thought, the slab in Yang Bo's inventory appeared in his hand. The slab was about 10 centimeters in size. He positioned it over the gap on the ground, and instantly, a phantom-like outline of the stone slab appeared on the surface. Place. The slab in his hand vanished in an instant, reappearing in its original position. If he hadn't placed it himself, it would have been hard to believe the slab had ever been removed. Right, I need to figure out how to get some wood first. There was a common saying in Minecraft, if you want to thrive, start by punching trees. Wood is the cornerstone of survival. Without it, you can't craft a crafting table, let alone even a simple wooden pickaxe. He looked up, trying to estimate the time, but the tall buildings on either side of the alley completely blocked out the sun. It's probably around 10 a.m. I should look around and see if there's a park nearby. I remember Central Park is located here in Manhattan. Central Park, situated between the Upper East and Upper West sides, is the largest park in Manhattan, covering nearly 315 hectares. Surrounded by skyscrapers, its significance to Americans is as irreplaceable as the Forbidden City or the Great Wall is to the Chinese. After asking a few helpful locals for directions, Yang Bo finally arrived at the familiar yet unfamiliar Central Park. It felt familiar because he had played the game Prototype before, whose map was based on Manhattan and naturally included the iconic Central Park. But the real-life Central Park was vastly different in size compared to the in-game version. It was far larger. Crossing the pedestrian path, Yang Bo entered Central Park. The dense trees and the lush green lawns stood in stark contrast to the modern steel and concrete jungle behind him. Looking at the expansive park before him, Yang Bo had only one thought in his mind: I'm going to live here from now on. The park was bustling with people, both locals and tourists who had come to visit. Yang Bo set his sights on the dense forested area in the distance. After locking onto his target, he headed in that direction. However, upon reaching it, he realized that the number of tourists in the forest was not much fewer than those on the grassy lawns. Sigh, even trying to punch a tree is this troublesome. If only I had transmigrated to some rural village instead. Yang Bo sat down on a bench in the park, waiting for the right moment to act. At this point, 3 of the drumsticks representing his hunger bar had already disappeared. Thankfully, as long as he didn't move, the hunger bar wouldn't deplete further. He patted his pockets and took out all the items he had: 3 1-yuan RMB bills, a pack of white General brand cigarettes, and a standard lighter. Other than that, he had nothing else on him. He opened the cigarette pack and counted. There were 8 cigarettes left. He took one, placed it in his mouth, lit it up, and took a deep drag, trying to relax his tense nerves. Since I'm here, I might as well settle in. I wonder if my sudden disappearance scared my big brother. Time passed minute by minute as Yang Bo sat on the bench, enjoying the cool breeze while tourists came and went around him. He was in no hurry, as he had nowhere else to go anyway. As the sky began to darken and the stunning hues of the sunset painted the horizon, Yang Bo finally stood up from the bench. Thanks to his data mode transformation, even after sitting for hours, he didn't feel the slightest discomfort. The people have finally cleared out. It was dinner time, and the number of visitors in Central Park had significantly decreased. Although there were still some stragglers, the situation was much better than during the day. At least the forested area was now mostly devoid of people. Yang Bo ducked into the woods and approached a large tree. The tree was massive, requiring at least 2 people to wrap their arms around its trunk. Worried that a thinner tree wouldn't yield usable wood blocks, he reached out and began punching the trunk. Surprisingly, there was no pain. It felt as though his fists were striking a sandbag stuffed with cotton. Unlike the decorative stone slab, cracks on the tree trunk appeared much more slowly. With a satisfying pop, the entire tree in front of him suddenly transformed into fist-sized brown blocks, which tumbled to the ground, spinning incessantly. Yang Bo, who had instinctively prepared to dodge falling debris, was stunned by the sight. He quickly moved forward and collected all the blocks into his inventory. Is this tree decapitator? Yang Bo had initially prepared for one of 2 scenarios: either a single section of the trunk would be broken, leaving the rest of the tree floating absurdly in midair, or the entire tree would topple over in accordance with Newton's laws. But what happened completely exceeded his expectations. In hindsight, it was a good outcome. It avoided drawing unnecessary attention. Opening his inventory, he saw that this single tree had provided him with 23 blocks of wood and 4 oak saplings. Wasting no time, he placed a block of wood into the crafting grid. Each piece of wood yielded 4 planks, and with 4 planks, he crafted Minecraft's iconic crafting table. Glancing around to make sure no one was watching, he placed the crafting table on the ground. The table appeared in a light brown color, with a set of pliers hanging on its side. Unlike the flat, pixelated appearance in the game, the pliers now looked more three-dimensional, though they couldn't be removed. On top of the crafting table was a 3x3 grid for crafting. Yang Bo, ensuring no one was nearby, mentally activated the crafting interface. The interface mirrored the 3x3 grid of the table. To his delight, there was also a green book on the side. A recipe book? I thought this was a lower version without it. This'll make things so much easier. Yang Bo had memorized most of the crafting recipes by heart, even for some of the more common modded items. However, for obscure or less frequently used recipes, his memory wasn't as reliable. Wait, how do you craft a cake again? Using 3 blocks of wood and 2 sticks, he crafted a wooden pickaxe. Then, he began punching the crafting table. With every punch, cracks spread across its surface. Finally, with a crisp sound, the crafting table reverted to its miniature form and was absorbed into his inventory. I need to dig underground somewhere first and see if I can find cobblestone. If not, I'll have to figure out a way to leave Manhattan. Manhattan was an island, and while there were bridges connecting it to the mainland, running into the police would be a hassle. Until he solved his identity issue, it was best to stay hidden in Central Park. Digging into the grass with his bare hands, Yang Bo quickly created a downward tunnel. Within 7 or 8 punches, he had dug a path leading underground. Jumping into the hole, he sealed the entrance above him with dirt. In an instant, darkness enveloped him. With a click, he pulled out his lighter to illuminate the surroundings. A phrase involuntarily popped into his head: the ancestors are buried standing, the descendants will surely thrive. The faint light from the lighter flickered warmly in the dark cave, making it an invaluable source of illumination. Yang Bo stood still, quietly observing the dirt walls around him, which were riddled with roots. He didn't dare move recklessly. After all, this was the real world, and he feared that digging underground might lead to unforeseen dangers, or worse, entomb him alive in the suffocating darkness. He extinguished the lighter and stood silently in the darkness for about 10 minutes. During this time, he felt no signs of suffocation or discomfort. Strange, I don't feel stifled at all. Could it be that I no longer need oxygen? A hint of confusion surfaced on Yang Bo's face. To test it, he took 2 deep breaths, inhaling the earthy aroma of the dirt. A smile spread across his face as he exclaimed, "This is practically a cheat ability." He relit the lighter with a click, and the yellow flame once again illuminated the surrounding darkness. Raising an eyebrow, Yang Bo speculated to himself, could it be that the blocks from Minecraft generate air when placed? The idea didn't seem entirely far-fetched after all. In Minecraft, even placing a wooden door underwater could create a pocket of air. Without the threat of suffocation, Yang Bo set his mind at ease and began digging downward. As he excavated, all sorts of strange things started to emerge from the dirt. Among them was a set of bones and, embedded in the wall, a human skull. His expression turned serious as he muttered to himself, "I don't know who you are or why you were buried here, but I sincerely thank you for your contribution." Thud, 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 he struck the dirt surrounding the bones with force, breaking it apart. The excavation yielded a total of 8 bones, an impressive drop rate even compared to skeleton mobs in the game. Looking at the remains, now just a skull, Yang Bo carefully placed it back in its original position and covered it with a dirt block out of respect. It seems that the materials and resources from the game can also be obtained in reality, Yang Bo thought to himself, though he knew it was still too early to consider acquiring fist-sized diamonds or arm-length gold ingots. For now, his immediate goal was to craft a set of iron tools. Although soil layers in the real world are divided into topsoil, subsoil, and bedrock, in accordance with Minecraft's rules, they all appeared as uniform dirt blocks. After digging about 17 meters down, Yang Bo finally saw a gray surface beneath his feet. He reached out and struck the ground. Cracks began to spread, but at a noticeably slower rate than before, making him realize that his digging proficiency wasn't yet sufficient. In Minecraft, there's a very scientific progression system. At the start, players can only collect softer materials like wood, planks, and fences with their bare hands. To mine harder materials, players must craft appropriate tools. Attempting to mine without the correct tools would result in wasted effort. Finally, stone. Let's see if I can convert this into cobblestone. If not, I'll have to think of another plan. Yang Bo took out his wooden pickaxe and struck the stone beneath him. This time, it worked smoothly. Each strike produced significant cracks on the surface of the stone. Pop, a familiar sound rang out, and a block of cobblestone was absorbed into Yang Bo's inventory. Finally, welcome to the Stone Age. Yang Bo exclaimed excitedly as he wielded his wooden pickaxe, collecting more stone from the surrounding area. He planned to carve out a proper shelter, a place he could call home. The wooden pickaxe, with its durability of 59, was used until it was down to just 1 point of durability. Reluctantly, Yang Bo stored it in the corner of his inventory, intending to use it as fuel in the furnace later. He then reinforced the ceiling of his shelter with cobblestone to prevent any potential cave-ins. Feeling more secure, he placed down his crafting table and crafted 2 stone pickaxes and a furnace. Looking at his hunger bar, now down to half, Yang Bo frowned. Now that I've solved the wood and stone problem, it's time to figure out how to get food, he sighed, muttering, being broke is really tough. Opening the furnace interface, he found it simple and familiar. There were 3 slots, the top was for smelting items, the bottom for fuel, and the right for the output. He placed the nearly broken wooden pickaxe in the fuel slot and added 3 pieces of wood to the smelting slot, intending to make charcoal for torches. The moment the wood was placed, the furnace ignited automatically. Flames flickered out of the small vent at the top, far more vivid and realistic than the in-game fire. The furnace's glow illuminated the small, cramped space around him. In Minecraft, smelting an item typically takes 10 seconds. For Yang Bo, those 10 seconds passed in the blink of an eye. He collected the charcoal from the furnace and, combining it with sticks, crafted 12 torches. This'll do for now. At least I don't need to go mining yet, Yang Bo thought to himself. In reality, minerals weren't as conveniently placed as in the game. If he truly wanted to mine, he figured he'd have to leave New York and head to abandoned mines in the Midwest, where he might find leftover veins. Using cobblestone, Yang Bo crafted a set of stone tools. He swung the stone sword a few times, feeling its weight and balance, it felt just right. Then he expanded his underground room, making it more spacious. In one corner, he chose a spot with extra height and planted one of the oak saplings he had collected earlier on a dirt block. He glanced at the ceiling and nodded in satisfaction. This should be tall enough. Let's see if it'll grow underground. From his inventory, Yang Bo took out the bones he had collected from the unknown volunteer earlier. Using the crafting grid, he converted them into bone meal. In Minecraft, bone meal acts as a super fertilizer, instantly accelerating plant growth. Holding the white, pixelated substance in his hand, Yang Bo sprinkled it over the sapling while mentally commanding the process. Green particles of light appeared out of nowhere, merging into the sapling. However, the first attempt didn't fully grow the tree. If once isn't enough, then twice. Determined, Yang Bo tried again. After using 4 bone meal, the sapling finally transformed into a fully grown oak tree, its blocky branches and leaves filling the once empty underground chamber. It works! I can grow trees underground. Yang Bo cheered. This realization brought him immense relief. If he had to keep chopping down trees in the park, it wouldn't take long before someone noticed and started investigating. Now, he could be self-sufficient. He collected the wood and the 3 saplings that dropped along with it. Spotting a bright red apple hovering on the ground, he eagerly picked it up. Finally, food. Without hesitation, Yang Bo bit into the apple. The crisp texture and sweet flavor made it the best apple he'd ever tasted. Next, I'll study the vampire module. Later, I'll see if I can scavenge some scrap metal. If I can turn it into iron ingots, that'd be perfect. Yang Bo's heart was filled with anticipation. Still need to figure out how to get more bones. Without bone meal, plants grow way too slowly. I don't even know where the American equivalent of Babayashan Cemetery is, Yang Bo muttered to himself. Sitting on a half slab of cobblestone, a cigarette hanging lazily from his mouth, he exhaled a puff of smoke while idly twirling a sharp wooden stake in his hand. His eyes carried a cold glint, and his mind involuntarily replayed the scene from the previous night when he had been treated as nothing more than food. I really wish I could run into Blade. At least I'd be able to get some intel. He stowed the stake back into his inventory and stood up. The stake was a tool from the vampire module, designed for hunters to deal with vampires. Its crafting recipe was incredibly simple, just 2 sticks and a wooden plank. However, it could significantly increase the drop rate of vampire loot. When a vampire was killed with a stake, it would drop items like vampire souls and vampire blood. Additionally, unlocking the skill, basic use of the stake, allowed the user to one-hit kill vampires with less than 35% health. Unlocking the skill, advanced use of the stake, enabled backstabbing kills on vampires with health below 200. Yang Bo walked over to his crafting table and crafted a few wooden ladders with sticks, placing them along the vertical tunnel leading to the surface. Climbing up slowly, he used his shovel to dig away the dirt above him. After poking his head out to survey his surroundings and confirming there was no one around, he jumped out of the hole and promptly sealed the entrance behind him. By now, the night had fully descended. The dense forest was cloaked in darkness, and the tourists who had been out earlier in the day were long gone. However, faint screams of women echoed in the distance, making it clear that the situation wasn't as simple as it seemed. Damn it, even in the wilderness, they're this brazen. These guys are really fearless. Yang Bo wasn't the type to enjoy sticking his nose into trouble. While he might occasionally be invited to join in on fun, he preferred to keep his head down unless his life was at stake. Ignoring the commotion, he walked in the opposite direction of the screams. But his pace was slow, his hunger bar was down to 8 points, or 4 drumsticks. If he ran now, he'd be completely out of stamina and wouldn't have the energy to escape in case of danger. After over 10 minutes of walking, Yang Bo finally emerged into the modern world once more. The skyscrapers of Manhattan were brilliantly lit, and the streets bustled with pedestrians. Compared to the daytime, the city truly came alive at night. Suddenly, an incredibly foul stench hit Yang Bo's nose, making him grimace from the assault on his senses. Almost instinctively, new information surfaced in his mind. There's a vampire nearby. He squinted and turned his gaze in the direction of the smell, spotting a young white man in a brown short-sleeved shirt walking toward him. However, the man didn't seem to notice Yang Bo and merely walked past him. Surrounding the man's body was a faint golden aura. Strangely, this glow didn't obscure Yang Bo's view of the man's pale complexion, and even when pedestrians blocked his line of sight, Yang Bo could still see the golden outline of the vampire. This is vampire sensing? Yang Bo was taken aback. This effect reminded him of the Vampire Sense skill from the Vampire Hunter module, which allowed players to detect nearby wild vampires or vampire players. However, this skill was supposed to be unlocked at level 4, and Yang Bo was still a level 0 novice hunter. How could he already possess such an ability? He silently thought to himself. Open the Vampire module skill tree. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, the skill tree for the Vampire module appeared before him. Since he was in the hunter profession, only hunter-related skills were displayed. In the middle of the interface were several skills, but apart from Vampire Sense, all the others were grayed out and unavailable for use. In the top right corner of the interface was a display for remaining skill points. Typically, newly initiated hunters would have 0 skill points here, but it showed -1. Wait, what? Negative skill points? Can't we negotiate a bit here? Let me unlock all the skills first, and I'll pay back the points later when I level up. Unfortunately, without a proper system to respond, this wishful thinking was clearly impossible. Turning naturally, Yang Bo began following the vampire from a distance. Thanks to the skill, he didn't have to trail too closely. Through testing, he discovered that as long as the vampire didn't move more than 20 meters away, the golden aura around its body wouldn't disappear. Even if the vampire moved out of his line of sight, the nauseating stench lingering in the air would help him track it. He couldn't help but lick his lips, his eyes sparkling with excitement as though he were gazing at a supermodel. Damn, this guy's tall. What a build. If I were to, ride this one, I'd probably throw out my back. Wait, where did he go? Distracted by his wicked thoughts, Yang Bo realized the vampire had vanished. However, he wasn't too worried, as the residual stench in the air still guided him. Quickening his pace, he soon spotted the vampire again. The number of pedestrians around them steadily dwindled. Yang Bo got the sense that the vampire had noticed he was being followed. After all, Yang Bo wasn't exactly trained in stealth. The vampire glanced back at him, then stuffed his hands into his pockets and headed into a quieter, more deserted area. Watching the vampire slip into an alley, Yang Bo's lips curled into a playful smile. Confident, aren't we? His boldness stemmed from his ability to resurrect. But as for why the vampire seemed so confident, Yang Bo had no idea. He observed the vampire lurking at the corner of the alley, waiting for him, and shook his head slightly. His expression grew cold, and his smile faded. A stone axe appeared in his hand, seemingly out of thin air. Hugging the wall, he crouched low and crept toward the alley. This was essentially the sneak mechanic from Minecraft, which reduced noise generated by movement. Stopping 2 steps away from the alley's entrance, Yang Bo used the special effect of his skill to see the vampire standing just around the corner. The vampire was clearly poised to strike, ready to drag Yang Bo into the alley and unleash a ferocious attack the moment he stepped forward. Yang Bo chuckled softly. The two remained on opposite sides of the corner, each waiting for the other to make a move. Yang Bo gripped his stone axe tightly, ready to deliver a nasty surprise the moment the vampire grew impatient and peeked out. After a minute of silence, the vampire could no longer hold back. Hesitating for a moment, he finally leaned his head out cautiously to check the situation outside. Surprise, mother *****. Before the vampire could react to the taunt, Yang Bo leapt lightly and swung his stone axe down on the vampire's head. A satisfying thud accompanied the blow, immediately reducing the vampire's health bar from 28 to 15. The vampire was slammed to the ground by Yang Bo's stone axe. Since he hadn't fully activated data mode at the time, the sharp edge of the axe embedded itself directly into the vampire's skull, resembling some grotesque Halloween decoration. Rag, the vampire let out a garbled, unintelligible growl of rage, supporting himself with his hands as he struggled to stand up. Just as he raised his head, his gaze locked with Yang Bo's cold, emotionless eyes. Strike while they're down, finish them off. True to this old proverb passed down by his ancestors, Yang Bo yanked the stone axe free without hesitation and swung it down again, brutally striking the vampire's head. With a loud thud, the vampire collapsed once more. His health, originally at 15 points, dropped by 9. A vampire's health directly reflects their physical condition. After taking 2 consecutive blows to the head, even with their monstrous constitution, the vampire was clearly struggling to endure. Seeing that the vampire only had 6 health points left, Yang Bo's stone axe disappeared instantly, replaced by the hunter-exclusive wooden stake. Without an ounce of mercy, he raised the stake high and plunged it into the vampire's chest. Is the heart on the left side? Yang Bo muttered to himself, but the sharp stake failed to pierce the vampire's defenses. He glanced at the -1 damage indicator that appeared above the vampire's head and sighed in frustration. It turned out that the vampire's health hadn't reached the critical 15% threshold, meaning the stake was little more than a glorified prop, capable of dealing only 1 point of damage per hit. Despite this, Yang Bo didn't stop his assault. Compared to the stone axe, the stake had a much faster attack speed. As the vampire's health continued to drop, it finally reached 4 points. At this point, the stake pierced through the flesh as though sinking into sand. With one last cry of anguish, the vampire's health bar emptied. A horrific scream echoed through the alley as the vampire's body began to burn from within, eventually collapsing into a pile of black ash. Yang Bo's cold demeanor melted away as he spotted the loot dropped by the vampire. His eyes lit up with excitement, and he quickly stepped forward to collect the items into his inventory. It actually works. Loot drops are real. He glanced around and noticed that lights in nearby windows had turned on, likely due to the vampire's dying screams. He lightly kicked at the remaining ashes and was surprised to uncover several metallic items among them. What the hell, so there's still stuff left? Yang Bo murmured to himself before realizing the logic behind it. The natural heat generated by a vampire's death could burn clothing into ash, which was already impressive enough. If they could vaporize all the metal as well, like in some movies, it would make them walking, exploding chemical reactors rather than vampires. He picked up a golden necklace from the ground and turned to leave without hesitation. Before walking off, he spat on the ground and cursed, "Cheap bastard." Making his way through a maze of streets, Yang Bo eventually returned to the bustling main road and let out a breath of relief. Although this was his first time killing a humanoid creature, his body didn't feel the slightest discomfort. In fact, his mind was buzzing with exhilaration, and his hands trembled slightly from the excitement. He sat down on a bench by the roadside and opened his inventory to check the loot he had obtained. Vampire fawn, ×1. Vampire blood, ×1. Not bad. I actually got vampire blood from the first one. A glimmer of joy flashed in Yang Bo's eyes. Vampire blood was a key ingredient for crafting blood potions, which could grant at least 3 random status effects to the user. Humans have an inexplicable confidence in their own luck, and Yang Bo was no exception. Sitting on the bench, he calmed his excitement and then stood up again, wandering the streets with a renewed purpose. Now that he knew he could sense vampires in his vicinity and that they dropped useful materials, he wasn't about to let this opportunity go to waste. He had to demonstrate his gratitude for the vampires who had treated him like food. As for the vampire strongholds, he wasn't concerned yet. With his current abilities, he couldn't possibly face multiple vampires at once. Even if he knew the location of their lair, barging in would be suicide. For now, he didn't even bother interrogating the vampire he had just killed for information about their base. After walking for about 10 minutes, that familiar foul stench hit him again. Yang Bo perked up and followed the scent. In the distance, he spotted a tall, curvaceous black woman striding gracefully down the street. Her alluring figure drew the attention of every man around her. Unlike the pale complexion of the previous white vampire, this woman's skin gleamed under the streetlights, as though coated in a layer of oil. Her seductive, shapely form made it almost impossible not to reach out and test whether she was as smooth to the touch as she appeared. Without hesitation, Yang Bo began trailing the vampire. However, as he followed her, he noticed something unusual. He wasn't the only one tailing her. 3 men, dressed like small-time thugs, were also shadowing her. Manhattan is competitive these days? You even need to queue up to hunt vampires? Yang Bo silently mocked the situation. He drew closer to the 3 men ahead of him, deliberately staying within earshot to eavesdrop on their conversation. Hey, we'll just follow this chick until we find a quiet spot. Then we'll have ourselves some fun. Damn, look at that body, it's perfect. Garcia, you're damn right. Oh, look at that ass. I swear, she'll drain you dry in more ways than one. The lewd chatter of the 3 thugs left Yang Bo speechless. He glanced at them with pity and continued following behind them as they trailed the vampire. At night, the vampires emerged from their hiding places to hunt for prey. The vampire Eva, walking just ahead of Yang Bo, was no exception. She was out seeking a suitable meal. Casually glancing back at the 4 men following her, she smiled in satisfaction. Hee hee, fresh meat delivered to my door every night. How wonderful! She muttered, licking her lips with her tongue. Now that the fish had taken the bait, Eva began leading her followers toward a more secluded area, her hips swaying provocatively as she walked. Watching this, Yang Bo couldn't help but grumble, are all vampires from the same school? Do they only know one trick? Despite his complaints, he continued tailing the trio of thugs. As the streets grew quieter and fewer pedestrians were around, the 3 thugs quickened their pace and surrounded the vampire. The leader of the group, wearing a lecherous grin, said, "Hey, sweetheart, how about some fun with us? Don't worry, we'll make sure you enjoy yourself." The black vampire smiled sweetly at the 3 men, showing not a hint of fear. Instead, she boldly replied, "Oh? All 3 of you at once?" Then, her gaze shifted to Yang Bo, who stood not far behind, grinning like an idiot. She called out, "What about you? Want to join in?" "Sure, sure." Yang Bo replied without hesitation, his face plastered with a cheeky smile as he walked over to join the group. Yang Bo's unexpected involvement didn't anger the 3 thugs, on the contrary, it seemed to ignite a peculiar excitement among them, as though a special kind of fuse had been lit. "You go first." No, big bro, you first. How about we let the new guy go first?" The 3 men politely bickered amongst themselves as they followed the vampire to a corner of the alley. Watching this display of camaraderie, Yang Bo couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. The bonds of humanity remain strong even in places like this. "Alright, I'll go first then," Yang Bo said cheerfully, stepping forward toward the black vampire woman. They exchanged glances, and satisfaction flickered in both their eyes. "An Asian pretty boy, hee hee, I've never." Bang! Before she could finish her flirtatious words, Yang Bo jumped and swung his axe down, striking her squarely and knocking her to the ground. The abrupt change in events left the 3 thugs utterly stunned. Oh, shit! The men scrambled to pull out their guns, aiming them at Yang Bo. One of them, a nervous-looking Mexican, shouted, "Hey, man, don't move, or I swear I'll put a bullet in you." A feral roar interrupted him. The vampire, who had been knocked to the ground, suddenly leapt back up. Injured, she now looked like a wild beast as she lunged at one of the unprepared thugs. "Ah! Help me!" screamed the man as the vampire tackled him. The other 2 thugs panicked, pointing their guns at her as she pinned their friend to the ground. "Damn it, what is this thing?" The 2 hesitated, unsure whether to shoot. Yang Bo didn't waste a moment, he swung his axe again, striking the vampire and knocking her a meter away from the thug, forcing her off him. But by then, it was too late. The thug who had been attacked was clutching his neck, blood dripping from between his fingers. His eyes were wild as he stammered, She bit me. Damn it!" Shaking, he raised his gun and pulled the trigger. "Carrie, you've lost your mind," the Mexican thug shouted in alarm. Though they carried guns, these men were small-time criminals, not hardened killers. "She's crazy. She tried to kill me." The vampire let out another guttural snarl, crouching on all 4s like a predator preparing to pounce again. Yang Bo wasn't about to give her that chance. "Watch out!" Pushing off with his feet, Yang Bo leapt again, swinging his axe down in another strike. This vampire was clearly stronger than the one he had fought earlier. Her maximum health of 53 points alone was evidence of that. What is that thing? It was clear this was the first time the three thugs had encountered a vampire. Faced with a creature that could take a gunshot and still move with such ferocity, their disbelief and fear were palpable. This time, the remaining two thugs didn't hold back, they both pulled the triggers of their guns. Asterisk bang. Bang. Bang, asterisk. Each bullet shaved 1 point off the vampire's health. It was obvious that regular small-caliber bullets had little effect on a vampire. If they had been using silver bullets, things might have been different. Finally, with Yang Bo's last strike, the vampire let out a blood-curdling scream as her body ignited in flames. Within seconds, she was reduced to a pile of black ash, and her items were automatically absorbed into Yang Bo's inventory. What the hell was that? She disappeared. The three thugs were visibly shaken, their worldview shattered. A living, breathing person had vanished into thin air before their very eyes. Yang Bo used his axe to prod the small pile of ash on the ground, curious to see if this vampire had left behind anything worthwhile. A few bullet casings clinked out, but there were no other metal items. Man, this one's broke, Yang Bo grumbled, furrowing his brow. He then glanced over at the thug who had been bitten. His movement made the remaining thugs nervous, and all three promptly raised their guns toward him. Hey, man, what the hell is going on here? Yang Bo maintained his smile. He didn't particularly like these thugs, but compared to vampires, at least they were human, they wouldn't see him as food. Have you ever heard of vampires? The three froze for a moment. The bitten thug used the distraction to struggle to his feet. Vampires? That's right. The men thought back to the bizarre, unscientific scene they had just witnessed, the woman who had attacked them, only to burn to ash in the end. Their disbelief began to waver, they couldn't help but believe Yang Bo's words, at least partially. Then, the lead thug's gaze instinctively shifted toward Carrie, the one who had been bitten. Stories about vampires were something they'd all heard growing up, even if they'd always dismissed them as mere legends. Noticing the man's realization, Yang Bo's face lit up with a wide, knowing grin. It's exactly what you're thinking. In vampire lore, at least according to Blade, a person bitten by a vampire but not drained completely would eventually turn into a vampire themselves. Hearing Yang Bo's confirmation, the Mexican thug, who seemed to be the most loyal among them, immediately grabbed Carrie's arm and yanked his hand away from his neck. Seeing the two still bleeding puncture wounds, his pupils contracted in fear. Holstering his gun, he turned to Yang Bo with a desperate expression. Please, man, you've got to have a way to save him, right? Yang Bo shook his head slightly. In the game, milk could cure status effects, but here in reality, he didn't even have a cow, let alone milk. Wait a second, why don't I just tell them to go buy some milk? Well, there's a way, Yang Bo said after a moment of thought. But it'll take a lot of milk, garlic, some bread, and $500. The lead thug, who had been growing despondent, lit up with hope upon hearing Yang Bo's words. All right, I'll get it. Let's all move together, Yang Bo said. The gunfire earlier had undoubtedly drawn attention, and while there was no body left behind, staying in one place was definitely not a good idea. The bitten thug, Carrie, finally snapped out of his daze, panic evident in his voice as he asked, Am I gonna turn into one of those monsters? Yang Bo glanced at him and gave a reassuring smile. Don't worry, I'll save you. He added silently to himself, even if you do turn into a vampire, of course, the method of saving might be different. As they walked along the quiet street, the lead thug and another man supported the limping Carrie. Suddenly, the leader asked, Are you one of those people who hunts these monsters? That's right. I'm a vampire hunter, Yang Bo replied, his tone serious. And I'll make sure these creatures that prey on humans learn who the real predator is. Yang Bo sat comfortably on a brightly colored car, not bothering to care about its brand. In his eyes, as long as the car could shield him from the wind and rain, it was good enough. After all, he'd never owned a car before, so his knowledge of brands was non-existent. The car belonged to Leo, the leader of the three-member Mexican gang. He's starting to show symptoms. Do you have any rope in the car? We'd better tie him up before he hurts someone. Yang Bo, seated in the passenger seat, turned his attention to Carrie, who was half lying in the back seat. Carrie's eyes were tightly shut, his forehead drenched in sweat as large as beans, and his gray hoodie was soaked to the point of transparency. Hearing this, Leo nodded hurriedly. Yeah, I've got a tow rope in the trunk. I'll grab it right now. He opened the car door and rushed out in a panic. A moment later, he returned with a thick rope about 2 fingers wide. Without waiting for Yang Bo's instructions, he quickly tied Carrie up tightly. After some effort, Leo finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, Gore, who had been sent to buy supplies, came running back, panting heavily. His hands were full, carrying 2 bags stuffed with garlic, milk, bread, and 2 ordinary metal buckets. "I got everything, sir. Is this enough?" "More than enough," Yang Bo said as he reached out and picked up a head of garlic. With a thought, the garlic transformed into the vampire module's garlic in his hands. Leo, standing nearby, hesitated for a moment before asking cautiously, "Sir, I know garlic drives away vampires, but can milk and bread do that too?" He was smart enough not to ask about the $500. Yang Bo, already pouring milk into the metal buckets, didn't even look up as he replied, "The bread's for my dinner." Leo. For a moment, the car fell silent. Everyone quietly watched as Yang Bo poured milk into the metal buckets. Before long, the bucket was filled. Yang Bo picked it up, and to the astonishment of the others, the originally 30-centimeter tall metal bucket underwent a magical transformation. It shrank to about 20 centimeters in height, and its walls appeared thicker. What was even more surprising was that when Yang Bo opened the car door and carried the bucket of milk, the milk inside didn't slosh or spill, it looked as though it had solidified. The 2 men exchanged glances but said nothing. After encountering vampires, a bucket of magical milk didn't seem all that absurd anymore. Yang Bo carried the bucket and opened Carrie's mouth. At this point, Carrie's 2 front teeth had already grown unusually long. "Just in time," Yang Bo muttered as he poured the milk into Carrie's mouth. The moment the milk had a target, it instantly reverted to liquid form and flowed smoothly into Carrie's throat. As soon as he finished drinking the bucket of milk, Carrie's trembling body calmed down. At the exact moment the vampire virus was neutralized, Carrie opened his eyes. Seeing 3 people staring intently at him, he was startled. He quickly recalled the painful sensations he had just endured and began frantically patting himself down. "I'm okay?" Carrie asked in disbelief. Then, turning to Yang Bo, he said gratefully, "Thank you. Thank you so much." Yang Bo, seeing that Carrie had returned to normal, smiled warmly. He then turned and pulled a loaf of bread from the bag, transforming it into Minecraft-style bread before starting to eat. Between bites, he casually said, "No need to thank me, I'm getting paid for this." Thinking about the $500 sitting in his inventory, Yang Bo's grin widened. After a pause, he added, "By the way, interested in joining me for some work?" Seated in the car with the window rolled down, Yang Bo scanned the pedestrians on the street. The number of people had noticeably decreased, it was already quite late. A familiar scent drifted in, and Yang Bo's expression immediately turned serious. "Sitting upright," he said, "the guy in the black shirt up ahead." Hearing his words, the people in the car instantly perked up. Following Yang Bo's indication, they spotted a man in his 30s wearing black slacks and a black dress shirt. A shiny gold watch gleamed on his wrist, giving him the air of a successful businessman. If not for Yang Bo's warning, none of them would have ever suspected that this man was a vampire, a creature that fed on human blood. Leo felt a bit nervous at first, but seeing Yang Bo's calm demeanor, he gradually steadied himself. Opening the car door, he and Carrie stepped out, walking straight toward the vampire as instructed by Yang Bo earlier. Meanwhile, Yang Bo and Gore quietly moved toward a shadowy corner, waiting patiently for the vampire to be led to them. Leo pulled a folding knife from his pocket, walked up to the vampire, and pressed the knife against his side. "Don't move, or I'll gut you right here. Come with me." The vampire was stunned. Of all the things he expected, being mugged by food on a public street was not one of them. The humiliation made his blood boil. However, with a few passers-by still lingering nearby, he couldn't act rashly. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Fine, no need for violence. I'll go with you. Asterisk, you damn fool. I'll make you my thrall and torment you until you wish you were dead." Asterisk, the vampire seethed inwardly, imagining all the ways he would take revenge on Leo to erase this disgrace. Vampires, after all, had their own hierarchies. This particular vampire considered himself a successful individual among his kind. He rarely needed to prowl the streets for food. Tonight, he was only out because his car had broken down. Who would have thought he'd encounter such a ridiculous situation? As soon as they stepped into the shadows, the vampire could no longer contain his rage. His eyes turned blood red, and he bared his fangs, growling, "You filthy creatures. I'll make you regret this." Thud. Before he could finish his threat, a stone axe swung into view, smashing into his head and knocking him to the ground. Seeing Yang Bo make his move, the other three didn't waste any time. They pulled out the silver knives they had prepared and began stabbing the vampire. The effect of the silver weapons was immediate and far more devastating than Yang Bo's stone axe. The areas where the vampire was stabbed turned pitch black, as if the flesh had necrotized. Yang Bo watched as the vampire's impressive 100 health points dwindled rapidly. He raised his axe again and struck the vampire's jaw, cutting off his scream mid-yell. Then, he pulled out the wooden stake and drove it into the vampire's chest. Utilizing the Minecraft knockback mechanic, he kept the vampire pinned against the wall, giving it no chance to retaliate. "Finish it off," Yang Bo urged. The three men, understanding his intent, rushed forward to search the vampire for loot. 2 minutes later, the four of them watched as the vampire's body ignited and burned silently, eventually crumbling into ash and vanishing. "Well, that's that. I hope we'll have a fruitful partnership in the future," Yang Bo said with a satisfied smile as he looked at the pile of ash where the vampire had once been. The dawn broke like a soft veil being gently lifted, and the fierce morning sunlight spilled forth, heralding the arrival of a new day. Yang Bo sat in the car, leisurely holding a cigarette between his lips. A slight grin tugged at the corner of his mouth as he exhaled a thin stream of smoke. Through the hazy mist, he glanced at the people in the car and said slowly, "All right, drop me off at Central Park. These creatures won't roam around during the day. After all, in the Marvel Universe, ordinary vampires couldn't withstand direct sunlight. By day, they could only hide in dark corners." After a night of activity, they had taken down 7 vampires in total, far fewer than Yang Bo had originally anticipated. Hearing Yang Bo's request, the three in the car perked up. They had been up all night without rest, and though their spirits were still high, exhaustion was beginning to take its toll on their bodies. They were all eager to head home and get some much-needed sleep. Yang Bo flicked his cigarette, watching as the glowing ember traced a smooth arc before landing on the asphalt. The car then slowly began its journey towards Central Park. About 10 minutes later, the car came to a steady stop at the edge of Central Park. As the driver, Leo turned to Yang Bo and asked, "Sir, are we coming back tonight?" Leo and the others had clearly tasted the benefits of their work. Taking down 6 vampires throughout the night had proven to be quite profitable. Yang Bo glanced at Leo and smiled faintly. "Of course. You guys go sort out the loot from last night and come pick me up here tonight. Oh, and don't forget to get me a SIM card." With that, he opened the car door and stepped out, walking toward the park as Leo and the others drove off. The sun had just risen, and the park was shrouded in the unique chill of dawn. Every so often, a bird of some unknown species would fly across the sky. Yang Bo looked at the lush green grass around him. If it weren't for the dew, he would have loved to lie down and take a nap. Although he hadn't slept all night, thanks to his data mode transformation, his body didn't feel the slightest bit fatigued. Taking a loaf of bread from his inventory, he began chewing slowly, the fragrance of wheat spreading through his mouth. Bit of a letdown. No matter the flavor, bread always turns into regular bread once it's datafied. Still, the taste isn't bad, and at least it stacks. After replenishing his hunger bar, he walked into the forest, heading toward his home. Along the way, he noticed the dense grass on the ground around him. "I wonder if breaking grass will drop seeds. If I can start farming, I won't have to worry about food anymore." Though he now had over $1,100 in cash, Yang Bo was a frugal man. He wouldn't spend money carelessly, it had to be used where it mattered most. Raising his fist, he swung it down hard onto the grass. Within a square meter, the tall grass instantly shrank to just a few centimeters, as if it had been mowed. No seeds?" He shook his head in disappointment but continued clearing the surrounding grass. Before long, he had flattened a large patch of greenery. As he expected, breaking grass could indeed drop seeds, and after clearing several hundred square meters, he had collected a full stack of seeds. Following his memory, Yang Bo ventured deeper into the forest and found the location of his home. Looking at the patch of grass with a slightly different hue from the surrounding area, he frowned and rubbed his temples in frustration. Putting the entrance here is way too conspicuous. Even though it's all grass, the color difference is too obvious. After thinking for a moment, Yang Bo took out his shovel and dug up the grass block, revealing the entrance to the tunnel beneath. He jumped down and sealed the entrance behind him. "I need to expand my home today, plant some wheat, and figure out a better solution for the entrance later. If worst comes to worst, I'll just dig a tunnel leading to the sewers." After all, I'm not the only one living in New York's sewers. He began by chopping down the fully grown oak tree in his underground tree farm, then expanded the farm's area to ensure he wouldn't run out of wood. Next, he pulled a piece of I-beam steel from his inventory, a piece he had picked up near a construction site. Unfortunately, the steel couldn't be directly converted into iron ingots. Still, since it was already in his possession, there was no reason to put it back. These iron ingots are such a problem. Am I really going to have to custom order them from a steel mill? Yang Bo scratched his head in frustration. Buying steel would be far too expensive, and the money he'd made from hunting vampires was still far too little. Just then, the sound of footsteps reached his ears. He quickly turned around and saw a figure wearing the hunter outfit from the vampire module strolling aimlessly at the edge of his tree farm. The figure was dressed in a black tailcoat, topped with a hat, and had a stylish cape billowing behind them. Unfortunately, they were still a blocky, pixelated humanoid. Seeing the figure, Yang Bo's initial tension gave way to excitement. He ran over to the hunter, who stood at about 1.8 meters tall. A vampire hunter NPC? This is perfect, I can level up my hunter class. In the module, leveling up a hunter to level 5 was relatively simple. All it required was finding a hunter NPC in the wild, initiating a conversation, and submitting the requested items to increase your class level and gain skill points for unlocking new abilities. Yang Bo opened the interaction interface, which displayed a single slot with a large line of text above it. To train, please submit 1 bottle of vampire blood. Without hesitation, Yang Bo pulled a bottle of vampire blood from his inventory and placed it in the slot. After confirming the submission, the text immediately changed. To train further, please submit 5 bottles of vampire blood. Yang Bo glanced at his inventory and sighed when he saw he only had 2 bottles left. Vampire blood could only be obtained by killing vampires with a stake, and even then, the drop rate wasn't guaranteed. Last night, they had killed 7 vampires but had only managed to acquire 3 bottles. Looks like I'll need to find a vampire nest. Since he couldn't level up for now, Yang Bo decided to focus on expanding his home and seeing if he could find anything that could be converted into iron ingots. After spending over an hour, Yang Bo's home had undergone a complete transformation. The once cramped and dark underground room had been converted into a spacious 2-story structure, completely eliminating the oppressive atmosphere. Clapping his hands in satisfaction, Yang Bo admired his handiwork. Not bad. Now to go buy a bed. I can't keep sitting on the floor forever. With that, he climbed the ladder, listening carefully for any sounds above. Hearing nothing, he dug away the grass block covering the tunnel and jumped out. Phew, no one's here. He let out a sigh of relief, sealed the entrance again, and began walking toward the outskirts of Central Park. I really need to make a new exit. This setup is way too inconvenient. Walking out of the bustling furniture store, Yang Bo's face was scrunched up in frustration, and he couldn't stop muttering to himself. A double bed for $2,000? You people make money faster than I could rob a bank. Originally, he thought the $1,000 plus in his pocket could buy him some basic furniture. But after stepping into the store, he realized this wasn't just daylight robbery, it was daylight robbery with a free piece of furniture thrown in for good measure. For a moment, he couldn't decide whether he should hang a sign on a streetlight accusing capitalists of robbery, or hang it on vampires instead. Somehow, both seemed to share an uncanny similarity in their greed. Walking along the street, Yang Bo soon found himself in the bustling hub of Times Square. The massive billboards, vibrant stores, and throngs of people made his eyes dart around, overwhelmed by the sheer spectacle. Oh, my God! Yang Bo blurted out in an exaggerated tone, fully embracing the role of a wide-eyed tourist. His demeanor screamed country bumpkin, as though he had stepped into a whole new world. After all, he had lived in a small third-tier city his whole life and had never experienced anything remotely resembling this high-society vibe. Even in China, he'd never been to places like Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, or Shenzhen. And now, in the heat of summer, the scenery around him was particularly dazzling. Whoa, that chick, she's definitely not a saint. Yang Bo muttered as a woman walked past him. A gust of wind lifted her skirt just enough to reveal more than intended. In America, there was no such thing as the evil of safety shorts, and Yang Bo felt as if he'd gotten a free show, a solid 7 or 8 out of 10, without so much as spending a dime on dowry. He felt like he'd hit the jackpot. Wait a second, they don't even have the concept of dowries here, do they? For a moment, the idea of staying in this country became oddly tempting. He plopped himself down on a bench, pretending to casually pull out a bottle of milk, one of the many left over from Gore's shopping spree the night before. As he gulped down the milk, his brow furrowed sharply. A familiar stench wafted into his nostrils, the unmistakable smell of a vampire. What the hell? A vampire out in broad daylight? Are they here for a sunbathing session? He followed the scent with his eyes and spotted a black man walking down the street, his stealth skills seemingly maxed out. The man was dressed head to toe in black clothes, a black trench coat, and black sunglasses. If it were nighttime, he could stand in the shadows and practically vanish without a trace, as long as he didn't speak. The moment Yang Bo laid eyes on him, he sprang to his feet, his face lighting up with excitement. Blade! Sometimes, the best opportunities come when you least expect them. Blade, real name Eric Brooks, was a half-human, half-vampire who became a vampire hunter after his mother was bitten by the vampire Deacon Frost while pregnant with him. In Yang Bo's mind, Blade equated to an infinite supply of vampires, which meant an infinite supply of vampire blood, and that, in turn, meant a treasure trove of wealth and crafting materials. Without a second thought, Yang Bo walked briskly toward Blade, not even caring if his enthusiasm might seem suspicious. "Hey, handsome," he called out. Several men on the street, each believing themselves to be the handsome in question, turned their heads simultaneously. Ignoring them entirely, Yang Bo approached Blade and said, "I want to get to know you. Let's talk about those monsters." Behind his sunglasses, Blade's eyes narrowed slightly as he gave Yang Bo a once-over. He could tell this man knew something about him, but the question was how. "Who are you?" Blade asked curtly. The fact that Blade responded at all was a victory in Yang Bo's book. Smiling faintly, he gestured to their surroundings and said, "This isn't the best place to talk. How about we find a coffee shop?" Noticing the curious gazes of passers-by, some openly gawking at them, Blade nodded slightly. His curiosity had been piqued. He wanted to know what this man was up to. In America, there might be a shortage of certain types of stores, but coffee shops were not among them. The two quickly found a nearby cafe and settled into a relatively secluded corner. "I'm Yang Bo, nice to meet you." Yang Bo extended his hand, which Blade shook after a brief hesitation. "Eric Brooks," Blade replied, settling into the sofa as he waited for Yang Bo to explain himself. He could sense that this man clearly had a request to make. Yang Bo leaned forward slightly, tapping his fingers lightly on the table as he thought about how to phrase his words. "Finally," he said, "I need information on the locations of those monsters. I want to help you wipe them out." "Why?" Blade asked, his tone skeptical. To him, Yang Bo appeared to be an ordinary human. There was nothing particularly special about him. The fact that Yang Bo knew who he was didn't surprise him. Anyone familiar with vampires would likely know about him as well. Hearing the question, Yang Bo's smile faded. He looked Blade directly in the eye and said, "Why? Ha! You wouldn't understand what it feels like to be strung up in a processing plant like a pig waiting to be slaughtered. From that moment on, I swore every vampire must die, no matter where they are or who they are." Blade, a vampire himself, didn't take offense to the words. In fact, he found himself agreeing with Yang Bo's resolve. Still, he was curious. "How did you escape?" he asked. In his memory, no one had ever escaped from what Yang Bo described as the slaughterhouse. Yang Bo's fingers tapped rhythmically on the table, the sound resonating softly as he chuckled coldly. "I didn't escape. What you're looking at now is a hunter who's returned from hell, a vampire hunter. Now, I don't expect you to trust me right away. That's normal. I don't need you to take any risks. Just tell me where they are, and I'll take care of the rest." Blade fell silent, pondering Yang Bo's words. Yang Bo resisted the urge to light a cigarette. He prided himself on being a civilized person, after all. At that moment, the waiter brought over 2 cups of coffee and placed them on the table. Yang Bo took a sip, only for his face to twist into a mask of pain at the bitter taste. Ignoring Blade's amused expression, he dumped a generous amount of sugar into his cup. "Damn it, I should have let Blade order. Instant coffee is way better than this." Perhaps it was Yang Bo's unpretentious nature that finally won Blade over. Removing his sunglasses and placing them on the table, Blade looked at Yang Bo and said, "All right. It just so happens I'm heading to one of their hideouts." "Thanks. But could I ask a favor? If the numbers aren't too overwhelming, would you mind letting me handle them?" Yang Bo asked earnestly. Without staking vampires himself, there was no chance of obtaining vampire blood, which frustrated him greatly. To level up, he needed to personally kill every vampire and maximize his blood yield. It was daunting. Leveling up required progressively more blood, 5 bottles for level 1, 10 for level 2, 15 for level 3, and 20 for level 4. Assuming a 50% drop rate, he'd need at least 100 vampires to reach level 4, and that didn't even account for the training fees paid to hunter NPCs before each level up. Sighed when you think about it, maybe there aren't enough vampires after all. Standing quietly in front of a towering apartment building, Yang Bo stood beside Blade, craning his neck upward as he counted the floors. It was an unremarkable apartment complex, the kind you'd find anywhere in the city. 2,803? Are you sure the vampires are on the 28th floor? Shouldn't they be hiding in some dark basement or an abandoned factory? Yang Bo muttered, feeling a surge of inexplicable frustration. These damned creatures lived in a better environment than he did, and that imbalance stirred a strange sense of resentment in his heart. Blade, catching the undertone in Yang Bo's voice, raised an eyebrow but didn't comment. He simply nodded slightly. They're on the 28th floor. You can stay behind me and observe for now, Blade said, striding purposefully into the apartment. Yang Bo, however, hurried to catch up, waving his hand dismissively. No, let me handle this. The building's interior was nearly devoid of security personnel, making it easy for the two of them to slip into the elevator. Blade, as expected, had clearly done his homework before coming here. When we get up there, just wait at the door. I can handle a few vampires myself, Yang Bo said confidently. Blade didn't reply, merely pressing the button for the 28th floor. The elevator hummed softly as it ascended. With a soft ding, the elevator doors opened onto the 28th floor. Before Blade could react, Yang Bo darted out, scanning the surroundings until his gaze locked onto apartment 2803. Blade, watching Yang Bo's impulsive behavior, furrowed his brows slightly but chose to remain silent. Standing before the closed door of 2803, Yang Bo turned back to Blade and made a gesture for silence. Then, with a flick of his wrist, a stone pickaxe suddenly materialized in his hand. Blade's expression immediately grew serious. He wanted to ask Yang Bo about this strange ability, but now was clearly not the time for questions. Standing a few steps away, Blade watched curiously as Yang Bo crouched down and began tapping lightly on the apartment's reinforced door with the pickaxe. Tap, tap. The soft tapping echoed in the quiet hallway. Blade's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched cracks begin to spread across the sturdy door. With a final, faint pop, the once impenetrable door vanished entirely. At the same time, Blade noticed a shift in Yang Bo's demeanor. The faintly smiling man now had eyes as cold as frost. Without hesitation, Yang Bo stepped into the apartment. Blade followed closely, his silver katana slipping from beneath his coat. Thanks to his system's abilities, Yang Bo could clearly sense the positions of every vampire in the apartment. 4 of them. That's a bit underwhelming. Entering the room, Yang Bo saw that the thick curtains had blocked out the sunlight, leaving the living room in near total darkness. However, the faint light streaming in from the hallway was enough for Yang Bo to take in the surroundings. To his surprise, the living room was immaculately tidy. Clearly, these vampires didn't enjoy living in squalor. Walking up to the window, Yang Bo yanked the heavy curtains aside. Warm, blinding sunlight poured into the room, illuminating the space that hadn't seen daylight in who knows how long. The vampires in the apartment were immediately alerted. In Yang Bo's view, 2 of them were standing behind the bedroom door, whispering to each other about something. Ignoring them for now, Yang Bo tightened his grip on the stone pickaxe. With a few swift swings, the furniture and electronics in the living room began vanishing into his inventory, piece by piece. Free furniture is the best kind, Yang Bo muttered under his breath. Stowing the pickaxe, he equipped a stone axe in one hand and a stake in the other, slowly making his way toward the bedroom door. With a loud bang, he kicked the door open. The sheer force of the blow, far beyond what any ordinary wooden door could withstand, sent the door flying inward. The male vampire who had been standing behind it was slammed against the wall before he could react. Inside the room were 2 vampires, a man and a woman. The male vampire was pinned behind the door, while the female glared at Yang Bo with fury in her eyes. "Who are you?" she demanded, clearly having been interrupted during her rest. She was dressed only in black lace lingerie, her attire leaving little to the imagination. Yang Bo raised the stone axe in his hand and replied, "I'm your daddy." Without another word, he stepped forward, lightly jumping into the air as he swung the axe down with all his might. The female vampire snarled, baring her sharp fangs as she deftly dodged the attack, retreating a step with startling speed before lunging at him. Yang Bo countered swiftly, slashing the axe across her thigh. With a scream, the vampire was forced back even faster than she'd advanced, her movements restricted by the game's mechanics. Taking a bold step forward, Yang Bo shoved the wooden stake into her mouth. "Bite down and behave," he sneered, raising the axe once more and slamming it into her head. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The male vampire, finally recovering from being pinned behind the door, charged at Yang Bo with a roar, claws outstretched. Yang Bo sidestepped easily, adhering to the principle of better to break one finger than injure all 10. Swinging the axe again, he relentlessly targeted the female vampire, bringing her health down to below 15%. "You will be purified," Yang Bo declared, quoting Vane's line from League of Legends. It felt fitting for the situation. Driving the stake into the female vampire's back, Yang Bo watched as she silently turned to ash, her throat too damaged from his earlier strike to let out a scream. The male vampire, seeing his companion reduced to dust, howled in rage. "I'll tear you apart," he roared, his eyes glowing red as he lunged. Fueled by anger, his speed was noticeably faster than before. Yang Bo remained calm, dodging the vampire's attack to avoid a direct confrontation. Taking advantage of the brief moment of stagger after the vampire missed, he jabbed him with the stake again. The reason for using the stake was simple: it was fast, compact, and had a knockback effect that kept the enemy at bay. Time was of the essence. He could already hear the other two vampires in the apartment rushing toward the bedroom. With a loud thud, the male vampire was slammed against the wall. Yang Bo jumped slightly, bringing the stone axe down in a powerful critical strike. In Minecraft, triggering a critical hit was as simple as jumping and attacking an enemy before landing. After years of honing his skills in the game, Yang Bo did this instinctively. "Don't worry, I'm sending you to join her," Yang Bo taunted as he continued his relentless assault, jumping and swinging the axe repeatedly. The male vampire, pinned against the wall, could do nothing but roar in frustration. Every time he tried to move forward, the game's mechanics pushed him right back. At that moment, the other two vampires burst in, barefoot and wearing nothing but underwear. Yang Bo's stake plunged into one of their heads without hesitation, instantly depleting their health bar. Turning to the remaining vampire, Yang Bo couldn't help but mutter inwardly, "Wait, vampires can be gay?" In the midst of the apartment, an intense battle raged on. The clash of weapons and the occasional roars of the vampires echoed throughout the space. Yang Bo's expression darkened slightly as he fought, silently cursing in his heart. Could it be that these two vampires are gay, and that's why their coordination and strength are so damn good? Their strength was indeed formidable, and their teamwork was impressively seamless. Even with dual weapons in hand, Yang Bo still got hit, losing 6 points of health. Considering he only had 20 health points in total, he could only afford to take 4 more hits at most before it was game over. "Gotta be careful," Yang Bo reminded himself internally. Before the vampires could launch another attack, he took the initiative and charged forward. This time, he didn't dare to jump recklessly like before. In midair, there was no way to adjust his trajectory or defend himself. It would be suicidal. "Need a hand?" Blade's calm voice came from the doorway. He stood watching Yang Bo struggle in the fight, his expression one of mild curiosity. From Blade's perspective, with the sheer force behind Yang Bo's swings of that peculiar stone axe, a single hit should have been enough to take a vampire's head clean off. Yet somehow, the vampires were still alive and kicking after taking multiple hits. The damage Yang Bo dealt didn't seem to match the ferocity of his attacks, which left Blade puzzling over what kind of abilities Yang Bo was using. Whether it was the strange way he opened the door earlier or his combat style now, Yang Bo was shrouded in mystery. Without stopping his attacks, Yang Bo replied directly, "I need to kill them myself." He didn't have time to explain in detail, but it was clear to him that only by personally staking the vampires could he collect the precious vampire blood he needed. The moment the vampires laid eyes on Blade, their expressions changed to ones of fear. After all, Blade's name carried immense weight in the vampire community. He was a living nightmare to them. "Strike while the iron's hot," Yang Bo shouted, swinging his stone axe down on one of the vampire's heads. Though it didn't trigger a critical hit or weak point damage, the force of the blow was still enough to leave the vampire momentarily stunned. Under Blade's intimidating presence, Yang Bo managed to take down both vampires while only sustaining a single hit. Breathing heavily, he collected the loot they dropped, then put away his stone axe and let out a deep sigh of relief. A satisfied smile finally crept onto his face. "Phew, I can finally level up," he thought to himself, grateful for his good luck. Out of the 4 vampires, 3 had dropped vampire blood, and combined with the 2 bottles he already had in his inventory, he now had enough to level up his hunter class to level 1. Turning to Blade, who was still standing at the door, Yang Bo said, let me clean up the scene first. Just wait a moment. Blade had been about to warn Yang Bo about the police potentially showing up soon, but his words died in his throat as he watched Yang Bo pull out the same stone axe he'd used to fight the vampires and start smashing the furniture in the room. Blade's jaw dropped slightly in disbelief. He had already wondered why the living room was so empty when he arrived, now he finally understood. Yang Bo systematically broke down all the furniture and appliances in the room, storing them neatly in his inventory. Once his backpack was full of loot, he walked over to Blade and said, "Alright, let's go. Do you have any other vampire leads? While there's still daylight, I can help you for free." Even someone as battle-hardened and composed as Blade couldn't help but let out a low exclamation. What a shameless bastard. "I don't have any new vampire leads at the moment," Blade replied. "Normally, when I get information on a vampire nest, I deal with it immediately. If you hadn't called me today, these vampires wouldn't have survived until tonight." Blade's stance on vampires was simple: eliminate them completely. To him, the only good vampire was a dead vampire. Yang Bo wasn't surprised or disappointed by this. He simply nodded slightly, glancing out the window at the bright sunlight before turning back to Blade. "Can you give me your phone number? I'd like to stay in touch and be your friend," Yang Bo asked. "Sure," Blade agreed without hesitation. He didn't mind working with someone who had the same goal as him, and he was especially intrigued by Yang Bo's unique abilities. Though they had only just met, Blade refrained from prying into Yang Bo's secrets. He understood that everyone had their own mysteries. Blade recited his number, and Yang Bo memorized it. Once Yang Bo reinstalled the apartment's front door, the two of them left the building together. As soon as they stepped outside, a police car, sirens blaring, pulled up in front of the apartment. The commotion they'd caused upstairs had clearly drawn the attention of the neighbors. Walking alongside Blade, Yang Bo chuckled and joked, "Good thing this is America. If this were China, the neighbors would have already crowded around to watch the drama unfold." Blade paused for a moment, then asked, "You're Chinese?" Yang Bo shrugged nonchalantly. "Of course. Oh, by the way, Eric, I need to head home for now, so I can't stick with you at the moment. Once I've bought a new phone tonight, I'll give you a call so we can keep in touch." Right now, Yang Bo was focused on leveling up his hunter class and organizing the loot he'd stuffed into his inventory. It was practically overflowing. As he spoke, Yang Bo pulled out a piece of bread and grinned at Blade. "Want some bread?" "No, thanks," Blade replied, shaking his head. After the intense battle, Yang Bo's hunger bar had dropped significantly. According to Minecraft mechanics, the more intense the activity, the faster hunger depletes. He quickly ate 2 pieces of bread, replenishing his hunger bar to full. Spotting a taxi approaching, he waved it down and said, "Alright, I'm off. See you tonight." About 10 minutes later, Yang Bo returned home with his inventory bursting with loot. He began unpacking everything, neatly organizing the items in their respective places. "Whoa, these guys were loaded," Yang Bo exclaimed, eyes widening as he pulled a stack of cash, at least $7,000 to $8,000, from a nightstand. In a country where most people relied on credit cards, finding this much cash was an unexpected windfall. The drawers also contained some jewelry, likely belonging to the female vampire. After organizing everything, Yang Bo looked at the pile of clothes, bedsheets, and other miscellaneous items on the ground, frowning in disgust. "If only I had some lava, I could just toss all of this in and be done with it. Or even just one iron ingot, so I could craft flint and steel and burn it all." As he murmured, his gaze fell on the furnace in the corner of the room. A sudden thought struck him, and he remembered the I-beam steel in his inventory. "If this can't be converted directly, maybe I can smelt it into iron nuggets or ingots in the furnace?" Excited by the idea, Yang Bo hurried over to the furnace, opened the interface, and placed the I-beam inside. When the furnace icon started burning, he nearly jumped for joy. "It works! With this, I can finally craft a set of iron equipment and significantly boost my strength." Yang Bo's gaze was fixed on the furnace, watching intently as the I-beam steel smelted away. It was as if time had frozen in that moment. In just 10 seconds, the steel in the top slot of the furnace disappeared silently, replaced by 3 gleaming iron ingots radiating a metallic sheen. 3 at once? Yang Bo exclaimed to himself, his mind racing with excitement. "This is amazing. I've got to figure out a way to get more of this stuff." He paused for a moment, considering his options, but ultimately decided against venturing to construction sites during the day. Construction areas were usually guarded, and stealing too much would inevitably attract attention from certain authorities, potentially bringing unnecessary trouble. As he mulled over his options, a sudden idea struck him. Wait, doesn't New York have abandoned subway stations? I could borrow some rails from there. Excited by the thought, he made a mental note to discuss it with Leo and the others when they arrived later. Being locals, they might know better ways to acquire resources. Whether or not the three thugs would return didn't concern him much. As the saying goes, all come for profit, all leave for profit. These guys clearly weren't wealthy, and after tasting success last night, they'd almost certainly come back for more. In a city as unfamiliar as New York, having locals like them as guides would be a huge help. Besides, anything that could be solved with money wasn't a real issue. Afterward, Yang Bo chopped down the fully grown oak trees in his tree farm, replanting saplings in their place. His wheat farm had grown noticeably, though the crops weren't fully mature yet. He gave it a quick glance but didn't bother tending to it further. Instead, he jogged over to the vampire hunter NPC nearby. Opening the hunter's upgrade interface, he placed 5 bottles of vampire blood from his inventory into the designated slots and clicked the train button. That's it? Yang Bo muttered, slightly underwhelmed. He had prepared himself for some kind of dramatic transformation, but when the upgrade completed, he didn't feel any different. A small sense of disappointment crept in. Sigh, couldn't they at least add some special effects? I'm not asking for earthquakes or explosions, but at least give me a flashy golden glow or something. He complained aloud before opening the hunter's skill menu to check his progress. His eyes widened in disbelief as he noticed the skill points in the top right corner had changed from -1 to 1. Wait, leveling up gives 2 skill points? This is broken. Yang Bo thought, stunned. Normally, hunters received 1 skill point per level, with a maximum level of 15, allowing for a total of 15 skill points. Since there were 25 skills in total, players typically had to choose 1 or 2 specific skill paths. However, with 2 points per level, Yang Bo realized he could unlock all the skills by the time he reached level 13, effectively becoming a triple path hunter. The first skill available was Basic Stake Combat, which allowed the user to instantly kill vampires with less than 35% health using a stake. Activating the skill with his newly acquired skill point, Yang Bo nodded in satisfaction. This will make killing vampires so much easier. But the next level up requires 10 bottles of vampire blood, looks like I'll need to work hard. He made a mental note to redouble his efforts. With the iron ingots in hand, Yang Bo picked up some flint he'd collected while expanding his base and crafted a flint and steel. Walking over to the pile of trash he had accumulated old clothes, sheets, and other unwanted items, he aimed at the ground and focused. With a soft click, flames burst into existence, engulfing the pile. Everything that touched the fire was consumed without a trace. Yang Bo was thoroughly impressed with the results. In Minecraft, fire and lava were incredibly effective for disposing of useless items, and they were environmentally friendly too, leaving no residue behind. After tidying up his inventory, Yang Bo pulled out a New York map he had bought from a newsstand and located his current position. The nearest subway line is to the north. I wonder how far it actually is. Might as well start digging and find out. Deciding to use his time wisely, he began excavating a tunnel that would connect his base to the subway. He had no intention of becoming a target for superpowered heroes or villains, and getting trapped in his own home would be a nightmare. Better to prepare an escape route in advance. Taking out his tools, Yang Bo started digging into the northern wall of his base. To prevent cave-ins, he also replaced the blocks above his head as he worked. Looks like it's about time. I wonder if Leo and the others are here yet. Yang Bo stretched lazily, getting up from his comfortable couch. After a full afternoon of hard work, his base had been transformed into a proper network of tunnels. Not only had he completed the northern exit leading to the subway, but he had also created an underwater exit in the lake at Central Park. Thanks to Minecraft's mechanics, the wooden door at the lake's entrance prevented water from flowing in, making it a perfect hidden escape route. Using the original tunnel, Yang Bo climbed up to his new northern exit. The area was surrounded by overgrown shrubs and bushes, a spot where hardly anyone would venture. Compared to his previous entrance, this one was far more secure. Emerging from his base, Yang Bo glanced at his watch. It was already 8 p.m. Pulling out a cigarette, he mimicked a movie character he'd seen, casually tossing the cigarette into his mouth before lighting it with the kerosene lighter he'd looted earlier. He then began walking toward the spot where he'd parted ways with Leo and the others that morning. After about 10 minutes, he spotted the colorful car parked near the park entrance. The car's flamboyant design was definitely not something most people could pull off. Leo, who had been keeping an eye out, immediately opened the car door and stepped out upon seeing Yang Bo. "You're here, sir," Leo greeted with a wide smile. Yang Bo returned the smile and waved dismissively. "No need to be so formal. If you're willing to fight those monsters with me, we're friends. Just call me by my name, none of this sir stuff, it feels weird. How was your rest today? Ready for tonight?" Yang Bo asked as he climbed into the car with Leo. Leo's excitement was palpable. Becoming friends with someone like Yang Bo, who had mysterious abilities, was a stroke of luck he couldn't have hoped for. "We rested all day, so we're completely ready. Plus, we prepared some special gear to deal with those monsters," Leo responded, turning to Carrie in the back seat. Carrie immediately reached down and pulled out a wooden baseball bat wrapped with silver chains. On closer inspection, it was clear the chains were made from pieced-together silver necklaces, with nails embedded in the bat to hold the chains securely in place. Yang Bo took the bat, his face lighting up with surprise and admiration. "Leo, you're a genius." He understood their intention, to subdue vampires without killing them outright, making it easier to loot them. If they'd wanted to kill vampires directly, a silver-coated longsword would have been the optimal choice. Leo chuckled. "We couldn't afford custom silver bullets, but I did order some silver crossbow bolts. They'll take a bit of time to arrive." "You've done great, Leo. Tonight we'll expand our search area, maybe check out places with more homeless people. I have a feeling we'll find better results there." Yang Bo's thoughts drifted to his own past experiences. He knew all too well that vampires favored homeless individuals as prey. Deaths or disappearances among the homeless rarely drew much attention, accompanied by piercing screams. A vampire collapsed miserably at the feet of Yang Bo and his 3 companions. Compared to their initial nervousness and chaos, the group had now become quite adept at handling such situations. Through tonight's experience, Yang Bo was pleasantly surprised to discover that as his hunter level increased, he not only gained skill points but also significantly enhanced his detection range. Although it was currently limited to just 5 meters, it was enough to make him eagerly anticipate the level 15 ability, where his detection range would turn him into a walking vampire radar. Bending over, Yang Bo picked up the loot scattered on the ground. He then patted Leo on the shoulder and said, "Leo, let's call it a day for now. Take a good rest for the next couple of days. With this many vampires killed recently, they're bound to be on high alert. Make sure you stay safe." Leo, carefully pocketing the loot he had retrieved from the vampire, nodded solemnly. "Don't worry, I'll be careful. We'll lay low in another city for a few days. If you need us, just give me a call." Yang Bo was quite satisfied with Leo's plan. Since they'd already antagonized the vampires, it was only wise to lay low for a while. Running away was the best strategy. "Alright then, just stay vigilant when you're out. Keep your weapons close," Yang Bo advised. Then, after a brief pause, he added, "By the way, do you know of any abandoned subway stations or construction sites nearby? I need to grab some materials. Can you guys take me there?" Leo fell into a thoughtful silence, but Carrie, standing nearby, quickly chimed in, "Queens. I know there's an abandoned construction site over there. Heard the developers company ran into some trouble, so the project was shut down." Yang Bo's eyes lit up. "Are there I-beams or other building materials there?" Carrie was momentarily stunned, not expecting such a question. After some thought, he nodded. "The site's been completely sealed off, but when I saw it last week, there were plenty of materials lying around. I'm not sure about its current state, though." "Take me there," Yang Bo said firmly. The group didn't press him further about his intentions. Leo, ever the smart one, understood that if Yang Bo wanted them to know, he'd tell them. With that, they split into pairs and headed for their cars parked a distance away. Yang Bo sat in the passenger seat beside Leo and casually remarked, "Leo, you should really get a less conspicuous car. This one sticks out way too much. Buy a beat-up old car, something cheap enough to ditch if there's trouble." "Got it. I'll take care of it," Leo replied. Following Carrie's directions, the group headed straight for the abandoned construction site in Queens. By now, it was already 3 a.m., yet there were still a few pedestrians hurrying along the sidewalks. As they drove, a black SUV slowly passed them. Yang Bo's attention was immediately drawn to it, a vague sense of unease creeping over him. His instincts told him something was off. "Leo, follow that car. Stay discreet," Yang Bo said in a low voice. In his upgraded detection range, he sensed 3 vampires inside the vehicle. Moreover, he recognized the model of the SUV. It was unmistakably one used specifically for hunting prey. Without hesitation, Leo pressed down on the gas pedal, keeping a steady pace behind the black SUV. Yang Bo lit a cigarette, offering one to each of his companions. Staring at the vehicle ahead, he muttered to himself, so the slaughterhouse from the beginning wasn't part of Blade's storyline? And yet, that place, completely wiped out, still dares to send out hunters? Taking a deep drag, Yang Bo turned to his companions with a serious expression. There are 3 vampires in that car. Leo, find a discreet spot and force them to stop. This time, no mercy. Don't bother with their loot, just take them out. Got it. We know what to do. The 3 responded confidently. A few minutes later, the black SUV turned down a quiet, sparsely populated street. Without hesitation, Leo floored the gas pedal, bringing their car alongside the SUV. Rolling down the window, he made a taunting gesture at the vampires inside. The vampires in the SUV, though visibly annoyed, remained stoic and continued driving. Leo quickly maneuvered their car in front of the SUV and shouted to his passengers, "Hold tight." Following his warning, he slammed on the brakes before accelerating again to avoid a collision. After repeating the maneuver 3 times, the SUV finally slowed to a stop. As both vehicles came to a halt, Carrie stepped out of their car, gripping his modified baseball bat. Striding up to the SUV, he swung the bat hard against the vehicle, producing a loud bang. "Hey, get out of the car. I need to borrow some money from you guys," Carrie shouted, delivering another hard blow to the SUV. His provocative behavior was too much for the vampires to tolerate. The vampires, though initially composed, couldn't stand being provoked repeatedly. 3 well-dressed, imposing figures stepped out of the SUV. Compared to Yang Bo and his group, they exuded a far more intimidating presence. "You're courting death," growled the lead vampire, his voice dripping with fury. Extending his hand, razor-sharp claws glinted faintly under the dim streetlights as he swiped at Carrie, whose smug expression practically begged for a beating. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Leo had swiftly drawn his pistol and fired at the vampire's head. The vampire, caught off guard, never expected a group of street thugs to shoot without hesitation. The bullet struck him squarely in the forehead, leaving a gaping wound. Despite their enhanced bodies, vampires couldn't survive a direct headshot. The vampire collapsed to the ground, his body igniting and burning into ash. Asterisk bang. Bang. Bang, asterisk. A flurry of gunshots followed as the others opened fire. The remaining 2 vampires, reacting to the gunfire, raised their arms to shield their heads. This was where their vampiric resilience shone through. Bullets that would incapacitate a human barely slowed them down. Though they took several hits to their arms and torsos, they continued advancing. Seeing this, Yang Bo wasted no time. Pulling out his stone axe, he leapt forward and struck one of the vampires. The critical hit landed cleanly, and the vampire's health bar appeared above his head, 100 points reduced to 72. Regular bullets simply couldn't deal significant damage to vampires. "You guys handle the other one, this one's mine," Yang Bo shouted. With a flurry of attacks, he relentlessly battered the vampire, whose screams echoed in the narrow street. Meanwhile, Leo continued firing to suppress the second vampire, while Carrie and the third man charged forward with their silver chain-wrapped baseball bats, striking viciously. In just over 10 seconds, all 3 vampires were reduced to ash. Looking at the now abandoned SUV, an idea struck Yang Bo. Pulling out his pickaxe, he began smashing it against the vehicle. The SUV shook violently before disintegrating into a miniaturized drop item, which he stored in his inventory. As he did so, 2 faint silhouettes began to materialize where the SUV had been. "Let's see if I can smelt this into iron ingots when I get back. If it works, that'd be perfect," Yang Bo thought, his anticipation growing. Leo had never seen abilities as extraordinary as Yang Bo's. At first, he thought Yang Bo's skill was merely storing and hiding his weapons, but now it was clear that Yang Bo's powers were far beyond his initial assumptions. Yang Bo's demonstration of his strength in front of Leo and the others was intentional. Leading them to hunt vampires would inevitably draw attention from the vampires, and there was a high chance they were already being watched. By showcasing his abilities, Yang Bo wanted Leo and the others to understand his strength. That way, if they were ever captured by vampires, the price of selling him out would be significantly higher, making betrayal less appealing. "Clean up the scene, and let's move," Yang Bo ordered, his tone calm yet firm. Carrie and Gore immediately began searching through the vampire ashes for any leftover metallic items. Once they'd collected everything, they kicked the remaining ashes aside, dispersing them completely and ensuring no trace of the vampires was left behind. Leo glanced at a man and woman lying unconscious on the roadside nearby and asked, "Yang, what's their deal? Are they vampires too?" Yang Bo squinted as he walked over to inspect the two individuals. After confirming they were merely victims and not any significant characters tied to the storyline, he waved dismissively. "They're just food the vampires brought along. They're unconscious now. Just move them to the side of the road so they don't get run over. By daylight, someone will find them and send them to a hospital. That's not our concern." With that, Yang Bo grabbed the unconscious pair by their clothes and dragged them to the roadside. Leo, even rougher, yanked the man by his arm and unceremoniously hauled him onto the curb without breaking stride, even as the man's body bumped along the pavement. Watching this scene, Yang Bo's eyelid twitched. He opened his mouth as if to say something but ultimately just sighed and said, "Let's go." The car sped through the streets and soon arrived at the abandoned construction site Carrie had mentioned. The site was completely fenced off, making it impossible to see what was inside. Yang Bo stepped out of the car and turned to the group. "I'll head in first. You guys wait here. If I'm not back in half an hour, leave without me." With that, he pried open a section of the wire fence and strode into the site. Inside the construction site, there were plenty of building materials, but most of it consisted of wooden planks and beams. No I-beams here, just rebar. But it should also smelt into iron. The only question is how much rebar I'll need to make a single iron ingot. I-beams were typically used for constructing factories, while regular buildings relied on rebar and concrete. Still, seeing the scaffolding and rebar piles in the corner, Yang Bo felt the trip wasn't a total loss. As he swung his pickaxe to collect the rebar, Yang Bo's thoughts began to wander. Am I stealing? This feels kind of immoral. He slapped himself on the face and muttered, "Stop overthinking and focus on the work." Taking advantage of the dark night, Yang Bo filled his inventory to the brim with various metal items, then returned to the car with a satisfied grin. "Take me back to Central Park, then you guys should lay low for a while," Yang Bo instructed. Half an hour later, the car pulled up outside Central Park. Yang Bo stepped out, and as he walked away, Leo couldn't help but call out, "Yang, do you live in the park?" Yang Bo turned around, his expression serious. "Yes, the natural energy here strengthens me." He waved casually, bidding them farewell, and strolled toward the distant forest. Back at home, Yang Bo wasted no time unloading his haul into the furnace. Watching the furnace light up, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Slumping onto his soft sofa in a posture reminiscent of a classic Guyu slouch, Yang Bo wiggled slightly to make himself more comfortable. Even though his body no longer felt fatigue, comfort was still something worth indulging in. Pulling out one of the stolen phones, he inserted the SIM card Leo had bought for him. Now that I'm in America, I can access P-Station directly. No more jumping over firewalls. But just as he powered on the phone, his excitement was replaced by frustration. What the hell? No signal? Are American telecom companies useless? I'm in Manhattan, for crying out loud. He nearly threw the phone in anger but managed to restrain himself, sparing it from destruction. Alright, deep breaths. It's my phone, no point punishing it for someone else's incompetence. After calming down, he reasoned that the lack of signal was likely due to his underground location, over 10 meters deep in the park's forest. He couldn't place all the blame on the telecom company. Let's harvest the wheat and trees first. Once all the iron is smelted, I'll head out to buy some string. If I can convert it into Minecraft string, the possibilities will be endless. Yang Bo envisioned himself fishing at home, not just for food but also for valuable enchanted books. It was the perfect multitasking scenario. He crafted 9 additional furnaces from cobblestone, placing them beside the original one to dramatically increase his smelting efficiency. Time ticked by as Yang Bo kept himself busy, reorganizing and renovating his underground base. However, as he glanced at the stolen appliances, he couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Sigh. I was so focused on grabbing stuff, I forgot there's no electricity at home. This is a real problem. If only I had a generator mod. Rummaging through his inventory, Yang Bo pulled out the car he'd looted earlier and began inspecting its contents. In the glove compartment, he found a black handgun. Yang Bo raised the gun, lifting an eyebrow in curiosity. It was his first time holding a weapon that represented true freedom. Unfortunately, he knew nothing about firearms and couldn't identify the model. Stroking his chin, he murmured to himself, "Why does holding this thing make me feel like shooting something?" It was no secret that both cold weapons and firearms held an unparalleled allure for men, and Yang Bo was no exception. After fiddling with the gun for a while, he stowed it back into his inventory. While it might not be useful against vampires, it could come in handy against human lackeys working for them. In such cases, this gun would be their final destination. The flames in the furnace gradually died down, not because the iron was fully smelted but because Yang Bo had run out of fuel. "Well, for stacks of iron ingots should be enough for now," he muttered, crafting a full set of iron tools and armor, as well as an anvil, something he'd need eventually anyway. Once he donned the iron armor, Yang Bo felt nothing out of the ordinary. It was as if the armor were just an illusion, it offered full protection without any discomfort. Finally, some proper gear. "This is what I call upgrading from sticks to cannons," Yang Bo said with a satisfied grin. Yang Bo sat by the lakeside, fiddling with his phone. His emotions were a mix of frustration and relief. On one hand, the good news was that he finally had a signal, which brought him a small sense of joy. On the other hand, the bad news quickly followed. He didn't have any identification documents, which meant he couldn't register for certain services. This presented a significant obstacle and left him feeling somewhat inconvenienced. Taking out the phone number Blade had given him, Yang Bo dialed without hesitation. The familiar tone of ringing echoed in his ear until Blade's voice finally came through. "Yang Bo?" Yang Bo froze for a moment, his expression betraying his surprise. He had used a new number, yet Blade had immediately guessed his identity. A hint of amazement flashed in Yang Bo's mind. "That's right, it's me," Yang Bo quickly responded. "Are you free today? Can you give me more vampire locations? I'm itching to get out there and stretch my legs." There was a brief silence on the other end of the line. At that moment, sitting beside Blade were an older man with graying hair and a black woman. If Yang Bo had been present, he would have instantly recognized the woman as Karen, the female protagonist from Blade. "Where are you right now?" Blade asked calmly. "I'm at Central Park. Call me when you're on your way, and I'll wait for you at the park's gate," Yang Bo replied without hesitation. After hanging up, a smug smile spread across Yang Bo's face. He could already imagine the spoils he was about to reap. Yang Bo stood and made his way out of the park, eventually arriving at a coffee shop where he found a seat outside. He sat quietly, waiting patiently. Over half an hour later, the roar of an engine broke the silence as a black Dodge muscle car pulled up beside him. Through the car window, Yang Bo spotted the two occupants. He quickly got up, walked over, and opened the car door, sliding into the back seat. "Eric, wasn't this car a two-door model? Did you modify it?" Yang Bo asked curiously, glancing at Blade. He didn't forget to acknowledge Karen, who sat in the passenger seat. "Hi, I'm Yang Bo, nice to meet you." Karen didn't respond, lost in her own thoughts. The experience of being bitten by a vampire the previous night had left her shaken and uneasy, and she was still struggling to process what had happened. Seeing her reaction, Yang Bo decided not to press further and instead turned his attention to Blade, who was driving. "So, where are we headed?" "Taking her home first," Blade replied without hesitation, stepping on the gas as the car surged forward. Karen lived in the Bronx, the northernmost borough of New York City. The area was predominantly home to African American and Latino communities, with relatively few Asians. It was also one of the most crime-ridden and impoverished neighborhoods in the country. As the scenery outside shifted from bustling and modern to dilapidated and rundown, Yang Bo couldn't help but feel a strange sense of familiarity. The stark contrast between the Bronx and Manhattan's opulence somehow felt more comfortable to him. With a screech, the car came to a stop in front of an old apartment building. Yang Bo glanced at the building and frowned slightly. With his heightened sense of perception, he could distinctly feel a vampire lurking in one of the rooms on the second floor. Karen opened the car door and stepped out. Blade, ever serious, reminded her, "Don't forget what I told you, keep your eyes open. They're everywhere." With that, he drove off. Behind them, Karen's frustrated and indignant voice rang out, "It's daytime." Sitting in the back seat, Yang Bo grinned mischievously. "What's this? Are you trying to find a girlfriend now?" Karen's resemblance to Blade's mother was striking. Perhaps because Blade had lost his mother at a young age, he seemed to have a particular fondness for Karen. It was no wonder he had gone out of his way to save her. Blade ignored Yang Bo's teasing and instead said bluntly, "She's already being watched by the vampire's followers. We need to get information about the vampires from those guys." The two circled the apartment building before Blade parked the car back in front of the entrance. Yang Bo noticed a police car parked not far away and silently made a note of it in his mind. Without a word, he followed Blade into the building. In the elevator, Yang Bo couldn't help but ask, "What's your take on those vampire-worshipping humans?" Blade thought for a moment before replying, "They're a problem, because they're still human." Yang Bo nodded slightly at Blade's answer. In Blade, Trinity, vampires had taken advantage of this fact, tricking Blade into killing a human disguised as a vampire follower, which led to him being hunted by the government. But unlike Blade, Yang Bo wasn't concerned. From the moment he was bitten by a vampire and revived in the alley, he had sworn to kill every last vampire. Anyone who stood in his way would be treated as an enemy. The elevator doors opened, and the two stepped out onto Karen's floor. They immediately saw a man in a police uniform entering Karen's apartment. Exchanging a glance, they quickened their pace and rushed inside. Blade, moving faster than Yang Bo, burst into the room and tackled the officer, who had been about to draw his gun. Grabbing the man by his collar, Blade hauled him off the ground and turned to Karen. "He's a familiar," he said coldly. "A human who wants to become a vampire," Blade continued, punctuating each sentence with a punch. "If he's loyal enough and proves himself, maybe his master will turn him." Karen, finally snapping out of her daze, looked horrified. "Wait, you used me as bait?" Blade slammed the familiar onto a table and retorted, "Don't flatter yourself." Yang Bo entered the room, his gaze falling on the battered familiar. From his inventory, he pulled out a wooden stake. If it weren't for the fact that they needed this familiar to lead them to the vampire nightclub, he would have pulled out his iron axe instead. "Eric, want me to take over?" "Trust me, we Chinese are experts in the art of persuasion," Yang Bo said with a grin. Turning to Karen, he added, "Hey, could you grab me a needle?" Karen frowned and looked at Yang Bo suspiciously. "What are you planning?" "He's a cop." Yang Bo chuckled and walked over to the familiar. Grabbing the back of his neck, he pressed him down, exposing a burn mark on the man's skin. "This is a vampire's mark," he explained. "It means this officer belongs to a specific vampire. If another vampire wants to touch him, they'd need his master's permission," Blade added, examining the mark closely. "This one belongs to Deacon Frost. We've been tracking him for a while." Yang Bo nodded and turned to Karen. "In my eyes, he's no longer human. He's just a weapon the vampires are using against us. You understand?" With that, he pressed the familiar to the ground with more force. Blade crouched down and began searching the familiar, eventually pocketing the man's wristwatch. Watching Blade's practiced movements, Yang Bo couldn't help but comment, "Eric, seriously? You're Blade, the Daywalker, and you're this good at robbing people?" Blade didn't seem the least bit embarrassed. Instead, he replied matter-of-factly, "How do you think I fund my operations? I can't exactly start a GoFundMe." After finishing the confiscation, Blade yanked the familiar upright and sneered, "Officer Krieger, are you ready to be a good little vampire dog?" "Ah, how did I not think of such an excuse earlier?" Yang Bo exclaimed, feigning regret as if he had missed out on a golden opportunity. Without missing a beat, he quickly stepped forward and joined Blade in searching Officer Krieger's pockets. Yang Bo casually slipped the officer's handgun into his own pocket. Blade, who had no interest in such a low-quality weapon, didn't even glance at it, but Yang Bo wasn't one to let such a resource go to waste. After all, it wasn't a service pistol anyway. Karen opened her mouth to say something after Blade's comments but ultimately held back. Deep down, she couldn't deny that there was some truth to what Blade had said. "Damn it, this thing's a fake." Blade growled, slamming his fist into Officer Krieger's face before tossing the confiscated wristwatch back onto the officer's chest in frustration. Yang Bo simply chuckled but didn't comment further. Blade grabbed Krieger by the collar, preparing to drag him out of the room, while Karen followed closely behind. The three entered the elevator, and Yang Bo reached out to press the button for the second floor. Blade raised an eyebrow and asked, "Why are you going to the second floor? Something going on?" "There's a vampire on the second floor." "I'm going to take care of it," Yang Bo replied firmly. Ding, the elevator doors opened, and Yang Bo stepped out without hesitation. Using his sharp hunter senses, he could clearly detect the vampire hiding in one of the rooms on the floor. Blade, still dragging Krieger, followed Yang Bo out of the elevator, frowning. "How do you know there's a vampire here?" he asked. Yang Bo pulled out the iron axe he had recently crafted from his inventory. Though its damage was the same as the stone axe at 9 points, the iron axe had much greater durability, making it a more reliable choice in combat. He didn't want his weapon breaking in the middle of a fight. Without turning back, Yang Bo kept his eyes locked on the vampire's location through the walls and replied coldly, "The stench these creatures give off is like a beacon in the darkness to me. I can sniff them out from a mile away." With that, Yang Bo raised his foot and delivered a powerful kick to the wooden door. The conditions in this apartment building were far worse than the previous one they had visited, and the flimsy wooden door stood no chance against the force of his kick. With a loud bang, the door flew open. The scene inside was all too familiar. Thick curtains blocked out every ray of sunlight, plunging the room into darkness. The furniture had a vintage aesthetic, making Yang Bo wonder just how long this vampire had been living here. "Who the hell are you people?" A middle-aged white man, dressed in gray pajamas, rose angrily from the sofa upon hearing the commotion. He glared at Yang Bo, the uninvited intruder, with a mixture of fury and disbelief. Yang Bo ignored the vampire's question entirely, dashing straight toward him. The vampire's reflexes were quick. He reached under the sofa cushion and pulled out a handgun, aiming it at Yang Bo without hesitation and pulling the trigger. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and the bullet flew toward Yang Bo like a bolt of lightning. Just as it was about to make contact, an invisible barrier seemed to momentarily slow its impact. The bullet struck Yang Bo's body, causing him to stumble back a step. -2. A portion of Yang Bo's health bar disappeared, one of his 10 red hearts instantly reduced. Seeing this, Yang Bo wasted no time. He pulled out the handgun he had just taken from Officer Krieger and fired back at the vampire without hesitation. A series of gunshots echoed through the room. Though Yang Bo had never fired a gun before, he understood the basic principle of aiming in a straight line. A stream of bullets flew from his weapon, and as luck would have it, one of the shots hit the vampire's arm, forcing him to drop his gun. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Bo sprinted forward, leapt onto the sofa, and swapped his handgun for his iron axe midair. He brought the axe down with a heavy swing, striking the vampire squarely on the head. At that moment, Blade burst into the room, gun in hand. With a loud bang, a silver-plated bullet infused with concentrated garlic juice pierced through the vampire's skull. The vampire's body immediately ignited and burned to ash before their eyes. Blade turned to Yang Bo, a grin spreading across his face. His pearly white teeth gleamed in the sunlight streaming through the broken door. "Judging by your expression, you're upset I stole your kill, aren't you?" he teased. Yang Bo shook his head helplessly. "I'm a hunter. Of course, I'd be annoyed about losing my target." He glanced around the room, mentally calculating whether he could scavenge any useful items or money. Just then, Karen's panicked voice rang out from the hallway, "He's gone." Yang Bo and Blade exchanged a look before rushing out of the room. Officer Krieger, who had been left in the hallway, had vanished. Karen stood nearby, her face pale and full of worry. "After him," Yang Bo commanded without hesitation. According to the storyline, Krieger would lead Blade to a vampire nightclub. If they let him escape now, finding a hidden nightclub in a sprawling city like this would be nearly impossible. The only certainty was that the nightclub was located within this neighborhood. The three of them ran out of the building, just in time to see the police car Krieger had fled in speeding away. In mere moments, the vehicle disappeared from view, leaving Yang Bo visibly frustrated. Without Krieger, locating the vampire archive and its associated nightclub would be an uphill battle. Turning to Karen, Yang Bo asked, "Do you know of a Japanese-owned nightclub in the Bronx?" Though Yang Bo's memory of Blade's plot was fuzzy, he distinctly remembered the nightclub scene with anime-inspired vampire dancers. Unfortunately, Karen shook her head. As a doctor, she had no time or interest in frequenting such places. The three returned to the car, with Yang Bo taking the front passenger seat this time and Karen seated in the back. "You should leave this city," Yang Bo said seriously. "No. I have to stay with you. It's the only way I'll survive long enough to find a cure," Karen replied firmly. Blade glanced at her through the rearview mirror, his expression grave. "There is no cure," he said, his tone leaving no room for argument. Blade had spent years searching for a way to rid himself of his vampiric nature, but his efforts had all been in vain. Sitting in the passenger seat, Yang Bo adjusted his seat to recline slightly, finding a more comfortable position. "Blade, you're not exactly a traditional vampire. You're something new, a hybrid species. Even if there were a cure for vampires, it wouldn't work on you. I don't smell the stench of vampirism on you," Yang Bo continued. "But the lady in the back seat, she's starting to give off that smell." From his perspective, Blade was far from a traditional vampire. While he possessed some vampiric traits, such as enhanced abilities, he lacked their weaknesses. Sunlight, silver, and garlic had no effect on him. Aside from his occasional bloodlust, Blade was entirely different from other vampires. Blade remained silent, focusing on driving as he turned onto the street where Krieger's car had disappeared. The hunt was far from over. The situation unfolded far smoother than Yang Bo had anticipated. Before long, the group found themselves standing in front of the vampire nightclub they had been searching for. Blade raised a hand, signaling Yang Bo and Karen to stop. Pointing to a symbol etched onto the nightclub's outer wall, he spoke with a serious expression, "Looks like we've hit the jackpot. That's a vampire mark." Yang Bo, who had been resting with his eyes closed, immediately perked up. His eyes lit up with excitement as he eagerly asked, "A mine? Where's the mine?" Blade rolled his eyes in exasperation, muttering under his breath, "This guy's hopelessly obsessed with treasure." Aloud, he explained, "That mark indicates there's a safe house nearby, a place vampires used to hide when dawn approaches." Yang Bo looked at the cobalt blue building in the distance, vivid fragments of the storyline flashing through his mind. However, for now, it was still daylight, and there were no vampires lingering outside the nightclub. This fact brought him a small sense of relief. Sitting in the back seat, Karen expressed her unease, her face full of worry. "These vampires are just openly running a nightclub on the street? This feels like a nightmare." The police car they had seen earlier was parked right outside the nightclub. Hearing Karen's comment, Blade opened the car door and stepped out, his tone firm and unwavering as he said, "Today, something more terrifying than vampires will appear." Karen, confused, instinctively asked, "What is it?" Blade took a deep breath before exhaling two words, "Me." Yang Bo followed, stepping out of the car with a grin. The reason he had always liked Blade was largely because of his unapologetic flair for theatrics. It added a certain charm to his character. Blade exuded confidence even while being overly dramatic, and, most importantly, he didn't seem embarrassed by it at all. Seeing the parked police car, Yang Bo pulled out a cigarette, placing it between his lips. Taking a deep drag, he exhaled a plume of smoke and said, "Let's go. I can't wait any longer." Even though it was daytime and the nightclub wasn't open, they hadn't come here for drinks, nor did they care about the curious looks from passing pedestrians. Blade reached into his long black trench coat and pulled out a handgun, handing it to Karen. His expression was serious as he instructed, "Remember, showing mercy to vampires is being cruel to yourself. Aim for their heads and pull the trigger. It's that simple." Karen hesitated as she took the gun, her reluctance evident. Before she could respond, Blade added, "And don't believe what the movies tell you, holy water and crosses don't work at all." Hearing this, Yang Bo immediately interjected, "I can't agree with that. I actually have holy water that can harm vampires, though I can't use it yet. Also, if you make a cross out of pure silver, it can definitely be effective." Blade turned to glance at Yang Bo. Though his black sunglasses hid his eyes, his facial expression made it clear he was thinking, "Can you stop being such a contrarian for once?" The three arrived at the nightclub's entrance. The doors were tightly shut, clearly indicating that the place wasn't open for business yet. Unsurprising, as even normal nightclubs wouldn't operate this early in the day. If one did, it would truly be a rare sight. Through the thick walls, Yang Bo could clearly sense the situation inside. A large number of vampires were gathered in the nightclub, seemingly resting and oblivious to the activity outside. Adrenaline surged through Yang Bo's veins as he assessed the scene. So many vampires. Even with just a 30% drop rate for vampire blood, this should be enough to level up to a level 2 hunter. That means 2 new skill points. Excitement bubbled within him as he turned to Blade with a grin. "How about leaving this place to me? I'll take my time cleaning it out." Blade removed his sunglasses and tucked them into his jacket pocket, his expression serious. "There are definitely a lot of vampires in there. You can't handle this alone," he said. Though he had seen Yang Bo's unusual abilities, Blade still doubted his capability to take on a large group of vampires by himself. As far as he knew, Yang Bo's close combat skills were average at best. He might be able to handle 3 or 4 vampires, but against dozens? No chance. Yang Bo sighed and took another puff of his cigarette before exhaling. "Alright, but try to leave as many vampires as you can for me to deal with. I get antsy if I don't kill a few vampires every day." Blade didn't respond verbally, simply nodding in acknowledgement. He then placed his hands on the nightclub doors and gave them a hard shove. However, the doors were incredibly sturdy, breaking through them would require a car or explosives. Seeing Blade struggle, Yang Bo smirked mischievously. "Don't worry. Let's go around the side. I've got a way in. With Yang Bo's Minecraft abilities, walls, wooden doors, and even iron doors were no more than decorations to him. They posed no obstacle. Using his hunter's senses to map out the interior of the nightclub, Yang Bo led the group to a spot along the wall where there were no vampires nearby. Pulling out his iron pickaxe, he began striking the blue wall with force. The sudden appearance of the pickaxe startled Karen, but she quickly composed herself. In a world filled with vampires and hunters, a pickaxe appearing out of thin air didn't seem all that strange anymore. Asterisk thunk, thunk. Crack, asterisk. With each strike of the pickaxe, cracks rapidly spread across the wall. To Blade and Karen, it looked as if the wall had been enchanted. It disappeared right before their eyes. Karen, curious, turned to Blade and asked, "Do you have abilities like that too?" Blade, now drawing his custom-made longsword from his back, twirled it expertly in a flourish before replying, "My ability is sending vampires straight to hell." With that, he strode into the nightclub. Yang Bo followed close behind, pulling out his iron axe. As they moved inside, he couldn't resist voicing his thoughts. "Blade, try not to kill the vampires outright. Just chop off their arms and legs. Leave the rest to me." The dimly lit nightclub was eerily silent, save for the soft breathing of the few vampires lounging on sofas, oblivious to the intruders. Thanks to his vampiric night vision, Blade had no trouble navigating the dark environment. Quietly, he approached the nearest vampire. Yang Bo, however, wasn't as fortunate. In the darkness, he could only discern the rough locations of the vampires, relying on his hunter's senses. But the nightclub wasn't just filled with vampires, there were also several human familiars among them. No matter how you looked at it, these familiars were still human, at least for now. Taking out a torch, Yang Bo placed it against the wall. The sudden burst of light illuminated a small area around them. Blade? One of the vampires, who hadn't been asleep, opened their eyes upon hearing the footsteps. Seeing Blade, their face twisted in terror. Blade, too, had spotted them. Ah! With a swift motion, Blade swung his sword, severing the vampire's arm and leg in one clean strike. The vampire let out a blood-curdling scream, snapping the entire nightclub out of its slumber. Yang Bo watched the vampire writhing on the floor, screaming in agony, and felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had been worried that Blade might kill all the vampires outright. After all, Blade was known for taking them down in a single strike. Thankfully, this time was different. Rushing over, Yang Bo plunged a wooden stake into the wounded vampire. With its health already below 35% due to Blade's earlier attack, the vampire instantly fell victim to the basic stake combat skill, disintegrating into ash in mere moments. Yang Bo quickly crouched down and carefully picked up a bottle of vampire blood and a vampire fang from the ground, tucking them into his backpack with cautious precision. Looking at these two items, his heart was filled with joy as he muttered to himself, "What a great start." In his mind, as long as he gathered enough vampire blood, he could level up his hunter profession and significantly enhance his strength. Meanwhile, Blade was in full-on killing mode. Although Blade couldn't see the glowing golden outlines around objects as Yang Bo could, years of hunting vampires had sharpened his senses. He could clearly smell the distinctive stench of vampires. Typically, Blade wouldn't kill vampire familiars outright, but Yang Bo had no such reservations. To him, anyone carrying the mark of a vampire was as good as an enemy. Without hesitation, he fired a bullet at each one. In Yang Bo's eyes, traitors were even worse than enemies. Yang Bo picked up a human heart and some pure salt that had dropped from a vampire familiar. These were valuable items. In the game, human hearts usually required killing hunters that spawned in the wild, and pure salt was a rare drop from vampire familiars. Pure salt could be crafted into blessed salt, which could then be turned into holy water at an alchemy table. Holy water, in turn, was highly effective against vampires. The nightclub was filled with the sounds of vampire screams and the occasional bursts of flames as some vampires ignited. Blade and Yang Bo were like twin killing machines, clearing out the first floor with frightening efficiency. Within moments, they had eliminated over a dozen vampires and 7 vampire familiars before the vampires even had a chance to react. Just then, the vampires on the upper floor, alerted by the noise, began rushing downstairs. Blade pulled out a specially modified handgun from his coat and aimed it at the staircase, unleashing a barrage of bullets. The vampires pouring down the stairs turned into little more than target practice for Blade, who seemed to be honing his marksmanship skills. Watching this, Yang Bo couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Those are all materials, he thought bitterly. Yang Bo spat out the cigarette butt in his mouth, crushing it underfoot. He then turned his gaze toward the bar counter. With his hunter's senses, he could see a vampire hiding behind it. Grabbing his weapon, he made his way over. The vampire behind the counter clearly heard his approach. With a sudden burst of movement, it stood up, shotgun in hand, and fired at Yang Bo without hesitation. But Yang Bo had been prepared. With a quick sidestep, he easily dodged the shotgun blast. Looking at the vampire in front of him, he smirked disdainfully and fired a bullet straight into its head. He had discovered that even regular bullets could deal significant damage to a vampire's skull. A sneak attack? Did you really think I wasn't ready? Yang Bo sneered inwardly. Dodging bullets was easy for someone like him. All it took was moving out of the line of fire before the enemy pulled the trigger, a feat achievable with a steady mind and nerves of steel. And if there was one thing Yang Bo excelled at, it was being fearless. Jumping onto the bar counter, Yang Bo swung his iron axe down hard, smashing it into the vampire, likely a bartender or server. Then, switching to a wooden stake from his inventory, he drove it into the vampire's throat. With a sickening squelch, the vampire opened its mouth in a silent scream as its body erupted into flames. Moments later, it was reduced to ash. With no more vampires coming down from upstairs, the nightclub returned to an eerie silence. Blade scanned the room, his eyes narrowing as he failed to spot Officer Krieger. "Looks like there's a hidden passage leading somewhere else," he said to Yang Bo. Yang Bo casually grabbed a few bottles of expensive-looking liquor from behind the bar and tossed them into his backpack. Without looking up, he replied, "The hidden passage is in the kitchen, inside the refrigerator." Blade gave Yang Bo a look that clearly said, "You've got to be kidding me," but his body moved toward the kitchen anyway. Who would put a secret passage in a fridge, he thought to himself. Still, he couldn't ignore the possibility. Before Blade could go far, Yang Bo said, "The second floor isn't cleared yet. Some of those guys are still hiding. I'll deal with the ones upstairs first." "Wait for me here," Blade said, pausing at the doorway to the kitchen. Yang Bo shrugged, pocketed his torch, and headed toward the staircase leading to the second floor. The nightclub's outer walls were sealed, so the second floor had no windows. Fortunately, dim lights in the hallway cast enough of a glow to prevent it from being completely dark. The long corridor was lined with guest rooms, and the walls were adorned with artistic photos. Looking at them, Yang Bo felt parched. No wonder this is a Japanese-owned nightclub. Their idea of art is definitely unique, he thought with a mix of amusement and discomfort. Kicking open one of the doors, Yang Bo stepped inside like a villain from a movie, coldly scanning the room. In the center was a large circular bed, where 3 young women and a vampire lay curled up under a sheet, completely unclothed. They clutched the sheet tightly, as if it were their last shred of warmth. "Well, someone's been having fun," Yang Bo muttered, a mischievous smile tugging at the corner of his lips. The vampire, noticing Yang Bo, growled furiously. With a leap, it launched itself at him in a classic flying crow attack. Baka, Yang Bo heard the familiar exclamation and immediately holstered his gun. Instead, he pulled out the silver-wrapped baseball bat that Leo had left him. Swinging it with all his might, he struck the vampire square in the abdomen. The exposed skin of the vampire sizzled as the silver seared into it, leaving a charred black wound. Yang Bo unwrapped the silver chain from the bat and wound it around his fist. Spitting on the floor, he sneered, "TCH. That was a racial dispute. Now, this is personal, you little punk." He unleashed a flurry of punches, left hooks, right hooks, and jabs, raining blow after blow on the vampire. The room filled with the acrid stench of burning flesh as the vampire's body emitted smoke from the silver-induced corrosion. Meanwhile, Blade, who had found the hidden passage leading to the basement, became concerned about Yang Bo's safety and returned to the second floor with Karen. Following the sounds of the commotion, they arrived to see Yang Bo standing over a naked vampire, punching it repeatedly. The vampire's body was charred and battered, its health bar nearly depleted. Yang Bo finally stopped, stowed the silver chain back into his inventory, and pulled out a wooden stake. With a final thrust, he drove the stake into the vampire's abdomen. As the vampire's body ignited and turned to ash, Yang Bo muttered, "Lucky for you I'm in a good mood today." If circumstances were different, Yang Bo might have taken the vampire back with him. He had a plan: capture vampire familiars, turn them into vampires using this one, and create an endless supply of vampire blood. But for now, that plan would have to wait. Turning to the 3 trembling, anime-styled girls on the bed, Yang Bo grinned mischievously and said, "Sing Chin Chin, and I might let you go." He couldn't help but recall how memorable that song had been when he watched Blade for the first time. Accompanied by the lively background music, Yang Bo moved like a seasoned cleaner, systematically clearing out every vampire on the second floor. While a few vampire familiars remained hidden in the shadows, their hiding spots were too well concealed for Yang Bo to locate them. He sighed with a hint of regret as he surveyed the scene, then slowly made his way toward the nightclub's kitchen. Karen, noticing Yang Bo's somewhat dejected expression, asked softly, "What's wrong? Did some of the vampires escape?" Yang Bo shook his head helplessly, his gaze filled with a mix of emotions. Looking at Karen, he said, "Sigh, I was thinking about taking those 3 wannabe idol girls back with me. They look like they'd be great at singing and dancing rap, but unfortunately, I'm not that much of a pervert." Karen was left speechless. The fact that you can say that out loud already makes you plenty perverted. Ahead of them, Blade pulled open the refrigerator door, revealing a hidden passage leading underground. He frowned in confusion, wondering when and how the vampires had managed to construct such a massive underground base. The group descended the stone staircase, eventually arriving at a sleek, futuristic elevator. The metallic walls of the elevator exuded a cold, unwelcoming aura, as if it had been plucked straight out of a science fiction movie. Staring at it, Yang Bo couldn't help but recall the terrifying laser hallway from Resident Evil. He muttered to himself, if they've got lasers down here, even 10 blades wouldn't be enough to survive. The elevator glided smoothly downward, soon arriving at a vast underground hall that resembled a bomb shelter. Rows upon rows of server-like equipment lined the room, their metallic surfaces illuminated by blinking red lights, creating an air of mystery and danger. Upon seeing the machines, Yang Bo's eyes lit up as if he had stumbled upon a treasure trove. If I could take these servers back, hook up some power and a network connection, and pair them with a decent computer, I could run Minecraft in 8K with ray tracing. The visuals would be mind-blowing, he thought, his excitement barely contained. Blade, however, remained unimpressed. With a calm demeanor, he said, "This is the vampire's archive room. It's where they store critical documents." Archive room? Not servers? Yang Bo exclaimed, his enthusiasm deflating like a punctured balloon. "You're telling me these high-tech-looking machines are just glorified drawers?" Blade nodded, clearly expecting Yang Bo's reaction. Refusing to believe it, Yang Bo approached one of the nearest cabinets and swung his pickaxe at it with all his might. A secure filing cabinet full of documents. As the cabinet broke open under the pickaxe's force, it revealed stacks of paper files inside. Yang Bo stared at the room filled with identical devices, watching his imagined supercomputer setup drift further and further away. He stood there, utterly crestfallen. Karen, meanwhile, glanced around the room, her brain struggling to reconcile the vampire's ancient, predatory nature with the high-tech equipment before her. This is way too advanced," she muttered, still in disbelief. "Their followers come from all walks of life, politics, finance, real estate," Blade explained. Just then, a series of flatulent sounds echoed through the spacious underground chamber, their sharpness amplified by the silence. Yang Bo instinctively pinched his nose before quickly remembering that, in his digitized state, he could only detect the smell of vampires. Realizing this, he put his hand down, unfazed. Karen, however, wasn't as fortunate. Wrinkling her nose in disgust, she clearly felt the full brunt of the biological assault. Yang Bo smirked at her discomfort and said, "You'll understand in a moment." Turning a corner, they came upon Officer Krieger. Beside him was a small refrigerated container filled with blood bags. He was holding one such bag, carefully feeding it to a thing slumped in the corner. Yes, thing was an apt description. This vampire weighed at least 600 pounds, its body a mass of fat sprawled across the floor. From where Yang Bo stood, it was impossible to tell whether the creature was sitting on the ground or on some sort of bed. Aside from its head and hands, which retained some mobility, the rest of its body seemed incapable of movement. Yang Bo took in the sight with a mix of amusement and disbelief. Wow, this must have been what pigs looked like during the Great Leap Forward. Who the hell turned this thing into a vampire? What kind of weirdo would bite into that and expect to find blood? Krieger, engrossed in his task of feeding the creature, froze at the sound of Yang Bo's voice. He turned around in a panic, trembling as he faced the 3 intruders. "Daywalker. How did you find this place?" Blade stepped forward, causing Krieger to nervously drop the blood bag he was holding. It landed on the fat vampire's body, and the scent of blood immediately triggered its hunger. Despite the presence of Yang Bo and the others, the vampire ignored them, instead reaching out with a stubby hand and struggling to grab the blood bag. The effort seemed monumental, as if merely moving was an impossible task. "Krieger, my food, give me my food," the obese vampire wheezed, baring its fangs. Unlike the menacing appearance of other vampires, this one struck Yang Bo as oddly adorable. No rush. You'll eat soon enough, Yang Bo thought to himself. If I brought this guy back and turned him into a vampire, I wouldn't even need to worry about escape attempts. He couldn't move an inch without help. Blade approached the vampire, ignoring the now collapsed Krieger. I'm guessing you're the archive keeper, Paul, he said coldly. Paul snapped out of his bloodlust-induced trance, his tiny eyes filled with panic. Blade! How did you find this place? Damn it! Krieger, you led them here. In his agitation, another series of farting noises erupted. Blade, his enhanced vampire senses overwhelmed, took 2 steps back. He had no intention of subjecting himself to the stench. All right, Piggy, Blade began, his tone icy. Tell me where Frost is. As he spoke, Blade pulled a black pouch from his coat and retrieved a flashlight from within. Paul, alarmed, asked, What's that? A UV lamp, Blade replied. Let's play a little game. I ask, you answer. If I don't like your answers, you'll be roasted into crispy pork belly. Yang Bo, seeing Blade's big weapon, quickly interrupted. Wait, don't do it yet. I have plans for this guy, he said, stepping in front of Blade. Blade looked at him quizzically. Yang Bo elaborated, Krieger definitely knows where his boss is. And as long as we're here, Frost will come to find you. Blade nodded, agreeing with Yang Bo's logic. Still, he couldn't help but wonder what use Yang Bo had for the bloated vampire. Yang Bo turned to Paul, his expression softening into a friendly smile. Paul, I think you're a rare talent. Why not join me? If you have reservations, you can stay here for now. Once we take care of Frost, you can decide. I think you're smart enough to make the right choice. Paul hesitated for a moment, sensing the sincerity in Yang Bo's tone. While he didn't know what Yang Bo needed him for, it was certainly better than dying at Blade's hands. After a brief pause, he nodded. All right, I'll agree. Yang Bo swiftly reached out and grabbed the collapsed Officer Krieger by the collar. Krieger squirmed like a frightened mouse, struggling desperately to escape Yang Bo's grip while shouting, No, what are you doing? Let me go. Yang Bo shot him a look that could only be described as one of utter disdain, as if he were staring at someone with less intelligence than a turnip. He then glanced at Blade, who stood nearby, and asked with a hint of confusion, Has he always been this brave? Did it never occur to him how we managed to break through all the obstacles in the nightclub and make it here? His words were like a bucket of cold water, instantly dousing any lingering doubts Blade might have had. Indeed, the intelligence of these vampire familiars seemed to be severely lacking. If they were truly smart, they wouldn't have so easily devoted themselves to serving vampires in the first place. Thud, without hesitation, Yang Bo raised his fist and delivered a solid punch to Krieger's head, silencing him instantly. Shut up, he barked. Then, with a sinister smirk, he added, Didn't you always want to become a vampire? Well, I'm going to grant you that wish right now. Krieger, dazed by the punch, could do little more than stare blankly as Yang Bo dragged him toward Paul. His face was a picture of confusion, his mind too clouded to process what was happening. Blade, however, frowned at Yang Bo's words, his tone laced with suspicion. Are you seriously planning to turn him into a vampire? Yang Bo's expression turned mischievous, as if he were performing an act of kindness. Why not? Isn't it his dream to become a vampire? I'm just helping him achieve his goal. With that, Yang Bo grabbed hold of Krieger's hair and yanked it back, exposing his neck. He shoved Krieger toward Paul, who was still seated on the ground, and said, Hey, Paul, now's your chance to shine. Paul stared at the exposed neck before him, and his mouth began to salivate uncontrollably. Earlier, his fear of Frost had suppressed his hunger, but now, his primal instincts were taking over. No, he's one of Frost's followers. If I turn him into a vampire, Frost will never forgive me, Paul stammered, his voice trembling. Yang Bo interrupted him mid-sentence, his tone unyielding. I don't think you understand your situation, he said, his eyes narrowing. Maybe I've been too nice, and you think you have room to negotiate with me. Fixing Paul with a cold stare, Yang Bo continued, enunciating each word slowly, You have 2 choices, turn him into a vampire, or I kill you right now. Without waiting for a response, Yang Bo began counting down, 10, 9, 3. Paul, terrified by the look in Yang Bo's eyes, blurted out, I'll do it. But wait, doesn't 9 come after 10? Yang Bo raised an eyebrow, his expression calm but menacing. What? You've got a problem with my math? Paul waved his small hands frantically and stammered, "No, no. No problem at all." Seeing Paul give in, Yang Bo gave a faint smirk and shoved Krieger toward him again. Having no other choice, Paul hesitantly opened his mouth, revealing his fangs, and sank them into Krieger's pale neck. Ah! Krieger let out a blood-curdling scream. For years, he had longed to become a vampire, but now, as he experienced the pain of being bitten, he realized it was far from the glamorous transformation he had imagined. After about 10 seconds, Paul released Krieger, licking his lips in satisfaction. Compared to the bland taste of stored blood bags, fresh blood was a delicacy he hadn't enjoyed in years. He savored the flavor, momentarily forgetting his fear. All we have to do now is wait. If he survives, he'll transform into a vampire, Yang Bo said, tossing the now pale Krieger to the ground. Karen, who had been silent up until now, crouched down to examine him closely. As a blood specialist, this transformation process piqued her scientific curiosity. Unfortunately, the lack of proper equipment left her feeling somewhat frustrated. Noticing Karen's focused expression, Yang Bo gave her a friendly reminder, "Hey, you might want to tie him up first. Just in case." Karen froze for a moment before realizing the potential danger. She quickly shrugged off her jacket, revealing a form-fitting black tank top beneath. Her well-toned figure was on full display, and the sight prompted 2 loud whistles to echo through the underground space. Yang Bo and Blade exchanged a knowing look, their smiles full of unspoken camaraderie. Karen rolled her eyes at them, clearly unimpressed. Their silent exchange was interrupted by Paul's nervous voice. Do you want me to tell you where Frost is? And about his plan for the blood god?" Paul had weighed his options and realized he had no way out. Betraying Frost had already sealed his fate, there was no way Frost would let him live. His only choice now was to bet on Blade and this strange, unpredictable man. Hearing the words blood god plan, Blade's eyes lit up with urgency. He stepped forward and said, "Tell me everything you know. Yang Bo may want to keep you around, but if you don't cooperate, I doubt he'll give you a second chance." Paul nodded, though the simple motion seemed to drain him of energy due to his massive size. "Frost wants to resurrect the blood god." Paul began, typing something into a nearby keyboard. A metallic door slid open, revealing another room. "La Magra is coming. 12 pureblood elders will awaken the blood god, that's the prophecy." Seeing the confusion in Blade's eyes, Paul elaborated, "It's written in the Book of Erebus, the Vampire Bible. The pages of the book are in that room," he said, pointing to the newly opened door with his chubby hand. Blade's expression darkened. He had heard of the Book of Erebus before, but he had never seen it in person. Sensing Blade's silence, Paul added another critical piece of information, "Daywalker, your blood is the key to resurrecting the blood god. Frost will stop at nothing to capture you alive." Hearing this, Yang Bo couldn't help but mutter, "Why does resurrecting the vampire ancestor require the Daywalker's blood, specifically? Are the bloodlines of the 12 elders not pure enough?" He scratched his head, trying to make sense of it. Back when he had watched the movie, this plot point had always bothered him. Why Blade, of all people? Just because he's the protagonist? And couldn't they just create more Daywalkers by biting pregnant women? Statistically, they'd eventually end up with another one, Paul sighed, his fleshy face looking defeated. "I don't know. That's just how the prophecy goes. As far as I know, he's the only Daywalker, and maybe it's just because his reputation among vampires is so widespread." Yang Bo found this explanation somewhat acceptable. Watching Blade turn toward the room holding the book pages, Yang Bo addressed Paul once more. "I can't take you with me just yet. You understand why?" He gave Paul a once-over, his gaze lingering on the vampire's massive frame. "Tell me where Frost is. After we're done with him, I'll come back for you." Paul quickly replied, "He's currently at the Edgewood Tower not far from here. But since you came through the nightclub, he's probably already on his way here." Yang Bo nodded thoughtfully. "I'm sure you can handle him for now. I've got to go." With that, he waved casually, grabbed the unconscious Krieger from the ground, and followed Blade toward the other room. Among the transparent glass cases stood aged, yellowed sheets of paper, filled with chaotic drawings and symbols. These were the pages of the Vampire Bible, ancient artifacts that exuded immense archaeological value. Yang Bo, firmly gripping the unconscious Officer Krieger, hurried to catch up with Blade. "Frost will be here any moment," he said, his tone serious. "You'd better leave first. Their numbers won't be." Before he could finish his sentence, he froze mid-step. In his field of view, a horde of vampires emerged from another corridor, a vast crowd numbering easily over 100. "Careful, they're here!" Yang Bo shouted. Blade immediately drew his katana from its sheath, preparing for battle. Karen, the only woman in the group, panicked and asked, "What should I do?" Yang Bo glanced at her briefly before turning to Blade. "Since their target is you, fighting them head-on is foolish. You should take Karen and retrace your steps." "I'll hold them off," he declared, feigning an air of self-sacrificial heroism. Blade, gripping his katana tightly, hesitated briefly. Then, with conviction, he said, "We'll leave together." He wasn't foolish. Frost's decision to come here indicated he was thoroughly prepared, a stark difference from the storyline where Blade had been cornered without options. Without wasting any more time, Blade grabbed Karen by the wrist and sprinted toward the archive room's main door. The heavy sound of approaching footsteps echoed closer and closer. Yang Bo followed them back to the archive room, but he had already caught sight of the nearest vampires. The moment they saw him, they raised their submachine guns and began firing in an organized, methodical manner. Yang Bo's face darkened as he spat angrily. "Damn it! Look at this! The difference in treatment is insane." If these vampires had been this decisive in the storyline, Blade would have been dead ages ago. Behind him, the cobblestone walls began to crack, the fractures spreading rapidly. Yang Bo felt a surge of panic. Turning to Blade, he shouted, "You go ahead. I've got a way out, probably faster than you'll get back." He continued, "Leave me all your anti-vampire gear except for your sword. These bastards are about to get a lesson they won't forget." Blade didn't hesitate. He shrugged off his trench coat and tossed it to Yang Bo. Most of Blade's weapons were hidden within the coat. Without wasting time on sentimental words, he grabbed Karen and left. He trusted Yang Bo's abilities, and if Yang Bo insisted on staying behind, there was nothing more he could do. Once Blade and Karen were gone, Yang Bo's expression turned grim. He glanced at Krieger, who lay discarded nearby, and muttered to himself, "No time left." Without further hesitation, Yang Bo raised his axe and brought it down. The sharp pain jolted Krieger awake, and he let out a blood-curdling scream. But Yang Bo showed no mercy. 3 swings later, Krieger's life was drained completely. To his surprise, a vampire fang dropped from Krieger's remains. "Wait, did the transformation succeed?" Yang Bo muttered, astonished. It had only been about 20 minutes, yet the system already classified Krieger as a vampire. If he had known it would happen this quickly, he would have just used a stake to finish the job earlier. The gunfire from the other side of the wall began to die down. No matter how extravagant the vampires were, they couldn't keep firing at a wall indefinitely. With the shooting stopped, the cracks in the cobblestone walls started to heal, though slowly. It would take at least another minute to fully repair. Yang Bo eyed the positions of the vampires beyond the wall, chose a relatively concealed spot, and began digging. However, the sound of his pickaxe echoed loudly in the underground chamber, immediately drawing the attention of the vampires. As soon as he broke through the wall, Yang Bo didn't hesitate. He pulled out Blade's custom handgun and began firing at the group of vampires. At that moment, he didn't care about loot drops, he only wanted to eliminate them. The silver bullets, infused with concentrated garlic extract, ignited the vampires on contact. In just a few seconds, 7 or 8 of them were reduced to ashes. However, the vampires retaliated quickly. Despite Yang Bo sealing the breach, a hail of bullets still found him, knocking him back several steps. Glancing at his health bar, now at half, Yang Bo grimaced. He pulled a loaf of bread from his inventory and stuffed it into his mouth. "Damn it, this firepower is insane," he cursed. These vampires were relentless, showing him no mercy. Unlike their earlier attempts to capture Blade alive, they were now bent on killing Yang Bo outright. Before he could even finish his thought, an explosion rocked the room. The cobblestone barriers at the main door shattered into fragments. A swarm of vampires poured into the archive room. "There he is. Kill that bastard. Watch out for Blade." Bang bang bang, Yang Bo dove into a roll, narrowly avoiding a barrage of bullets that peppered the spot where he had just been standing. The vampires moved with terrifying coordination, suppressing him with gunfire as they advanced, leaving him no time to dig or strategize. "Damn it, I'm going all out." Yang Bo ducked out of cover and fired rapidly, the specialized bullets hitting the vampires at the front of the group. Their screams echoed through the chamber as more of them turned to ash. But Yang Bo wasn't unscathed. Another volley of bullets struck him, reducing his health from 20 points to a precarious 3. He ducked behind a support pillar, his face pale and grim. He had underestimated the firepower and coordination of these vampires. In the original storyline, they vacillated between ruthlessness and hesitation, which had made them seem weak. But now, they were proving to be anything but. I need to take them out one by one. Fighting them all at once is impossible. And they're not even dropping materials. Suddenly, a green orb appeared in his peripheral vision. For a brief moment, time seemed to slow down. Yang Bo's pupils contracted as he focused on the object, his senses heightened. His ears seemed to conjure a phantom voice, "Fire in the hole." "Damn it, they've got grenades," he cursed under his breath. Boom! The explosion's shockwave ripped through Yang Bo's body, tearing him apart. Death without drop enabled. Darkness enveloped Yang Bo, and for a moment, it felt as though he were floating in a void. Then, his eyes snapped open. Above him was the familiar cobblestone ceiling of his home base. He was lying in his bed. So, I respawned at home? Doesn't the game bed system also let you set respawn points? Guess I'll have to be extra careful about where I sleep from now on, he muttered. Sitting up, Yang Bo lit a cigarette and took a long drag. Opening his inventory, he glanced at the vampire blood he had collected and made a decision. He would use it to level up to Hunter level 2. The blood he had gathered from the nightclub was more than sufficient, with plenty to spare. Now that I know where their base is, everything just got a whole lot easier, he said with a smirk. Once I reach level 2, I'll treat their hideout like a special dungeon and give it a thorough exploration. Holding the vampire blood he had collected during his recent adventure, Yang Bo approached the vampire hunter NPC and opened the upgrade interface. To his surprise, the text on the screen had changed significantly. To train, please submit 2 bottles of vampire blood. He sighed and reluctantly pulled out 2 bottles of vampire blood from his backpack, placing them into the designated slots. Grumbling to himself, he muttered, "Level 2 needs 12 bottles, level 3 needs 18. This road to power sure is long. I'd better stop using guns to kill vampires. Sure, it's convenient, but the lack of material drops is really frustrating." With 10 bottles of vampire blood consumed, his hunter level smoothly upgraded from level 2 to level 3. Simultaneously, his skill points increased from 0 to 2. At the moment, there was only one skill tree available for selection, sparing Yang Bo from any decision-making anxiety. The 2 skills available were increased attack speed and camouflage. After unlocking the skills, Yang Bo pulled out his wooden stake and swung it experimentally in the air. He immediately noticed a significant reduction in the attack cooldown. His strikes were now twice as fast. This, leveling up and gaining skills really is the way to go, he said to himself, grinning as he put the stake away. As for the camouflage skill, he couldn't test its effectiveness just yet. When he activated it in his mind, he could still see himself clearly. Camouflage asterisk allows the user to become invisible to monsters, making it difficult for them to detect the user. While the skill is active, the user cannot engage in melee attacks, break blocks, place blocks, or eat food, but they can still use crossbows for ranged attacks. Zombies and vampires can detect the player within 10 meters, but skeletons and creepers cannot. Revenge can wait, but not for long. Yang Bo muttered to himself as he pulled out his phone and dialed Blade's number, chuckling. Too bad I'm the kind of guy who doesn't wait long at all. Hey, Yang Bo, you made it out alive? Blade's voice came through the receiver, accompanied by the roar of an engine in the background. Yang Bo frowned slightly. I'm already back home. Are you being chased? If it's convenient, pick me up at Central Park, same spot as before, Yang Bo said casually. Blade, who was speeding through the streets in his car, was momentarily puzzled. He had only left the nightclub a few minutes ago. How had Yang Bo already made it back to Central Park in Manhattan? Yang, are you sure you're not messing with me? Blade asked skeptically. There's nothing to joke about here, Yang Bo replied, exasperated. If you can't come, I'll just take a cab. Give me half an hour, Blade said before hanging up. He gripped the steering wheel tightly and executed a sharp drift at the next intersection, his tires screeching and leaving trails of smoke as he sped toward Manhattan. Ring ring, Blade's phone buzzed again. Glancing at the caller ID, his expression darkened, and his brows furrowed deeply. Reluctantly, he answered. Agent Coulson, what a surprise. To what do I owe the pleasure? Blade's tone was laced with sarcasm. On the other end of the line, Coulson's calm, good-natured voice replied, Eric, didn't you used to call me Phil? Get to the point, Phil, Blade cut him off impatiently, already suspecting the reason for the call. He wanted to know SHIELD's stance on the matter. Eric, you went overboard this time. Killing those damned vampires is one thing, but this time, over a dozen familiars are dead. On paper, those people had legitimate identities, Coulson said, his voice even. Navigating through the heavy traffic with ease, Blade weaved his car through the streets like a fish darting through water, his speed increasing as he neared Central Park. Hearing Coulson's words, he responded bluntly, "What do you want?" "If there's nothing important, I'm hanging up. I've got things to do." "Fine," Coulson said, sighing. He understood Blade's attitude, but as a professional agent, he had to follow orders. Sitting in his office, Coulson adjusted his tone and asked, "Who's the man you've been working with recently?" "I don't know," Blade answered honestly, stepping harder on the gas pedal. "We only met 2 days ago." Blade had mixed feelings about S.H.I.E.L.D. As a member of their unofficial task force, he was aware of the delicate balance between S.H.I.E.L.D. and the vampire factions. The two sides had reached an uneasy truce, but that balance was fragile. Coulson tapped his desk thoughtfully before continuing, "Just make sure he's careful. Those familiars were still technically human." "I know, Phil. And by the way, the vampires in New York have broken the agreement," Blade said firmly. "I'm aware. I'll inform the director. Stay safe, Eric." "Let's grab a drink sometime," Coulson said before hanging up. As Coulson ended the call, he glanced at his screen, which displayed a photo of Yang Bo outside the nightclub. A faint smile crossed his face. Another individual with special abilities, it seems. Half an hour later, Yang Bo spotted a black muscle car speeding toward him. He waved his arm, catching Blade's attention. With a screech, the car came to a stop in front of him. Yang Bo opened the back door and climbed in. "Blade, take me to Frost's tower," he said with a grin. "I've got some unfinished business with him." He was half joking, but there was a sharp edge to his tone. After all, he hadn't even gotten a chance to face the boss earlier. Those low-level lackeys had sent him packing before he could even make it that far. Now, armed with 2 new skills, he was determined to settle the score. Blade nodded slightly, starting the car and heading back toward the Bronx. Neither of them brought up the topic of how Yang Bo had returned to Central Park so quickly. Everyone had their secrets, after all. Just as Blade relied on serum to suppress his bloodlust, a fact he shared with no one except Whistler, Yang Bo had abilities he preferred to keep to himself. "What's your plan?" Blade asked suddenly as he drove. Yang Bo gazed out the window, his voice calm but resolute. "Go there and kill them. It's as simple as that. If I can kill one, I'll kill one. If I can kill 2, I'll kill 2. I don't ask for much. I just want the city I live in to be free of these disgusting creatures," Yang Bo said, his tone unwavering. Blade couldn't help but grin, his pearly white teeth gleaming in the light. "I'll join you," he said enthusiastically. The two continued chatting as they drove, their conversation flowing naturally. United by their shared hatred of vampires, their bond grew stronger. Blade's philosophy was straightforward: as long as you killed vampires, you were his friend. In an abandoned factory on the outskirts of the city, Yang Bo sat inside the car, his eyes gleaming with greed as he stared intently at the surrounding rusted steel pipelines and various discarded machinery. "Blade, are these abandoned pipes and equipment completely unwanted?" he asked, his face full of curiosity. The car slowly drove into a workshop Blade and Whistler's safe house. However, despite being their sanctuary, it had been too easily tracked down by the vampires. Blade pushed open the car door and stepped out, walking toward an old man with graying hair. "I'm back," Blade said. Whistler glanced at the car and saw Yang Bo and Karen stepping out. His already grumpy expression turned even more sour, as if someone owed him $8 million. "Eric, why are you bringing strangers here again?" Whistler asked irritably. Blade began taking off his gear and sat down on a nearby chair. His bloodlust was creeping up again, gnawing at his rationality. Hearing Whistler's complaint, Blade responded bluntly, "He's the guy I told you about yesterday. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have gotten out so easily today." Whistler looked at Blade sitting in the chair, then walked over and tied Blade's hands together before opening a nearby metal case. Inside, a row of red syringes was neatly arranged. Yang Bo, who was examining the old, worn-down equipment, noticed Blade being tied to the chair and immediately felt a pang of concern. He quickly walked over. "Blade, why don't you just buy blood bags? You know your strength comes from blood. If you drank it, you'd be far stronger than you are now," Yang Bo said anxiously. "Humans shouldn't drink blood," Blade replied firmly. Yang Bo shrugged nonchalantly. "Humans shouldn't drink blood, true, but there's always Mao Shui Wang." "Mao Shui Wang?" Blade froze, unfamiliar with the term. manhwarecap is a Chinese dish made primarily with duck blood. It's spicy, savory, and absolutely amazing. In theory, you could make it with human blood too, but most people probably wouldn't be able to accept that, Yang Bo explained enthusiastically, smacking his lips as if savoring the dish in his mind. Once we're done dealing with these vampires, I'm definitely heading to Chinatown for some manhwarecap, Yang Bo silently vowed to himself. Blade was genuinely stunned by Yang Bo's words. He had never imagined that there could be a culinary use for blood. While he was vaguely aware of niche foods like blood sausage, he had no experience with such dishes. Moreover, in the Marvel world, vampires required specific components found only in human blood. Animal blood simply wasn't a viable substitute. If I get the chance, I'll have to try it, Blade said, a hint of curiosity flashing in his eyes. At that moment, Yang Bo pulled out a bucket of milk, just as Whistler swiftly grabbed a syringe and plunged it into Blade's neck. The serum's becoming less effective, Whistler muttered under his breath. The implication was clear. Once the serum stopped working, Blade would have to rely solely on his willpower to resist his bloodlust. However, few could succeed in this endeavor. Once reason gave way to desire, those bitten would become monsters ruled entirely by their cravings. Sitting in the chair, Blade's face contorted with pain, veins bulging as he let out low, agonized growls. His appearance was that of someone on the brink of collapse. Watching from the side, Yang Bo felt his heart race with unease. He was thankful that he had been drained completely when he was bitten. If he had gone through this kind of torment, he doubted he could have endured it. As Blade writhed in pain, Whistler casually tossed the syringe onto the table, pulled out a cigarette, and stuck it in his mouth. He gestured toward Yang Bo. Understanding the signal, Yang Bo stepped forward, pulled out a cigarette, and lit it for Whistler. The two began puffing away amid the tense atmosphere. "You're not bad," Whistler said suddenly. Yang Bo chuckled and replied, "You're not bad yourself. By the way, are any of these old machines still in use? If they're just taking up space, can I take some scrap metal back with me?" In his mind, Yang Bo was already scheming. As long as his furnace remained functional, he could keep turning scrap into useful materials. Unaware of Yang Bo's plans, Whistler waved dismissively. "None of this stuff belongs to me. If you want it, take as much as you like." "Ha, just what I wanted," Yang Bo thought gleefully. He was about to pull out his pickaxe and start organizing the cluttered area when Blade, who had finally recovered from the serum's effects, stood up. His upper body was bare, drenched in sweat. Untying the straps around his wrists, Blade stretched and flexed his hands before turning to Yang Bo. "What do you need this scrap metal for? And, didn't I just see you pull out a metal bucket earlier?" "Scrap metal isn't exactly scrap in my hands," Yang Bo replied with a grin. He then pulled out the bucket of milk from his inventory and explained, "This is a bucket of milk. It has some special properties." With that, he tipped the bucket over. "See? The milk doesn't flow out, no matter how I tilt it. Isn't that amazing?" Yang Bo said proudly. Blade and Whistler both looked at him with puzzled expressions. Blade's look of confusion was particularly memorable. It reminded Yang Bo of a certain widely circulated meme featuring a bewildered black man. Seeing their reactions, Yang Bo made a comparison. Pointing to Karen, who was absorbed in her research, he said, "It's like her. After being bitten by a vampire, she's slowly transforming into one. But in my eyes, it's just a kind of poisoning, a very peculiar kind of poisoning. If she drinks this bucket of milk, the poison will be neutralized immediately. Can I take a closer look?" Whistler asked out of curiosity, though he remained skeptical of the milk's purported abilities. Yang Bo handed the bucket to Whistler, who examined it closely. He realized that the milk appeared to be made up of countless tiny square blocks, as if it were constructed from voxels. Whistler walked over to a microscope, intending to take a sample for analysis. However, no matter what method he tried, he couldn't extract even a drop of milk. Even when he reached inside the bucket with his hand, he couldn't touch the milk at all. Blade, watching Whistler's increasingly perplexed expression, couldn't help but ask, "Could this stuff turn me from a half-vampire back into a human?" Yang Bo looked Blade in the eye and shook his head sincerely. "You're already a half-vampire, so the milk won't work for that. But it might help suppress your bloodlust. I can't say for sure. I was just planning to use you as a guinea pig to find out." Blade's expression was a mix of amusement and exasperation as he muttered, "You sure are a piece of work." At this moment, Blade didn't seem to care at all about whether he was being used as a test subject. His mind was singularly focused on one thought: could this milk truly suppress his overwhelming bloodlust? If the milk actually worked, then aside from his enhanced strength, hearing, smell, and recovery abilities, he wouldn't be much different from an ordinary human. Yang, can I try it? What do you need from me in return? Blade asked. Yang Bo, who had been curious about the potential of the milk all along, saw Blade's eagerness as an opportunity. He couldn't help but liken him to a lamb dressed up with seasoning, practically throwing itself at the big bad wolf. Grinning slyly, he said, "Go ahead, drink as much as you want, there's no limit." However, Yang Bo's mind quickly shifted gears. Blade, being the self-sufficient hero that he was, didn't seem to have much in the way of worldly possessions. His operating funds came from looting vampires and selling whatever valuables they carried, like watches. Other than that, Blade wasn't the type to accumulate material wealth. After a moment of thought, Yang Bo's expression brightened with a sly smile. "Blade, if you ever come across lone vampires, could you bring them to me? Don't worry, they won't survive more than a day in my care unless there's a specific reason to keep them alive." This request didn't conflict with Blade's goals in any way. It was just a bit more of a hassle. Without hesitation, Blade nodded his agreement. "No problem. But lone vampires are rare. If I capture too many, they'll start grouping up," Blade warned. Yang Bo waved dismissively, grinning. "That's fine. Whatever you can manage is good enough." "Oh, before you drink the milk, I've got something interesting for you to try," Yang Bo said, pulling out an item that resembled a pixelated, mosaic-covered human heart. In the game, this item was a vampire's equivalent of food, just as Yang Bo used bread to recover health. Vampires could consume it to replenish their blood reserves. If they had empty bottles in their inventory, consuming the heart would automatically fill the bottles with blood. It could even be used at a potion altar for upgrades. When Yang Bo placed the human heart in front of Blade, the latter stared at it for several seconds, clearly puzzled. "What is this?" "It feels oddly compelling," Blade said, his gaze fixed on the item. "This is a human heart. Don't ask me why it looks like this, I have no idea." Yang Bo replied nonchalantly. Blade chuckled, shaking his head slightly. "You know, the way you're describing it, it actually sounds plausible. Yang Bo. If this is what a human heart looks like, then humans must be built like blocks," Yang Bo thought to himself, wide-eyed. Internally, he screamed, "Holy crap, Blade just predicted the truth." Unaware that he had inadvertently stumbled upon the truth, Blade reached out and took the human heart from Yang Bo's hand. He sniffed it lightly and frowned. Although the object didn't look anything like a human heart, its scent was enough to stir his bloodlust. If he hadn't just injected the serum moments ago, he might not have been able to resist devouring it. "Yang, where did you get this?" Blade asked, his tone serious. Yang Bo hesitated for a moment. He actually hoped Blade would eat the heart to see if it could enhance his abilities. Deciding to tell a small, harmless lie, he said, "To be honest, you might not believe me. I found it. I have a special ability. When a vampire dies, I can collect certain unique items, like this vampire's heart." Blade seemed to accept the explanation. This also clarified why Yang Bo preferred to kill vampires himself. However, Blade raised another question, looking straight at Yang Bo. "What do you get when you kill familiars?" Yang Bo fell silent for a moment. He's sharp. How could I possibly fool someone who walks the line between life and death every day? He probably sees through more than he lets on. Realizing this, Yang Bo decided to come clean. His gaze became clear, free of any ulterior motives, as he said directly, "Alright, I lied. This heart came from a familiar. Vampires drop their fangs instead." Yang Bo paused before continuing, "I wanted you to try this human heart because I know you haven't consumed human blood in a long time. Your power hasn't been fully unleashed. We're about to face a large group of vampires, maybe even tonight. Don't think your base is as safe as you believe. And sure, you might be able to escape. But what about him?" Yang Bo said, pointing at Whistler, who was tinkering with the milk bucket nearby. Then, Yang Bo pulled out another bucket of milk and handed it to Blade. "You can drink the milk first and think about my suggestion afterward. The stronger you are, the more vampires and other threats to humanity you can eliminate." As expected, genuine sincerity was the ultimate trump card. Faced with Yang Bo's stark reality check, Blade looked at the heart and milk in his hands, his expression conflicted. He prided himself on being decisive, yet now, when confronted with this choice, he hesitated. Whistler wasn't just his partner, he was also his mentor and adoptive father. Blade had been taken in by Whistler as a child, and it was Whistler who taught him the skills he needed to survive. If anything happened to Whistler, Blade wasn't sure he could handle the loss. After a long silence, Blade glanced deeply at Yang Bo before lifting the bucket of milk to his lips. The milk, which had refused to flow no matter how much it was tilted, seemed to come alive the moment it reached his mouth, pouring itself into him. Blade felt an immediate change. His body seemed to lighten, and the oppressive weight on his mind lifted. A wave of relief and clarity washed over him, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Shit!" Whistler and Karen, who had been focused on their experiments, jumped at Blade's sudden outburst. Seeing that he was fine, they quickly returned to their work. Blade stared at the now empty iron bucket in his hands, a smile spreading across his face. His pearly white teeth gleamed as he said, "Thank you. I've never felt this light before." Then, he looked down at the human heart in his other hand. While its strange allure was gone, he could still feel a lingering hunger. Yang Bo said nothing. He simply took the empty bucket from Blade and waited silently, giving him the space to make his own decision. 2 minutes later, Blade handed the heart back to Yang Bo with a smile. "I'll pass. I know you mean well, for both me and Whistler, but this isn't the right choice for me. I know this thing isn't a real human heart, but its scent is identical to fresh blood. Even if I can't become human, I don't want to become a vampire consumed by desire." Hearing Blade's response, Yang Bo felt no disappointment. Deep down, he had known all along that Blade wouldn't abandon his principles. "Alright, I won't push it. Or, who knows, maybe one day when you find a wife, you can cross a few red lights now and then. That'll boost your strength naturally," Yang Bo joked with a grin. "Running red lights? What does finding a girlfriend have to do with running red lights?" Blade was utterly confused. When it came to girlfriends, the first person that popped into his mind was Karen, who was busy conducting blood experiments nearby. Then he remembered her current state, still in the process of turning into a vampire. While the special serum was delaying the transformation, it was merely buying time. "Yang, does the milk I drank earlier really work for Karen's condition?" Blade asked, his tone serious. Yang Bo turned his head to look at Karen, who was bent over, testing the blood samples. With a light chuckle, he replied, "It's simple. There's still another bucket of milk with Whistler. Just have Karen drink it, and you'll see for yourself." Blade glanced at Whistler and nodded slightly. Since Blade wasn't interested in the heart and there wasn't much else to do for now, they just had to wait until nightfall to see if the vampires would attack. If they didn't come, they'd take the fight to the vampires themselves. Yang Bo added, "You'd better be ready. I have a feeling those vampires might come tonight. Oh, and by the way, I'd like to head out to collect a tiny bit of scrap metal." Yang Bo emphasized the words "tiny bit" with a grin that said otherwise. Blade's expression grew serious. He didn't pay much attention to Yang Bo's scrap collecting plans but gave him a short acknowledgement before turning to Whistler. Yang Bo watched Blade's back with an enigmatic smile, thinking to himself, "Go ahead, take one last good look at your surroundings." Exiting the workshop, Yang Bo found himself in a perfect post-apocalyptic scene. The area was littered with abandoned equipment, and countless metal pipes snaked and twisted around like a mechanical jungle. In Yang Bo's eyes, all of this was gleaming with potential. It was all iron ingots waiting to be collected. "I'll have to ask Blade to help me buy some coal later. Burning all this with wood would be such a waste," Yang Bo mused. Thankfully, he'd crossed into a modern world where most things he needed could be purchased. From his backpack, he pulled out a crafting table and placed it on the ground. Next, he crafted 3 furnaces using cobblestone and set them up nearby. Taking his trusty iron pickaxe, Yang Bo began dismantling and clearing the surrounding equipment. The clanging sound of metal echoed through the area like a symphony of productivity. Time flew by when you were busy and happy. As night fell, Yang Bo sat in front of his furnaces, enjoying the sight of the iron ingots neatly stacked in a nearby chest. He had modified the furnaces with hoppers, turning them into fully automated systems. All he had to do was drop metal items into the input chest, and the furnaces would churn out iron ingots continuously. Just as he was about to venture farther out to chop some wood, Blade's voice called out from the workshop entrance. "Yang Bo, dinner." Blade stopped mid-sentence as his eyes took in the scene outside the workshop. His expression froze. "Yang, what the hell have you done?" Blade's voice was laced with disbelief. The once cluttered area filled with pipes and broken equipment had been stripped clean. Even the surrounding decorative trees had vanished, leaving behind barren, yellow soil. For a moment, Blade wondered if he'd accidentally stepped into the Wild West during a sandstorm. Yang Bo turned to Blade with an earnest smile. "I just tidied up the place for you. It was such a mess it must have been inconvenient for you to live here. By the way, since you're here, could you help me buy some coal? The more, the better. Blade. Walking over to Yang Bo, Blade stared at the still burning furnaces. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't make sense of what was burning inside. Even standing just over a meter from the furnaces, he could feel no heat, only the faint crackling sound of something burning. What is this? Blade asked. A furnace. For smelting stuff. Yang Bo replied nonchalantly. He didn't want to go into too much detail, knowing full well that the more he explained, the more questions Blade would have. You called me for dinner, right? Yang Bo asked, changing the subject. Blade nodded but didn't press further. He glanced around again, feeling an odd heaviness in his chest. Internally, he reminded himself, you agreed to this, so just suck it up. Before Yang Bo could follow Blade back into the workshop, the distant roar of car engines reached their ears. Yang Bo instinctively looked in the direction of the sound and saw a convoy of vehicles speeding toward them. He turned to Blade with a grin. Looks like dinner's off the table for tonight. Blade stared at Yang Bo, who was casually snacking on a piece of bread to replenish his hunger bar. For a moment, he didn't know how to respond. Watching the approaching headlights, Yang Bo said to Blade, since they've come, let's make sure they settle in properly. Blade frowned, clearly not understanding what Yang Bo meant. What are you talking about? Yang Bo chuckled and explained, I mean, since they dared to come here, we'll make sure they rest in peace. With that, he turned and headed back inside the workshop without looking back. Karen and Whistler were still inside, and while Whistler was Blade's mentor, his age was catching up to him. Yang Bo decided it was time to build a secure shelter for the two of them. Without hesitation, Yang Bo started constructing a steel safe house using the iron blocks in his inventory. The structure was a solid white room with walls a meter thick, leaving only a 2-meter-high entrance. He didn't need to explain much, his actions spoke for themselves. Whistler, Karen, the enemy is coming, get over here. Yang Bo shouted. Karen and Whistler stared in disbelief as Yang Bo quickly built the room with incredible speed. In moments, the shelter was complete. The moment Whistler heard the word enemy, he grabbed a double-barreled shotgun from his workbench along with Blade's katana. When Blade ran in, Whistler tossed the blade to him without hesitation. Catching the katana mid-air, Blade gave his signature smile. When Blade smiles, life and death hang in the balance. The sound of roaring engines closed in rapidly. Karen had already entered the safe house, her expression calm despite the situation. She looked at Yang Bo with gratitude and said, Thank you. Thank you for the milk. Waving her thanks away, Yang Bo replied, No need to thank me. I might need your help with something in the future, so don't turn me down when the time comes. Karen wasn't just a pretty face. The young scientist had a near-supernatural talent for blood genetics. The special serum she developed was more effective against vampires than garlic concentrate, silver, or UV rays. Even the final boss, the blood god from Blade, had been utterly destroyed by her injections. Turning to Whistler, Yang Bo waved him over. Come on, leave this to me and Blade. You're too old for this, just stay in the back and give orders. Whistler shot Yang Bo a glare, but he knew his current physical condition wouldn't allow him to keep up in combat. Staying outside would only cause Blade to hold back out of concern. Besides, he was quite intrigued by the house Yang Bo had built. Once Whistler and Karen were safely inside, Yang Bo sealed the entrance with an iron door. By this time, the vampires' vehicles had stormed into the workshop area. Yang Bo watched as a large number of vampires poured in, a sly smile creeping onto his face. Camouflage, Yang Bo whispered. The moment the word left his lips, he vanished into thin air. Bang, a gunshot echoed, followed by a horrific scream. The sudden commotion startled Frost, the leader among the vampires. He turned around abruptly, only to see Yang Bo, who had seemingly vanished earlier, now standing behind them. Bang. Bang. Bang, a series of gunshots rang out, and several vampires fell to the ground like harvested wheat, disintegrating into ash. The vampires, caught off guard by the ambush, finally snapped to their senses and began to counterattack in a frenzy. Yang Bo, however, stood amidst the chaos, his eyes locking onto Frost with a triumphant smirk. In the next instant, his figure flickered and disappeared like a ghost, leaving the vampires in disarray. Frost, now trembling with fear, shouted at the top of his lungs, "Find him! Kill him!" His voice was laced with panic as he recalled the mysterious man who had vanished in the archive room earlier. It was undoubtedly the same person causing havoc now. Frost's mind was a storm of anxiety. He had no idea that Yang Bo's camouflage skill came with significant limitations, such as being unable to attack with weapons other than a crossbow or losing invisibility within 10 meters. Even the simplest electronic detection devices could easily reveal his location. But to Frost, the current situation was terrifying. An enemy who could turn invisible and seemingly teleport at will was far more dangerous than Blade. Who knew if this man might slit his throat while he slept? Suppressing his growing fear, Frost fired his gun toward the spot where Yang Bo had disappeared, even though he knew it was futile. Meanwhile, Yang Bo crouched in a corner, watching Frost cower behind cover. His smile grew wider. This guy might just qualify as a level 1 vampire baron, Yang Bo thought. I definitely need to finish him off with a stake. Vampire barons, remnants of the old royal bloodlines, were creatures filled with hatred toward everything. They would attack anyone who entered their territory without hesitation, even their own kind. In the game, vampire barons typically spawned in vampire forests. Upon death, they dropped pure blood, an essential material for upgrading hunter levels in the late game. The purity of the blood depended on the baron's level. Level 1 barons dropped level 1 pure blood and so on. Yang Bo wasn't about to miss this rare opportunity. Who knew when he'd encounter another high-level vampire like Frost? Asterisk bang. Bang. Bang, asterisk Yang Bo fired again, his figure reappearing in the midst of the vampire horde. This time, the vampires reacted faster, unleashing a hail of bullets in his direction. Unfortunately for Yang Bo, his camouflage skill couldn't be activated while under attack. Gritting his teeth, he dove behind a pile of scattered debris. Thankfully, the workshop was a mess of clutter, providing him with ample cover. Rush him, roared one of the vampire leaders. The vampires, like rabid animals, charged toward Yang Bo's hiding spot en masse. Suddenly, another burst of gunfire erupted. The sound served as a stark reminder of the vampire's true target, Blade. Blade, moving swiftly, fired his guns with both hands, unleashing a storm of bullets. The vampire's attention instantly shifted toward him. Seizing the moment, Yang Bo drew a silver longsword, a weapon Blade had lent him, and darted toward a nearby vampire like a streak of lightning. With a swift swing, he severed the vampire's arm and leg in one clean motion. Before the creature could even scream, Yang Bo drove a stake through its throat, ending its life instantly. Using silver weapons allowed hunters to reduce a vampire's health to below 45% rapidly. Once weakened, a simple jab with a stake would activate its mystical properties, extinguishing the vampire's life. Yang Bo moved like a force of nature, cutting through the horde with relentless efficiency. Despite taking hits from their weapons, he managed to kill 7 or 8 vampires in quick succession. But just as he was about to finish another, a bullet struck him squarely. His vision blurred, and darkness enveloped him. He's gone? What just happened? The vampires were thrown into chaos. Unlike before, Yang Bo had disappeared while under their concentrated fire. This was no ordinary invisibility, it was something far more unsettling. Frost's light brown eyes widened in horror, and an icy chill swept over him. An enemy who could vanish and reappear at will was like a living nightmare, one from which he couldn't wake. Forget everything else. Capture the Daywalker at all costs. Frost bellowed. He clung to his last shred of hope, believing that completing the Blood God ritual was his only chance of surviving this ordeal. Meanwhile, Yang Bo slowly opened his eyes. He was surrounded by darkness, though it had an odd curvature to it. Reaching out, he gently patted the surface in front of him and said, "Excuse me, could you move aside?" A terrified scream erupted as Karen, as if spring-loaded, leapt off the bed. Clutching her backside, she turned to face Yang Bo, who was now lying on the bed she had just vacated. Her face was a mix of disbelief and shock. Weren't you outside just now?" Whistler, who had been peering through the iron door to observe the situation outside, nearly dropped his double-barreled shotgun upon hearing Karen's scream. He quickly set the gun down and asked, "How did you get back here?" Although Whistler hadn't seen Yang Bo fighting with his own eyes due to the angle, the cacophony of gunfire and the vampire's enraged roars were impossible to miss. Sitting up and stretching his stiff body, Yang Bo smiled. "Just a little trick up my sleeve," he said nonchalantly. "Whistler, step aside. I'm heading back out to play with those cute little vampires," Yang Bo announced, placing a stone button on the wall before turning to Karen and Whistler. "Whatever you do, don't press this button." As he exited the room, Yang Bo flashed Karen a mischievous grin and added, "By the way, nice hand feel." Karen's face turned bright red, equal parts angry and embarrassed, while Whistler fell into a contemplative silence. Outside, the vampires froze as Yang Bo reappeared. This time, they didn't charge recklessly or shoot blindly. Instead, they hesitated, their weapons raised but their fingers trembling on the triggers. Frost stepped forward, his expression conflicted. "Stranger," he began cautiously, "this is a matter between us and Blade. We have no quarrel with you. If you stay out of this, I can give you whatever you desire, money, power, even eternal life." At this moment, Frost had no choice but to compromise. No one wanted to face an enemy with such terrifying abilities. Yang Bo's expression remained calm as he looked at Frost. To be honest, vampires as a species had much to admire. Aside from their weakness to sunlight, their need for blood was as natural to them as eating was to humans. Most fascinating of all was their long lifespans. If they could use their extended lives to resolve their genetic flaws and become a truly immortal race, it wouldn't be impossible. But their fatal mistake was viewing others as food. Yang Bo dragged the tip of his silver longsword across the ground, the faint screech of metal on concrete echoing ominously. "Eternal life? Ha!" Yang Bo chuckled, his tone light yet chilling. "Enjoy the last moments of your life, Frost." Without waiting for a response, Yang Bo's figure flickered and vanished once more, leaving behind Frost, whose expression had twisted into one of pure dread. As Yang Bo's mysterious figure vanished into thin air, the negotiation with Frost was officially over. The conditions Frost offered were laughable in Yang Bo's mind. After all, the Marvel Universe was on the brink of a grand and chaotic era. A mere group of vampires daring to talk about power? It was absurd. Forget the other superheroes and villains, even the Inhumans living on the moon were far beyond the reach of the vampire race. "Retreat!" Frost barked, his voice tinged with regret. He cursed himself for coming here. The Daywalker wasn't just Blade, other Daywalkers were hidden in the shadows as well. But to encounter an enemy like Yang Bo, someone so terrifying? This was a nightmare he hadn't prepared for. The vampires surrounding Frost, hearing his command, were like prisoners granted amnesty. They scrambled toward the exit. But as they made their way out, a horrifying scene unfolded before them. Yang Bo was standing next to their cars, holding a white pickaxe. With a casual swing, the vehicles dissolved into nothingness, as if they were mere illusions. "Damn it! What is this guy? Fight him! We have to kill him!" The vampires raised their weapons in fury, but before they could act, Yang Bo activated his camouflage skill once more, disappearing from sight in an instant. Seeing Yang Bo vanish again, Frost shouted, "Ignore him! Just get out of here!" His voice snapped the vampires out of their rage. If they stayed any longer, they'd all die here. Yang Bo, watching the scene unfold, knew he couldn't keep hiding. The vampires were incredibly fast, and if they managed to escape the workshop and scatter, he'd have no way to track them all down. Wielding his silver longsword, Yang Bo avoided the vampires' vital spots and swung at the last one in the fleeing group. The silver blade's anti-vampire properties were so potent that even a slight misstep could easily kill the target outright. The vampires pursuing Blade noticed the commotion and turned their attention to Frost's retreat. They were utterly confused. "Aren't we here to capture the Daywalker? Why does it look like the boss is running away?" Seeing Yang Bo relentlessly chasing Frost, the vampires shifted their focus and charged toward Yang Bo instead. Yang Bo frowned, sidestepping a volley of bullets that whizzed past his head. Watching Frost's figure grow smaller in the distance, he felt a headache coming on. Unlike the other ordinary vampires, who could be hunted down later, Frost was different. The words "Vampire Baron" hovered above his head like a glaring beacon. Although it wasn't clear what level of Baron Frost was, even a level 1 Baron was immensely valuable to Yang Bo. Bang. Bang! Bullets struck the debris around Yang Bo, the sharp sounds reverberating through the workshop. A stray bullet ricocheted and hit him square on the head, knocking off 1 point of health. Seriously? What kind of rotten luck is this? Yang Bo cursed. The footsteps behind him grew louder. Just as Yang Bo was about to throw caution to the wind and take some vampires down with him, Blade appeared, charging toward them with a submachine gun in hand. Without hesitation, Blade pulled the trigger, unleashing a storm of bullets. Phew, working as a team is so much better than going solo. Yang Bo exclaimed, chomping on a piece of bread to replenish his hunger bar. He leaped out from behind cover, rushing toward the vampires with a stake tightly gripped in his hand. Whenever a vampire's health dropped below 45%, Yang Bo dashed in like a farmer harvesting crops, swiftly finishing them off. In the chaos, Yang Bo was hit by several bullets, 4 or 5, to be exact. Thankfully, he was wearing a full set of iron armor, which reduced the damage to 2 points per bullet, with submachine gun rounds dealing only 3 points at most. Grabbing a vampire, Yang Bo used it as a shield, holding it in front of him. In mere moments, the vampire's health bar plummeted from 70 to 20. If the weapons the vampires wielded had been loaded with silver bullets, Yang Bo would have been done for already. Dragging the injured vampire, Yang Bo charged toward another target. Ignoring the terror etched on the vampire's face, he dispatched the one in his grasp before grabbing a new meat shield. This guy's not normal. He's been shot multiple times, and it doesn't even faze him. The boss is gone. Retreat! The vampires finally panicked, realizing why Frost had fled so suddenly. Yang Bo, of course, wasn't about to let these walking loot bags escape. Using his meat shield for cover, he charged at the remaining vampires, his stake becoming a Grim Reaper's scythe. Every thrust claimed a life. Blade, having caught up, joined the fray. The two worked seamlessly together, wiping out the remaining vampires. Yang, are you okay? Blade asked, glancing at Yang Bo, who was clearly taking more hits than he was. Yang Bo rolled his eyes at Blade's unscathed appearance. Damn it, we have to kill Frost today. I've already died once because of these guys. And you lot didn't even bother shooting him, you're all too focused on capturing the Daywalker alive. Blade, get the car. We're going after Frost. Yang Bo shouted. Blade glanced at the fleeing vampires, thought for a moment, then nodded and ran toward his car. Pulling another piece of bread from his inventory, Yang Bo stuffed it into his mouth with a disgruntled expression. His health and hunger bars were both far from full, and he wasn't in the best mood. Finally, they took down the last vampire who hadn't managed to escape the workshop. Gathering the loot scattered on the ground, Yang Bo was thrilled to find that he now had enough vampire blood to upgrade to level 3. Once he returned to the vampire hunter, he could level up and gain 2 skill points. With those points, he planned to unlock the hunter's weapon table, which would allow him to craft the iconic hunter weapon, the crossbow. With the right bolts, Yang Bo wouldn't have to fight so recklessly in the future. From a safe distance, he'd be able to take out these sub-100 health vampires with ease. The roar of an engine broke the silence. Blade's black car skidded to a stop beside Yang Bo. Without hesitation, Yang Bo opened the door and climbed in. He could feel Blade's excitement. Tonight's battle had been exhilarating, and the cooperation between the two had been seamless. With a screech of tires and a powerful push, the car shot forward like an arrow. Though vampires were fast, they were no match for a car. In no time, Yang Bo spotted the fleeing group of vampires ahead. Blade, ignore them. Focus on Frost. These guys are just small fry, we can deal with them later, Yang Bo instructed. Got it. Blade replied without hesitation. The car sped past the lesser vampires, heading straight for Frost. Before long, amidst the darkness of the dilapidated industrial area, Yang Bo spotted the glowing text above Frost's head, Vampire Baron. Blade, there he is. Step on it, ram him. The engine roared louder as Blade slammed on the gas. Frost turned, thinking his reinforcements had arrived. But before he could feel relief, the black car loomed large in his vision. Bang! No matter how durable Frost's body was, it was no match for cold, hard steel. The collision sent him flying through the air like a ragdoll. Blade, that was perfect. Yang Bo cheered. It had to be admitted that vampires possessed incredibly resilient physiques, especially when it came to blunt force trauma. Internal injuries, which could incapacitate humans, posed minimal threats to vampires with their extraordinary regenerative abilities. Frost, like a kite with a broken string, spun twice mid-air before landing with a heavy thud on the ground. His elastic body bounced twice upon impact. If it had been an ordinary human, they would have been gravely injured and unable to move. But Frost simply turned a shade paler, then rose slowly to his feet as if nothing had happened. Seeing this, Yang Bo shot out of the car like an arrow loosed from a bow. He dashed toward the nearest vampire with his silver longsword and stake ready, both weapons gleaming like instruments of death. There was an old saying, don't chase a cornered enemy. But in Yang Bo's view, it should be read as, don't bother chasing poor enemies. Yet, these vampires didn't seem poor at all, just look at the luxury cars sitting snugly in his inventory. So, with no hesitation, Yang Bo decided to hunt these vampires to extinction. Asterisk bang. Bang. Bang, asterisk bullets rained down on Yang Bo like a torrential storm. However, Yang Bo's reflexes, honed by over 20 years of singlehood in gaming, weren't for show. He swiftly pulled out a shield. He had always avoided using shields because they slowed down his ability to dish out destruction. But seeing the situation, he realized he had no choice. If he died here and had to respawn, by the time he ran back, the vampires would have already scattered. This shield is pretty handy, but damn, the durability drops way too fast. Yang Bo muttered as he blocked the incoming bullets, internally lamenting the shield's quick wear and tear. His movement speed had also taken a noticeable hit, one of the reasons he had been reluctant to use it before. Frost, now back on his feet, caught sight of Yang Bo holding up a wooden shield and effortlessly deflecting the furious onslaught from his subordinates. A wave of fear surged through him. He immediately shouted, "Kill them! Kill the Daywalker too!" With those words, Frost turned and fled without even glancing back at his men. The only thought running through his head was to get home as quickly as possible, leave this cursed place, and flee to another city. Once he found other Daywalkers and completed the Blood God ritual, he would return for vengeance. Watching Frost's retreating figure, Yang Bo grew anxious. "I can't let this cooked duck fly away." He crouched behind his shield and pulled out his handgun, aiming at the vampires. But the only sound he heard was the dry click-click of an empty chamber. Out of bullets? Yang Bo groaned in frustration. The handgun blade had lent him, while heavily modified to hold more rounds, had been used extensively during the earlier chaos. All the special silver bullets were spent. While there were other weapons in his inventory, they only fired regular ammunition, which was practically useless against vampires. It would be more effective for him to just charge in and swing his blade. Meanwhile, Blade was feeling the heat as well. Earlier, the vampires had been trying to capture him alive, but now they were shooting to kill. Bullet after bullet pummeled his car, leaving him unable to counterattack effectively. Seeing this, Yang Bo frowned. This isn't going to work. I need a plan. He quickly placed cobblestone blocks around himself, creating a makeshift barricade. Then, he pulled out a shovel and began digging into the ground. Given their heightened senses, the vampires could still detect Yang Bo's movements underground. From below, Yang Bo could clearly see the vampires above him. Underground tunnels, the wisdom of our forebears never fails. Yang Bo thought smugly. He singled out an unlucky vampire, digging out the ground beneath its feet. Before the vampire could react, it tumbled into the hole, landing right in front of Yang Bo. Surprised? Didn't expect that, huh? Yang Bo grinned wickedly. Before the vampire could scramble away, his longsword and stake plunged into its body, spilling its blood. Yang Bo picked up the loot left behind and quickly tunneled toward his next target. Under the cover of night, with no light source save for the faint starlight, the vampires firing at Blade were oblivious to the fact that the ground beneath them was swallowing their comrades one by one. Only when the gunfire began to dwindle did they realize that their numbers had dropped drastically. From the initial dozens, only about 10 vampires remained. A sinister sense of dread began to spread among them. Ah! A scream pierced the air as yet another vampire was swallowed by the earth. The remaining vampires watched in horror as one of their own disappeared into a square-shaped hole that quickly sealed itself, leaving no trace. Damn it! The enemy is underground, one vampire shouted in panic. He fired his weapon at the ground, but it was futile. Ah! Another vampire vanished. Fear spread like a plague among the vampires. Those who remained abandoned the fight and fled in all directions. Yang Bo, now flush with loot, emerged triumphantly from the ground and rushed back to the car. Seeing the bullet-riddled vehicle, he asked Blade, "How's the car? Can it still run?" Before Blade could respond, Yang Bo noticed the flat tires on one side of the car. Even if the engine was intact, the car was useless in its current state. Blade yanked open the driver's side door with a loud creak, only for the entire door to come off in his hands. Blade's face darkened. This car had been with him for years, and now it was completely wrecked. He climbed into the driver's seat and tried turning the key, but the engine didn't even sputter. "It's done for. The car's totaled," Blade said, slamming his fist angrily against the steering wheel. This had been his closest chance to taking down Frost, and now it had slipped away. Yang Bo, however, remained calm. "Don't worry. The vampires' cars are still around. Let me check if any of them have keys left in the ignition." Internally, he prayed that one of the lazy vampires had forgotten to remove the keys. On his third attempt, Yang Bo finally found a car with the keys still in place. Excitedly, he called out to Blade, "This one's got keys. Hurry over." Blade ran over, jumped into the driver's seat, and started the car with ease. "Get in." Yang Bo climbed into the passenger seat, and the car sped off. Blade, familiar with the area, quickly navigated them onto the main road. Up ahead, Frost was frantically trying to flag down a ride. Seeing him, the car sped toward him. Yang Bo leaned out the window, knocked on the car door, and called out with a wide grin, "Need a ride, buddy?" Hearing Yang Bo's voice, Frost collapsed to the ground, despair written all over his face. He knew that Blade and Yang Bo's arrival could mean only one thing: his subordinates were dead. The car screeched to a halt in front of Frost. Without a word, Blade leapt out of the car, raised his fist, and slammed it into Frost's face. Grabbing him by the hair, Blade yanked him to his feet. "Frost, I've finally got you!" Blade roared, his voice filled with fury. Watching the scene, Yang Bo's mind wandered to Blade's mother. She had been bitten by Frost and, after giving birth to Blade, didn't die but instead turned into a vampire and became one of Frost's followers. In a twisted sense, Frost could be considered Blade's stepfather. The irony was almost laughable. Where could one even begin to seek justice for something like this? Yang Bo cast Blade a complicated look but said nothing. He simply stood by, silently watching as Blade vented his anger, punching Frost's face over and over again. "Stop! Just stop hitting him!" Yang Bo shouted, his voice cutting through the tense atmosphere. After speaking, he involuntarily looked up at the sky, silently praying it wouldn't rain, almost as if the impending drops of water might extinguish some unspoken emotion within him. Blade paused mid-swing, his clenched fist hovering over Frost's battered face. Yang Bo continued, "He's important to me. I need to be the one to finish him off, for reasons you already understand." "All right." Blade hesitated for only 2 seconds before nodding in agreement. He wasn't the kind of person to forget a favor. Without Yang Bo's help, he wouldn't have been able to turn the tables on the vampires tonight, let alone protect Whistler. Blade wasn't ungrateful. Blade cast a cold, disdainful glance at Frost, who was too beaten to speak, and tossed him to the ground like discarded trash. Turning to Yang Bo, he said, "I just hope he doesn't die too quickly." Blade's request left Yang Bo in a bit of a bind. If he had an alchemy table, he could craft healing potions to keep Frost alive and prolong his suffering. But at the moment, Yang Bo was dirt poor. He didn't even have a gold ingot to his name, let alone the means to brew potions. Looking at the slow regeneration of Frost's health bar above his head, Yang Bo sighed helplessly. "Let's go back first and deal with him there," he said. He grabbed Frost off the ground, dragged him to the car, and unceremoniously tossed him into the back seat. Sitting beside him, Yang Bo drew an iron sword and kept a close eye on Frost's health bar. Whenever it reached 20%, Yang Bo stabbed him a few times to drop it back down to 10%. Back at Blade's base, Yang Bo dragged Frost out of the car and handed him over to Blade. "Hang him up," he instructed. During the ride back, Blade had witnessed Yang Bo repeatedly stabbing Frost with what appeared to be a sword made of pixelated blocks. Each stab seemed more like an act of venting than anything else. What baffled Blade was that, despite the apparent size and force of the sword, Frost's body bore no visible wounds. If not for Frost's unconscious spasms of pain, Blade would have thought Yang Bo's weapon was an illusion. Now, Blade had an unsettling feeling that he might have awakened some dangerous new hobby in Yang Bo. Yang Bo, I just realized I don't hate him as much as I thought." "Maybe you should just kill him outright," Blade said hesitantly. Killing vampires was one thing, but enjoying their suffering was another matter entirely. Yang Bo, who was busy dismantling the iron blocks from the shelter he had built, glanced over his shoulder and replied calmly, "Your mother isn't dead. She's at his place, completely turned into one of them. Do you still think he deserves a quick death?" Blade froze, his mind reeling as he processed Yang Bo's words. His eyes grew distant, and a look of confusion clouded his face. The sound of hammering broke through his thoughts as Whistler and Karen emerged from the white iron shelter. Blade's expression darkened, and he turned to Yang Bo. "Yang Bo, can I borrow your sword for a moment?" Before Yang Bo could respond, he casually tossed the iron sword in Blade's direction. The sword spun in the air before embedding itself in the ground near Blade's feet. Without stopping his work on dismantling the shelter, Yang Bo said, "Sure. 7 hits max. The 8th will kill him. I still need him for some experiments." Thud, before Yang Bo could finish speaking, Blade had already picked up the sword and plunged it into Frost's body. Karen, watching Frost hanging unconscious in midair, frowned slightly. "Who is he?" she asked, her voice filled with curiosity. Before Yang Bo could answer, Whistler interjected in a low voice, "Deacon Frost. He's one of the top-ranking vampires in New York." What Whistler didn't yet know was that Frost had already become the sole leader of the New York vampires. He had imprisoned all the other vampire elders, intending to use them as sacrifices for the blood god ritual. Whistler paused before adding, after years of investigation, we found out he's the one who killed Blade's mother. Hearing this, Karen's initial hesitation about Blade's actions vanished. Looking at Blade's pained expression, she could easily tell that he was thinking about his mother. She walked over, gently holding Blade's arm, and said softly, Eric, that's enough. Stop for now. He's already unconscious. Let's wake him up first, then you can deal with him, Karen suggested, her tone calm yet firm. Yang Bo, overhearing Karen's words, couldn't help but chuckle. I've seen plenty of saints, but this is the first time I've met someone like you, a living King Yama. His gaze toward Karen carried a hint of admiration. Women like her, who were decisive, capable, and morally clear, were a rarity. Most women would either complain about the cruelty or quietly accept the situation without interfering. Soon, Yang Bo finished packing up the iron blocks into his inventory. Whistler, ever the researcher, was bursting with curiosity about Yang Bo approaching him. Whistler asked, I've been studying that house you built earlier. It seems to be made of high-strength iron. But with such weight, how did the ceiling not collapse? The blocks weren't a single piece, and there were no support beams. Is this some kind of special ability? Are you a wizard? Whistler bombarded Yang Bo with questions, his excitement palpable. Yang Bo, overwhelmed by the barrage, shrugged helplessly and said with a wry smile, Sure, let's just say I'm a wizard. Patting Whistler on the shoulder, Yang Bo added seriously, Trust me, it's better not to think too much about my abilities. It's for your own good. With that, he pulled out a cigarette, offered one to Whistler, and lit both their cigarettes with a lighter. Taking a deep drag, Yang Bo exhaled a cloud of smoke and walked toward Frost. Blade had already stabbed Frost several times. Though still visibly angry, he had stopped himself from continuing, mindful of Yang Bo's earlier warning. Killing Frost prematurely would not only thwart Yang Bo's plans but also leave Blade with unresolved emotions. Leave it to me, Yang Bo said to Blade. I'll make sure he dies in a way that's worth it. Frost's health bar above his head was regenerating slower and slower, likely due to his dwindling reserves of some special energy. Yang Bo reached into his inventory and pulled out a human heart, prying open Frost's mouth and forcing it inside. As Frost consumed the heart, his health bar began to regenerate at an alarming rate. Wounds inflicted by Blade healed visibly, and within mere seconds, Frost's health had recovered to 80%. Yet, he remained motionless, his eyes tightly shut. Heh, pretending to be unconscious, are we? Yang Bo sneered, blowing a puff of smoke into Frost's face. With a playful grin, he added, enjoy this delightful pain while it lasts. With a loud scream, Yang Bo reluctantly bent down to pick up the loot from Frost's body, pure blood 1 out of 6. He couldn't help but grumble, what the hell? The final boss only drops level 1 pure blood? What a ripoff! Outside, the sky was beginning to brighten. After a long night of chaotic battles and experiments, Yang Bo, Karen, and Whistler had all managed to gather satisfactory data. Yang Bo packed up his gear and called out to Blade, who was still lost in thought. Hey, stop brooding. Take me back home, I need some rest. He knew that Blade was likely still troubled over the situation with his mother, but comforting people wasn't his strong suit. That kind of task was better left to Karen, who knows, maybe she could even turn this into a bonding moment. Oh. And if it's not too much trouble, could you help me bring Paul over sometime? You're the only one in this city with the capability to handle that. I'll owe you one, Yang Bo added. Blade snapped out of his thoughts and nodded, though a trace of reluctance crossed his face at the mention of Paul's rotund figure. You're really giving me a tough job here. I'll bring him over tonight. With that, Yang Bo climbed into the car, said his goodbyes to Whistler and Karen, and the vehicle headed toward Central Park. As the warm rays of the morning sun bathed him, Yang Bo stretched lazily, feeling a sense of rejuvenation despite having stayed up all night. Suddenly, he remembered the vampire familiars and turned to Blade. You need to relocate. Your base has been compromised. Those vampire minions are definitely going to come after you. Blade's expression didn't change in the slightest. He replied in a calm tone, Don't worry. As long as I don't actively provoke them, they won't dare trouble me. But you'd better be careful, they'll definitely come for you. Dare not? Yang Bo raised an eyebrow, surprised by Blade's choice of words. Asterisk he said dare not, not won't. Asterisk his curiosity was piqued. Now that his relationship with Blade had deepened, they'd fought side by side, after all, he felt more comfortable asking direct questions. Why do you say they don't dare? Blade smirked and explained, I'm a half-vampire. Killing vampires is considered an internal matter of our kind. They won't use humans against me. More importantly, if their familiars attack me, it changes the nature of the situation entirely. Yang Bo's mind flashed back to the events of Blade 3, where vampire familiars disguised as vampires were killed by Blade and the entire incident was recorded by the vampires. This ultimately led to Blade being hunted by the authorities. Still, one thing puzzled Yang Bo: why did the vampires fear Blade enough not to use official forces against him? Unless Blade had backing from an even more powerful organization. That would also explain why Blade had no qualms about beating up that police officer earlier and even killing him without any apparent concern. Assaulting law enforcement was a serious crime in any country. Blade, can you tell me who's backing you? Yang Bo asked, his curiosity getting the better of him. Blade steered the car with one hand while reaching into his jacket with the other. After a moment of rummaging, he tossed a small black notebook to Yang Bo. Catching it, Yang Bo glanced at the cover, which bore the emblem of a steel eagle. His mind immediately connected it to Marvel's most famous organization, S.H.I.E.L.D. Of course, at this point in time, it was probably still called the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. Opening the notebook, Yang Bo saw the name Eric Brooks and the designation Level 8 written inside. Yang Bo. His mind flashed back to the comics, where Blade had joined SHIELD's Howling Commandos and was on the same level as Director Nick Fury, a Level 10 agent. As a daywalker and vampire hunter, Blade had been tasked with handling supernatural anomalies, including hunting vampires and other non-human creatures. However, Yang Bo hadn't read the comics and had no idea Blade was actually a SHIELD agent, let alone a Level 8 one. Blade, seriously? With credentials like this, how did you end up in your current situation? Yang Bo asked, handing the badge back to Blade. Blade. I'm just a name on their roster. My main job is to assist SHIELD in eliminating non-human threats. They handle official matters for me, but I operate independently most of the time, Blade replied. Yang Bo nodded, reclining in his seat and falling silent. *S.H.I.E.L.D. Kamardaj, Asgard. This Marvel world just keeps getting more and more interesting. I wonder if the Ancient One has noticed me yet. And what about HAMMER? Does this universe even have HAMMER? His thoughts wandered aimlessly as the car made its way to Central Park. Once they arrived, Yang Bo got out of the car but didn't head straight home. Instead, he made his way to the nearest fast food restaurant. After days of surviving on bread, he was desperate for something more substantial. Entering a McDonald's, he ordered some burgers and snacks before settling into a window seat. Just then, a fiery red convertible pulled up outside the restaurant. A man in a black suit stepped out of the car. Sensing Yang Bo's gaze, the man looked up, made eye contact, and nodded politely with a friendly smile. Yang Bo's lips curled into a playful smirk. He recognized the man immediately. It was Phil Coulson, the SHIELD agent. There's no way this guy is here by coincidence, Yang Bo thought to himself. He's definitely up to something. As expected, Coulson entered the restaurant without hesitation and walked straight to Yang Bo's table. Hello, Mr. Yang Bo, allow me to introduce myself. I'm Phil Coulson, he said, extending his hand politely. It's an honor to meet you. Yang Bo didn't harbor any hostility toward Coulson, the so-called good guy of SHIELD. In fact, seeing Coulson sparked an idea in his mind. A lamb walking willingly into the lion's den? It'd be a shame not to fleece him a little, With that thought, Yang Bo put on a warm smile, stood up, and shook Coulson's hand. Coulson, can I call you that? I don't know why, but the moment I saw you, I felt an instant connection. Coulson, caught off guard by Yang Bo's sudden enthusiasm, managed to maintain his composure thanks to years of training as an agent. Mr. Yang Bo. No need for formalities. Just call me Yang Bo. Or Yang, if you prefer the American way. Have a seat, Yang Bo said, gesturing to the chair across from him. Coulson nodded and got straight to the point. I'm an agent with the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. I came here specifically to meet you. I'm very curious about your background. Would you be willing to share more about yourself? Yang Bo internally rolled his eyes at SHIELD's unnecessarily long name. He looked Coulson in the eye and replied seriously, honestly, I have no idea how I ended up here. I'm just an ordinary guy from China. Years of experience as a seasoned agent allowed Coulson to quickly detect that while Yang Bo wasn't lying, he was definitely withholding some key details. He subtly adjusted his posture, placing both hands flat on the table, and a glimmer of thoughtfulness flashed in his eyes. "Have you ever considered joining us?" Coulson asked, his expression kind and welcoming. "For someone with special abilities like yourself, S.H.I.E.L.D. would be more than happy to have you." Leaning lazily back in his chair, Yang Bo began lightly tapping the table with his fingers, his face showing signs of contemplation. Internally, however, he was grumbling, *s.h.i.e.l.d. Ha! More like Hydra Central. If I join now, those Hydra agents lurking inside would chew me up and spit me out in no time. Yang Bo had a clear understanding of his own intelligence. Dealing with people who thrived on schemes and conspiracies was a surefire way to dig his own grave. Putting on an apologetic expression, Yang Bo replied, "I'm sorry, but I'll have to decline. Right now, I just want to quietly focus on being a vampire hunter and living my own little life." Coulson didn't seem disappointed by Yang Bo's rejection. After all, this was just their first meeting, and his invitation had been more of a probe than anything else. Smiling, he said, "That's perfectly fine. But just a friendly reminder, vampire forces aren't as simple as they seem. Their main stronghold is in Europe, and they don't particularly value their kin here in America. But let's not forget, they all share the bloodline of Dracula." Yang Bo nodded slightly, recognizing Coulson's words as a gesture of goodwill. After a moment of thought, he replied, "Thanks for the heads up, Coulson." At that moment, Yang Bo's fast food was ready. He stood up and smiled. "Hang on a second. I'll grab my breakfast/lunch and be right back." As he walked toward the counter, his brow furrowed slightly. He had been considering asking S.H.I.E.L.D. for help collecting materials, but he currently had nothing of significant value to offer in return, no leverage to strike a deal. The only thing he could offer was information, but the problem was that all his knowledge came from the Marvel movies. Sharing it would undoubtedly draw attention from both S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra, which was the last thing he wanted. Returning to his seat with a tray of food, Yang Bo noticed Coulson's friendly expression and couldn't help but feel a bit of genuine goodwill toward the agent. Sure, Coulson was a professional and this was part of his job, but his demeanor made it hard to dislike him. Coulson, noticing the faint worry on Yang Bo's face, asked warmly, "Yang, you seem a bit troubled. Care to share? Maybe I can help." Looking at Coulson's sincere expression, Yang Bo couldn't help but crack a smile. Despite knowing Coulson was a skilled agent, his genuine demeanor still managed to evoke a sense of trust. With a bitter smile, Yang Bo shook his head and said, "I'm just wondering how I could get a little help from you guys without actually joining your organization." Coulson's smile widened. Compared to the countless targets he'd worked with before, Yang Bo's straightforward personality was a refreshing change. He liked it. After all, everyone had their needs. If he could help Yang Bo now, their relationship would naturally deepen over time. And once they became friends, Yang Bo would find it hard to refuse him in the future. "Well, why don't you tell me what you're thinking first?" Coulson replied, his tone encouraging but non-committal. "I want to find an active volcano," Yang Bo said cautiously. "I need some lava." "That's it? That's all?" Coulson was momentarily taken aback but quickly composed himself. "No problem. If you're available, I can arrange for us to visit the nearest volcanic site." He didn't bother asking why Yang Bo needed lava. To him, locating a volcano was a trivial task. He already had a destination in mind, Hawaii Volcanoes National Park, where a recent eruption had made headlines. The lava was even threatening nearby roads. It couldn't get any easier than this. Yang Bo was stunned by how easily Coulson agreed to his request. After a brief moment of silence, he broke into a genuine smile. "I'd really like to be friends with you. Mind sharing your number?" He pulled out his phone, placed it on the table, and slid it toward Coulson. In his mind, Coulson seemed like a decent guy. Sure, he might be eyeing Yang Bo's abilities, but that was just part of his job, nothing worth holding a grudge over. Coulson picked up the phone and entered his number. After a quick call to confirm, he handed the phone back to Yang Bo. Pocketing his phone, Yang Bo said, "I need to swing by home and grab some things. After that, we can head out whenever you're ready." With that, he grabbed his burger and started eating. His appetite was impressive. 3 burgers and a variety of snacks disappeared into his stomach in just over a minute. Coulson watched in awe, joking, "Yang, it's a good thing you didn't join us. If you had, the director would have fired me for recruiting someone who'd bankrupt our cafeteria." Yang Bo chuckled. "I'll head home now. Do you want to wait here or head back first? Coulson thought for a moment before smiling. If it won't take long, I'll wait here. I could use a bite to eat myself. It won't take long. With that, Yang Bo stood and headed towards Central Park. Back home, he tidied up his inventory and crafted a large number of iron buckets. Suddenly, a new notification flashed before his eyes. More stacking mod activated. What the? Yang Bo was startled by the sudden pop-up but quickly broke into a grin. You cheeky little system, always throwing surprises at me. The more stacking mod allowed previously unstackable items to stack, such as lava buckets, water buckets, and potions. Just what I needed. I was worried I wouldn't be able to bring back enough lava to make the trip worthwhile. Now this is perfect. Excitement bubbled within him as he thought about his plans. He intended to use the lava to cast a portal frame and see if it could lead to the Nether. Unfortunately, he didn't have a diamond pickaxe yet, otherwise, he could have crafted an enchanting table as well. First, I'll level up my hunter rank. Then, it's off to the volcano with Coulson. Yang Bo resolved. With his plan in place, he headed to the vampire hunter NPC. 3 days had passed, and the hunter still looked as blocky and unchanging as ever. Yang Bo opened the interface and placed the vampire blood he had collected into the designated slots. Taking a deep breath, he mentally confirmed the transaction. 15 bottles of vampire blood consumed. Watching the confirmation screen, Yang Bo felt a twinge of heartache. Damn, earning this stuff is tough. Killing 30 vampires just to get 15 bottles, and now it's gone with a single click. It feels like microtransactions in a game. Yang Bo eagerly opened the hunter skills menu. The skill points, which had previously been at 0, now displayed 2 points. Without much hesitation, he decisively allocated them to 2 of the most practical skills *** hunter weapon table *** and swift as the wind. The hunter weapon table skill allowed him to craft exclusive hunter weapons. However, creating large-scale equipment like battle axes, crossbows, and armor required an entire bucket of lava. Even simpler items, such as bolts or pitchforks, consumed 1/5 of a bucket of lava. This was precisely why Yang Bo was so eager to have Coulson help him find lava. He was willing to owe a favor for it if necessary. The swift as the wind skill further increased his attack speed, shortening the interval between strikes. This meant he could deal even higher damage in the same amount of time, significantly boosting his combat effectiveness. As Yang Bo took a step toward the exit, he suddenly paused, looking down at his legs with mild confusion. Am I moving faster than before? Did leveling up also increase my movement speed? He muttered to himself. Though curious, he didn't dwell on it for long. After all, he had no way to accurately measure the increase. As long as I'm not slower, I'll take it. The faster I can hunt vampires and gather lava, the better. Stepping out of Central Park, Yang Bo spotted Coulson still sitting at the same table, calmly finishing his burger. In contrast to Yang Bo's hurried demeanor, Coulson exuded a composed and refined air. Sensing Yang Bo's gaze, Coulson looked out the window, smiled, and nodded before hastily finishing the last bite of his meal. By the time Yang Bo reached the restaurant, Coulson had already stood up and was heading toward him. Everything's arranged, Coulson said. Now all you need to do is come with me to the airport. Thanks a lot, Coulson. I really appreciate it, Yang Bo replied sincerely. Coulson personally opened the car door for Yang Bo. This wasn't because he had any special affection for him, it was out of concern for his beloved wife, the bright red convertible. Yes, Coulson was a sentimental man, and this car held a special place in his heart. He had even named it Laura. As he gently shut the car door, he thought to himself, next time I'm on a mission, I absolutely cannot bring this car. I'll use one of the spares instead. Poor Laura, The car cruised smoothly down the road, giving Yang Bo a genuine taste of what steady driving meant. Despite being a sports car, Coulson drove it at the pace of a leisurely Sunday ride. Yang Bo didn't mind the slow speed, though. He sat quietly, careful not to provoke Coulson's car fanatic tendencies and risk unnecessary trouble. The drive to the airport was uneventful, with Yang Bo and Coulson making casual small talk. After about an hour, they finally arrived at New York Airport. Yang Bo couldn't help but think, if Blade had been driving, we'd have made it here in half the time. After parking the car, Coulson led Yang Bo to a private hangar. Sitting there was a sleek black Quinjet, its metallic surface glistening with a futuristic sheen. The aircraft practically screamed advanced technology. It might as well have had black tech painted on its side. So S.H.I.E.L.D. already has Quinjets this early? No wonder they're called a global organization, Yang Bo thought to himself, impressed. Their tech might not be on par with Wakanda's, but it's still light years ahead of modern standards. The crew aboard the jet were already prepared. As soon as Yang Bo and Coulson boarded, the hatch closed behind them. The twin turbine engines on either side of the jet spun up with a low hum, and in moments, the jet lifted off the ground, darting toward Hawaii. Yang Bo's eyes lit up like a tourist in a big city as he took in the jet's interior. Everything about it, from the design to the functionality, oozed sophistication. Coulson led him to a lounge area, where they both took a seat. "How do you like the jet?" Coulson asked with a smile. "If you join us, you could travel like this all the time." Yang Bo rolled his eyes and shot back, "I like beautiful women too. Can you provide those as well?" To his surprise, Coulson nodded earnestly and replied, "Our organization has plenty of talented female agents from all over the world. As the saying goes, proximity breeds opportunity. If you join us, I can personally arrange for you to have a stunning female partner. Of course, the rest is up to your own skills." Yang Bo's jaw dropped slightly in disbelief. No wonder S.H.I.E.L.D. is so strong. With this kind of recruitment strategy, who needs coercion when you can just tempt people with benefits? They play the long game, using open tactics to win you over. He couldn't help but ask, "Does everyone get treated this well?" The moment the words left his mouth, Yang Bo wanted to slap himself. Why would I ask such an obvious question? If everyone got this treatment, S.H.I.E.L.D. would be in utter chaos. Coulson chuckled. Of course not. Most agents go through rigorous selection processes to join the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. Only those with special abilities are given preferential treatment. He paused, then looked at Yang Bo seriously. But you're different. We're friends, aren't we? I'd make sure you get the best treatment. Hearing this, Yang Bo felt a wave of emotion. For a moment, he genuinely thought Coulson was a great guy. No wonder people on the internet often said that without Coulson, the Avengers would have fallen apart long ago. Yang Bo reached into his inventory and pulled out a cigarette. He wanted to light up but remembered he was on a plane and reluctantly put it back. Seeing this, Coulson smiled and said, "Mind giving me one? It's been a long time since I've had a smoke. A little relaxation wouldn't hurt." He pressed a button on the wall, activating the room's ventilation system with a soft hissing sound. Yang Bo was taken aback. Damn, staying around Coulson feels way too comfortable. Maybe I should just poach him from S.H.I.E.L.D.? He chuckled at the thought. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. seemed impressive on the surface, it was riddled with Hydra agents. Yang Bo suspected that aside from a few high-ranking members, the rest of the organization was likely compromised. However, the idea of recruiting Coulson was fleeting. Yang Bo doubted his charisma was enough to convince someone like Coulson, a future director of S.H.I.E.L.D., to work for him. He pulled out a cigarette, lit one for Coulson, then lit one for himself. Taking a deep drag, he exhaled the smoke toward the vent. The two sat in silence for a moment, the quiet hum of the jet engines and the faint smell of tobacco creating an oddly relaxing atmosphere. As Yang Bo sat in the Quinjet, he could already see thick black smoke billowing from the volcano's crater in the distance. The Quinjet landed smoothly on a relatively flat area far from the volcano, where the terrain was safer. Coulson stood up and announced, "We've arrived." He opened the door to the lounge, and a member of the crew handed him 2 gray protective masks. Coulson turned and handed one to Yang Bo, explaining, "Volcanic ash is extremely harmful to the respiratory system. Wearing this gas mask will help a lot." Yang Bo, ever willing to go along with advice, accepted the mask without explaining that his data-driven body was entirely immune to such minor hazards. "If volcanic ash could harm me, I wouldn't have survived the basalt deltas in the nether back in Minecraft," he mused. He put on the gas mask as the Quinjet's rear hatch slowly opened, letting in a gust of strong wind. Stepping out of the aircraft, Yang Bo gestured toward the crater. "I'll head there on my own." Coulson shook his head gently. "The volcano is still erupting. I'll go with you. If anything unexpected happens, I can help." Yang Bo chuckled lightly and said nothing more. He turned and began walking toward the volcano. The Quinjet had landed at a safe distance from the crater, as the nearby ground was covered with solidified lava, making it too dangerous for the aircraft to approach further. The Hawaiian Volcanoes National Park stretched out before them, adjacent to the ocean. Today, strong sea winds swept through the area, carrying volcanic ash through the sky like a gray, suffocating snowfall. Yang Bo walked across the hardened lava, feeling its residual warmth underfoot. He pulled an iron bucket from his inventory and attempted to scoop up some of the blackened lava, only to find that it remained solid and unmoving. Ugh, not even a little shortcut, huh? He muttered, shaking his head. Looking toward the glowing molten lava in the distance, he sighed and continued forward. Coulson, walking beside him, watched as the iron bucket appeared and disappeared in Yang Bo's hands. His eyes narrowed slightly. Despite having read reports and surveillance data indicating Yang Bo possessed a spatial storage ability, witnessing it firsthand still left him shocked. In 2008's Marvel timeline, the world hadn't yet reached the stage of widespread superpowered chaos. Even Coulson, as a senior S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, had encountered only a handful of extraordinary events. However, he was acutely aware that the coming years would plunge him into a whirlwind of escalating superhuman activity. As they approached the flowing lava, the temperature around them rose dramatically. The air was thick with the acrid smell of burning. Yang Bo sniffed the air and turned back, only to burst out laughing. Coulson, you'd better stop here, your shoes are starting to smoke. He pointed at Coulson's feet, where faint wisps of white smoke curled up from his leather shoes. Coulson looked down at his smoldering footwear, then at Yang Bo, who seemed completely unaffected. With a wry smile, he admitted, I was planning to follow you, but I guess that's not happening. Be careful. Yang Bo nodded and, now unencumbered by Coulson, quickened his pace. Stepping across the uneven terrain, he soon reached the glowing red lava stream. Pulling out an iron bucket, he carefully dipped it into the molten flow. Just as he suspected, the lava was easily collected into the bucket. Perfect. Thanks for the donation, Yang Bo said with a grin. He began pulling out more buckets, each capable of stacking thanks to the upgraded mod. Quickly and efficiently, he drained the lava stream, leaving behind a trail of solidified black rock. Satisfied with his haul, Yang Bo glanced at the darkened ground. After a moment of thought, he pulled out his pickaxe and began mining the solidified lava. The satisfying sound of items dropping rang out as he picked up several blocks. Examining one closely, he saw the label, Solidified Volcanic Lava, X1. He frowned slightly. Asterisk, so this isn't obsidian? Makes sense if it were, I wouldn't be able to mine it with an iron pickaxe. Asterisk, realizing the material had no use in his crafting system, he shrugged and closed his inventory. Yang Bo turned back toward the Quinjet, slightly tempted to leap into the lava and use it to teleport home instantly. However, with Coulson waiting not far away, he decided against it. Maybe I should repay Coulson's help by giving him some info about Captain America, that'd settle the favor, and I wouldn't owe him anything. As he approached Coulson, who was waiting patiently at a safe distance, the agent smiled and asked, all done? Yang Bo nodded, his mind racing to figure out how to phrase what he was about to say. Coulson, thanks for helping me out with this. No need to thank me. It was a simple task. Don't worry about it, Coulson replied, his tone as calm as ever. The two began walking back to the Quinjet together. Yang Bo removed his gas mask and, with a serious expression, said, Coulson, I'd like to tell my friend Coulson something, consider it a gift. It's something important for my friend. Coulson stopped in his tracks, his eyes narrowing slightly. He removed his own mask and looked at Yang Bo with a mix of curiosity and concern. Go ahead. Right now, I'm just your friend, not an agent. Yang Bo pointed to Coulson's earpiece. Understanding the gesture immediately, Coulson pressed a button to deactivate it. He then pulled a small black device from his jacket pocket and switched it off. Heh, being a field agent means carrying a lot of gadgets, he said with a sheepish grin. Finally, he reached for the button on his collar and removed it as well. Yang Bo nodded. He knew Coulson likely had more hidden devices, but his next words would undoubtedly set off alarms in the agent's mind. Leaning in close, Yang Bo whispered, Captain America isn't dead. Also, your organization isn't safe, there are problems within S.H.I.E.L.D. Coulson staggered, nearly losing his balance. His eyes widened in shock, and the smile on his face froze. The two pieces of information Yang Bo had just shared were nothing short of earth-shattering. For the experienced level 8 agent, it felt as though his brain had momentarily short-circuited. It took several seconds for him to process the implications, and when he finally did, his throat felt dry, whether from the surrounding heat or the sheer gravity of the revelations, he couldn't tell. He ripped the button off his shirt, crushed it underfoot until its electronic components were exposed, then reached into the heel of his shoe and pulled out another black device, which he promptly threw far away. His voice was hoarse with tension as he asked, Do you know what you're saying? Are you absolutely certain? Standing at the edge of the volcano, Yang Bo noticed the mixture of nervousness and anticipation in Coulson's eyes. He couldn't help but gently pat Coulson on the shoulder and say, "It's true. Why would I lie to you? It's not like you're some beautiful agent trying to interrogate me. This is just a favor between friends." "But as for exactly where he is now, I'm not entirely sure," Yang Bo added. He then recounted the story of how Captain America, in order to stop Red Skull's evil plans, boarded the plane Red Skull intended to use to destroy major cities. During their final confrontation, Red Skull was consumed by the energy of the Tesseract and vanished into a wormhole. Meanwhile, Captain America, realizing the plane was critically damaged and headed for New York, decided to crash-land it into a nearby glacier. As a result, he was thrown into the Arctic Ocean and frozen in ice, but thanks to the super soldier serum in his body, he was still alive, waiting to be discovered. Yang Bo carefully summarized this information and shared it with Coulson. Because of the serum, he's still alive, just waiting for someone to find and dig him out. Hearing Yang Bo's words, Coulson's composure shattered. Normally, as an agent, he was trained to keep a calm and collected demeanor. But the revelation that his idol, Captain America, was still alive was too overwhelming for him to contain his emotions. "Yang, can I have a cigarette?" Coulson asked, his voice trembling slightly. "This news is it's too much." Yang Bo handed Coulson a cigarette and lit it for him. Coulson took a deep drag, visibly trying to steady his nerves. Bzzz, bzzz, a faint, rhythmic vibration came from Coulson's pocket. He took out the earpiece he had placed there earlier and pressed it lightly. "Yes, Director, I'm fine. Just the heat. I'm standing on some still warm volcanic rock," Coulson said into the earpiece before slipping it back into his pocket. From this brief exchange, Yang Bo deduced that the person on the other end of the call was none other than Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D. After ending the call, Coulson looked at Yang Bo with a complex expression. "How do you know Captain America is still alive? And why are you telling me this?" "Me? I saw it on TV." Yang Bo replied with a half-joking tone. "Coulson, remember, this is a message I'm giving to a friend, not to an agent." Yang Bo wasn't particularly concerned about S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, he wasn't even afraid of Thanos' snap, so why would he fear S.H.I.E.L.D.? Worst-case scenario, he could just dig his way into the Earth's core. What could S.H.I.E.L.D. do? Blow up the planet? Coulson took a deep breath, flicked the cigarette butt away, and said seriously, "I understand what I need to do. I think it's time we head back. I can't wait to find my idol." Coulson added. Then, after a brief pause, he said, "As for the pressure from the vampire familiars, I'll figure something out for you. Just try not to kill them unnecessarily, they're still human, after all." Try not to? So that means I can kill them if I want, huh? Yang Bo, with his knack for reading between the lines, raised an eyebrow and smiled brightly. With S.H.I.E.L.D. covering for him, he could now deal with the vampires more recklessly. I shouldn't make things too hard for Coulson. Let's just turn the familiars into full-fledged vampires before sending them off, Yang Bo thought. As the two walked side by side toward the Quinjet, the air in front of them suddenly shimmered. Sparks, resembling fireworks, began to appear and spin rapidly. The moment Yang Bo saw the sparks, his expression became extremely animated. He wasn't foolish at this point in time. The only person capable of opening such portals wouldn't be Dr. Strange. Coulson instinctively drew a handgun from his waist, but Yang Bo reached out and stopped him, shaking his head. He knew that the handgun would be utterly useless against whoever was coming through that portal. The sparks quickly formed a round portal, revealing a traditionally styled room decorated with ancient charm. Standing within the portal was a bald figure in a beige robe, her serene smile radiating calmness and authority. It was none other than the Ancient One from the Marvel Universe. She stepped forward gracefully through the portal, her presence exuding composure and confidence. "Hello, visitor from another dimension," the Ancient One said softly, her tone calm and measured. Inside, Yang Bo was panicking. The Ancient One was, at this point in time, one of the most powerful beings on Earth. If she hadn't chosen to step aside, Thanos wouldn't have even been an issue. "Greetings, Sorcerer Supreme," Yang Bo said, forcing himself to appear calm and composed. The Ancient One didn't seem surprised by his response. Her faint smile remained as she took another step forward, and the portal behind her silently closed. She studied Yang Bo carefully, her gaze piercing yet gentle. "You are quite the enigma. I cannot see your future, nor your past. Tell me, young one, what is your purpose here?" Yang Bo felt the pressure mounting. While he wasn't afraid of death, The thought of being trapped in the mirror dimension was unsettling. Wait, the mirror dimension? Maybe I could actually dig my way out of it. I should try that sometime, he thought, his tension easing slightly as the idea amused him. A small smile appeared on his face. I honestly don't know. One moment, I was in my bathroom, and the next, I found myself here. Could you send me back, by any chance? Yang Bo said, feigning innocence. As Earth's protector against threats from other dimensions, the Ancient One had encountered many strange travelers before. However, Yang Bo's mysterious nature was unlike anything she had seen. The Ancient One shook her head gently. I'm sorry, but I cannot locate your origin. I have no idea where you came from. If not for Captain America's premature reappearance, I might not have even sensed your presence. Hearing this, Yang Bo felt a pang of disappointment but also understood why the Ancient One hadn't sought him out earlier. Master, what brings you to me, then? Yang Bo asked cautiously. The Ancient One's expression grew serious. Your arrival has altered the timeline. The sacred timeline has been disrupted, and this could lead to a significant crisis. Yang Bo froze for a moment, surprised that the Ancient One was aware of the sacred timeline. He quickly grasped what she meant. The sacred timeline referred to the events he knew from the Marvel films. Disrupting it essentially meant altering the established plot. However, Yang Bo also knew that the timeline was already chaotic. If it weren't, he would have encountered the Time Variance Authority, TVA, the moment he arrived in this world. Their conversation left Coulson utterly bewildered. He stepped forward cautiously, looking at the Ancient One with a mix of curiosity and respect. Hello, I'm Coulson from the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. May I ask who you are? The Ancient One responded with a polite smile. Hello, Agent Coulson. I am the Ancient One. Kamartaj, nestled in the Himalayas, was an isolated village that resembled a paradise far removed from the outside world. It was also the sacred sanctuary of the magical world. At this moment, Yang Bo was sitting quietly on a chair, gazing out the window. The howling snowstorm outside was clearly visible, a stark contrast to the warmth inside. In front of him was a steaming cup of tea, its delicate aroma filling the air. Although he wasn't usually fond of tea, he could distinctly sense that this tea was leagues above anything he'd had before. The Ancient One sat across from him, her gaze distant, as if she were lost in thought. She was using the glowing green eye of Agamotto on her chest to carefully observe the possibilities of the future. This state had persisted for some time now. Ever since Yang Bo followed the Ancient One to Kamartaj and chatted briefly with her, she had been using the power of the Time Stone to peer into the threads of time. Yang Bo picked up the cup of tea and took a light sip. The rich fragrance spread through his mouth, invigorating his body and mind. His primary reason for coming to Kamartaj was his intense interest in the portal spell. He thought to himself, if I could learn the portal spell, I'd never have to worry about accidentally teleporting somewhere strange while going to the bathroom again. That'd be a lifesaver, Even though days had passed since his initial bathroom incident, the mere thought of it still brought a twinge of pain to his heart, as if the experience had left a permanent scar on his psyche. Can't see it. The Ancient One's voice suddenly broke the silence, startling Yang Bo so much that he nearly dropped his teacup. He quickly set it down and asked, puzzled, can't see what? Ancient One, what are you talking about? The Ancient One looked at Yang Bo with a complicated expression and said slowly, I cannot see you in the future timeline. Even though you're standing right in front of me, your existence seems to be beyond the Eye of Agamotto. The Eye of Agamotto, which housed the Time Stone, held near limitless power in this universe. Through it, the Ancient One could observe the future of the entire universe. Yet no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't find any trace of Yang Bo in the future nor even in the next second. In the visions she saw, the room only contained herself and a floating teacup. This situation was unprecedented for her, and she was unsure whether it was a good or bad omen. Hearing her words, Yang Bo was momentarily confused. He muttered inwardly, what do you mean you can't see me? Did the time stone malfunction or something, Yang Bo didn't dwell on it too much. After all, he wasn't a native of the Marvel Universe, so it made sense if the time stone didn't bother to include him in its observations. What mattered most to him now was whether he could learn the portal spell. After a moment of thought, Yang Bo mustered his courage and said to the Ancient One, Ancient One, would it be possible for me to learn the portal spell? I'm really interested in it. The Ancient One nodded slightly and replied, anyone with talent can learn magic. If you wish to learn the portal spell, you must first meditate and use your mental strength to connect with extra-dimensional entities. Once they acknowledge you and you form a pact, you'll be able to wield their magic. Yang Bo froze for a moment, a trace of hesitation appearing on his face. Does it have to involve the help of these entities? Can't I master the portal spell through my own training? He asked. He knew full well that the extra-dimensional entities in the Marvel Universe were not to be trifled with. Behind them lay countless secrets and prices to pay. Signing a pact with one of them could easily lead to ruin if one wasn't careful. Yang Bo wasn't like the Ancient One, who could borrow energy from the Dark Dimension daily, beat Dormammu into submission, and boldly declare, "I earned this energy fair and square, why should I give it back?" The Ancient One stared at him calmly and replied, "Of course, it's possible. However, for an ordinary apprentice, learning to cast a portal spell through their own strength would take about 5 years. If you're willing, I can arrange for a mentor to guide you right away." Hearing this, Yang Bo felt a sharp pang of frustration. 5 years, just to learn the portal spell? And that's not even considering how long it'd take to master long-distance teleportation. Am I really going to spend a decade learning this, just to make bathroom trips more convenient? That's absurd, As Yang Bo sank into dejection, the Ancient One suddenly said, "If you want to learn magic faster, I could give you a tour of the multiverse." Before she finished her sentence, the Ancient One abruptly stood up, swiftly waved her hands, and pressed her palms against Yang Bo's chest. A surge of immense power coursed through him, pushing his body backward. Time itself seemed to slow, and even his own movements felt sluggish. This sensation was both shocking and exhilarating. In that instant, Yang Bo understood what the Ancient One meant by a tour of the multiverse. This was exactly how she had introduced Doctor Strange to the mystical realms during his training in the movie. Smack, time suddenly resumed its normal flow, and Yang Bo landed unceremoniously on the floor. He instinctively glanced at his health bar, noting a loss of 1.5 hearts. He gasped inwardly, "Damn, just a light slap from her hits harder than a regular handgun?" Patting the dust off his clothes, Yang Bo stood up and looked at the Ancient One with an expression that could only be described as staring at a walking weapon. The Ancient One's expression grew slightly complicated, as if she realized her actions had been a bit excessive. "Ancient One, what's going on? Weren't you going to show me the multiverse?" Yang Bo asked, still bewildered. The Ancient One replied slowly, "Your soul and body are perfectly fused. They cannot be separated. Your body is your soul, and your soul is your body. This is an extremely unique condition, and it prevents you from learning Kamartaj's magic." Hearing this, Yang Bo wasn't too concerned about his unusual state. After all, he could resurrect himself, having a unique body and soul was par for the course. What he couldn't accept, however, was the fact that he couldn't learn the portal spell. Disappointment filled his heart. The Ancient One, on the other hand, seemed intrigued. Her eyes held a hint of eagerness. She was deeply curious about Yang Bo's condition. She had never encountered someone whose body and soul were so flawlessly integrated. If she could achieve such a state, perhaps her own body wouldn't deteriorate from overusing magic. "Don't lose hope. I'm sure you have your own path to follow," the Ancient One said reassuringly. Hearing her words, Yang Bo suddenly had a moment of clarity. I have a system, after all. Who cares about some portal spell? If I ever get a mod with teleportation abilities, I'll be able to go anywhere I want with ease. That's way better than this, With this realization, Yang Bo felt a newfound sense of relief. The frustration he had felt moments ago vanished, replaced by a light-hearted optimism. 2 days later, Yang Bo, now dressed in a sleek black robe, was sent back to Central Park in New York by the Ancient One. His time in Kamartaj had been fruitful, most notably, his inventory was now packed to the brim with various items. As he turned to wave goodbye to the Ancient One, who stood behind the shimmering portal, he noticed her expression wasn't particularly pleasant. The portal disappeared the moment he waved. Yang Bo muttered under his breath, "Man, the Ancient One's a bit stingy. So I grabbed a few antique-style furniture pieces, big deal. Wasn't it her idea to test my abilities in the first place, Back home, Yang Bo eagerly unpacked his inventory, pulling out a rosewood tea table adorned with an exquisite tea set. The tea was still steaming, just as it had been when he put it in. He took a sip, savoring the rich flavor, and sighed contentedly. "Ah, now this is living." Carefully pouring the lava into the crucible of the hunter weapon table, Yang Bo swiftly took out the materials he had prepared beforehand and got to work. In no time, two hunter-exclusive weapons materialized in front of him, a crossbow and a hunter's battle axe. Wasting no time, he immediately began crafting a large number of bolts. Thankfully, these bolts didn't require feathers to make, otherwise, given his current resources, even producing ammunition would have been a challenge. Yang Bo picked up the newly crafted hunter's battle axe and gave it a few light swings. The weight and balance felt decent, though the weapon's base damage was a bit underwhelming. However, it had a built-in 10% bonus damage against vampires and a knockback 2 attribute, which made it a somewhat useful tool. First things first, let's get a nether portal set up. If I can access the nether, diamonds, netherite, ender pearls, all of it will be within my grasp. Yang Bo's excitement grew as he thought about the riches that awaited him. The chests in nether fortresses contained a bounty of overworld items, and most importantly, he could obtain blaze rods there. With blaze rods, he could craft a brewing stand, finally freeing himself from the need to rely on self-harm to restore health. With buckets of water and lava in hand, Yang Bo walked to a corner of his room. He carefully sealed the area with cobblestone, leaving just a narrow passageway wide enough for one person. Placing water at the top of the portal frame, he took out his iron buckets filled with lava. Using the interaction where lava source blocks turn into obsidian upon contact with water, he painstakingly constructed a 2x3 nether portal frame. Staring at the dark purple obsidian frame, Yang Bo clasped his hands together and silently prayed, *notch, please bless this portal. Let it work, gently. He took out a flint and steel, positioned it near the obsidian frame, and mentally activated it. Click, the sharp sound of flint striking steel echoed, and a flash of fire swept across the obsidian. In an instant, a swirling purple vortex filled the frame. Listening intently, Yang Bo could faintly hear eerie whispers and unsettling noises emanating from the portal. Purple, snowflake-like particles scattered from the vortex, as though something unseen was leaking out from the other side. Gazing at the glowing portal, a look of exhilaration spread across Yang Bo's face. His eyes gleamed with anticipation. Finally, it's time for me to rise. Diamonds, netherite, ender pearls, I'll take it all. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Bo stepped into the nether portal. As he stood within the swirling vortex, everything around him seemed to be filtered through a purple haze. The whispers grew louder, the sounds more distinct. Soon, the world around him began to warp and twist. In just a few seconds, the scenery before him shifted dramatically. Through the purple haze, Yang Bo found himself in a forest dominated by deep blues and teals. The warped forest? Yang Bo muttered under his breath, instinctively lowering his gaze. He had to be cautious. This biome was home to one of the most dangerous creatures in Minecraft, the Enderman. Endermen had high health and devastating attack power, along with their signature teleportation ability. If provoked, they had a tendency to teleport right behind their aggressor, making them terrifying foes. Given Yang Bo's current iron armor, it might as well have been made of paper against an Enderman's attacks. Quickly, he pulled out cobblestone from his inventory and built a 3x3 cobblestone platform over his head. Only after securing this protective shelter did he finally take a deep breath and start examining his surroundings. The ground of the warped forest was mostly made up of warped nylium, interspersed with patches of netherrack and warped wart blocks. Scattered across the ground were warped fungus, twisting vines, nether sprouts, and other vegetation unique to this biome. Tall, black figures moved silently through the forest, their forms blending into the shadows. Yang Bo's gaze inadvertently landed on one such figure, a pair of glowing purple eyes locked with his. Oh, crap, Yang Bo muttered as he realized his mistake. The Enderman, feeling provoked, immediately opened its mouth in rage. Its body began to tremble violently, emitting a horrifying shrieking sound that echoed through the nether. A chill ran down Yang Bo's spine. How am I supposed to deal with this? Yang Bo cursed internally. In the game, you just avoid putting your crosshair on their heads. But in real life, how am I supposed to control my instincts? Who sees a shadowy figure and doesn't instinctively glance at it? Before he could fully process the situation, another guttural shriek sounded from nearby. Yang Bo groaned inwardly. He had accidentally angered a second Enderman. With no other options, he pulled out his iron axe and prepared for the inevitable. He carefully braced himself, knowing the Enderman could teleport at any moment. Bayou, a flash of purple particles marked the Enderman's disappearance. Yang Bo spun around just in time to see it reappear behind him, its enraged shriek filling the air. He swung his iron axe, striking the towering figure squarely. The Enderman staggered slightly from the hit, its dark body flashing red as it was knocked back a short distance. However, it quickly regained its composure and lunged forward again. Thankfully, Yangbo's 2-block-high shelter kept the Enderman at bay. Standing 3 blocks tall, it couldn't reach him from beneath the platform. Ha! Let's see how you like this, big guy. Yangbo taunted, gleefully hacking away at the Enderman's legs. Despite their high 40 HP, double his own health, the Enderman's health bar steadily dwindled as Yangbo chipped away at it. Suddenly, another shriek echoed behind him. Yangbo remained unfazed, safely tucked beneath his cobblestone shelter. When the first Enderman finally fell, it dropped a blue Ender Pearl onto the ground. Yangbo moved closer and absorbed it into his inventory. Picking up the round Ender Pearl, Yangbo examined it closely. To his surprise, he noticed a small black head with glowing purple eyes at its center. The eyes seemed to follow his gaze, moving wherever he looked. Heh, not bad, looks kinda cool. Yangbo murmured. Ender Pearls were among the few relatively round items in Minecraft. Although they still had edges, their design stood out among the blocky aesthetic of other items. Yangbo tossed the Ender Pearl into his inventory, thinking to himself, Asterisk might as well farm a bunch of these. You can never have too many teleportation items. If I set up an Ender Pearl cannon, wouldn't that give me instant teleportation capabilities? Asterisk. As he indulged in his thoughts, Yangbo suddenly felt a heavy blow from behind, sending him stumbling forward. Panicking, he scanned his surroundings and realized that an Enderman behind him was holding a cobblestone block in its hands. Quickly, Yangbo pulled out more cobblestone to patch the gap in his shelter. Seeing that his health had dropped by 7 points, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Damn it, trying to play dirty, huh? Fine. Let's do this. Fueled by indignation, Yangbo clutched his iron axe tightly and unleashed a flurry of strikes on the Enderman. Without a crosshair to guide him, it was nearly impossible to avoid looking at the Enderman around him. One by one, they became enraged, drawn to Yangbo's attacks. Though he managed to kill them quickly, the number of Endermen in the area didn't seem to decrease. It was as if more were being drawn in. Well, that works for me. Yangbo grinned. Might as well farm all the Ender Pearls I can while I'm here. In the vast and treacherous Nether, Yangbo had already collected a significant number of Ender Pearls. He couldn't help but grumble, Endermen everywhere, this warped forest is way too dangerous. After grumbling, he quickly cleared out the nearby Enderman. Fearing a surprise attack, he kept his head lowered and reluctantly switched to his pickaxe, beginning to dig downward. Thunk, thunk, thunk. After about 10 minutes of effort, Yangbo finally tunneled away from the warped forest. Climbing back to the surface, he was greeted by a breathtaking sight that left him momentarily stunned. The Nether's towering netherrack ceiling, hundreds of meters high, loomed above like a collapsing sky, while the seemingly endless lava lake stretched out before him like a glowing sea of fire. This is incredible. Playing the game never gave me this kind of immersive feeling, Yangbo marveled. Maybe only VR could come close to capturing this level of awe in Minecraft. Compared to the limited visibility of the fungus-filled warped forest, the open expanse of the Nether was a stark contrast. Oink, oink. A series of pig-like grunts abruptly interrupted his thoughts. On a platform made of netherrack, numerous zombie piglins wandered about. They were one of the most common mobs in the Nether, passive by nature unless provoked. If left alone, they posed no threat, but accidentally attacking one would trigger an all-out mob assault from every nearby zombie piglin. Yangbo's gaze fell on a small family of piglins nearby, 2 adult zombie piglins and a baby, seemingly enjoying their time together. If not for their rotting flesh and the gold swords they wielded, the scene might have even looked peaceful. Phew! Lucky me, no piglins in close proximity, Yangbo muttered to himself with relief. His sharp eyes soon caught sight of something unusual in the distance, a patch of netherrack speckled with golden spots. His heart leapt with excitement. Nether gold ore, he shouted gleefully. Wasting no time, he grabbed his iron pickaxe and dashed toward the ore. But as he approached, a wave of melancholy washed over him. Asterisk I just dug for over 10 minutes and didn't find a single piece of nether gold Oregon. My luck really sucks, doesn't it? Asterisk he thought, but quickly dismissed the idea. Asterisk come on, I've got the Minecraft system as my cheat code, there's no way I'm this unlucky. That's impossible, asterisk. To ensure his safety, Yangbo first surrounded himself with netherrack to prevent any surprise attacks from wandering piglins. Then, he took up his iron pickaxe and began mining the nether gold Oregon. With each swing, more cracks appeared in the block until it finally shattered with a crunch, dropping 3 gold nuggets and some colorful experience orbs. The gold nuggets were promptly absorbed into his inventory. For the uninitiated, nether gold ore drops 206 gold nuggets when mined, and using a pickaxe with certain enchantments can yield even greater drops. A lesser-known tip is that mining it with a silk touch pickaxe allows players to collect the entire ore block, which can then be smelted into a full gold ingot. However, Yang Bo had never seen anyone actually go to the trouble of using silk touch on nether gold ore. It just wasn't practical. This particular patch of gold ore wasn't very large, consisting of only 5 blocks. Even so, Yang Bo couldn't suppress the grin spreading across his face. When I get back, I've got to ask Coulson or Blade if they know of anyone who buys gold. That way, I'll never have to worry about money again. Yang Bo thought gleefully. After all, in modern society, money could solve 99% of one's problems. After some effort, Yang Bo gathered a total of 15 gold nuggets, not even enough to craft 2 gold ingots. Peeking out from his netherrack enclosure, he scanned the area and quickly spotted several more exposed veins of gold ore. Seizing the opportunity, he dashed toward another patch of ore. Unfortunately, his movements caught the attention of a nearby piglin, who let out an angry snort. Whoosh, a crossbow bolt whizzed past Yang Bo's head, close enough to ruffle his hair. Startled, he quickly ducked behind a nearby zombie piglin. The piglin, with no hesitation, fired another bolt toward Yang Bo's position. Time seemed to slow as Yang Bo watched the bolt arc through the air and strike the zombie piglin squarely in the chest. A red flash signaled the hit, and with an angry chorus of grunts, the surrounding zombie piglins turned on the piglin attacker. The once harmonious group descended into chaos, tearing the unfortunate piglin to shreds. Ha! Typical surface-level friendships. They seem all buddy-buddy, but the moment there's an attack, it's every pig for themselves. Yang Bo chuckled smugly. With the danger temporarily diverted, he casually strolled over to the gold ore, pulled out his pickaxe, and resumed mining. After collecting the nuggets, he crafted 4 gold ingots at his crafting table and made himself a pair of golden boots, which he equipped immediately. With these boots, I don't have to worry about piglins attacking me anymore, he thought with relief. Piglins had an almost obsessive love for gold, and as long as the player wore at least one piece of gold armor, they wouldn't attack unprovoked. With his golden boots on, Yang Bo continued collecting gold while advancing toward his ultimate goal, the Nether Fortress. After over an hour of exploration, a sprawling structure of dark red bricks finally came into view. Whoa, Yang Bo's jaw dropped in awe. He had already been impressed by the grandeur of the Nether, but the Nether Fortress was on another level. Its towering support pillars rose from the lava sea, reaching heights of 50 to 60 meters, taller than a typical 12-story building in the real world. Taking out netherrack, Yang Bo began building a path across the lava lake toward the fortress. As he worked, he silently prayed, "Please no ghasts. Please no ghasts, *." But, as is often the case, what you fear most tends to happen. Without warning, a chilling shriek echoed through the air, sending shivers down Yang Bo's spine. Of course, the one thing I didn't want, Yang Bo muttered in exasperation. And why does my Minecraft adventure feel like a base-building simulator now? That ghast screen would fit right into a horror game. Scanning his surroundings, Yang Bo spotted the source of the sound, a ghast floating ominously in the distance. Its ghostly white, jellyfish-like body drifted through the air, and a fiery projectile was already headed his way. Ghasts were massive, floating mobs exclusive to the Nether. Despite their somewhat creepy appearance, with their gaping mouths and unsettling cries, Yang Bo couldn't deny that they had a certain cuteness to them, at least when they weren't trying to kill him. The incoming fireball hurtled toward him, slow enough to track but fast enough to be dangerous. Yang Bo quickly adjusted his position, raised his iron sword, and struck the fireball with precision. "Take that," he shouted as the fireball ricocheted back toward the ghast. With a loud boom, the fireball struck its target, dealing a massive 1,000 points of damage and killing the ghast instantly. "Guess that's what you get for messing with me," Yang Bo said triumphantly, watching the ghast's remains vanish into the Nether's haze. After successfully dealing with the ghast blocking his way, Yang Bo watched helplessly as the experience orbs and the ghast tear it dropped were carried away by the lava flow, disappearing into the fiery depths below. This was one of the reasons he had always disliked ghasts. Due to their massive size, they often spawned above lava seas in the Nether wastes, and their drops would almost always fall into the lava. Only in specific biomes, like Soul Sand Valleys, could their loot be reliably collected. Clinging tightly to the Nether bricks like an agile rabbit, Yang Bo hopped his way toward the Nether fortress, carefully scaling its structure. When he glanced down at the roiling sea of lava below, a wave of vertigo hit him like a punch to the gut. This is way too intense. It's like bungee jumping without a cord. Good thing there's no wind in the nether. If a gust were to blow me off. He smacked his lips and silently thanked his luck. Peeking cautiously over the edge, he spotted the long bridge made of nether bricks, teeming with various hostile mobs. Among them were hordes of zombie piglins and some fortress-exclusive creatures. The first to react to his presence was a blaze, its burning body crackling with heat as it spotted him from a distance. With a fiery hiss, it launched a fireball at young Bo with alarming speed. Compared to the slow-moving fireballs of the ghast, the blaze's attack was far quicker and deadlier. Yang Bo immediately ducked, and the fireball narrowly missed his head, flying just above him. His heart raced as he muttered to himself, "This has to be cheating. How is the blaze's aim this good?" A quick glance revealed even more trouble: 3 or 4 wither skeletons lurking on the bridge, their tall, dark forms patrolling ominously. The sight of them made Yang Bo groan inwardly. Charging in head-on was out of the question, especially with the blaze's ranged attacks and the wither skeletons waiting to ambush him. This is gonna be a nightmare. Yang Bo crouched on the netherrack, wrapping himself tightly in blocks to avoid being knocked off by any sneaky attacks. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his head, and his lips curled into a smile. Of course. Nothing beats the classic tunnel warfare. He pulled out his iron pickaxe and began digging into the nether bricks. As he worked, he listened closely to the sounds above him, replaying the positions of the wither skeletons in his mind. This should be the spot, he whispered to himself, targeting a specific block overhead. With a few swift strikes, he broke through the nether bricks, creating a hole. He immediately retreated, wary of anything unexpected dropping down on him. The telltale clattering of wither skeleton bones echoed above, confirming that he'd chosen the right spot. When nothing fell through, Yang Bo cautiously approached the opening. Jumping up to get a better view, he caught sight of the wither skeletons. Unfortunately, they also spotted him, and one of them swung its stone sword down at him, aiming for what could only be described as an unplanned lobotomy. Crap! Yang Bo yelped, narrowly dodging the attack. The wither skeleton, undeterred, dropped through the hole after him without hesitation. This, however, was where Yang Bo had the upper hand. Wither skeletons stood 2.5 blocks tall, while the tunnel he'd dug was only 2 blocks high. And in Minecraft, mobs don't crouch. Thus, Yang Bo was free to activate his foot-chopping master mode. One by one, the wither skeletons followed each other down the hole like a group of lemmings, only to meet their end beneath Yang Bo's relentless attacks. His iron axe worked tirelessly, felling all 4 skeletons. No way! A wither skull already? Yang Bo exclaimed in disbelief as he stared at the rare drop in his inventory. It had only taken 4 wither skeletons to get 1 skull. Statistically, he'd need to kill 12 to gather 3 skulls and summon the wither boss. However, he knew this was just wishful thinking. The first skull often seemed easier to obtain, but the second felt like the drop rate was halved, and the third, well, that was pure RNG hell. Realistically, with his current iron armor, taking on the wither boss without exploiting any loopholes was a near impossible feat, but hey, a guy could dream. Peeking through the hole again, Yang Bo confirmed that the wither skeletons had been cleared. Unfortunately, 2 more blazes had spawned further down the bridge. Alright, fine. Time to charge in and take them out. Yang Bo leapt from the hole, grabbing onto the platform above without bothering to build blocks. For him, a mere 2 or 3 meters was no obstacle, just one of the many ways he was more agile than Steve. The moment he climbed up, he was greeted by a volley of fireballs. 3 blazes fired in unison, their projectiles forming a triangle as they hurtled toward him. Yang Bo swiftly raised his shield, perfectly deflecting the incoming fireballs. Seizing the brief pause between their attacks, he sprinted toward the blazes, crossbow in hand. A crosshair appeared in his vision as he aimed at one of the blazes and fired. The bolt struck its target, dealing a measly -4 damage. Ugh, these hunter weapons are useless against regular mobs. I really need a dedicated set of gear for this kind of fight, Yang Bo muttered with a sigh. Another round of fireballs came flying at him. He raised his shield once more, the impacts reverberating through the metal. Unlike in the game, where blazes fired 3 fireballs per attack in a randomly scattered pattern, their real-life counterparts were disturbingly accurate, as if they were using aimbots. Reloading his crossbow, Yang Bo fired another bolt while charging forward. The damage was still disappointing, but it was better than nothing. Finally, he closed the distance to the blaze with the lowest health. Switching to his iron axe, he leapt into the air and brought it down with a powerful crit hit, obliterating the blaze in one strike. Its health bar vanished, and it dropped a blaze rod. Just as he bent down to pick up the rod, another fireball struck him squarely in the back. 2.5 hearts of health disappeared instantly, and the impact triggered a burning debuff, dealing 1 damage per second. In total, his health bar, which maxed out at 20 points, plummeted by 9 points in seconds. Damn it! Yang Bo gritted his teeth, quickly firing another bolt at the airborne blaze. After landing the hit, he switched to blocks and hastily built a protective barrier around himself. Finally safe. These blazes hit way too hard. I'm wearing full iron armor, and it still feels like I'm on hard mode. Yang Bo grumbled. He pulled a loaf of bread from his inventory and began eating. There was no need to rush. Blazes without a target would eventually descend to the ground, making them easier to deal with. Fighting them while they floated in the air wasted too many bolts. As the cacophony of monster noises echoed outside, Yang Bo sat on the ground and pulled out his phone. Unsurprisingly, there was no signal in the nether, but at least the clock still worked. It's already past 1 p.m. Yang Bo noted. I need to get back by tonight. Looks like I'll have to speed up my exploration. After picking up the experience orbs and the blaze rod dropped by the blaze, Yang Bo turned his attention to the exposed fortress area in the distance. Without hesitation, he began making his way toward it. From afar, he could see a few wither skeletons standing guard at the entrance to the lava well room, their stone swords in hand. Like gatekeepers, they seemed to be vigilantly protecting the fortress from intruders like him. The lava well room, with its central lava well, was a hallmark of nether fortresses. Each fortress contained only one of these rooms, acting as a key passage between the fortress's inner chambers and its open-air sections. Yang Bo wasted no time constructing a 2-block-high platform for safety. From beneath it, he pulled out his crossbow and took aim at one of the wither skeletons. The bolt arced through the air and hit its target perfectly. The wither skeleton, now aware of Yang Bo's presence, let out a rattling noise and began sprinting toward him, its long, black legs moving with terrifying speed. However, Yang Bo felt completely secure under his platform. At 2.5 meters tall, the wither skeleton couldn't reach him beneath the 2-block-high space. Unlike Enderman, wither skeletons didn't have any special abilities like picking up blocks, making them much easier to deal with. Yang Bo swung his iron axe, swiftly taking down the foe. Unfortunately, this time, no wither skeleton's skull dropped. He gathered the coal left behind and casually tossed the skeleton's stone sword into the lava below. Time to loot the chests. Yang Bo thought, his heart racing with excitement. With the immediate threats cleared, he sprinted toward the fortress's inner chambers. Entering the spacious lava well room, he saw the glowing lava in the central well bubbling and gurgling softly. For safety, he blocked the well with a piece of netherrack to avoid any accidental missteps. The room immediately darkened, prompting Yang Bo to pull out a torch and place it on the wall. He cautiously ventured deeper into the fortress, following the sounds of blazes and zombie piglins echoing through the halls. Looks like there are plenty of mobs inside too, Yang Bo muttered, gripping his shield tightly as he advanced. When he reached a crossroads, he used netherrack to block off the 3rd block of each path, ensuring that any wither skeletons lurking around wouldn't be able to reach him. As he carefully peeked around a corner, a fiery boom startled him so much that he nearly jumped. A blaze had been lying in wait, like a sneaky ambush predator, and had launched a fireball at him. Yang Bo quickly raised his shield, deflecting the attack. After dealing with the blaze, Yang Bo scanned his surroundings. Apart from a few harmless zombie piglins, the area seemed clear. His sharp eyes caught sight of a staircase leading downward, and without hesitation, he made his way toward it. A chest! Yang Bo exclaimed, his voice filled with excitement. At the bottom of the stairs, in the corner of the fortress's lower level, sat a brownish chest. He sprinted toward it and flung it open with a satisfying creak. Inside, he found obsidian, a diamond horse armor, a gold ingot, and netherwort. While there were no diamonds in this chest, he still felt ecstatic. Looting chests in the nether fortress was proving to be a profitable venture. After stuffing everything into his inventory, Yang Bo pulled out his axe and chopped the chest down to take it with him. Given his current state of resource poverty, even the chest itself was a valuable commodity. Continuing his exploration, it didn't take long before he stumbled upon another chest. Opening it, he was greeted by the sight of 2 gleaming diamonds nestled inside. Looks like I've really lucked out this time, feels like I'm smuggling my way into Europe. Yang Bo joked to himself. With the diamonds from this chest and the obsidian he'd found earlier, he now had everything he needed to craft an enchantment table. Meanwhile, in the archive room beneath a vampire nightclub in the Marvel world, Blade stood staring at the bloated figure of Pearl, who was slumped on the floor. Blade couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. "Hey, how did you end up getting this fat?" Blade asked with a hint of annoyance in his tone. Pearl, who was greedily sucking on a blood bag, looked up with a pair of innocent, watery eyes. "I used to be a sumo wrestler. After becoming a vampire, they left me here, and I just kept getting fatter." Blade rubbed his temples in frustration. Yang Bo had really given him a tough problem this time. Sure, Blade could carry Pearl out with all his strength, but the problem was the club's narrow passageways. The main doors and the elevator were far too small to accommodate Pearl's massive size. The only option would be to blow a hole in the wall, which, according to Blade's investigations, led directly to the subway tracks on the other side. Pulling out his phone, Blade called Yang Bo's number, only to be met with a familiar out-of-service tone. Sighing in frustration, he hung up. Still no signal? Where the hell has Yang Bo gone this time? Pearl, having finished his blood bag, suddenly spoke up. "Hey, ever since you guys killed Frost, a new vampire clan has moved into New York. You should be careful." Blade's cold expression flickered with a hint of surprise. He hadn't expected any useful intel from Pearl. Chuckling softly, he bared his sharp teeth and replied, "Don't worry. If they've come, they'll stay." With that, Blade turned toward the wall, tapping it a few times with the hilt of his sword. If there was no other choice, he'd have to resort to blowing the wall open. Half an hour later, Yang Bo stood on the bridge of the Nether Fortress, gazing down at the fiery sea of lava below. Taking a deep breath, he whispered to himself, "All is nothing, and nothing is all." Closing his eyes, Yang Bo leapt off the towering bridge, the rush of wind roaring past his ears. For a moment, it felt like bungee jumping except without a cord. Spinning midair with a graceful double somersault, he plunged into the lava lake below in perfect form, creating barely a ripple. October 10th. Within seconds, his health bar drained rapidly like water through an open dam. Before 5 seconds had passed, there was a loud pop as Yang Bo's body disintegrated into smoke at the bottom of the lava lake. Back in his home in Central Park, Yang Bo calmly opened his eyes as he awoke in his bed. Ah, the good old death return technique. Never fails. He sat up, stretching briefly before beginning to sort through the spoils of his nether adventure. The haul included 5 diamonds, which felt like incredible luck considering it was just one fortress. Stuffing some cobblestone into the furnace to smelt into stone for a brewing stand, Yang Bo flopped onto his sofa in a position reminiscent of a lazy sitcom character. Finally, I've got my footing. I'll swing by the bookstore later to pick up some books, and maybe grab some sugarcane to start a farm. Enchanted books will definitely come in handy down the line. Reaching into his inventory, Yang Bo pulled out his phone. The device immediately went into overdrive, buzzing and chiming incessantly as dozens of missed calls and messages flooded his screen. "Whoa, what's going on?" Yang Bo exclaimed, scrolling through the notifications. "Blade? Coulson? What are these guys up to? Did something happen?" A small box truck was crawling along a New York highway, moving at a pace that could only be described as tortoise-like. It was clear that Blade, despite his usual wild and untamed style, was struggling to handle the vehicle. His lack of experience with driving trucks was painfully obvious. The endless line of cars ahead, stretching out like an impossibly long train, tested even Blade's stoic patience. The relentless honking of horns filled the air, creating a chaotic symphony of noise that grated on his nerves. He rolled down the window, and the cacophony of car horns surged into the cabin like a tidal wave. Unable to hold back his frustration, Blade slammed his fist onto the steering wheel. Fortunately, the wheel was sturdy enough to withstand the force, or else his superhuman strength might have reduced it to rubble. Ring, ring, the sharp ring of his phone cut through the noise. Glancing at the screen, Blade froze for a moment before a faint smile crept onto his face. Pressing the answer button, Yang Bo's voice came through from the other end. "Eric, what's up? I went on an expedition today, and there was no signal out there. I missed your calls," Yang Bo explained casually. Blade's voice carried a trace of irritation as he replied, "Finally, you call back. Do you have any idea how much trouble it was dragging Pearl out of that archive room? I ended up blowing out an entire wall." On the other end of the line, Yang Bo fell silent, his voice turning into a murmur of confusion. "Pearl?" He sounded genuinely unsure, as if the name barely rang a bell. Blade's instincts flared with unease, and he quickly asked, "Yang Bo, don't tell me you've completely forgotten about Pearl." How could I forget? Pearl's that super fat vampire, right? I've just been busy these past couple of days. No way I'd forget." Yang Bo's words were unconvincing, his tone lacking the confidence to back them up. The truth was, with everything that had happened recently, his encounters with Coulson, the Ancient One, and his trip to the Nether, Pearl's situation had been pushed to the very back of his mind. Blade wasn't buying it. He sighed in frustration, realizing Yang Bo had likely forgotten most of the details about Pearl. So, is Pearl still useful to you? If not, I'll just kill him and be done with it. From the cramped cargo area of the truck, Pearl shivered as a chill ran down his spine, his massive body trembling involuntarily. Why does it suddenly feel so cold? Pearl muttered to himself. The confined space of the truck was making him feel claustrophobic, and the constant stop-and-go traffic wasn't helping. If he weren't a vampire with an enhanced constitution, he'd likely have thrown up by now. Meanwhile, Yang Bo's voice on the phone grew hurried. No, don't. That's on me, alright? Pearl's still useful. Keep him for now, I'll come meet you guys right away. We're stuck on the bridge heading to Manhattan, Blade replied flatly. Yang Bo. Alright, I'll wait for you in Central Park, Yang Bo said with a sigh before hanging up. He muttered under his breath, getting the truck there is one thing, but moving Pearl back is a whole different headache. Blade can stay stuck in traffic for all I care, Back at home, the furnace had finished smelting a fresh batch of stone. Yang Bo walked over, collected the smelted stone, and added another batch to the furnace for later use. Time to make a brewing stand. It's no alchemy furnace, but brewing potions is still pretty good, Yang Bo remarked to himself. The thought of alchemy suddenly reminded him of the cultivation mod in Minecraft. His curiosity piqued, he mused, if only I could get my hands on that mod. Sure, its in-game mechanics might not be amazing, but it's cultivation. Who wouldn't want that? I wonder how new mods are unlocked, there's no pattern to it at all, After sighing to himself for a moment, he opened the crafting table and began assembling the materials for a brewing stand. In no time, the crafting process was complete, and a shiny new brewing stand appeared in his hands. One will do for now. No need to overdo it, I've got plenty of time, Yang Bo muttered. He placed the brewing stand above the furnace, though he currently lacked the ingredients to brew any potions. With that in mind, he grabbed some borrowed cash from his stash and decided to head out. I'll grab some carrots, books, sugar, glass bottles, and watermelon. Wow, I need a lot of stuff, Yang Bo realized as he made a mental list. Back in China, he could have handled all of this in no time. The local convenience store would have had most of the items, and anything else could have been ordered online and delivered to his doorstep. But now, he was in the United States, in 2008, no less. After some thought, he decided to ask Coulson for help. Pulling out his phone, Yang Bo dialed Coulson's number. The call connected almost immediately, and Coulson's voice came through, sounding uncharacteristically excited. Yang. You're back? Yeah, I'm back. Where are you right now? Are you free? Coulson hesitated briefly before replying, I'm in the recovery room. We've found Cap, and we're in the process of thawing him out. You know, when we pulled him out of the ice, he looked like a frozen fish from a supermarket. Yang Bo burst out laughing. Ha ha. Coulson, are you sure Cap is your idol? You sound more like a low-key hater. After a brief chuckle, Yang Bo got straight to the point. Clearing his throat, he said, Coulson, I actually need a favor. No problem. What do you need? Coulson's response was immediate and confident. His years of experience as an agent had taught him to recognize Yang Bo's straightforward nature and adherence to fair exchanges. If Yang Bo was asking for help, it wouldn't come without some form of compensation. I need a few things, glass bottles, pufferfish, gunpowder, sand. You know what, I'll just send you a list. Oh, and I've got some gold, can you help me sell it? I'll even give you a 5% cut. Coulson chuckled. Sure thing. Are you at Central Park? Cap won't be up for a while, and I'm not far from there. Let's meet in person. Alright, I'll be at the spot where we met last time, Yang Bo agreed, hanging up the phone. He recalled the events of Captain America, the First Avenger, where Cap woke up, escaped the facility, and ended up in Times Square. That wasn't far from Central Park, just 3 or 4 blocks away. Sure enough, as Yang Bo approached the park's entrance, a black car parked by the roadside honked its horn. Coulson stepped out, a genuine smile on his face. Thanks for the tip, Coulson said, extending his hand warmly. No need to thank me. You guys are the real pros. Sure, I knew where he was, but finding him on my own? No way. Without you, Cap would still be chilling in his ice cube, Yang Bo replied with a grin, shaking Coulson's hand. Gesturing toward a nearby bench in Central Park, he added, let's wait over there for a bit. Blade's bringing me some stuff. Sitting on a park bench, Yang Bo and Coulson faced each other as they casually chatted. Around them, tourists strolled by, some sending curious glances their way. The two made for an unusual pair, Coulson in his crisp black suit, and Yang Bo with his laid-back demeanor. Yang Bo reached into his pocket, pulled out a cigarette, and offered one to Coulson before lighting one for himself. Taking a puff, he glanced at Coulson's formal attire and teased, Coulson, next time you meet me, you should wear something casual. That black suit makes you stick out like a sore thumb. Honestly, I thought you were filming Men in Black for a second there. Coulson accepted the cigarette, hesitated for a moment, and then glanced down at his suit. Looking around at the tourists, he nodded and replied, you're right. Next time, I'll make sure to change into something more ordinary. Shifting gears to the reason they were meeting, he asked, by the way, you mentioned earlier that you needed some things. What are they? Yang Bo exhaled a ring of smoke and said, mainly some sand or glass bottles, if it's easier. I'll send you a full list later. It's not like these are rare items, but it's just too much of a hassle for me to gather them myself. Coulson nodded without prying into why Yang Bo needed these items, simply making a mental note to handle the request. Switching topics, Yang Bo brought up the matter of gold. Coulson, I have some gold on hand. Can you help me process it? Living in America without money is like walking with no legs. Coulson didn't immediately agree but instead offered generously, I can arrange $200,000 for you. It's not a loan. Hearing this, Yang Bo shook his head and clarified, I'm not short on cash. The issue is, I don't have the right connections here to sell the gold. As he spoke, he took out a gold nugget from his inventory and casually played with it in his hand. The golden, gleaming surface immediately caught Coulson's attention. The nugget, roughly the size of a baby's fist, left Coulson momentarily speechless not because of its size, but because of how nonchalantly Yang Bo treated it. Is this gold? Coulson asked, his tone tinged with surprise. Yang Bo nodded and tossed the nugget to Coulson, grinning as he said with a hint of smugness, yep. I don't have much of it, just a few hundred nuggets. When I have time, I'll go dig up some more. Yang Bo expected Coulson to show shock or amazement, but to his disappointment, Coulson's expression turned serious. Studying the nugget, Coulson asked, can you create gold? For a brief moment, Coulson's mind raced with thoughts of alchemy, transmutation, and the potential for Yang Bo to disrupt global financial markets. Gold, if produced in excess, could destabilize any nation's economy, especially those on the gold standard. It was a dangerous power. Yang Bo quickly clarified, no, it's not like that. I mined these myself after a lot of hard work. Recalling the footage of Yang Bo effortlessly digging through walls during the Hawaii mission, Coulson relaxed slightly. Still, he couldn't help but wonder about the world Yang Bo had mined this gold from. If he knew the truth about the Nether, his calm demeanor would undoubtedly shatter. Coulson suddenly remembered something Yang Bo had mentioned in Hawaii. Leaning forward slightly, he asked cautiously, Yang, last time you said that the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division isn't safe. What did you mean by that? Yang Bo raised an eyebrow and smirked, his expression playful yet cryptic. He was tempted to spill everything he knew, it felt like spoiling a movie for someone, a satisfying and addictive thrill. But considering SHIELD's current state, he held back. Shaking his head, he replied, it's not the right time yet, Coulson. When I feel like giving spoilers, when I feel it's appropriate, I'll tell you. Otherwise, I'm afraid you might suddenly decide to sacrifice yourself for the organization. Yang Bo shrugged, his tone lighthearted, but Coulson's mood darkened. Though his face remained composed, the smile faded from his lips. Yang Bo's words planted a seed of doubt deep in his mind. There's a traitor among us, the thought began to take root, and Coulson found himself scrutinizing his colleagues in his mind, but no obvious answers came to him. Yang Bo's words were like a nail driven into his thoughts, leaving him restless and uncertain. Ah! Phew, Coulson suddenly yelped in pain, nearly swearing aloud. Years of professional training stopped him mid-curse. He quickly waved his hand, trying to cool the burn. It turned out that he had been so absorbed in his thoughts that he accidentally burned himself with the cigarette. Yang Bo, watching him with amusement, couldn't resist teasing, Coulson, you Americans are so pitiful you don't even know how to swear properly. Wa chow is the way to go. Though Yang Bo didn't translate the Chinese phrase, Coulson understood the jest in his tone. Ignoring the burn on his hand, Coulson chuckled bitterly and asked, Yang, can't you just tell me? Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep tonight. Yang Bo shook his head with a grin. No. If I tell you, you'll have even more trouble sleeping. At that moment, Yang Bo's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID and said to Coulson, Hold on, it's Blade. He answered the call, and Blade's voice came through, sharp and impatient. I'm here. Where are you? Yang Bo turned his head and spotted a box truck parked at the park's entrance. Judging by Pearl's size, it was obvious that this was the vehicle Blade had driven over. There was no other way to transport someone of Pearl's stature. Hang on, I'm coming over. Yang Bo replied, ending the call and standing up. He started walking toward the truck, with Coulson following close behind. Blade jumped out of the truck as they approached, immediately ranting, Those damn veggie-eating protesters are at it again. I don't get it, what's the point? All they do is block the roads. Yang Bo couldn't help but laugh at Blade's frustration. Americans, he thought, had a knack for making a big deal out of trivial matters. Protesting in the name of freedom while infringing on others' freedom? It was ironic. Then, a strange thought popped into his mind. For vampires, would a coma patient count as a vegetarian meal? Shaking the silly idea away, he gave Blade a quick hug and said, Thanks for the effort. Pearls in the back? Yang Bo asked. Blade nodded, though his expression darkened as the topic shifted to Pearl. Glancing at Coulson, he seemed surprised and asked, Coulson? What are you doing here? Coulson smiled politely and replied, Yang needed me for something. Eric, it's been a while. The two exchanged a brief greeting, though they rarely met face-to-face despite knowing each other for years. Meanwhile, Yang Bo inspected the truck's cargo area. With the sun still up, he didn't dare open the door. If Pearl got exposed to sunlight and turned to ash, all their efforts would be wasted. Blade, let's go grab some supplies first. We'll come back for Pearl when it's dark, Yang Bo suggested. Fine by me, Blade agreed. The three of them climbed into the truck and drove off toward the nearest shopping center. As night fell and streetlights flickered on across the city, Yang Bo and Coulson emerged from the mall, their arms loaded with shopping bags. Some of the items had already been stored away in Yang Bo's inventory as raw materials, while the rest were simply for show. Blade, meanwhile, had stayed behind in the truck to keep an eye on Pearl, just in case anything unexpected happened. Let's head back, Yang Bo said with a satisfied smile, stuffing the remaining items into his inventory. He patted Blade on the shoulder as Blade started the truck, its engine roaring to life before they headed back toward Central Park. When they arrived at the park, however, it became immediately clear that the nighttime crowds were even larger than they had been during the day. Yang Bo frowned at the throngs of people inside. Guess we'll have to wait until late at night. He parked the truck in a nearby lot, hopped out, and checked his surroundings. Seeing no one nearby, he walked to the back of the truck and opened the cargo door to find Pearl crammed inside. Was it his imagination, or did Pearl seem slightly slimmer? The moment Pearl saw Yang Bo, his face lit up with excitement. Oh, Yang! You're finally here, he exclaimed, his sudden movement causing the entire truck to shake. It was clear that, despite his bulk, Pearl's strength had transferred into speed in his agitation. I thought you'd forgotten about me. I nearly starved to death in that archive room. Pearl's voice was filled with a mix of grievance and relief. Yang Bo chuckled as he observed Pearl's jiggling rolls of fat. How could I forget? I still need you to help me with a few things. But there are too many people outside right now, so you'll have to wait here a bit longer. I'll come back for you later tonight when it's quieter. Honestly, you should think about losing some weight. Saying that, Yang Bo pulled 2 human hearts from his inventory and tossed them to Pearl. Pearl sniffed them briefly before stuffing them into his mouth with delight. These are amazing. Oh my god, so good. Pearl exclaimed as he chewed, his face lighting up with joy. Yang Bo simply smiled. For a vampire hunter like him, these items were useless. But for Pearl, they were a delicacy. Coulson, watching from the side, looked completely astonished. This was his first time meeting Pearl, and the experience left a deep impression on him. Leaning toward Blade, he whispered, Is vampire food always this good these days? Blade shook his head slightly, replying, This is a first for me too. Meanwhile, Yang Bo glanced at the vampire fawn in his inventory and suddenly had a bold idea. What if I could turn Pearl into a Minecraft-style vampire? That would be so much more convenient, Eyes gleaming with excitement, Yang Bo locked his gaze on Pearl, causing the latter to shudder involuntarily. What do you want to do now? Pearl asked nervously. I'll help you with anything, but I'm not selling my body. What the hell? Yang Bo exclaimed, his expression twisting in disbelief. With all that fat, I could practically swim in it. I don't want your body, I just wanted to ask if you'd like to become stronger. Pearl's eyes lit up with hope. Who wouldn't want to be stronger? He was tired of lying around, relying on others to feed him. If he were forgotten, he'd starve to death for sure. Of course I do. Pearl responded eagerly. Blade and Coulson exchanged a glance, remaining silent but clearly intrigued by what Yang Bo was planning. Yang Bo climbed into the truck bed and pulled out a vampire fong from his inventory. In the game, using this item would poison the player for 3 seconds and grant them the Curse of Vampirism effect. After 20 minutes, the player would transform into a vampire. Normally, vampires couldn't use this item themselves, as the system would display, * you are already a vampire. *. Yang Bo held the vampire fong to Pearl and mentally activated the item. The fong disappeared, and Pearl's massive body immediately turned a sickly green, emitting faint green particles. I feel awful, Pearl groaned, his body trembling as pain surged through him. A moment later, the 3-second poison effect ended, and the discomfort vanished. Wait. I feel better now? That was quick, Pearl muttered, confused. If not for the lingering damage to his body, he might have thought the earlier pain was just his imagination. Yang Bo stepped closer to inspect Pearl and was surprised to discover that he could now see Pearl's status bar. Blood Curse, Infinity. Though the effect was displayed as infinite, Yang Bo knew it would only last 20 minutes. Pearl checked his body in confusion and asked, "So, am I stronger now?" "I don't feel any different." Yang Bo rolled his eyes. "You're thinking too much. Strength doesn't come that easily. Just wait here for now." Jumping down from the truck, Yang Bo pulled out materials to start crafting a blood altar. Unfortunately, he realized he lacked glass. Scanning the area, he couldn't spot any construction sites nearby that might have sand. Blade and Coulson stood off to the side, watching as Yang Bo placed a strange object on the ground and then froze, seemingly stuck. It didn't take long for them to realize he'd hit a roadblock. "Yang, are you serious about this? Can you really make Pearl stronger?" Coulson asked, stepping closer. Yang Bo snapped out of his thoughts and turned back to the two men. Sitting down on the edge of the crafting table, he grinned and replied, "I think I can. But I'm still experimenting, so it's not a sure thing yet. Right now, I'm stuck because I don't have any sand. Without it, I can't craft the next part." Hearing this, Coulson immediately offered, "I can help with that. How much sand do you need?" He pulled out his phone as he spoke. "A lot, a whole lot. But for now, just enough to get started will do," Yang Bo replied. For him, glass was a consumable item, and he could never have too much. Even a few hundred cubic meters wouldn't be excessive. However, his immediate priority was crafting the 3 glass pieces required for the blood altar. Nodding, Coulson called SHIELD's logistics department. "I need a large quantity of sand delivered to the parking lot west of Central Park." "Understood," the voice on the other end replied without hesitation. With Coulson's clearance, requisitioning something as simple as sand was a trivial matter that required no further approval. Hanging up, Coulson turned to Yang Bo with a smile. "Looks like we'll have to wait a little while." Yang Bo nodded, impressed by how effortlessly Coulson handled the situation. "Man, I wish I had that kind of authority. One phone call, and you get whatever you need, *. With nothing else to do, Yang Bo pulled out a watermelon he'd bought earlier. Instead of converting it directly into Minecraft-style watermelons, he sliced it into pieces. By cutting it into slices first, he could maximize the number of watermelon slices he received when converting them. "I really am a resourceful guy," Yang Bo said to himself with a chuckle, proud of his frugal and efficient approach. Coulson and Blade stood nearby, watching Yang Bo's actions with the wide-eyed curiosity of villagers seeing modern technology for the first time. Every step Yang Bo took seemed to defy logic and reason in their eyes. On the crafting table, Yang Bo combined gold and watermelon slices, creating a glowing, golden watermelon slice that shimmered in the dim light. "Yang, what's this for?" Coulson asked, pointing at the glowing slice in Yang Bo's hand. The scene before him was so utterly unscientific that he felt his years of training in logic and reason were being thoroughly challenged. Still, considering Yang Bo's abilities were already beyond the realm of modern science, Coulson decided not to overthink it. "This shiny watermelon slice? Oh, it's just one of the ingredients for brewing potions. It's used to make healing potions." Yang Bo replied with a grin. Like this, he added, pulling out materials from his inventory to demonstrate. He quickly crafted another brewing stand and placed it on the crafting table. Coulson and Blade leaned in closer, their expressions filled with anticipation and curiosity. Yang Bo dug a small hole in the ground, poured water into it from a bucket, and transformed the glass bottles he had purchased earlier into Minecraft-style glass bottles. Filling 3 bottles from the water source block, he placed them into the brewing stand. Then, he added blaze powder as fuel and carefully inserted nether wart and glowstone dust into the brewing stand's respective slots. Within seconds, the brewing process was complete. 3 bottles of pink healing potions now sat in the brewing stand, radiating a faint glow. Coulson and Blade watched the entire process unfold with a mix of fascination and disbelief. For them, this was nothing short of witnessing magic, an unexplainable phenomenon that defied all logic. This can't be real, Coulson muttered, rubbing his temples. Why did it turn pink? How does this even work? Yang Bo laughed and shook the bottles of healing potion in front of them. Coulson, interested in trying one out? Coulson's curiosity got the better of him, and he nodded eagerly. For someone in his line of work, taking a few injuries wasn't a big deal. What truly intrigued him was the potential of the potion's effects. I'm in. What do I do? Coulson asked, his expression serious. Yang Bo smiled and waved him off. Don't worry, there'll be a chance to test it out soon enough. He wasn't brewing potions aimlessly, his primary goal was to see if Pearl, after his transformation, could gain special abilities like blood siphoning from Minecraft's vampire mechanics. We'll see how Pearl turns out first, Yang Bo said as he set the potions aside. Just then, the loud rumble of an approaching construction truck broke the relative quiet of the parking lot. Coulson's phone buzzed at the same time, and he glanced at the screen before smiling. Looks like the sand delivery is here, Coulson announced, answering the call. The truck pulled into the lot with a commanding presence, coming to a halt a short distance away. Coulson walked over to the driver and said, "Leave the truck here. I'll call you when we're done." Understood. The driver, clearly well-trained, showed no hesitation. He climbed out of the cab, nodded to Coulson, and left the parking lot without a word. The truck's bed was filled to the brim with sand. As soon as the driver was gone, Yang Bo climbed up the side ladder, pulled out a shovel, and began transferring the entire load of sand directly into his inventory. Finally, sand. Yang Bo cheered, jumping back down from the truck. Without wasting any time, he set up a furnace and began smelting the sand into glass. Blade, having seen Yang Bo use the furnace before, wasn't particularly surprised by this part. However, watching Yang Bo effortlessly stash an entire truckload of sand into his inventory brought back memories of the barren wasteland outside their base. A thought suddenly struck him. Yang, how much can your special space hold? Blade asked, his curiosity getting the better of him. The question immediately caught Coulson's attention as well, and he perked up, waiting for Yang Bo's response. Yang Bo paused, caught off guard by the question. He lowered his head, deep in thought, as his mind flashed back to the mods he'd used before his Ice Sky adventure. Multi-page backpacks, more stacking, better storage, applied energistics. Blade, noticing Yang Bo's silence, grew concerned that he might have crossed a line. Hey, it's not a big deal. I was just curious. You don't have to answer if it's a secret, Blade said quickly, trying to ease the tension. Snapping out of his thoughts, Yang Bo chuckled and shook his head. Relax, it's not a big deal. Honestly, I wish I knew the limits of my inventory myself. There's no way to calculate it, it's practically endless as far as I can tell. Blade and Coulson exchanged a glance, both somewhat speechless. A cool breeze swept through the parking lot, breaking the awkward silence. From the truck's cargo hold, Pearl's voice called out, "Yang, are you still there? I think something's changed with my body." Yang Bo immediately walked over and climbed into the truck bed. Looking at Pearl, who no longer displayed the blood curse status effect, Yang Bo asked, "Can you see red hearts above my head?" Red hearts? Pearl looked confused. He stared at Yang Bo's head and shook his own. "No, there's nothing. Why would there be hearts?" Yang Bo frowned, noticing Pearl's health bar displayed 110 HP. Looks like Pearl hasn't fully datafied yet, he thought to himself. Alright, try saying inventory, Yang Bo instructed. Pearl, still puzzled, followed the instruction. Yang Bo watched his expression closely, but there was no reaction, no system interface, no change in Pearl's demeanor. Yang Bo sighed in frustration. Asterisk, does this count as a successful transformation or not? Asterisk, he wondered, rubbing his temples. Pearl, noticing Yang Bo's troubled expression, began to panic. Asterisk, what if I become useless? What if Yang decides to get rid of me? Asterisk, his entire body trembled, and his small eyes locked onto Yang Bo, awaiting his verdict. Yang Bo finally asked, do you feel like you've gained any special abilities? Try it out on me. Pearl hesitated but then recalled a strange sensation that had briefly entered his mind earlier. Yes. I think I do, he exclaimed, nodding eagerly. I think I can siphon blood as an ability. Maybe we can find a vampire to test it on? I feel like I can even drain blood from other vampires. Yang Bo raised an eyebrow at Pearl's suggestion. As a vampire hunter himself, the idea of Pearl going out to experiment on humans was laughable. There was no way he'd allow it. That's an interesting idea, Yang Bo said with a sly smile. I'll let you hunt vampires in the future. For now, just test it on me. Pearl nodded nervously, extending his hand toward Yang Bo. Immediately, streams of blood-like energy appeared, flowing from Yang Bo's body to Pearl. Red particles surrounded Yang Bo, and his health bar began to drop rapidly. Catch this. Yang Bo tossed an empty glass bottle to Pearl mid-test. Pearl caught it clumsily, and to his amazement, the bottle inexplicably filled with red liquid. In the small parking lot on the west side of Central Park, Yang Bo waved at Pearl, signaling him to stop after the blood bottle in his hand was filled. With a graceful leap, Yang Bo jumped out of the truck bed and casually pulled out a loaf of bread from his inventory. He began eating it in large bites to replenish the hunger bar that had dropped due to Pearl's blood siphoning ability. As he munched away, Yang Bo strolled over to the furnace and retrieved the freshly smelted glass. He then used the crafting table to carefully assemble a vampire altar, a tool designed for vampire upgrades. The altar's recipe required 3 glass, 1 gold ingot, and 3 iron ingots. With the newly crafted altar in hand, Yang Bo walked back to the truck bed. He placed the altar inside, testing whether it could be set down in the confined space. To his delight, the altar worked just as well inside the truck as it would on the ground, functioning without issue. If that's the case, then theoretically, I could install things like a beacon or a conduit onto a mobile platform and carry them around with me, Yang Bo thought excitedly, his mind racing. Images of SHALD's helicarrier flashed through his head. That flying fortress may have its flaws, but it's fast and airborne. If SHIELD descends into chaos, maybe I could borrow one for myself. It'd be a shame to let it go to waste. Lost in his whimsical thoughts, Yang Bo turned to Pearl and said, "Hand me the blood bottle." He also pulled out a few more empty bottles from his inventory and tossed them to Pearl. "Fill these up too. Stop when I tell you." Obedient as ever, Pearl caught the bottles and began using his newfound blood siphoning ability again. The crimson glow reappeared around his hands, and Yang Bo's health bar, which had just recovered, began to drain rapidly once more. After about 10 seconds, Yang Bo shouted, "Stop." Pearl immediately ceased his ability. Yang Bo took the filled blood bottles from Pearl and poured them into the vampire altar. For the first 4 levels, upgrading as a vampire was relatively simple. It required infusing the altar with blood and then mentally activating the upgrade process. Jumping down from the truck, Yang Bo waved Blade and Coulson over, leading them away from the altar to avoid any potential danger. He called out to Pearl, "All right, Pearl. Focus on the altar and think about using it." No sooner had Yang Bo finished speaking than the blood inside the altar began to drain visibly. Suddenly, a thunderous crack echoed through the air as a bolt of lightning streaked across the clear night sky, striking the altar with pinpoint accuracy. The lightning seemed to bypass the truck entirely, hitting the altar dead-on. Pearl, standing close by, was caught in the residual charge. His entire body began to emit smoke, and the air filled with the distinct smell of roasted meat. Pearl remained silent, either out of sheer willpower or because the shock had rendered him temporarily unconscious. Unbothered, Yang Bo pulled out another loaf of bread and began eating again, replenishing his health. His natural regeneration while full was rapid, only slightly slower than using healing potions. Blade and Coulson, meanwhile, stood frozen in disbelief, their faces a mix of shock and confusion. Yang Bo paid them no mind, still chewing on his bread as he approached the truck. Before stepping inside, he glanced up at the roof of the cargo hold. Wow, that lightning bolt was massive, and it didn't even damage the roof. Minecraft lightning really is something else. He carefully touched the side of the truck to ensure there was no residual charge before climbing in. Inside, he saw Pearl sprawled out, his eyes rolled back. Scratching his head awkwardly, Yang Bo muttered, "You can't blame me for this. You're so big you couldn't have dodged it even if you tried. If Pearl had been conscious, he would have cursed Yang Bo up and down. Asterisk, you could have at least warned me. Give me some mental prep time. Asterisk. Yang Bo crouched down to inspect Pearl, whose body was still emitting faint wisps of smoke. Blade and Coulson, driven by curiosity, clambered into the truck after him. They were eager to understand why the lightning had struck so suddenly, and more importantly, how Yang Bo seemed to have known it would happen in advance. Blade sniffed the air and, with a smirk, remarked, smells like medium-rare pork chops to me. Coulson, on the other hand, got straight to the point. Yang, why did that lightning strike? You seemed to know it was coming. Am I right? Yang Bo nodded, his expression suddenly serious as he prepared to spin an elaborate tale. Coulson, you wouldn't understand. In our Eastern world, beings like Pearl are considered abominations, existences that defy the natural order. Every time they attempt to gain power, it provokes the wrath of the heavens, like the lightning strike you just saw. He continued, his tone grave, but the universe is balanced. The Tao gives birth to 50, but 49 paths are visible, leaving one hidden. Even the heavens leave a sliver of hope for all creatures. If these so-called abominations can survive the heavenly tribulation, they'll gain immense strength. Coulson stood there, dumbfounded. The events had unfolded right before his eyes, and while the story sounded fantastical, it was hard to argue with the evidence. Despite the bright city lights obscuring the stars, the moon hung clearly in the sky, proving that tonight was clear and cloudless. Yet the lightning had struck without warning, right in the middle of the bustling city. It was difficult to dismiss Yang Bo's explanation entirely. Blade, however, wasn't convinced. As a half-vampire himself, he'd never heard of vampires being struck by lightning during power-ups. Yang, vampires are just humans infected by a virus. They're not mythical creatures capable of turning into bats or anything like that, he argued. Yang Bo simply turned to Pearl and gave him a meaningful look without saying another word. Pulling a human heart from his inventory, he placed it in Pearl's mouth. Instinctively, Pearl began devouring it, and as he ate, his injuries healed at an astonishing rate. At the same time, Yang Bo noticed something new. A plus symbol had appeared next to Pearl's health bar. Curious, Yang Bo clicked on it. This is a vampire skill tree? Yang Bo muttered, astonished. As Yang Bo explored the interface, Pearl groggily regained consciousness. The moment he saw Yang Bo, tears welled up in his eyes. Boss, I think I just got struck by lightning. Yang Bo patted Pearl's chubby shoulder with a grin. It wasn't just think, buddy, you did get struck. And guess what? There's more where that came from. Pearl. A few minutes later, the altar was once again filled with enough blood for the next upgrade. Yang Bo jumped out of the truck, motioning for Coulson and Blade to follow. The two scrambled out in a hurry, clearly uneasy. Boom, another massive bolt of lightning struck the altar, and once again, Pearl bore the brunt of the residual energy. His body smoked even more than before, and the smell suggested he was now cooked to a solid medium. This time, neither Coulson nor Blade could maintain their composure. Once could be a coincidence, but twice? That was no accident. Young, were you actually telling the truth earlier? Blade asked, his tone unusually serious. He couldn't help but feel a spark of curiosity, and perhaps even envy. Of course, Yang Bo replied, his face deadpan. Then he burst into laughter. I was messing with you, obviously. Come on, you're both grown men. How could you fall for that? Seeing the disbelief on their faces, Yang Bo added, if you'd paid closer attention, you'd have noticed the lightning struck the altar, not Pearl himself. Wake up! Wake up! Yang Bo was slapping Pearl's fat cheeks with enough force to make them jiggle like gelatin, as though performing some peculiar therapy. Sure enough, Pearl groggily regained consciousness, his eyes fluttering open to see Yang Bo staring down at him. Where am I? Pearl asked, his face filled with confusion. A few seconds later, Pearl came back to his senses. He reached for the human heart that Yang Bo handed him and struggled to shove it into his mouth. Watching Pearl eat, Yang Bo rubbed his chin thoughtfully, his mind wandering. Could getting struck by lightning actually help with weight loss? He tilted his head, scrutinizing Pearl's figure. But after seeing the thick rolls of fat still covering Pearl's body, Yang Bo dismissed the thought. How do you feel? Any changes? Yang Bo asked. Pearl closed his eyes and focused on his body. After a moment, he replied honestly, I think I've gotten a bit stronger, but other than that, nothing seems different. Alright, try focusing on your skills, Yang Bo instructed. Pearl did as he was told, but after a few seconds, he shook his head in frustration. Nope, I don't feel anything. Yang Bo furrowed his brow and glanced at the plus symbol next to Pearl's health bar. A thought crossed his mind, could it be that only I can allocate his skill points? His lips curled into a sly smile. Asterisk, if that's the case, this is perfect. I won't have to worry about Pearl betraying me. Let's level him up to tier 3 for now and see how he performs. Asterisk. With a mental command, Yang Bo opened Pearl's skill tree. Pearl, you might feel some changes soon. Don't be alarmed, Yang Bo said as he studied the available upgrades. Pearl nodded obediently, his eyes filled with trust. Yang Bo noticed that Pearl, like when he'd leveled up himself, had gained 2 skill points. The first skill available for vampires was night vision, an incredibly practical ability given that vampires were most active at night. Without hesitation, Yang Bo allocated the first skill point. Pearl's expression shifted as his eyes widened in amazement. To him, the world suddenly became as bright as day. Remembering Yang Bo's earlier warning, he remained silent, but the awe in his gaze was unmistakable. Next, Yang Bo allocated the second skill point to Regeneration, an active skill that granted Regen I and Bloodlust 3 for 19 seconds. Bloodlust, similar to the hunger effect, caused faster saturation depletion but had minimal impact if the user remained still. Yang Bo then glanced at the other skills he envied the most, Bat Transformation, which allowed the user to turn into a bat. However, in the overworld, sunlight or water would automatically cancel the transformation. Another skill, Summon Bats, unleashed a swarm of bats when in bat form, effectively disorienting enemies. After spending all 4 skill points, Yang Bo clapped his hands and said with a grin, "Alright, I've given you some special abilities. Try them out and see how they feel." He explained the effects of the skills in detail, and as Pearl listened, his excitement grew. His eyes sparkled with newfound hope. "Thank you, sir," Pearl said gratefully. Yang Bo waved dismissively, feeling a bit awkward. Being addressed as sir didn't sit well with him. "I grew up under the red flag as a proud modern youth, not some feudal landlord," he thought wryly. "Pearl, just call me Yang Bo. Your respect for me matters more than titles," Yang Bo said. "Now, try transforming into a bat for me to see." Pearl nodded enthusiastically. Following Yang Bo's instructions, he focused on the transformation. White smoke swirled around him, and in an instant, his enormous body disappeared, replaced by a gray bat. Yang Bo stared at the sight before him, speechless. "Pearl, you have to lose weight." The bat form was hilariously disproportionate. Its body was round like a ball, its tiny head looked comically out of place, and its half-meter-long wings flapped awkwardly as it flew around. Yang Bo couldn't help but think that, under normal physics, this bat wouldn't even be able to get off the ground. Thankfully, this was a result of Minecraft's vampire mechanics. I will. Pearl said excitedly, his voice somehow audible even in bat form. It had been a long time since he'd felt this free. "Can I go outside?" Pearl asked eagerly. Yang Bo nodded. "Stay airborne and follow me. I'll take you to the place we'll be staying from now on." With that, he dismantled the altar in the truck bed and stored it in his inventory. Meanwhile, Blade and Coulson were completely captivated by the sight of the rotund bat flapping clumsily around the truck. Blade, in particular, couldn't tear his eyes away. As a half-vampire, the idea of transforming into a bat stirred something deep within him. He swallowed hard and muttered, "Yang, can you give me the ability to turn into a bat too? I don't even mind getting struck by lightning for it." The thought of flying was a universal dream, even for someone as physically gifted as Blade. Coulson, on the other hand, was thinking along entirely different lines. His mind raced with concern. If all vampires could gain this ability, it would be a nightmare scenario. He imagined the chaos that would ensue if every vampire in the world could transform into a bat, gaining unparalleled mobility and stealth. For trained agents like himself, dealing with such enemies would be a logistical and tactical nightmare. "Yang, can you give this ability to all vampires?" Coulson asked, his voice tinged with worry. Yang Bo noticed the unease in Coulson's expression and shook his head with a reassuring smile. "Don't worry, Coulson. What you're afraid of won't happen. Besides, I've got a new idea. I'm thinking of starting a hunters association, specifically to hunt down vampires hiding in cities. Relying on my own strength alone to eliminate all vampires in the world would take far too long," Yang Bo explained. Blade's eyes lit up at the idea. "Yang, if you really start such an association, I'm in," he declared. No one was more passionate about hunting vampires than Blade. "Even if you didn't join voluntarily, I'd find a way to make you join," Yang Bo chuckled. His resolve to establish the Hunters Association grew stronger. It was time to clean up this trash. Coulson stood silently, his thoughts conflicted. He understood the implications of Yang Bo's words. Yang Bo could indeed grant such abilities, but he chose to stand against vampires rather than empower them. This reassured Coulson somewhat. "Come on," Yang Bo said, interrupting Coulson's thoughts. "Why don't you two come over to my place? I know you're both curious." Coulson perked up at the invitation and nodded. "Really? If I'd known, I would have brought a gift," he joked. Yang Bo chuckled and led them into the forest within Central Park. "We're here," Yang Bo announced. Both Coulson and Blade looked around, puzzled. All they could see were trees and grass. But then they remembered Yang Bo's unique abilities and directed their attention to the ground. Sure enough, they noticed a patch of grass different from the rest. Yang Bo pulled out a shovel and dug away the grass block, revealing a hidden entrance leading underground. With a flourish, he extended his hand and said, "Welcome to my humble abode." Inside Yang Bo's underground hideout, the atmosphere was quiet, save for the faint crackling of torches on the walls. The three men, Yang Bo, Blade, and Coulson, sat on a couch alongside the plump bat that was Pearl. Yang Bo placed 2 bottles of cola on the coffee table in front of Blade and Coulson, smiling apologetically. "Sorry, all I've got is cola. Make yourselves at home." At that moment, neither Blade nor Coulson had any interest in the drinks. Their attention was fully captured by the expansive underground space around them. The room was filled with peculiar decorations and a layout that defied their understanding. Both men sat wide-eyed, trying to take it all in. Coulson, his expression filled with amazement, said, "Yang, your abilities are truly incredible. Based on what I've read, you've only been in New York for 4 or 5 days. Yet you've managed to carve out this entire space beneath Central Park?" Yang Bo glanced around the hideout he had excavated, neither confirming nor denying Coulson's statement. Instead, he picked up his cola, twisted off the cap, and took a long drink. With a satisfied burp, he placed the bottle back on the table and said, "Coulson, keep an eye out for the things I mentioned earlier, alright?" With that, he casually tossed a gold ingot onto the table. Coulson's eye twitched as he stared at the gold ingot, silently muttering to himself, "Why does this feel so exhausting?" Blade, on the other hand, looked on with envy. He was always broke, even worse off than Spider-Man. His livelihood depended on looting vampires, but not all vampires wore watches or carried valuables. To make matters worse, most of the items vampires carried would burn to ash upon their deaths, leaving Blade empty-handed more often than not. Coulson nodded but added, "I can help you collect these things, but I don't need money. Can we trade information instead?" His instincts told him that Yang Bo was privy to knowledge far beyond the norm. Yang Bo set his glass bottle back on the table with a crisp clink, leaned back on the couch, and reached into his pocket for a cigarette only to realize he'd run out. Frowning, he tossed the empty pack into the trash. Noticing this, Coulson smiled and pulled a fresh pack of cigarettes from his pocket. Opening it, he handed one to Yang Bo along with a sleek, polished lighter. "This pack has been sitting in my pocket for 2 days, Coulson said. Yang Bo's eyes lit up as he accepted the cigarette and lighter. Though he wasn't particularly refined, he had a soft spot for items that added a touch of flair. Lighting the cigarette, he took a deep drag and said, "I know what you want to ask, Coulson. But trust me, you're not ready for the answers." Coulson chuckled. "Better to know sooner than later, don't you think?" Yang Bo nodded thoughtfully. Coulson had a point, but Yang Bo wasn't ready to spill everything just yet. At the very least, he wanted to wait until Captain America had made his mark. After all, the Captain was a symbol of hope and unity in America. "Don't worry, I'll tell you when the time is right," Yang Bo said. "Coulson, I do know some things, but your offer isn't enough. That said, if you consider me a friend, I'd suggest leaving S.H.I.E.L.D. to join my Hunters Association. You'd be a founding member and elder of the organization." Yang Bo grinned, as if offering Coulson the deal of a lifetime. Coulson's expression was complicated. It felt as though someone had just suggested he leave his steady government job to dig through trash for a living. While he could see the potential in Yang Bo's organization, comparing it to S.H.I.E.L.D., a global powerhouse, was a stretch. "The priority now is dealing with the vampires," Yang Bo said, casting a glance at the plump bat lounging on the couch. "We don't need a huge team to start, 10 people will suffice. First, we'll clean out all the vampires in New York. If any from outside try to extend their reach here, we'll cut them down immediately." Blade nodded in agreement. New York's vampire community was currently leaderless, leaving behind only weak, scattered remnants. It was the perfect time to strike. Yang Bo and Blade spent the next hour hammering out the details of their plan, while Coulson quietly observed, acting as the proverbial peanut gallery. By the end of their discussion, it was clear that Yang Bo had successfully swayed Blade to his way of thinking. Blade, find a suitable location for our base. It doesn't matter if it's inconspicuous or not, Yang Bo instructed. Leave it to me, Blade replied, flashing a toothy grin that seemed to gleam in the dim light. Through their discussion, Blade had seen the potential for finally eradicating vampires once and for all. He had also witnessed Yang Bo's immense wealth and resolve, a willingness to throw money at the problem until it was solved. Man, having money is really nice, Blade thought to himself, the most honest sentiment of his evening. Coulson, noting that the conversation had wrapped up, stood and stretched. I should head back. Unlike you two, I don't have boundless energy. Captain America is expected to wake up tomorrow, and I need to be there to oversee things. The three men and the plump bat left Yang Bo's underground mansion. After watching Coulson leave, Yang Bo and Blade set off on their nighttime hunt. Driving the truck toward Frost's building, Yang Bo's keen eyes caught sight of a man standing in the shadows by the roadside. Despite his attempt to remain inconspicuous, the golden outline surrounding him was unmistakable. Stop the truck. There's a vampire by the roadside. Yang Bo shouted. With a screech, the truck came to an abrupt halt. Pearl, still in bat form, was caught off guard and splattered against the windshield with a loud smack. Yang Bo sighed and shook his head, reaching out to peel Pearl off the glass before tossing him out the window. Go, he commanded. Still dazed, Pearl was hurled toward the vampire, crashing into him with a loud thud. Both Pearl and the vampire seemed momentarily stunned. Pearl was the first to recover. Having never fought before, he panicked and flapped his wings desperately, trying to escape. The vampire, realizing what had happened, grabbed Pearl by the wing. A bat, the vampire muttered in confusion. His gaze then shifted to the truck, locking eyes with Yang Bo's mischievous grin. Pearl, revert to your human form. Yang Bo ordered. Pearl finally snapped out of it. With a puff of white smoke, his massive body reappeared, slamming down on the vampire with a loud thud. A muffled scream escaped from beneath Pearl's considerable bulk. Even with a vampire's enhanced physiology, being crushed by several 100 pounds of fat rendered the vampire immobile. Drain him. Yang Bo commanded. Blood-red energy flared from Pearl's hands as the vampire's screams grew weaker. The blood was siphoned out, pooling into Pearl's hands. Yang Bo stepped down from the truck and handed Pearl several glass bottles. Fill these up, he said. The vampire's health drained to zero, but instead of bursting into flames, his body crumbled into a fine powder resembling stone dust. Good job. Yang Bo praised, his words sending Pearl into a frenzy of excitement. Pearl's small, beady eyes gleamed with eagerness, ready to try his newfound powers on another vampire. In bat form once again, Pearl noticed something on the ground, a vampire fawn, and a bottle of vampire blood. He swooped down and picked them up with his wings. There's something weird under me, Pearl exclaimed. Yang Bo extended his hand, taking the dropped items from Pearl. A look of surprise crossed his face. I didn't expect this. Pearl can actually see dropped loot. Normally, only Yang Bo could see items dropped by enemies. For anyone else to see them, Yang Bo would have to pick them up first and then take them out of his inventory. Thud. The ground seemed to tremble as though struck by a heavy blow, emitting a low, muffled sound. Ha ha! Pearl's maniacal laughter echoed throughout the large, spacious hall. Yang Bo and Blade exchanged glances, both wearing faintly exasperated expressions. Yang, I think this guy has completely lost it, Blade muttered, shaking his head. Yeah, I feel the same way, Yang Bo agreed with a nod. Ever since Pearl had killed that vampire earlier, he'd been stuck in an uncontrollable frenzy, as if some mysterious force was driving him. Suddenly, a sinister crimson glow emanated from Pearl's hands. The vampire lying on the floor, who had been struggling moments earlier, went completely still, all signs of life extinguished. Ha ha! That's what you get for mocking me before. Pearl crowed in triumph. Without hesitation, he transformed back into his bat form, his oversized wings flapping wildly as he took off into the air and flew around the hall. At that moment, a group of armed vampires poured out of the elevator, weapons at the ready. The hall erupted into chaos. Yang Bo reacted instantly, pulling out his sturdy shield and a sharp crossbow. Blade, standing behind him, unsheathed his silver sword with a sharp shing, ready for battle. Pearl, not missing a beat, flew over the heads of the approaching vampires and transformed mid-air. His massive, several hundred-pound frame plummeted like a meteor, crashing into 3 of the vampires and flattening them on the spot. The remaining vampires staggered, dazed and disoriented by the impact. Pearl? What the hell? Damn it, you fat pig, what are you trying to do? The vampires who weren't crushed roared in rage, clearly furious at Pearl's sudden attack. Pearl's enormous size had made him a well-known figure in the vampire community, and many of them recognized him instantly. The insult fat pig caused Pearl's expression to darken. His small eyes burned with hatred as he locked his gaze onto the vampire who had insulted him. Big, what do I want to do? I'm going to kill you today. Pearl roared. With that, he activated his blood-siphoning ability. Blood erupted from Big's body in a crimson torrent, flowing straight into Pearl. Big screamed in terror, clearly never having encountered such a crazed vampire before. Damn it, kill him! Big shouted desperately, frantically ordering the other vampires to attack. He raised his gun and fired at Pearl, not even bothering to aim. Pearl's massive size made it nearly impossible to miss. Asterisk bang. Bang. Bang, asterisk a barrage of bullets rained down on Pearl, but he remained unfazed, standing like an unyielding fortress, a tank with vampiric durability. As the gunfire echoed through the hall, a crossbow bolt whistled through the air and struck one of the vampires dead on. Yang Bo's cold voice followed immediately after. He's going to kill you all anyway. Why not just accept it and let him? The other vampires? Asterisk easy for you to say, it's not you getting killed, asterisk. Another bolt flew out, striking down a second vampire. Meanwhile, the incoming attacks were effortlessly blocked by Yang Bo's wooden shield, which didn't even show a scratch. At that moment, a shadow darted out from the side, a flash of silver streaking through the air. Blade, wielding his gleaming sword, leapt into the midst of the vampires. In a series of swift, precise strikes, he cut down 4 or 5 vampires in an instant. The remaining vampires, recognizing who they were dealing with, screamed in terror. It's Blade! Run! Ever since Blade had taken down Frost, his name had become infamous among New York's vampires. His mere presence was enough to strike fear into their hearts. Some humans even hung his photo in their homes as a talisman to ward off evil. Blade, you're stealing kills again. If I'd known, I wouldn't have brought you along. Yang Bo said with a sigh, putting away his weapon and picking up a few vampire fangs from the ground. Watching the fleeing vampires, Yang Bo couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. Blade was too efficient, often finishing fights in seconds, leaving Yang Bo no chance to land the final blow unless it was prearranged. Pearl, how are you doing? Yang Bo asked, glancing over at the oversized vampire. Pearl, who was now standing over the lifeless Big, looked ecstatic. I feel great, better than ever. Good. These ones are all yours, Yang Bo said, giving Big a hard kick and sending him sprawling in front of Pearl. Without hesitation, Pearl activated his blood-siphoning ability again. The crimson glow returned, and under its influence, the bullets embedded in Pearl's body were forced out, clinking to the ground. Satisfied that Pearl could handle himself, Yang Bo turned and walked over to Blade, his tone tinged with mock annoyance. Blade, didn't we work well together last time? Blade coolly sheathed his sword on his back, glancing at Pearl. I was worried the guy you brought along might die here, he replied. After a pause, he added, looks like my concerns were unnecessary. Didn't expect you to care about him, Yang Bo teased with a smirk as he headed toward the elevator, intending to clear out the vampires on the upper floors. Blade's voice followed him. I just didn't want to waste half a day bringing him here for nothing. Inside the elevator, Yang Bo used his unique ability to scan the building. Spotting several vampires still alive, he silently pressed the button for the 3rd floor. As the elevator doors closed, he called back to Pearl. Pearl, stay down here and try not to get yourself killed. The hum of the elevator's motor filled the air as it ascended. Yang Bo tightened his grip on his shield, preparing himself. Through his senses, he could see several vampires waiting at the elevator doors, seemingly ready to greet him with hostility. Meanwhile, at SHIELD's specialized recovery center, the night was anything but quiet. Despite the late hour, the facility buzzed with activity. In a secure observation room, Phil Coulson stood before a massive glass wall, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he stared at the man lying inside the recovery chamber. The man's chiseled features and strong build were unmistakable. Phil. How's it looking? Coulson asked urgently, his voice filled with anticipation. Hearing his name, Coulson turned to see none other than Nick Fury, the current director of S.H.I.E.L.D. The man's bald head gleamed under the lights, and his signature eye patch gave him the appearance of a pirate as he strode up to the glass wall, gazing at the figure of Captain America. "Director," Coulson greeted. "Steve Rogers' recovery is progressing well," Coulson reported. "Based on his current condition, he should wake up in about 2 days." Fury nodded, then turned his sharp gaze on Coulson. His expression turned serious as he asked, "You met with that guy with the special abilities again tonight, didn't you? What's your impression of him?" Coulson nodded slightly, his demeanor growing solemn. "He's incredibly mysterious. His abilities are extraordinary, and I get the feeling he knows a lot more than he's letting on. However, it's hard to pinpoint his exact level of strength." Fury listened intently, lowering his head in thought. After a moment, he said, "Prepare a detailed report and hand it to me." With that, Fury turned his attention back to Captain America. The idea of forming a specialized team was becoming increasingly compelling in his mind. The golden morning sunlight gently draped over Yang Bo, like a soft, warm veil. Despite the busy work from the previous night, he felt no trace of exhaustion. The warmth of the sun seemed to carry a magical allure, almost tempting him to drift off to sleep. By the edge of the lake in Central Park, Yang Bo lounged lazily on a sofa, holding a simple-looking fishing rod in his hand. The rod was barely over a meter long, with a thin fishing line attached. It looked so rudimentary that it might not even be suitable for catching frogs, let alone fish. Still, Yang Bo didn't seem to care, maintaining his relaxed and carefree demeanor. The lake was crystal clear, like a giant mirror, its surface reflecting the leisurely swimming fish below. A fist-sized bobber floated atop the water, attached to a similarly sized hook with no bait. Any fish with a reasonable level of intelligence would surely ignore such an unappetizing setup. Real-life lapis lazuli is outrageously expensive, over $20 per gram. Who knows how much I'd need to convert it into a single piece of Minecraft lapis? Yang Bo muttered to himself as he scrolled through online listings for lapis lazuli. The steep prices made him gasp. Though he could afford it, his supply of gold wasn't infinite, and he couldn't justify squandering it. If worse comes to worst, I'll just fish my way through life. Who knows? Maybe I'll catch an enchanted book. It might take some effort, but as long as I have time, I'm bound to reel in something good eventually, Yang Bo said, his tone both resigned and hopeful. As he spoke, a ripple suddenly spread across the previously calm lake surface. It seemed a fish was swimming rapidly toward the bobber. Yang Bo's eyes lit up with excitement, and he immediately perked up. "It's here!" As the bobber sharply dipped underwater, Yang Bo pulled on the rod with all his might. Out of the water flew another fishing rod identical to the one in his hand. Without hesitation, Yang Bo stashed it into his inventory. "A fishing rod?" Yang Bo muttered, puzzled. He quickly opened his inventory to inspect his catch. When he saw the rod's stats, his jaw dropped, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. "Wow! Lure 3, Luck of the Sea 3, Mending, my god-tier rod. This is insane!" Yang Bo exclaimed, standing up in disbelief as he stared at the enchanted fishing rod in his hand. He was overwhelmed with emotion. While he had obtained countless rods like this in Minecraft, this was real life. And this rod was just one step away, a missing Unbreaking 3 enchantment, from being the ultimate fishing rod of the original game. Without hesitation, Yang Bo abandoned his old fishing rod, tossing it aside. With his newly acquired, triple enchanted rod in hand, he settled back onto the sofa and resumed fishing with a renewed sense of anticipation. The power of the new rod became evident almost immediately. Within seconds, another ripple appeared on the water's surface. Yang Bo tensed, pulling sharply on the line. Out of the water flew a pair of leather boots. Thud! Before Yang Bo could react, a muffled sound rang out, and his body was suddenly hurled backward by a forceful impact. He tumbled into the lake with a splash. "Damn it!" Yang Bo cursed under his breath as he let himself sink into the water. Without panicking, he swam straight to the lakebed, pulling a wooden door from his inventory and placing it firmly on the bottom. Thanks to the game mechanics, the door created a pocket of air, displacing the surrounding water and forming a dry space. Who the hell was that? Yang Bo growled, his face filled with anger. He glanced at his health bar and clicked his tongue in annoyance. Even with a full set of iron armor for protection, the attack had knocked out half his health. That had to be a heavy sniper rifle. Who's trying so hard to kill me? Vampires? Yang Bo speculated. If it really was the vampires, Then only those self-proclaimed dark ones would dare move against him in broad daylight. But he didn't think it was likely. If the vampires wanted to use their followers to deal with him, wouldn't it be easier to send the police to his door? There'd be no need for such extreme methods. The use of a heavy sniper rifle made it clear that someone wanted him dead, no questions asked. Yang Bo plopped himself down on the muddy lakebed, paying no mind to the muck. As he munched on bread to restore his health, he pondered who could possibly want him dead. The water around him was eerily quiet, save for the faint sound of flowing currents. From his vantage point beneath the lake, Yang Bo could make out the vague silhouettes of 3 or 4 figures on the shore. Narrowing his eyes, he muttered to himself, "Today, I'm going to find out who's behind this. If it's the vampires, so be it, we're already at war. But if it's someone else..." A cold glint flashed in Yang Bo's eyes. He had already made up his mind, no matter who it was, they would pay dearly for this. Once his health was fully restored, Yang Bo prepared to act. He pulled out his phone, switching it to recording mode. In his hands, the phone automatically entered a datafied state, making it impervious to water or damage. He dismantled the wooden door with his axe and began swimming toward the surface. Even before he broke the surface, the figures on the shore noticed him. Without a word or hesitation, all of them turned their weapons toward Yang Bo and opened fire. Asterisk bang. Bang. Bang, asterisk. A hail of bullets tore through the water, leaving trails in their wake. Within moments, Yang Bo had been hit 7 or 8 times, and his health bar plummeted rapidly. Looks like their orders are to kill me on sight, Yang Bo thought grimly, his mind unusually calm under the circumstances. He pulled out his shield and chugged a healing potion without hesitation. The potion's effects kicked in immediately, and his health began to recover. As soon as his head broke the surface, another storm of bullets rained down on him. The relentless barrage of gunfire forced Yang Bo to raise his shield. The shield held for a mere 2 seconds before shattering under the onslaught. But 2 seconds was all Yang Bo needed. In that brief window, he managed to capture clear footage of his attackers with his phone. Darkness enveloped his vision as his health hit 0. Yang Bo knew he had died once again. Moments later, his body reappeared on the bed in his underground hideout. Phew! Yang Bo exhaled deeply, his eyes growing cold. Without hesitation, he got up and walked to a corner of the room, pulling a pickaxe from his inventory. He began digging deeper into the earth. Standardized combat uniforms, fully automatic rifles. Yang Bo replayed the scene in his mind. While America might be a land of freedom, it wasn't so free that a private paramilitary squad could operate in broad daylight in Central Park, especially not with heavy sniper rifles. The only group capable of pulling off something like this had to be government-affiliated. Yang Bo had his suspicions, but for now, his priority was to create a new safe house, a sanctuary 100 meters underground that only he knew about. As the sound of digging echoed through the space, the temperature around Yang Bo began to rise. He glanced at the depth he had reached and murmured, "This spot will do." He began horizontally expanding the area, quickly carving out a 50 square meter space. Surrounding the room with stone bricks for added defense, Yang Bo fortified the safe house. Looks like I'll need to head to the Nether to gather some diamonds. At the very least, I'll need to craft a diamond pickaxe and collect some obsidian for reinforcement, he thought. After setting up a bed to establish a respawn point, Yang Bo placed some chests and stocked them with basic materials, ensuring he could rebuild from scratch if needed. He swiftly constructed a nether portal and stepped through, arriving in the familiar, fiery landscape. A smile crept onto his face. It works. Now to test if I can return directly to my main base. Stepping back through the portal, Yang Bo felt the familiar dizziness of interdimensional travel. When he regained his bearings, he was back in his original hideout. Jumping down the newly dug tunnel, he used water to break his fall, landing safely in the secret base below. He filled the tunnel with blocks from his inventory, sealing it completely. Even a nuclear strike wouldn't reach him now. Those guys shouldn't have left yet. Yang Bo muttered, his voice cold. In the dimly lit underground space, Yang Bo raced through the tunnel leading to the lake. His hand moved like lightning as he fished his phone out of his pocket and quickly dialed Blade. Beep, beep. After just 2 short rings, the call was answered, and the weight in Yang Bo's heart lifted slightly. At the same time, his suspicions were confirmed. "Yang, don't you ever sleep?" "I just fell asleep." Blade's groggy voice came through the line, still heavy with exhaustion. Yang Bo sighed inwardly, thinking, "Asterisk, you're not wrong. I really don't need sleep. Not only that, even phantoms don't respawn in my world, asterisk. I was attacked. Yang Bo said urgently. The moment those words left his mouth, Blade's tone shifted completely. The grogginess vanished, replaced by sharp alertness. Blade leapt out of bed, grabbing his weapons in one swift motion, ready to charge out the door. Where are you? I'm coming right now. Blade asked, his voice full of urgency. Karen, who had been studying vampire blood nearby, looked at Blade's sudden movements with confusion. Where are you going? She asked. Yang was attacked. I need to get to him. Blade barked back, not even glancing her way. He jumped into his repaired black car, slammed the accelerator, and roared out of the abandoned factory. Karen stood there, her mouth opening as if to say something, but in the end, she watched silently as the car disappeared beyond the factory gates. Meanwhile, Yang Bo sprinted through the tunnel, his mind focused on only one thing, getting back to the surface and dealing with the people who had attacked him. Hearing Blade's urgency over the phone, a faint smile appeared on Yang Bo's face as he said, Blade, you don't need to come. I only called you to ask if you'd been attacked as well. It seems this group has specifically targeted me. Don't worry, I won't be in any danger, Yang Bo said firmly. If this had been a plot by the vampires, Blade would likely have been attacked too. After all, Blade was far more infamous among vampires than Yang Bo. Where are you right now? Blade ignored Yang Bo's reassurances, his tone still filled with concern. Not wanting Blade to risk his life, Yang Bo lied. I'm on my way to Washington. You won't make it in time. If I need your help, I'll call you. He knew that if he told Blade he was at home, the man would rush over without hesitation. Before Blade could press further, Yang Bo hung up. Stuffing his phone back into his inventory, Yang Bo pulled out a submachine gun he'd confiscated from the vampires earlier. He wasn't interested in their loot right now, his only goal was to eliminate the people who had attacked him. Before long, he reached the end of the tunnel, where a mysterious wooden door stood, holding back the lake water with its supernatural power. Without hesitation, Yang Bo dove into the water. Instead of swimming directly toward the shore, he took a more cautious route, surfacing some distance from where he'd been fishing earlier. Poking his head out of the water, Yang Bo spotted the group of operatives in combat uniforms near the shore. They hadn't left yet and seemed puzzled by his sudden disappearance, likely assuming he was still hiding underwater. It didn't take long for them to notice Yang Bo. Their gazes snapped toward him, and Yang Bo immediately felt the danger intensify. Damn, there are definitely snipers observing this area from afar, probably more than one, Yang Bo cursed inwardly. He hurriedly swam toward the shore, knowing that staying in the water would leave him exposed as sitting duck with nowhere to hide. Scrambling onto the shore, Yang Bo took cover behind a large tree and finally let out a breath of relief. The snipers stationed in the forest had lost track of him for the moment. If he had the chance, he was determined to take out at least one or two of them before they could act. Pulling out a freshly crafted shield, Yang Bo listened intently to the sounds of approaching footsteps. Though he didn't have the X-ray vision he used when hunting vampires, his enhanced hearing as a hunter allowed him to pinpoint their movements with surprising accuracy. What Yang Bo didn't know was that every operative in this squad was equipped with thermal imaging goggles. Without hesitation, they advanced directly toward the tree he was hiding behind. Suddenly, the clink of metal hitting the ground caught Yang Bo's attention. He turned his head, his pupils contracting sharply. A familiar green, round object rolled to a stop next to him. A grenade? Yang Bo's heart sank. Reacting instinctively, he raised his shield in front of him just as a deafening explosion rocked the area. Before he could recover, a hail of gunfire erupted from behind the tree, the bullets ripping through the air with relentless ferocity. At this point, Yang Bo didn't need any more confirmation he'd been exposed. If he didn't realize it now, he truly lacked experience. Without lowering his shield, he raised the submachine gun in his other hand and sprayed bullets in the general direction of his attackers. He wasn't aiming, just firing blindly, like a stray cat stumbling upon a dead rat. Luck seemed to be on his side. By some miracle, two of his bullets hit their marks, taking down a pair of operatives. Yang Bo's unexpected counterattack forced the squad to pull back, each operative taking cover behind a tree. They worked in perfect coordination, occasionally peeking out to fire a few shots, keeping Yang Bo pinned down and unable to retaliate effectively. If live targets are too hard to hit, I'll finish off the ones already down, Yang Bo thought grimly. Switching to a fresh weapon, he aimed at the two operatives he'd just shot and fired again. The sustained firepower easily overwhelmed their body armor, sending them to an early grave. Seeing their health bars empty, Yang Bo charged forward with his shield raised. The sound of gunfire intensified, and grenades were lobbed his way, but none of them could penetrate his shield's defenses. Reaching the two corpses, Yang Bo grabbed their uniforms and stuffed them into his inventory. Got it, it works. I can store corpses. Yang Bo thought, relieved. He'd tried storing blade, vampires, and other living beings in his inventory before, but without the proper mod, it was impossible. Corpses, however, posed no such issue. Bang! A familiar, muffled gunshot rang out behind him, and Yang Bo's body was thrown forward by the impact. Another sniper. Yang Bo growled, fury bubbling in his chest. He turned his head and caught sight of a prone figure in the distance, though the sniper was too far away for him to make out any details. His objective accomplished, Yang Bo raised his hand toward the sniper and extended his middle finger. F******, he mouthed, a smug grin spreading across his face. He was sure the sniper could read his lips. Bang! A faint muzzle flash appeared in the distance. The next bullet struck Yang Bo squarely, instantly depleting his health bar. His body crumpled to the ground, dissolving into white smoke. Deep underground in his secret base, Yang Bo sat up in bed, his expression cold and unyielding. Without hesitation, he pulled the corpses from his inventory and examined their uniforms. Spotting the metallic eagle emblem on their clothing, a knowing look crossed his face. Just as I thought, he muttered, snapping a photo of the corpses before storing them back in his inventory. He quickly called Blade to reassure him that the situation had been resolved, then turned toward the nether portal. Stepping through, Yang Bo's mind was already working on his next move. He needed more mushrooms to craft, fermented spider eyes. Now that he knew who his enemies were, there was no need to risk another direct confrontation just yet. Hydra! Yang Bo muttered, a sly grin creeping across his face. Perfect. I've been looking for an excuse to borrow some of your resources. He. The thought of redistributing Hydra's wealth for his own purposes sent a flicker of excitement through his mind. His plans were just beginning. The soft flicker of a metal lighter cast a warm glow in the dim underground space as Yang Bo lit a cigarette. The faint smell of tobacco curled around him as he leaned back, his thoughts drifting to Coulson. And thinking of Coulson inevitably reminded him of the group who attacked him earlier today. Returning from the nether with a pack full of loot, Yang Bo stepped back into the Marvel world. It had been 10 hours since the ambush, but he had no intention of surfacing to check if those guys were still there. Getting mowed down by a hail of bullets was not an experience he was eager to repeat. 3 fortresses, and I only got 7 diamonds? These fortresses are so poor. Yang Bo grumbled as he sorted through his inventory, placing items into his storage chests. He then grabbed the materials needed to brew, potion of invisibility, and headed toward the tunnel leading out of Central Park. Even after all this time, he still couldn't figure out why Hydra would choose to kill him outright. Was it because of Captain America? Or had they struck some kind of deal with the vampires? Logically, they should have tried bribing me first, or seducing me. It's not like I'm so easily swayed, but still. Yang Bo spat on the ground, his anger flaring up again. The tunnel was eerily quiet, save for the faint crackle of torches and the echo of his footsteps. Yang Bo pulled out his phone and stared at Coulson's number. After a moment of hesitation, he dialed. The phone rang for a few seconds before Coulson picked up. Before Coulson could say a word, Yang Bo cut in, "Coulson, I was attacked." On the other end, Coulson frowned slightly, his tone reflecting his unease. "Yang, you know S.H.I.E.L.D. has agreements with the vampires. We can't afford a full-scale war. But I can get you some new gear, specialized weapons to deal with those guys," Coulson quickly offered. Yang Bo chuckled, realizing Coulson had misunderstood the situation. "I wasn't attacked by vampires," he clarified. "I was fishing in Central Park when a S.H.I.E.L.D. team ambushed me. It was a professionally trained squad, complete with snipers and spotters." "Coulson, do you have anything to say about this?" Yang Bo asked calmly, his tone steady as he stared ahead in the tunnel. Coulson froze on the other end of the line, his mind racing. Yang Bo's earlier warnings about S.H.I.E.L.D. being unsafe now echoed loudly in his ears. A cold sweat ran down his back. If what Yang Bo said was true, then the situation within S.H.I.E.L.D. was far worse than he'd imagined. "Yang, are you alright?" Coulson asked, his concern genuine. "I'm fine for now, but if I'm fine, someone else won't be," Yang Bo replied, his tone sharp. "Coulson, I need your help. I'll meet you in Times Square." "Got it," Coulson answered quickly before hanging up. After ending the call, Coulson's expression turned complicated. He had just finished compiling a report on Yang Bo earlier this morning, uploading it to SHIELD's central database. I hope this is just a misunderstanding. Coulson muttered to himself, unwilling to consider the implications if Yang Bo's claims were true. If SHIELD really had internal issues, it meant the problem was far more severe than he'd thought. Looks like my day off is ruined. Coulson sighed, throwing on his suit jacket before leaving his home. He climbed into his cherry-red convertible and sped toward Times Square. Meanwhile, Yang Bo wasn't in any rush to head to Times Square. Instead, he wandered through the dim sewer tunnels, searching for spiders. Why are the sewers in New York so clean? Yang Bo muttered, glancing at the trickle of wastewater flowing through the center of the tunnel. To his surprise, the environment was much cleaner than he'd expected. After walking for quite some time, he finally stumbled upon a spider web. Reaching out, Yang Bo pinched the spider crawling on the web, killing it effortlessly. He closed his hand and mentally activated Convert. The tiny spider, originally no bigger than a fingertip, transformed into a grotesque, fist-sized spider eye, its red, glowing eyes giving off a distinctly Lovecraftian vibe. Thankfully, the spider eye wasn't slimy, or Yang Bo might have thrown it away immediately. As he continued searching for more spiders, his inventory slowly filled with spider eyes. Yet his expression grew increasingly disgruntled. Spiders have 8 eyes each, but the conversion only gives me 1 spider eye? That's daylight robbery. Yang Bo complained, completely ignoring the fact that each spider eye was equivalent to the output of nearly 100 normal spiders. Just then, his phone rang, startling him in the echoing sewer. Glancing at the caller ID, Yang Bo slapped his forehead in frustration. I forgot about Coulson. He quickly answered the call. Where are you? I'm in Times Square, Coulson's voice came through. I'm in the sewers. Not sure exactly where, but give me a moment, Yang Bo replied. Spotting a nearby ladder, he climbed up carefully. Pushing against the manhole cover, he checked for passing cars before lifting it and crawling out. The last thing he wanted was to pop out and immediately get hit by a car. Emerging from the roadside manhole, Yang Bo ignored the surprised and mocking gazes of pedestrians. Dusting himself off, he took a quick look around and smiled. It's the same spot as last time, he thought happily. Speaking into the phone, he said, I'm by the mall we met at last time. Got it. I'll be there soon, Coulson replied. Through the phone, Yang Bo could hear the roar of Coulson's car engine. Clearly, Coulson was in a hurry, he wouldn't usually treat his beloved car like this. A few minutes later, Coulson's bright red convertible pulled up beside Yang Bo. Opening the door, Yang Bo climbed into the passenger seat. Coulson, find somewhere safe, Yang Bo said nonchalantly, cigarette dangling from his lips. As the car sped down the street, his gaze wandered to the women in summer dresses walking along the sidewalks. He couldn't help but admire their beauty, a small smile tugging at his lips. All right, Coulson responded, gripping the wheel tightly and keeping his eyes on the road. After a moment of silence, he asked, Yang, how do you know the people who attacked you were from S.H.I.E.L.D.? Exhaling a puff of smoke, Yang Bo replied casually, I've got their corpses with me. Want me to show you? Coulson. This wasn't the first time Coulson had marveled at how convenient Yang Bo's abilities were. No need. We'll be at my safe house soon, Coulson said quickly, not wanting to see bodies in his pristine car. Yang Bo nodded, tossing his phone back into his inventory. He knew he needed to track down Sky, that hacker genius. Without her, he was at a significant disadvantage in the tech department. Glancing at the milk in his inventory, he thought of Hydra's brainwashed agents, a cold smile flashing across his face. Hydra. Perfect. I've been looking for an excuse to liberate some of your resources, Yang Bo muttered, his mind already scheming. As they drove away from the towering skyscrapers of New York City and into the quieter residential areas, the change in scenery was noticeable. The bustling, chaotic energy of the city center gave way to a serene and orderly neighborhood, dotted with charming houses. Yang Bo found the atmosphere far more appealing than the cold, metallic jungle of the city. Coulson turned into the driveway of a quaint 3-story house, its exterior as neat and unassuming as its owner. Before the car even reached the garage, the pristine white garage door began to rise automatically. Inside, the garage was meticulously organized, with tools and equipment neatly arranged, giving off a calm and methodical vibe. Yang Bo glanced around, taking in the sight of the home. He turned to Coulson with a mischievous grin and teased, Coulson, this place is perfect for keeping a mistress. Have you ever brought a girl here for some fun? Yang Bo's remark struck Coulson like a dagger to the heart. He let out a helpless chuckle, shaking his head. If he had a girlfriend, he wouldn't be here being teased about it. The sad truth was that he didn't even have anyone to keep, let alone a mistress. Yang, let's not joke around. The priority now is figuring out who attacked you, Coulson said seriously, steering the conversation back to the issue at hand. All right, Yang Bo replied as he stepped out of the car. He glanced at the compact garage and asked, are we just going to talk here? Follow me, Coulson replied, leading Yang Bo toward a small room beneath the staircase. Instead of heading upstairs, Coulson stopped in front of a small doorway under the stairs, its design reminiscent of Harry Potter's cupboard under the stairs. Pulling open the small door, Coulson revealed a hidden compartment. He pulled out a remote control, pressed a button, and the floor of the compartment slowly slid open, revealing a passage leading underground. Yang Bo chuckled from behind, amused. Looks like no one can escape the fate of living underground, huh? Coulson glanced back, thinking of Yang Bo's own underground home, and nodded slightly in agreement. The underground space wasn't large, nothing compared to the vastness of Yang Bo's base. It was roughly the size of a standard living room, modest but functional. Yang Bo walked to the center of the room and pulled 2 bodies out of his inventory, tossing them onto the ground. Coulson immediately knelt down to examine them closely, his expression growing darker with each passing second. As he removed the masks from the 2 bodies, his face turned pale, resembling Nick Fury's usual stern demeanor. Yang, these are S.H.I.E.L.D. tactical team members. I recognize them. Coulson said, his voice filled with disbelief. S.H.I.E.L.D. had a massive roster divided into numerous departments, and for Coulson to remember 2 relatively unknown operatives spoke volumes about his sharp memory. Coulson looked up at Yang Bo, who was calmly brewing potions at a nearby brewing stand. I wasn't aware of their operation, he said, almost defensively, before returning his focus to the brewing. Yang Bo, meanwhile, retrieved finished, invisibility potions from the stand, stashed them in his inventory, and began brewing a new batch with fresh materials. I know this has nothing to do with you, Yang Bo replied flatly. But I want to know, where is S.H.I.E.L.D.'s headquarters? Coulson looked at Yang Bo, puzzled. Why do you need S.H.I.E.L.D.'s headquarters location? To settle the score, Yang Bo said nonchalantly. Coulson froze, struggling to process Yang Bo's blunt response. From Coulson's perspective, any normal person in Yang Bo's situation would prioritize lying low and avoiding further attention from S.H.I.E.L.D., not planning an outright retaliation. Don't do anything rash, Coulson said, trying to calm Yang Bo down. Let me investigate first. This place is safe, you can stay here while I look into it. Once I figure out what's going on, I'll contact you. As a seasoned agent, Coulson knew how difficult it would be for an outsider to infiltrate S.H.I.E.L.D.'s headquarters. It was practically impossible. I'm not joking, Yang Bo replied, his tone unwavering. He placed a freshly crafted, fermented spider eye into the brewing stand, converting night vision potions into invisibility potions. Then, he waved Coulson over with a mischievous glint in his eye. Come here. I have a secret to tell you. Yang Bo smirked inwardly, thinking, I really want to see Coulson's face when he finds out S.H.I.E.L.D. is actually Hydra. If only I could record this moment, unfortunately, he knew his phone was likely being tracked, so taking a picture wasn't an option. Coulson, intrigued by Yang Bo's secretive demeanor, walked over to him. Hail Hydra! Yang Bo whispered into Coulson's ear. Coulson's reaction was immediate. He whipped out his sidearm and leveled it at Yang Bo's forehead, his face a mixture of shock and disbelief. No, that's impossible. Yang Bo, are you with Hydra? Coulson asked, his voice trembling slightly. As a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, he was well aware of Hydra's existence and the threat they posed. Coulson's gaze was conflicted as he stared at Yang Bo deep down. He struggled to believe that Yang Bo, whom he'd interacted with so many times, could be part of such a dangerous organization. To Coulson, Yang Bo had always seemed like a regular, albeit peculiar, person who had suddenly gained extraordinary abilities. Sure, Yang Bo was a bit petty at times, but that hardly made him a Hydra operative. Yang Bo, seeing Coulson's chameleon-like expressions, couldn't hold back his laughter. Relax, Coulson. I was just messing with you. But the next part of the story really does involve Hydra. If you want to hear it, take a seat, Yang Bo said with a smirk. Coulson hesitated, unsure whether to trust Yang Bo. One thing was certain, if it came to a fight, he wouldn't stand a chance against Yang Bo one-on-one. After a moment of contemplation, Coulson lowered his weapon and sat down. This story is pretty long. It starts during World War II. Yang Bo began, adopting the tone of a storyteller. But what he said next caught Coulson completely off guard. Actually, I hate long stories. Let's keep it short, Yang Bo said with a shrug. After Germany's defeat in World War II, Red Skull's Hydra organization was disbanded. At the same time, SHALD's predecessor, the Strategic Scientific Reserve, was just getting started. Lacking manpower, they absorbed Hydra's remaining scientists. But Hydra's motto is, cut off one head, two more shall take its place. Yang Bo shrugged again, joking, though I've confirmed that Hydra agents do die when shot, they don't grow two heads. Those loyal to Hydra infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D. and used its resources to rebuild and expand, all while hiding under SHIELD's umbrella. Yang Bo walked over to the two corpses and gave them a kick. These guys? They're Hydra. Coulson's mind reeled, his mouth slightly open in disbelief. He had expected Yang Bo to know some secrets, but not something this earth-shattering. His throat felt dry as he struggled to speak. Who in S.H.I.E.L.D. is Hydra? Yang Bo smiled faintly. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff. Coulson immediately shook his head. No, that's impossible. Let me finish before you argue, Yang Bo said sternly. Maria Hill, Melinda May, Hawkeye, Nick Fury. Yang Bo casually rattled off over a dozen names. Coulson sat there, his emotions a mix of disbelief and amusement. For a moment, he almost wanted to laugh. But Yang Bo's next words nearly knocked him off his chair. Aside from those, about 80% of the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents you know are Hydra. For example, clairvoyant John Garrett and his protege Grant Ward, strike team leader Brock Rumlow, Jasper Sitwell, and former S.H.I.E.L.D. director Alexander Pierce. Yang Bo flashed a sincere smile, completely unfazed by the shockwaves his words were sending through Coulson's mind. Are you seriously not joking? Coulson asked, his face filled with doubt as he stared at Yang Bo. Of course not. Yang Bo replied firmly, watching Coulson's disheveled expression. Oddly enough, watching Coulson's mental breakdown over the shocking revelation seemed to have lifted Yang Bo's previously sour mood from being ambushed. He turned back to the brewing stand, tossing in more materials to continue brewing potions. The bubbling sound of the brewing process echoed softly through the safe house, gradually pulling Coulson out of his daze. The weight of Yang Bo's claims was overwhelming. Even for someone as well-trained as Coulson, the thought of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s former director, Alexander Pierce, being a Hydra operative was beyond comprehension. It turned everything Coulson knew on its head. How was he supposed to deal with something like this? The sheer implications left him paralyzed. The safe house fell into an oppressive silence. Yang Bo, however, wasn't in a hurry. He knew Coulson needed time to process and think things through. Minutes stretched into more than 10, but Yang Bo remained unbothered, continuously brewing potions. Invisibility potion, speed potion, strength potion, healing potion, he brewed them all in bulk. If he had enough glass bottles, he'd have brewed a lifetime's supply right then and there. Finally, Coulson let out a heavy sigh and asked, Yang, do you have any evidence to back up these claims? While he didn't want to believe Yang Bo's words, the two bodies lying on the floor were undeniable. They were, without a doubt, SHIELD's tactical team members. More troublingly, they had been killed by Yang Bo, a man Coulson was assigned to monitor, and he hadn't received any intel about the operation. Someone within S.H.I.E.L.D. was intentionally keeping him in the dark, and whoever it was had to hold immense authority. No evidence. Yang Bo replied without hesitation. Coulson, you're misunderstanding something. I'm just an ordinary civilian who was attacked by S.H.I.E.L.D. All I care about now is revenge. Evidence? That's meaningless to me. S.H.I.E.L.D. is beyond saving. At this point, it's not S.H.I.E.L.D., it's Hydra. Yang Bo continued, his tone sharp and unyielding. I'm telling you this because I consider you a friend. That's all there is to it. Now, I want to know the location of the hub, Yang Bo said bluntly. The hub was one of SHIELD's main bases, and its close proximity to New York made it a convenient target for Yang Bo. He spoke casually, as if it didn't matter whether Coulson provided the information or not. Deep down, Yang Bo knew Coulson wouldn't stand idly by, he'd want to uncover the truth himself. Can I bring this up to Director Fury? Coulson asked hesitantly. You know I can't make this kind of decision on my own. Up to you, Yang Bo replied nonchalantly. Whether Nick Fury learned the truth early or not was of little concern to him. If things spiraled out of control, Yang Bo could always retreat to the Nether. He had no family in this world, so it didn't matter where he lived. And if he ever felt lonely, he could always bring a few people along to the Nether. Before Coulson could decide, his phone rang. The caller ID displayed Nick Fury, causing Coulson to glance at Yang Bo before answering. Director. Coulson greeted. Coulson, Tony Stark has been located. I want you to drop everything you're working on and prepare to make contact with him. Fury's commanding voice came through the phone. Yang Bo, who was within earshot, raised an eyebrow in surprise. Damn, they found him already? The new era is here. Yang Bo's exclamation was loud enough for Fury to hear on the other end of the line. Mr. Yang Bo? Fury immediately recognized the voice, a testament to his sharp mind and memory. Yang Bo stepped closer to Coulson, bringing himself within speaking range of the phone. Hello, Director Fury, he said with a slight grin. How's Coulson? Fury asked, his first instinct being to suspect that Coulson might have been taken hostage. After all, Coulson was one of his most trusted agents. He's fine, doing great, actually. Coulson, why don't you say something? Yang Bo said, gesturing for Coulson to speak. Coulson sighed in resignation. It felt like Yang Bo had taken control of the situation, even though Fury was technically his superior. Coulson reassured Fury, though their conversation was filled with cryptic phrases and seemingly casual remarks. It was clear to Yang Bo that the two were exchanging information through coded language. Given the compromised state of S.H.I.E.L.D., Coulson was understandably cautious. After a few minutes, Coulson hung up the phone and turned to Yang Bo. Director Fury wants to arrange a meeting with you. Someone will come to pick you up soon. No problem. That's a small matter, Yang Bo replied easily. Then, with a mischievous grin, he added, Coulson, can you get me some guns? Preferably heavy weapons, grenades, bombs, whatever you can spare. Having suffered the wrath of a heavy sniper rifle, Yang Bo had developed a keen interest in high-caliber weaponry. Coulson walked over to a nearby cabinet and opened it, revealing a neatly arranged arsenal of weapons and ammunition. Yang Bo's eyes lit up as he rushed over, his excitement palpable. Coulson, you always know how to surprise me. Yang Bo said, marveling at the collection. It made sense, though. What kind of agent would have a safe house without weapons? It would have been more shocking if there weren't any. Coulson struggled a bit as he pulled out a sleek, jet-black sniper rifle and handed it to Yang Bo. I think you'll like this, Coulson said with a smile. Yang Bo took the rifle, feeling its weight in his hands. To him, it felt light as a feather. At this point, everything he could lift was light, and anything he couldn't lift was simply impossible. This is the AS-50 anti-material sniper rifle, Coulson explained. Designed by Accuracy International for U.S. Special Forces, specifically the Navy SEALs. It fires .50 BMG, 12.7 mm x 99 mm rounds, packing tremendous power. This one's from my personal collection, and I think it'll meet your needs. Yang Bo nodded enthusiastically, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. If this rifle didn't meet his standards, nothing would. He pulled back the bolt, enjoying the crisp sound it made, then accepted the spare parts and magazines Coulson handed him, stuffing them into his inventory. Curious, Yang Bo leaned toward Coulson's weapon cabinet, but Coulson quickly stepped in to block him. No, Yang. That's all I've got for you. If you want more, you'll have to talk to Director Fury. I'm sure he won't hold back. Yang Bo rolled his eyes at Coulson's stinginess but didn't press further. Returning to the brewing stand, he packed up his potions and materials, grabbed the two bodies on the floor, and followed Coulson out of the underground space. Before long, Fury's arrangements were in place. Under Coulson's guidance, the two arrived at an empty field on the outskirts of the city. A familiar-looking transport aircraft descended from the sky, its rear hatch opening as it landed. Seated in Coulson's car, Yang Bo watched as S.H.I.E.L.D. operatives in tactical gear disembarked from the aircraft. A sly smile crept onto his face. The transport aircraft soared through the sky with precision and speed, heading toward S.H.I.E.L.D.'s hub in New York. Yang Bo appeared utterly unconcerned about any potential ambush by Hydra operatives during the journey. After all, with the InSight Project's 3 helicarriers still under construction, Hydra wouldn't risk exposing themselves prematurely. Under Coulson's guidance, Yang Bo soon found himself stepping into Nick Fury's office. There, in all his intimidating glory, stood the legendary Director Fury, or, as Yang Bo immediately noticed, the infamous shiny egghead. Perhaps because this was the real world, Fury's bald head seemed even shinier than in the movies, almost as if it had been polished to perfection. The urge to test its texture was oddly tempting. Hello, Director Fury. Yang Bo greeted with a wide grin, completely unfazed by Fury's sharp, scrutinizing gaze. Extending his hand boldly, he shook Fury's hand without hesitation. Fury's expression darkened, his face resembling that of someone owed an astronomical debt. Or, perhaps, it was simply his natural demeanor. He studied Yang Bo carefully, though he also extended his hand in return. "Mr. Yang Bo," Fury began, his voice low and commanding. "You first appeared in Hell's Kitchen. According to the intelligence I've gathered." Before Fury could finish, Yang Bo rudely interrupted him. All right, spare me the dossier recital. "That stuff means nothing to me," Yang Bo said dismissively. "Fury, you wouldn't want to be suddenly taken out yourself, would you?" Fury's expression darkened further at Yang Bo's blunt remark. He paused, visibly restraining himself, before responding, "In this world, you're not the only one with blah, blah, blah." "Of course, I know that," Yang Bo interrupted again, rolling his eyes. "Between Dr. Banner, the Inhumans, aliens, and your trump card, Carol Danvers. Oh, speaking of which, you might want to test that pager she left you. Imagine if it failed at a critical moment, you'd be crying your one good eye out." Fury's composure finally cracked, his irritation bubbling to the surface. Most of the things Yang Bo mentioned were classified at the highest level. The pager left by Captain Marvel was a secret known only to Fury and Danvers herself. If Yang Bo knew about that, it raised unsettling questions about the validity of his claims regarding Hydra. "I trusted someone once, and I lost an eye because of it," Fury retorted, trying to regain control of the conversation. "And you're sure you're trusting a person, not a cat?" Yang Bo quipped back with a smirk. Coulson, standing nearby, was completely dumbfounded. His thoughts raced, who am I? Where am I? Why am I hearing this? Is this really something I should be listening to? Fury's eye was scratched by a cat? Crap, I'm going to get silenced, aren't I? Fury's expression twitched at Yang Bo's relentless mockery. Forcing a smile, he glanced at Coulson, shooting him a warning look that clearly said, "Not a word about this." "Mr. Yang Bo," Fury said, his tone cautious but direct, "what exactly are you trying to achieve here?" Yang Bo raised an eyebrow and replied, "You're asking me?" "Yes. Right now, all I want to do is open this door, walk out, and take down every S.H.I.E.L.D. agent I see," Yang Bo said matter-of-factly. "I doubt any of your agents can withstand a .50 caliber round, right?" As he spoke, Yang Bo suddenly materialized the AS-50 anti-material sniper rifle in his hands. Fury's forced smile froze on his face. The sight of the massive weapon made it clear that Yang Bo wasn't bluffing, he was utterly reckless and unrestrained. "This guy is beyond reckless, he's downright insane," Fury thought, his inner frustration mounting. Suddenly, Fury also understood why Hydra wouldn't try to recruit someone like Yang Bo. If they brought him into their ranks, it'd be impossible to control him. With no family or loved ones to threaten, Yang Bo operated with complete impunity. He was a loose cannon. "Let's talk this through," Fury said quickly, trying to de-escalate the situation. Yang Bo, satisfied, stashed the rifle back into his inventory and acted as if nothing had happened. What kind of person is this? Fury lamented internally, feeling a headache coming on. "Mr. Yang Bo," Fury began again, his tone calmer this time. "Can you tell me the source of your information?" Yang Bo scoffed. "What, is this a police station? Since when do spies need evidence?" he retorted. "If I'm not mistaken, you have ways to make people tell the truth, don't you? Interrogation protocols or something?" Fury was momentarily at a loss for words. Ever since Yang Bo had stepped into his office, Fury had completely lost control of the conversation. "S.H.I.E.L.D. is beyond saving," Yang Bo said bluntly. "Your only option now is to let S.H.I.E.L.D. burn as brightly as possible one last time, take Hydra down with it. I've already told Coulson the names of the people you can trust. The rest is up to you to sort out. But I can tell you this, at least 80% of your agents are Hydra operatives." Yang Bo's words were sharp and final. Fury leaned back in his chair, steepling his fingers under his chin as he pondered the weight of Yang Bo's statement. If what Yang Bo said was true, then S.H.I.E.L.D. was already beyond redemption. Unless every agent he trusted had the strength of Captain America. The Avengers Initiative resurfaced in Fury's mind, the idea now more urgent than ever. While Fury was lost in thought, Yang Bo turned to look at Coulson, who was staring intently out the window, as if captivated by the view. To anyone else, it might have seemed like Coulson was admiring the cityscape. But Yang Bo could tell Coulson was simply trying to avoid being dragged further into the chaos. The room fell silent, the tension thick enough to cut with a knife. After a few moments, Fury finally composed himself and looked at Yang Bo with a steady gaze. What do you want? Fury asked, his tone measured. Yang Bo raised an eyebrow. I want the Tesseract or help me find Sky. Fury visibly hesitated at first, but to Yang Bo's surprise, he seemed to genuinely consider the request. Who's Sky? Fury asked. Shouldn't you be asking why I want the Tesseract first? Yang Bo replied with mild exasperation. The answer's simple, I want to see if it can send me home. After all, the Tesseract is the space stone in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. If it can't send me back, then I'll just accept that I'm stuck here and make the best of it. Fury frowned slightly, the name Sky striking a faint chord of familiarity. If Yang Bo held her in the same regard as the Tesseract, she must be someone important. He made a mental note to look her up later. If the Tesseract is as you say, and if S.H.I.E.L.D. is truly as compromised as you claim, I'll consider handing it over to you, Fury said cautiously. Yang Bo rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, I've been running circles around people like you since before Marvel movies even came out. He shot Fury a disdainful look but said nothing. Recognizing Yang Bo's unwillingness to budge, Fury turned to Coulson and said, Coulson, go to the sandbox and retrieve the 084 Tesseract. I'll authorize it. At this point, Fury hadn't yet realized the full potential of the Tesseract, nor had it been weaponized. As such, it remained stored at SHIELD's sandbox facility. Coulson, relieved to have a task, nodded and immediately left the room. Staying any longer, he feared he'd overhear even more dangerous secrets and possibly end up silenced for good. Coulson gently closed the door behind him as he exited the office. In that moment, the expression on his face was one of relief, as though he had just set down an enormous burden. However, his reprieve was short-lived. As he turned around, he spotted Jasper Sitwell standing not far down the corridor. Coulson's heart tensed involuntarily. Yang Bo's earlier mention of Sitwell being on Hydra's list resurfaced in his mind. Still, Coulson quickly forced a smile onto his face and greeted, long time no see. Before the Hydra revelations, Coulson and Sitwell had shared a fairly cordial relationship. In fact, back when Coulson was still a junior agent, they had even worked together as partners for a time. Sitwell returned a faint smile, nodding slightly. Coulson, it really has been a while. I have some matters to discuss with Director Fury. Let's catch up another time. Of course, no problem. I have a task I need to complete anyway. I'll see you around, Coulson replied. Without hesitating, he turned and left, not daring to linger. Sitwell didn't immediately knock on Fury's office door. Instead, he stood in place, staring after Coulson's retreating figure. Subtly, he activated his comms and issued an order. Coulson has left. Find out what he's up to. After delivering his command, Sitwell adjusted his tie and smoothed his jacket. Then, with a composed demeanor, he walked up to the office door and knocked lightly. Come in, Fury's authoritative voice called from within. Sitwell pushed the door open and entered the office. His gaze briefly flitted to Yang Bo, and a barely perceptible flicker of emotion passed through his eyes before he approached Fury's desk. Calmly, he placed a folder on the desk and said, Director, here are the documents you requested. Fury's peripheral vision caught the slight smirk on Yang Bo's face, and a faint unease pricked at him. Keeping his expression neutral, Fury nodded and said, Leave it here. You may go. Without any unnecessary actions, Sitwell turned and left the office. He knew Fury's office was one of the few places Hydra couldn't monitor, so his purpose for entering was merely to assess the situation. As the door clicked shut behind him, the atmosphere in the room grew noticeably tense. Yang Bo dragged a chair to sit directly in front of Fury's desk, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Sitwell could be a very useful lead, he said with a meaningful smile. Fury didn't respond to the comment. Instead, he opted to shift the topic. Now, will you finally tell me what the Tesseract is capable of? Hearing Fury's attempt to steer the conversation, Yang Bo sighed theatrically. Leaning back in his chair, he lazily pulled out a cigarette and tossed one to Fury. Whoosh! Yang Bo took a deep drag, exhaling a stream of smoke before speaking. The Tesseract is a box. But not just any box, it's also the key to intergalactic war. Once activated, it opens a portal. And trust me, the moment that portal opens, every race in the universe capable of detecting its energy will set their sights on Earth. A box? Fury repeated, picking up on the key term. While the idea of intergalactic war was unsettling, Fury had enough faith in his own contingencies to focus on the immediate details. What's inside the box? A glowing blue gem, Yang Bo replied nonchalantly, clearly not interested in elaborating further. His mind was preoccupied with figuring out how to use the Tesseract to return to his own world. Let's wait until the Tesseract is here before we get into specifics, Yang Bo continued. Then, with a grin, he added, by the way, Director Fury, how about sponsoring me some weapons? You know how it is, someone like me just doesn't feel secure without firepower. Fury sighed deeply, shaking his head in exasperation. Asterisk, what kind of person is this? Always so troublesome, asterisk, he thought. Just then, a knock echoed through the room. Coulson entered, carrying a sleek silver briefcase. Placing it on the desk, he said, Director, the item has been retrieved. Fury nodded curtly and wasted no time opening the case. Inside lay the Tesseract, a translucent cube with a faint, otherworldly glow emanating from its core, where a radiant blue stone pulsed softly. Yang Bo couldn't help but lean closer, his curiosity piqued. He knew this was the Space Stone. Collecting all 6 Infinity Stones could unlock unimaginable possibilities, though his immediate goal was far more modest, returning home. Staring at the Tesseract, Yang Bo felt an inexplicable sense of kinship. After all, in his world, cubes seemed to symbolize a certain universal truth. With an eager expression, Yang Bo gazed at the Tesseract and declared playfully, Fury, this thing and I are destined for each other. Fury's instincts screamed at him as Yang Bo reached out to grab the Tesseract. Careful, that Fury began, but his words trailed off in shock. Contrary to what Fury expected, Yang Bo picked up the Tesseract with his bare hands, completely unaffected. Ordinary people couldn't touch the Tesseract directly, its raw energy would overwhelm and consume them. Yet Yang Bo held it as if it were nothing more than a cold, glowing paperweight. Fury swallowed his words, his sharp eye narrowing as he studied Yang Bo. Meanwhile, Yang Bo was too engrossed in his own thoughts to notice Fury's reaction. The moment he touched the Tesseract, a long dormant notification sounded in his mind. Travel map loading. Loading complete. In Yang Bo's mind, a detailed map appeared, showing a flat, 100-meter radius around him. Dotted across the map were various colored markers, white, green, and a significant number of red. After a brief examination, Yang Bo discerned the meanings of the colors. Green represented allies, like Coulson. White indicated neutral entities, such as Fury. And red, naturally, signified hostile individuals. However, after scouring the map, Yang Bo was disappointed to find no options for teleportation or dimensional travel. So it's just an ordinary map, he muttered, deflated. Still, I guess being able to distinguish friend from foe is useful. With the map's assistance, Yang Bo felt more confident about his next steps. While the Tesseract felt cool to the touch, it exhibited no other noticeable effects. Portal. Yang Bo muttered repeatedly under his breath, willing the Tesseract to respond. Yet it remained inert, as if mocking his efforts. Growing frustrated, Yang Bo turned to Fury and asked, Are you sure this is the real deal? You're not trying to scam me, are you? Fury's lone eye conveyed his irritation. It was clear he wasn't in the mood for jokes. It's real, his expression seemed to say. Yang Bo sighed heavily, his disappointment palpable. The Tesseract, as it was now, seemed utterly useless to him. Tossing it into his inventory, he was surprised to see a description appear. Tesseract. Unknown object. Module not loaded, ***. Yang Bo groaned inwardly. Pulling the Tesseract back out, he examined it again, trying various methods to activate it. Yet no matter what he did, it remained as unresponsive as a frozen brick. Does this thing only work with the Infinity Gauntlet? That doesn't make sense, didn't the Ancient One use the Time Stone just fine? Yang Bo muttered, bewildered. Finally, Yang Bo resigned himself to the situation. Setting the Tesseract aside, he turned to Fury and said, This thing is useless to me. Let's talk about Hydra instead. Start the Avengers Initiative. Assemble a team of superhumans to counter Hydra. It's your only chance to regain control of S.H.I.E.L.D., Yang Bo advised. That plan sounds oddly familiar, Fury remarked, his tone laced with sarcasm. Still, hearing Yang Bo articulate the very idea he'd been mulling over was unsettling. Who do you think should be on the team? Fury asked. Yang Bo casually waved his hand. Go with your usual picks. You already know who you want. Now, Director Fury, Yang Bo added with a grin, how about sending me back home? I've got some fishing to do. Hopefully, I'll reel in something big this time. His eyes sparkled with anticipation, though his thoughts lingered on finding a way back to his own world. On a bright, breezy day by the lake in Central Park, a lone figure lounged leisurely on a sofa, holding a fishing rod pieced together from blocks. Yang Bo sat there, calmly fishing as though he had all the time in the world. Suddenly, a ripple cut across the water like lightning, rushing toward the bobber. As soon as it made contact, the bobber sank sharply. Yang Bo reacted instantly, lifting the fishing rod. From the water flew an enchanted book, glowing with a faint purple light, which landed neatly in his hand. Finally! An enchanted book! Yang Bo exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement. He eagerly opened his inventory, staring at the mesmerizing glow of the book. Since he didn't have lapis lazuli, he had been relying on fishing to obtain books with good enchantments. Flame eye, not bad. Yang Bo muttered, glancing at the sniper rifle he had polished to a gleaming finish. A bold idea suddenly popped into his mind. He quickly pulled an anvil from his inventory, placed it on the ground, and then stored his rifle in his inventory to open the anvil interface. Placing the sniper rifle and the enchanted book into the slots, he held his breath as he saw the cost, 7 levels of experience. It works! Yang Bo whispered excitedly to himself. I need to find Coulson and Fury later, see what the strongest personal weapons they've got are. If I manage to fish up an infinity enchantment, oh, that would be insane. Without hesitation, Yang Bo spent the 7 experience levels to enchant his sniper rifle with Flame Eye. As he retrieved the rifle from the anvil, its once jet-black barrel now shimmered with a faint purple glow, identical to the light emitted by the enchanted book. He pulled the bolt back lightly, a smile spreading across his face, though it only lasted 2 seconds before turning into a helpless smirk. I've been fishing here all day, and Hydra's efficiency is this bad? Yang Bo grumbled. Without a target to test the rifle on, he felt a deep sense of frustration. He had expected that after returning to Central Park, Hydra wouldn't be able to resist making a move against him. Yet, Hydra had shown no signs of action. The small map in his mind revealed no red dots within a 100-meter radius, leaving him puzzled. Yang Bo found it hard to believe Hydra would let him off so easily. He figured there were only 2 possibilities: either Hydra's surveillance range exceeded the 100-meter limit of his map, or the enemy wasn't represented as red dots at all. The latter, however, seemed highly unlikely. Guess I'll just keep fishing, Yang Bo sighed, casting his line back into the water and settling into wait. A few seconds later, another ripple spread across the lake's surface. With the help of the Lure 3 enchantment, his fishing speed had drastically increased. However, most of his catches were ordinary fish or random junk. Enchanted books remained frustratingly rare. Yang Bo gave a gentle tug, pulling a fish out of the water. Time passed, minute by minute, hour by hour. The sky turned a fiery red as the setting sun painted the horizon. Yang Bo remained seated by the lake, quietly fishing the entire day, seemingly detached from the passage of time. Yang Bo finally sighed as he reeled in his line for the last time. Standing up, he stretched lazily, glancing at the sky. Inventory's full again. He muttered to himself. The amount of junk I've reeled in is ridiculous. Time to head home, he said, patting the dust off himself. He was grateful for his data-based physique. If he were a normal person, sitting like this all day would have left him numb from the waist down. Taking one last look at his mini-map and seeing no red dots, Yang Bo pouted in dissatisfaction. Then, without hesitation, he dove into the clear lake water, swimming toward the hidden entrance to his home. Back at his underground base, Yang Bo sorted the day's fishing loot into chests. Not enough enchanted books, barely filled 1 chest in a day. Ugh, he sighed, shaking his head. From the chest, he pulled 2 Power 4 books and combined them into a Power V book using the anvil. He then added a previously saved Infinity book, enchanting his sniper rifle with both. Gazing at the finished rifle, Yang Bo ran his hand over the glowing barrel as though stroking a priceless treasure, a satisfied smile on his face. Yang, you're finally back. A loud voice called out as Pearl flapped his oversized wings, flying over with excitement. Yang Bo had intentionally kept the earlier ambush incident a secret from him. It's nighttime now. Isn't it time for us to go hunting? Pearl asked eagerly, his wing beats quickening in excitement. Alright, let me just organize my stuff first, and then we'll head out. Yang Bo replied. He planned to enchant his diamond sword before leaving. As for enchanting his iron armor, he decided to postpone it for now. After spending some time preparing, Yang Bo had crafted a Sharpness V, Unbreaking 3, Looting 3, Diamond Sword and a Fortune 3, Efficiency 4, Mending, Diamond Pickaxe. I need to find a way to get more mending books, Yang Bo thought to himself, feeling pleased with his newly upgraded gear. He then turned to Pearl, ready to leave. Before stepping out, Yang Bo instinctively glanced at his minimap and froze. Several red dots had appeared above him. What the Yang Bo's heart tightened. The red dots were scattered, clearly searching for his location. Narrowing his eyes, Yang Bo quickly pieced it together. The enemy must have planted a tracker on him. Without wasting time, Yang Bo began checking his body. It didn't take long for him to find a small, inconspicuous sticker-like device on his lower back. He initially thought about storing the tracker in his inventory but reconsidered. Turning to Pearl, he gestured for him to come over. "Pearl, come here." After sticking the tracker onto Pearl, Yang Bo instructed, "Fly down the tunnel toward the lake." Pearl, being intelligent, glanced at the device on his back but didn't hesitate. With a flap of his wings, he disappeared down the tunnel. Yang Bo kept a close eye on his minimap. Sure enough, the red dots began moving, most of them following Pearl toward the lake. However, 2 of them remained near his original location, likely suspecting he was still nearby. "So you finally showed up," Yang Bo thought with a cold smile. "Let's test this rifle." Following the tunnel, Yang Bo surfaced above ground. From his inventory, he pulled out an invisibility potion and drank it. Unlike in the game, the potion's effect extended to his equipment, rendering both him and his rifle completely invisible. The 2 individuals wearing casual clothes leaned casually against a tree, pretending to survey the area as if they were ordinary park visitors. Without the red markers on his minimap, it would have been impossible to tell they were Hydra operatives. Yang Bo silently found a vantage point, lying prone as he set up his sniper rifle. Time to collect some interest. Holding his breath, he peered through the scope, locking onto one of the targets. The man remained oblivious to the impending danger. Bang! The powerful, muffled gunshot reverberated through the air. What followed was a scene so gruesome that it made Yang Bo's stomach churn. The man's head instantly disappeared, as if it had been packed with explosives. His skull shattered, and his body, and even the scattered brain matter, burst into flames. Strangely, the fire burned only the body, leaving the surrounding grass and trees untouched. In mere moments, the corpse was reduced to ash. The second man, shocked by the gunshot, immediately pulled an automatic rifle from a nearby bag and ducked behind a tree, scanning Yang Bo's direction warily. Yang Bo, still lying prone, was shaken by the sheer power of the anti-material sniper rifle. His face turned slightly pale. This was the first time he had witnessed the effects of a sniper rifle on a human target up close. Holy crap, this thing's insane. Forget a headshot, getting hit in the leg would be enough to kill someone, Yang Bo thought, thankful he was invisible. Otherwise, he might have been too stunned by the bloodshed to react. The remaining Hydra operative was pale as a sheet, his face etched with terror as though he'd just encountered his worst nightmare. Unlike some of Hydra's more fanatical suicide operatives, he wasn't prepared to die for the cause. Seeing his teammates' gruesome fate had sent waves of fear crashing over him, slowly eroding his composure. Where? Where is the enemy? He screamed internally, his mind racing. The dense forest around him should have provided cover, but also made it clear, the enemy had to be close. The trees and foliage would have stopped any long-range shots otherwise. A drop of cold sweat slid down his forehead and splashed onto the grass below. Suddenly, his sixth sense screamed danger. Acting purely on instinct, he dove behind another tree, his movements frantic and clumsy. Unbeknownst to him, Yang Bo was only a few meters away, silently observing his panicked display. This is entertaining, Yang Bo thought, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. He decided to grant this one a dignified death, or at least as dignified as it could get. Still invisible, he crept up behind the man and raised his hand, forming a knife hand strike. With a swift motion, he aimed for the back of the man's neck. Thud! The dull sound of impact echoed as Yang Bo struck, but to his dismay, the man didn't lose consciousness. Instead, he stumbled forward, catching himself on the ground, still very much awake. Damn it, movies are such liars. Yang Bo cursed under his breath. The operative reacted quickly, spinning and raising his gun to fire at the spot where Yang had been. But Yang Bo had already anticipated this, dodging to the side. He pulled a baseball bat from his inventory, one he'd specifically crafted to deal with vampires, and swung it down hard on the man's head. Crack! The crisp sound echoed through the air. This time, the operative's body went limp, and his eyes rolled back as he collapsed into unconsciousness. Yang Bo glanced at the bat, nodding in satisfaction. Yup, still the best tool for the job. Grabbing the man by the collar, Yang Bo dragged him to the entrance of the underground base, tossing him unceremoniously on the ground. He plucked the earpiece from the operative's ear and placed it in his own. Disappointingly, there was no sound, likely because the channel had been changed after the team realized this area was under attack. Whatever. I don't need tactics when I've got absolute strength, Yang Bo said confidently, tossing the earpiece to the ground and crushing it under his boot. The earlier gunfire had already startled the nearby park visitors. Unlike in some other places, these foreign tourists had no intention of sticking around to watch the chaos unfold. They fled in fear, creating a wide, empty perimeter. The lone remaining Hydra operative, now completely on edge, clutched his automatic weapon tightly. He had watched his teammates be reduced to burning ash one by one, their bodies obliterated by an enemy he couldn't even see. Despite his military training, his nerves were fraying, his mental state nearing collapse. Fighting an invisible enemy was driving him to the brink of madness. Yang Bo had deliberately left this man for last. The reason was simple: while all the others had appeared as red hostile dots on his minimap, this particular operative was marked white neutral. Asterisk a white dot? Even if he's not Hydra, he shouldn't be neutral, asterisk Yang Bo thought, shaking his head in mild disbelief. As the man fumbled to reload his weapon, Yang Bo approached silently from behind. Tapping him lightly on the shoulder, Yang Bo waited for the operative's startled reaction. The moment the man began to turn, Yang Bo swung his trusty baseball bat again, aiming for the back of his neck. Thud! The man crumpled to the ground, unconscious once more. Yang Bo crouched beside him, inspecting the bat. Not the best swing. Sounded a bit off, he muttered. Grabbing the man by the ankle, Yang Bo dragged him across the ground. Along the way, he casually picked up the weapons scattered by his fallen enemies. Though he didn't think much of their equipment, they'd fetch a decent price if sold later. Returning to the entrance of his underground base, Yang Bo found the first unconscious operative still lying where he'd left him. The baseball bat's effectiveness was proving itself once again. Digging into the soft earth, Yang Bo created a makeshift chute and transported both operatives down into his base. If only my inventory could store living people, the thought crossed his mind briefly before he let his imagination run wild. If it could, he'd happily collect every hero and villain in the Marvel Universe just to see if he could fit them all into his inventory. Pearl! Yang Bo shouted, his voice echoing through the tunnels. He wasn't sure if Pearl could hear him from wherever he'd flown off to. Meanwhile, the white dot operative began to stir, groaning as he regained consciousness. The first thing he did was instinctively pat his waist for his weapon, only to find that everything, even the buttons on his clothes, had been stripped away. Yang Bo had meticulously disposed of them, throwing most of it into lava for good measure. As the operative's eyes adjusted, he spotted Yang Bo standing before him, now fully visible as the effects of the invisibility potion wore off. In Yang Bo's hands was the menacing AS-50 sniper rifle, its barrel aimed squarely at the man's forehead. "I want to see who's faster, you or me," Yang Bo said with a playful grin. The man's throat tightened, and he swallowed hard. To him, Yang Bo looked like the embodiment of death, holding his scythe poised to claim his life. Cold sweat drenched his back. Seeing the terror in the man's eyes, Yang Bo chuckled and said, "All right, let's play a little game. I ask, you answer. If you understand, nod your head." The man nodded frantically, the memory of his teammates' gruesome ends still fresh in his mind. His spirit had been utterly broken. Unlike the unshakable movie protagonists, he was just an ordinary person, one who, like Yang Bo, would probably fold under pressure from a beautiful femme fatale. "Name?" "Jerry," the man stammered. "Jerry? Wow, were you even your dad's biological kid?" Yang Bo quipped, the sarcasm dripping from his tone. In the US, a name like Jerry was about as outlandish as someone being named Son Goku in certain other cultures. It felt oddly out of place. Gender, don't take it the wrong way. I respect your identity. After all, your country recognizes 112 genders, and each one deserves equal protection, Yang Bo said mockingly. "Male," Jerry replied, his voice trembling. As Yang Bo was engaging in his fun interrogation with the barely conscious Hydra operative, the massive figure of Pearl flapped his wings and descended gracefully back to the ground. His enormous bat-like form cast a shadow over the scene, and Jerry, the operative who had been cooperating with Yang Bo, couldn't help but stare in shock at the sight of the giant creature. "B-bat, a bat?" Jerry muttered in disbelief, his voice trembling. After all, it wasn't every day one saw a bat over a meter in length. Such creatures seemed more like something out of a nightmare than reality. Yang Bo had already noticed Pearl's return thanks to the minimap, where the only remaining green dot was Pearl. Pearl, what took you so long? Yang Bo called out casually. What's the deal with these two? Do you want me to turn them? Pearl asked, his sharp voice carrying a playful undertone. Being a vampire, Pearl could tell at a glance that the two individuals on the ground were merely ordinary humans, not vampires. Jerry's pupils contracted as he processed what he'd just heard. If the giant bat wasn't shocking enough, the fact that it could talk sent a chill down his spine. Yang Bo pointed at the unconscious Hydra operative lying on the ground and instructed Pearl, that one's an undercover Hydra agent planted in S.H.I.E.L.D. He attacked me. Pearl, he's all yours, turn him into a vampire. Oh, and check his mouth for poison capsules or anything like that. I don't want him dying too easily. Yang Bo's words weren't just directed at Pearl, they were also meant for Jerry to hear. Through their earlier conversation, Yang Bo had determined that Jerry wasn't a fanatical Hydra soldier. If he were, he would have shouted "Hail Hydra!" and tried to die on the spot. As if on cue, the unconscious Hydra operative suddenly opened his eyes and screamed, "Hail Hydra!" His face turned an unnatural shade of blue as poison coursed through his veins. Yang Bo sprang into action, pulling a bucket of milk from his inventory and quickly pouring it into the man's mouth. The effects were immediate, the operative's blue-tinged complexion returned to normal. However, though the milk neutralized the poison, it couldn't reverse the damage already done. The man writhed in pain, clearly still suffering. Pearl, he's all yours, Yang Bo said, stepping back. With a loud thud, Pearl reverted to his humanoid form. His massive body hit the ground, and his face lit up with excitement. Rubbing his small hands together, he looked eagerly at Yang Bo. Boss, can I keep him? Yang Bo rolled his eyes in exasperation. Grabbing the Hydra agent by the scruff of his neck, Yang Bo tossed him over to Pearl, who wasted no time sinking his fangs into the man's neck. A weak, pitiful cry escaped the operative's lips before fading into silence. Meanwhile, Pearl seemed to grow even more exhilarated. Despite the gruesome act, Pearl was surprisingly clean and efficient. There was nothing messy or overly violent about the scene, it was almost harmonious. Within a minute, Pearl had finished and tossed the operative aside like a discarded toy. Licking his lips, he looked over at Jerry with a glint in his eye. Boss, he's in the process of turning now. Whether he succeeds or not will depend on his own luck. And what about him? Pearl asked, pointing a clawed finger at Jerry, who shivered at the attention. Yang Bo walked over to the unconscious Hydra operative and poured a healing potion into his mouth. If the man couldn't survive even with the potion's help, then there was nothing more Yang Bo could do. This one's still useful to me, Yang Bo said firmly. Pearl nodded and, with a soft pop, transformed back into his bat form. He flapped his wings and hovered in the air, clearly enjoying the mobility his smaller form offered. Yang Bo turned his attention back to Jerry, slowly walking toward him. Each step echoed ominously, adding to Jerry's mounting anxiety. The sound of Yang Bo's boots against the ground felt like a countdown to his doom. Jerry, Yang Bo said with a smile that was anything but comforting, let's continue our little game. Have you been to this park recently? Yang Bo asked, his tone deceptively casual. Jerry's mind was a whirlwind of chaos. The events of the day had overwhelmed him, and he struggled to process everything. Yes, he finally answered in a small voice. Are you Hydra? Yang Bo asked pointedly. Jerry froze for a moment, then quickly shook his head. I don't even know what Hydra is, he stammered. Yang Bo wasn't surprised by the answer. If Jerry had outright denied being Hydra, it would have raised more suspicion. Hydra had gone underground, hiding in the shadows. Most operatives, especially those recruited from the military, had no idea they were part of a larger conspiracy. Good, Jerry. By all rights, I should kill you for trying to take me out. But I get the sense that you're just a pawn, someone being used. That's why I let you live, Yang Bo said, his voice calm but firm. Now, one last question, would you like to work for me? Jerry glanced at his trembling teammate on the ground and recalled the brutal fate of the others who had crossed Yang Bo. He felt as though he'd been dragged into a massive web of intrigue and danger. Forcing himself to stay calm, Jerry met Yang Bo's piercing gaze and asked, what is Hydra? Yang Bo patiently explained the origins and motives of Hydra, neither vilifying nor glorifying them. He presented the facts as a neutral observer, giving Jerry a clear picture of the organization's history and its infiltration of S.H.I.E.L.D. Jerry fell silent, his thoughts racing. The revelation that S.H.I.E.L.D. had been compromised by Hydra sent a chill down his spine. Finally, he looked up at Yang Bo and said with determination, I'll join you. For the first time, Yang Bo's cold demeanor softened into a warm smile. Reaching out, he helped Jerry to his feet. A wise choice, he said, his tone almost fatherly. As he spoke, he sheathed the diamond sword he'd been holding against Jerry's neck back into his inventory. This wasn't just intimidation, it was a calculated move to ensure Jerry didn't stray down the wrong path. Placing a hand on Jerry's shoulder, Yang Bo guided him toward a red reclining chair nearby, his expression one of encouragement. From now on, call me Commander. Don't worry about S.H.I.E.L.D., I'll smooth things over with your former boss, Director Fury. We're very close, you know. I'll give him a call later, Yang Bo said, his tone almost playful. Now, lie down, Yang Bo said, gently pushing Jerry onto the chair. From his inventory, he produced a massive syringe filled with a murky white liquid. Upon closer inspection, the liquid appeared to contain bits of uncrushed garlic. Commander, what's that for? Jerry asked, his voice trembling as his eyes locked onto the syringe, which was about the size of a baby's arm. Relax. Just lie still. This'll only hurt a little. Don't you want to become a superhero like Captain America? Yang Bo said, his voice dripping with false reassurance. Jerry hesitated, torn between fear and the allure of power. In the end, the promise of strength won out. Resigning himself to his fate, he closed his eyes and braced for the worst. Jerry's scream pierced the air as the syringe plunged into his arm. His eyes bulged, and veins popped on his forehead as pain coursed through his body. The sensation of garlic-infused liquid entering his bloodstream was unbearable. For 3 agonizing seconds, Jerry felt as though he were dying. Yang Bo watched with satisfaction as an aura of kinship began to emanate from Jerry. Smiling, he said, "Welcome to the Hunters Association." Slap. Slap, asterisk. God damn it, this guy's got a tough mouth. Yang Bo's face twisted into a menacing grin as he mercilessly lashed the now vampirized Hydra operative, Aaron, with a whip. The whip cracked like a venomous snake, leaving deep, angry welts across Aaron's body, the flesh splitting open as if a gaping maw had been carved into him. The sheer brutality of the scene was enough to make anyone's skin crawl. Jerry, your turn. Aim for his face, and don't hold back. Yang Bo commanded, tossing the whip to Jerry, who was still adjusting to his newly enhanced body. Earlier, to elevate Jerry to level 2, Yang Bo had reluctantly sacrificed 6 bottles of vampire blood, enabling Jerry to unlock his first 2 hunter skills. While Jerry's strength hadn't skyrocketed, his stamina and speed had improved significantly. With the increased attack speed skill, he now felt as if he could move in a state akin to bullet time. Jerry hesitated as he took the whip, glancing at Aaron, who was bound to the wall. A flicker of sympathy crossed his eyes. While the two weren't exactly close comrades, there was still a bond between them, a camaraderie forged in shared missions. A pang of guilt and sorrow welled up in Jerry's heart, a rabbit dies, fox grieves kind of feeling. He bit his lip lightly, gripping the whip tightly, and forced a smile as he looked at Yang Bo. "Commander, shouldn't we be asking him some questions?" "Questions?" Yang Bo waved dismissively, his tone dripping with indifference. "There's no need. If he wants to talk, he'll talk. If he doesn't, there's no point in asking. I'm only whipping him to vent some frustration. If you want to question him, go ahead. If not, then just whip him for me. Don't worry about killing him, he's a vampire now. Even if you break his arm, it'll grow back. And if it doesn't, just give him a little blood to top him up." With that, Yang Bo strolled over to a nearby sofa and plopped himself down, casually glancing at his mini-map. There were no new red dots, but a large number of white dots had appeared. Yang Bo guessed that the earlier gunfight had attracted the attention of the police. After a moment of thought, he pulled out his phone and dialed Coulson's number. Waving Jerry off, he said, "Jerry, if you don't want to hit him, take a break. I'll make a call." After all, Yang Bo wasn't a sadist. If Jerry didn't want to whip Aaron, he could sit this one out. The phone rang a few times before Coulson picked up. On the other end, Yang Bo could hear the sound of hurried footsteps, likely Coulson finding a secure place to talk. After a short pause, Coulson's slightly exasperated voice came through. "What now? Let me guess, bad news?" Yang Bo chuckled. "Why do you always assume it's bad news? Can't I ever call with good news?" Over time, their frequent interactions had fostered a level of familiarity, and Coulson had grown comfortable enough to occasionally joke with Yang Bo. "Well, if memory serves, every time you call, it's either to ask me to gather supplies or because you've been attacked. So, what is it this time?" Coulson retorted dryly. Yang Bo laughed. "You've got me pegged. Alright, here's the deal. Hydra sent people to spy on me, and I took care of them. left one Hydra operative alive, along with the only SHIELD operative present. The rest? Gone. You might want to let Fury know, I'm sure he's already caught wind of it. I wanted to ask if you're interested in the Hydra guy. If not, I'll play with him a bit more and then finish him off, Yang Bo said. Coulson fell silent for a moment before replying, Yang, I'm in Los Angeles right now, trying to make contact with Tony Stark. Thanks to you, Fury's trust in SHIELD's internal personnel is at an all-time low. Since I'm the only one who knows the full story, I've been running around like a headless chicken. By the way, I'll inform Fury about this. He's already planning to send Agent Romanoff to take over my role and coordinate with you. Yang Bo froze for a moment, processing Coulson's words. Natasha Romanoff. Black Widow, born in 1984 in Stalingrad, USSR, trained from a young age by the Soviet Red Room program, her body had been enhanced to slow aging and boost her immune system and resilience. Combined with her years of rigorous physical and mental training, she had become the lethal Black Widow. After defecting from the Red Room, she joined SHIELD. Though she was older, her well-maintained physique from years of training was enough to make one's imagination run wild. Yang Bo thought to himself. Sure, he preferred to drive his own car, but every once in a while, taking a cab wasn't a bad idea, right? After all, in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, the Black Widow hadn't reached the public transport level of overexposure. With a straight face, Yang Bo said into the phone, Coulson, let's not contact each other anymore. I don't want Natasha to misunderstand. Coulson. Stop joking around, Yang. By the way, do you know anything about Tony Stark's recent disappearance? Coulson asked. Huh? You're asking me? Don't tell me SHIELD can't figure this out. If you're really that clueless, you might as well join Fury washing dishes at a Chinese restaurant, Yang Bo quipped, his tone dripping with mockery. Coulson was momentarily stunned into silence before sighing in defeat. We do have a suspect. Obadiah Stane, a shareholder in Stark Industries, has been secretly dealing weapons to terrorists. It seems like he might be involved in Tony's abduction. Not bad, not completely useless, Yang Bo remarked, summarizing his evaluation of SHIELD. As the most powerful organization on the surface, SHIELD couldn't possibly have failed to locate the Ten Rings hideout in Afghanistan. If they hadn't acted, it was likely because Hydra operatives within SHIELD were deliberately obstructing efforts to rescue Stark. Coulson, I don't want to get involved in this one, Yang Bo said. Iron Man was still in his formative years, and Yang Bo didn't want to risk altering the trajectory of his development. A cocky, trash-talking Iron Man would be far less fun to deal with in the future. Suddenly, an idea struck Yang Bo. He remembered Ivan Vanko from Iron Man 2, now there's a talent. At least he's better than those so-called scientists at Hammer Industries. And the best part is, his father's probably still alive right now. If I can find him, it's a 2-for-1 deal. The thought delighted Yang Bo. Though Iron Man 2 was still a ways off, he didn't want to risk Ivan Vanko dying early. Treating Vanko's illness would be no problem for Yang Bo. A bucket of milk and some healing potions should do the trick. If that didn't work, he could always turn Vanko into a vampire. Coulson, since you're in Los Angeles, I won't keep you. Just give me Natasha Romanoff's number, I need to discuss something serious with her, Yang Bo said, his tone laced with mischief. Coulson, the gall of this guy, unbelievable. In the chaotic and noisy streets of Hell's Kitchen, Jerry was driving a black SUV slowly down the road. Above the car, a faint black shadow followed closely, like a predator circling its prey from the sky. The car crawled along at a sluggish pace, barely faster than a light jog. From the narrow alleyways came sporadic bursts of gunfire, the sharp cracks echoing through the air, a testament to the danger and lawlessness of the area. Yang Bo took a deep breath of the air, a mixture of various indescribable smells, and sighed, Jerry, as expected, the air in America really is sweet. It's filled with the aroma of freedom. Hearing Yang Bo's remark, Jerry remained silent. On the surface, Yang Bo's words seemed harmless, but there was a faint undertone of sarcasm that Jerry couldn't quite ignore. Just then, a battered motorcycle roared up behind the vehicle, its engine making an ear-splitting noise. The rider abruptly slammed on the brakes, the tires screeching against the pavement and leaving a long black skid mark on the ground. The motorcyclist jumped off, ran to the driver's side window, and pulled out a handgun, pointing it directly at Jerry's head. Hey! Hand over all your money, the man snarled. Another man, his accomplice, leapt off the motorcycle and ran to the passenger side, shoving his gun into Yang Bo's face. Hey, if you don't want a hole in your head, hurry up and give us everything you've got, he shouted, his voice filled with aggression. The second man, his movements jittery like a frightened animal, kept glancing around nervously as if expecting trouble at any moment. His body twitched with tension, like a coiled spring ready to snap. Sigh. Yang Bo let out a long, weary sigh, shaking his head. Ah. Hell's Kitchen, you never disappoint, he muttered. Before he could finish his thought, Pearl's hulking figure descended from the sky like a black thunderbolt, slamming into the motorcyclist with a force that sent him sprawling. Seizing the moment of distraction, Yang Bo moved like lightning. He reached out, grabbed the wrist of the man pointing the gun at him, and twisted it sharply. Crack! A sickening snap echoed in the air, and the man let out a blood-curdling scream of pain. The gun fell from his hand, and Yang Bo caught it mid-air, tossing it casually onto the back seat of the SUV. The back seat was already piled high with an arsenal of weapons, dozens of pistols, rifles, and other firearms, making the car resemble a miniature armory. Yang Bo flung the passenger door open with a sudden burst of force, slamming it into the man's side. The impact knocked him to the ground, and Yang Bo stepped out, planting his boot firmly on the man's chest. Turning his head toward Pearl, he yelled, "Hurry up and finish that one too." "Got it, boss. But give me some more bottles, this blood bottle's already full." Pearl called back, his voice filled with excitement. Yang Bo pulled a few empty glass bottles from his inventory and tossed them to Pearl without hesitation. Meanwhile, Jerry climbed out of the driver's seat, his movements smooth and practiced as he began rifling through the belongings of the two assailants. After a chaotic night, Jerry had already searched through the pockets of countless petty thugs and over a dozen vampires. By now, he was so efficient that it had become second nature. Bzzzzz. The vibration of a phone broke the tense atmosphere. Yang Bo reached into his pocket and pulled out his phone, glancing at the screen. The unfamiliar number instantly reminded him of Black Widow. He answered the call, and a familiar, sultry voice came through. "Mr. Yang Bo? Natasha?" Yang Bo asked, his tone casual. "That's correct. I'm Natasha Romanoff, Level 10 Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. I've been assigned to liaise with you moving forward." "I've just arrived at Times Square," Black Widow said coolly. Her voice carried a cold, distant edge, as if she were a professional keeping everyone at arm's length. "All right, wait for me," Yang Bo replied. He glanced down at the thug writhing beneath his boot and delivered a swift kick to the man's head. The thug's pained groans immediately ceased. "I'm handling some business right now. I'll be there soon," Yang Bo added before hanging up. Turning to Pearl, he said, "All right, it's almost dawn. Let's head home." Pearl, hearing this, immediately transformed back into his bat form, revealing the barely conscious thug beneath him. The man's chest still rose and fell weakly, a sign that he was alive. Tonight, Pearl had refrained from killing outright. Instead, he drained just enough blood to leave the victims on the brink of death. What happened to them afterward was no longer their concern. Pearl grabbed the blood bottles and glass containers, flitting up to the SUV's roof and lying down obediently. Hearing the sound of movement on the roof, Yang Bo turned to Jerry and said, "Let's go home." The black SUV sped off like an arrow loosed from a bow, leaving behind yet another legend in the lore of Hell's Kitchen. 20 minutes later, Yang Bo drove the vehicle back to the entrance of Central Park. He glanced around but didn't spot Natasha anywhere. Stepping out of the car, he pulled a pickaxe from his inventory and used it to store the entire SUV back into his bag. Though Jerry had seen Yang Bo retrieve the car from his inventory before, witnessing this miraculous feat again still left him in awe, shaking the foundations of his worldview. Yang Bo began walking toward home, noting that dawn was fast approaching. Pearl wouldn't be able to maintain his bat form under direct sunlight, and Yang Bo had no intention of carrying Pearl back. As he approached the edge of the forest, he spotted a figure standing silently at the treeline. It was a woman dressed in a sleek black bodysuit that perfectly accentuated her curves. Her striking figure was enough to catch anyone's attention, but her cold, expressionless face exuded an air of unapproachability. She stood there, scrutinizing Yang Bo with an unreadable gaze. Yang Bo reached the treeline and extended his hand with a smile. "Welcome, Ms. Romanoff." "Hello, Mr. Yang Bo," Black Widow replied, her face devoid of emotion. She shook his hand briefly before stating, "Under Director Fury's orders, I'll now be your primary contact. I'm here to assist you with any issues you may have." Yang Bo nodded slightly. Seeing her icy demeanor, the mischievous thoughts swirling in his mind were instantly extinguished. While he appreciated beautiful women and wouldn't have minded getting a little closer to one, he wasn't about to waste his time trying to warm up to someone so detached. If he wanted company, he could always throw a yacht party with plenty of willing participants. Let's talk while we walk, Yang Bo said, turning and heading toward home with Jerry in tow. As they walked, he continued, I need your help finding two people, Anton Vanko and his son, Ivan Vanko. Anton Vanko is a physicist who's currently exiled in Siberia. I need S.H.I.E.L.D. to locate him, but don't send anyone to make contact. I want to bring him back myself. Understood. I'll contact Director Fury, Natasha replied without hesitation. She took out a gray communicator from her pocket and began relaying Yang Bo's request to Fury. A few minutes later, Natasha walked over to Yang Bo and said, Director Fury wants to speak with you. Yang Bo raised an eyebrow in surprise, taking the communicator from her. With a mock-serious expression, he said, Hello? What? I can't hear you. The signal's bad, he continued, feigning confusion. No sound at all. Ms. Romanoff, is this thing broken? Handing the communicator back to Natasha, Yang Bo completely ignored Fury's voice coming through the device. Natasha stared at Yang Bo, a hint of helplessness flashing across her otherwise stoic face. With a sigh, she took the communicator back. Yang Bo's face lit up with a smug smile. He knew exactly why Fury wanted to talk. Ever since Yang Bo had stashed the Tesseract into his inventory, Fury hadn't stopped trying to get it back. Yang Bo had even blocked Fury's number, but the stubborn director refused to give up. There was no way Yang Bo was handing over the Tesseract, it was far too valuable. Back at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Fury's face was as dark as the bottom of a bird pot. He wanted nothing more than to strangle Yang Bo and take back the Tesseract, which had been locked away in some mysterious dimension. Fury, who had faced countless dangers over the years, had never been outplayed like this before. Begrudgingly, he placed his hopes on Natasha. Keep a good relationship with him. Report everything to me, Fury instructed, his tone heavy with frustration. Welcome to my humble home. Make yourself comfortable, Yang Bo said, leading Black Widow into his house. He casually instructed Jerry to grab a bottle of soda. This particular drink was something Yang Bo had specifically purchased during his supply runs, saving it to entertain guests. The matter with Ivan Vanko needs to be dealt with quickly. His father is gravely ill, and I'm worried that if we delay too long, it might become irreversible, Yang Bo said, sitting on the sofa with a serious expression. He accepted the soda from Jerry, opened it, and took a sip. Unfortunately, it wasn't chilled, which slightly diminished its taste. No problem, Mr. Yang Bo. However, do you have any additional details? It would help us conduct a more thorough search, Black Widow replied with a slight nod. Yang Bo shrugged helplessly. That's all I know. If I had a specific address, I wouldn't be bothering you people. After a moment of thought, he continued, they're just ordinary people. Even if they're in hiding, it's impossible for them not to leave a trace, whether through the internet, television, phone calls, or shopping habits. There will always be some clue. Plus, Anton Vanko was once Howard Stark's partner but was unfairly exiled from the US. You could start investigating from that angle. Black Widow nodded slightly. The information Yang Bo provided was more than enough to initiate an investigation. If S.H.I.E.L.D. couldn't find anything with this, they might as well consider shutting down. Suddenly, a sharp scream echoed from a black room in the corner of the house. Black Widow instinctively turned toward the sound. Yang Bo's face flashed with a hint of awkwardness as he rubbed his nose and explained, well, you know. I've got a lot of enemies, so bringing one or two back for a visit is perfectly normal, right? Black Widow's eyes flickered with a trace of understanding. She glanced at Yang Bo and said, I know a lot of interrogation techniques. Would you like me to help? Before coming here, she had already been briefed by Fury and knew that Yang Bo had a S.H.I.E.L.D. traitor in his possession. Extracting information from this individual was one of her priorities, to report back to Fury. Yang Bo feigned surprise and excitement, standing up and grabbing Black Widow's soft, delicate hand. That would be fantastic. Come with me, he said, his expression enthusiastic. Internally, though, he thought to himself, how can her hands be this soft? She handles guns every day. Does S.H.I.E.L.D. have some special skincare serum? I need to ask Coulson about this later. Turning around, he led Black Widow toward the guest room. This room was a specially constructed luxury suite for the Hydra agent Aaron. The walls were made entirely of obsidian. Obsidian's hardness had exceeded Yang Bo's expectations. Even after testing it with his enchanted sniper rifle, a single shot only caused a small crack, which would automatically repair itself after 3 seconds if no further damage occurred. Based on Yang Bo's experiments, it would take at least a dozen direct hits to break through the obsidian, completely eliminating any escape plans Eren might have. The iron door at the entrance was the weakest point, but Yang Bo had installed 2 layers for added security. Currently, the door was open, and as they approached, they immediately saw Pearl's plump figure sitting in the corner of the room. Pearl was holding a small whip, repeatedly lashing at Eren, the sound of snap, snap echoing through the room. Yang Bo's expression darkened as he watched Pearl enthusiastically swing the whip. "Pearl, take a break for now," Yang Bo said quickly, not out of concern for Black Widow's impression but because Pearl's tiny arms flailing around looked so absurdly comical that it completely ruined the intimidating atmosphere. Reluctantly, Pearl shifted back into his bat form. If he didn't, his large size would take up more than half of the small room, leaving no space to move around. "Boss! Leave him to me. I swear I'll get him to spill everything, even the age he started, doing private things," Pearl declared confidently. Yang Bo shot him a glare and said irritably, "I'm not a pervert. Why would I care about that?" "Alright, just watch quietly and learn some interrogation skills from S.H.I.E.L.D., Yang Bo said, stepping aside to let Black Widow enter the room. Black Widow first reached out to touch the warm obsidian walls, her fingers brushing against its unique texture. Only then did she turn her attention to the figure suspended against the wall, Agent Eren. His combat uniform had been stripped away, leaving him with nothing but underwear. His body was covered in bruises and whip marks, which, much to her surprise, were healing rapidly right before her eyes. Eren's mouth was stuffed with a yellowed sock, his eyes vacant and lifeless as he stared blankly ahead. Even when Black Widow approached, he barely reacted. "Did we break him?" Yang Bo muttered, feeling a twinge of anxiety. If Eren was truly broken, he'd have to capture another one, repeat the transformation and training process, and waste another 2 days. What a hassle. He walked over and lightly patted Eren's face. Eren's eyes finally regained focus, filling with terror as he looked at Yang Bo. "Spit out the sock. I have some questions for you," Yang Bo said. There was no way he was going to touch someone else's gross sock, especially one that looked so pungent. At Yang Bo's command, Eren obediently pushed the sock out of his mouth with his tongue. He hadn't done so earlier because he knew Yang Bo had 100 ways to make him shove it back in. Satisfied that Eren was responsive, Yang Bo nodded and smiled. But to Eren, that smile was terrifying, making him tremble uncontrollably. He didn't dare make a sound. Yang Bo turned to Black Widow. "He's all yours. I'm going to plant some wheat. If he doesn't talk, just call me. Oh, and one more thing," Yang Bo added, pulling out a blood bottle from his inventory. This was a gift he'd acquired during his earlier ventures in Hell's Kitchen. Eren's eyes immediately locked onto the bottle, filled with an intense craving for the blood inside. Without hesitation, Yang Bo opened the bottle and poured the contents into Eren's mouth. Almost instantly, Eren's wounds healed completely, leaving no visible scars. Yang Bo took out another blood bottle and handed it to Black Widow. "You saw how effective it is. If you need more, just have Pearl fetch me," he said nonchalantly before leaving the guest room. As he stepped out, Pearl cheerfully called out behind him, "Hey, gorgeous. The boss told me to learn from you. Don't hold back, alright?" Yang Bo shook his head with a chuckle, calling Jerry over. Draping an arm over Jerry's shoulder, he led him toward the farmland he had cultivated earlier. With a grin, Yang Bo said, "Jerry, this is the kingdom I've built for you. The fields are yours to manage from now on." A Quinjet sliced through the dense clouds like a black streak of lightning, descending steadily onto the snow-covered expanse of Siberian wilderness. Yang Bo gazed out of the aircraft's window, his eyes scanning the endless white landscape below. The world outside seemed wrapped in a pristine blanket of snow, devoid of any color other than white. He couldn't help but feel a tinge of doubt as he turned to ask, "Are you sure Ivan Vanko is here?" From his vantage point, the land looked utterly barren, as if nothing but snow and silence existed in this desolate region. The aircraft gradually slowed its descent. Beside him, Black Widow sat, her focus fixed on the tablet in her hands. Over the past few days of working with Yang Bo, she'd gained a better understanding of his eccentric personality. She had learned that he was vengeful and borderline obsessive, particularly when it came to vampires. Every night, without fail, he would venture out to hunt or track vampires. Despite his occasional flirtatious thoughts, he lacked the nerve to act on them. She noticed his eyes occasionally darting toward her legs, hovering just a finger's width away, yet never daring to make contact. This observation brought a faint, knowing smile to her lips. As a seasoned spy, how could she not see through Yang Bo's thoughts? Hearing his question, Black Widow tapped on her tablet and replied, "Yes, according to our investigation, we've confirmed that Ivan Vanko is indeed here." Yang Bo's heartbeat quickened as he heard her confirmation. Ivan Vanko was crucial to his plans. With this man on his side to build an arc reactor, Yang Bo would never have to worry about his refrigerator running out of power again. If Ivan ever learned that Yang Bo's primary motivation for recruiting him was something as trivial as powering a fridge, he might just grab a crowbar and pry open Yang Bo's skull to see what bizarre thoughts were bouncing around inside. As the Quinjet descended, Yang Bo finally caught sight of the ground below. Scattered across the landscape were dozens of wooden cabins, their rooftops blanketed with thick layers of snow. Without careful observation, the settlement could easily be overlooked from above. Snow continued to fall from the sky, and the streets were completely deserted, devoid of any signs of life. Black Widow handed her tablet to Yang Bo, pointing at the aerial view of the settlement displayed on the screen. "Yang Bo, the house you're looking for is this one," she said, indicating a particular building. Judging by his recent pharmaceutical purchases, his father's condition seems to be quite severe. Yang Bo nodded, cross-referencing the location with his mini-map. He locked onto the house in question and smiled. Of course. If his father's health were fine, I wouldn't have been in such a hurry to come here. With a soft vibration, the Quinjet landed smoothly on the snow-covered ground. Yang Bo stood up and made his way toward the exit. "Natasha, I'll go check on them. Wait for me on the plane," he said without turning back. Black Widow rose to her feet as well, nodding. "All right. Be careful. According to our intel, Ivan Vanko has significant personality flaws. Other than his father, he barely interacts with anyone." "I'll be careful," Yang Bo replied calmly. The hatch opened, and a blast of icy wind swept into the cabin. The regular crew members shivered involuntarily, but Yang Bo, dressed in nothing more than a simple shirt, felt nothing. Perhaps it was because the weather module hadn't been installed in his system, rendering him immune to the cold. Stepping onto the snowy ground, Yang Bo made his way toward Ivan Vanko's house. From his inventory, he pulled out a shovel and began digging into the thick snow that covered the path. Snowballs flew as he worked, and he stored them neatly into his inventory. "Might as well grab some snow while I'm here. I can use it to build a snowman later, and then I'll have an infinite supply of snow," Yang Bo thought to himself. In the game, snow wasn't particularly useful, but in the real world, it could at least come in handy for chilling a few beers or sodas. As he cleared the path, he couldn't help but wonder how long the blizzard had been raging. The snow had piled up so high that it covered half of Ivan's front door. Knock, knock, knock. The muffled sound of his knocks reverberated through the quiet house. Inside, Ivan Vanko frowned, placing down the food he was preparing for his father. He turned toward the door, his expression wary. It was rare for anyone to visit their home, let alone during a snowstorm like this. "Father, wait here. I'll go see who it is," Ivan said, rising to his feet. On the bed, Anton Vanko lay looking frail and pale, his condition clearly critical. Summoning what little strength he had, he rasped, "Be careful. Ivan, cough, cough." A fit of coughing interrupted his words, and Ivan patted his father's chest gently, reassuring him. "Don't worry, father." Standing outside the door, Yang Bo glanced at the white dot on his mini-map in confusion. He knocked again, this time more lightly. "What's going on? Are they sleeping in there?" he muttered to himself. Just as the thought crossed his mind, the white dot on the mini-map began moving toward the door. A smile spread across Yang Bo's face. Creak. The door opened slowly. Yang Bo opened his mouth to speak, but before he could utter a word, the barrel of a double-barreled shotgun emerged from the crack in the door, pressing against his forehead. "Who are you? What do you want?" came a gruff voice from behind the weapon. Yang Bo wasn't offended by the hostile reception. He understood that this was Siberia, a place where the people were tough and wary. Such behavior was entirely normal. Maintaining his composure, he replied, "My name is Yang Bo. I've come to find you, Ivan Vanko. I want to hire you to work for me." Hearing his name, Ivan froze for a moment before squeezing out his response through gritted teeth. "I'm not interested in working for you. Leave." With that, he began to withdraw the shotgun and close the door. I don't think you'll refuse the reward I'm offering, Mr. Vanko," Yang Bo said with a sly smile. The door paused mid-closure, and Ivan's voice came from inside. "It's just money, isn't it? Get lost. I'd rather starve than take your money." Yang Bo raised an eyebrow, smirking inwardly. "Asterisk O? Are we about to trigger the you'll eat your words rule, asterisk in a calm, measured tone, he said, I can cure your father's illness. The moment those words left his mouth, the door swung open abruptly. Yang Bo finally got a good look at Ivan Vanko. He was dressed in a tattered coat, his shoulder-length hair streaked with gray, making him appear older than his 30-something years. His iron teeth glinted under the dim light. If you're lying to me, I'll kill you, Ivan growled menacingly. Yang Bo found such threats tiresome. If someone truly intended to kill him, they should just do it instead of wasting time with empty words. He scoffed lightly, you know your father's condition better than I do. If I hadn't come, he wouldn't have lasted more than a month. From now on, you're my employee. Let me teach you something, don't make idle threats when you don't know your opponent. Before Ivan could react, Yang Bo pulled a sniper rifle from his inventory and fired a shot that grazed past Ivan's head. Bang! The deafening gunshot echoed as the bullet tore through the small two-story house, leaving a fist-sized hole in its path. The force of the blast left Ivan momentarily dazed, blood trickling from his ears. Seizing the moment, Yang Bo snatched the double-barreled shotgun, stored it in his inventory, and retrieved a healing potion. Forcing Ivan's mouth open, he poured the potion inside. Try it yourself first. See how effective it is, Yang Bo said calmly, carefully stepping into the room. Yang Bo found what should have been a spacious and bright living area packed to the brim with clutter, scraps, and various pieces of equipment. He maneuvered cautiously around the scattered junk in the narrow hallway, following the indicator on his mini-map as he made his way toward the white dot's location. Glancing around at the chaotic environment, Yang Bo's face twisted with a look of disdain. His tone was dripping with mockery as he remarked, Ivan Vanko, are you sure this isn't a pigsty? It's one thing for you to tolerate it, but how can your father live like this? His words, laden with contempt, struck Ivan like a hammer, snapping him out of his daze. The effects of the healing potion had already worked their magic, and the blood that had been trickling from his ears had stopped completely. Still, the near-death experience from earlier had left him shaken. His reactions were dulled, and he seemed momentarily lost. As Ivan turned to see Yang Bo heading toward his father's room, a wave of fear surged through him. Yet, as a devoted son, he suppressed his fear and shouted, "Stop right there." Beneath Ivan's rough and unruly exterior lay a deeply filial heart. In the original storyline, Ivan could have worked for any major company and achieved great success with his technical expertise. But he had always abided by his father's final wishes, to destroy Tony Stark as an act of vengeance, granting his father peace in death. Yang Bo turned his head to see Ivan striding toward him, his expression a mix of defiance and unease. With a knowing smile, Yang Bo said, "You felt the effects of the potion I just gave you, haven't you? Well, don't you want to see what else I can do? I only need you to work for me. Isn't that a simple enough request? I don't think you'd want to see your father leave you like this. He's suffered his whole life, it's time for him to live a little." As soon as Yang Bo finished speaking, he froze momentarily. Asterisk, what the hell? Did I just say something straight out of a villain's playbook? Ugh, whatever. It's not like I'm some kind of saint anyway. Asterisk, comforting himself with this thought, Yang Bo let a self-assured smile spread across his face as he lightly pushed open the creaky wooden door to Anton Vanko's room. The room's condition was marginally better than the rest of the house, though not by much. Anton Vanko lay on a dilapidated wooden bed, his face pale and his body frail. He tried to move as Yang Bo entered, but it was clear he lacked the strength. Yang Bo offered a polite nod and a smile before walking straight to the bedside. "I'd like to try treating you. If you agree, blink. If not, you can pretend I was never here," he said plainly. Anton didn't answer immediately. Instead, his gaze shifted to his son. Even in his weakened state, he wanted Ivan to make the decision. "Fine. I accept your terms, just heal my father." Ivan's resolute voice rang out from behind Yang Bo, filled with unwavering determination. However, Yang Bo knew all too well that if he failed to cure Anton, he would become Ivan's most hated enemy, surpassing even Tony Stark in his vendetta. Of course, Yang Bo also understood that failure wasn't an option. If he couldn't save Anton, neither father nor son would live to see another day. If you don't pull up the weeds by the roots, they'll grow back with the spring breeze, he thought grimly. Pulling a large bucket of milk from his inventory, Yang Bo carefully poured it into Anton's mouth. Then he followed it with a healing potion, ensuring Anton swallowed both. Under the combined effects of the milk and the potion, Anton's pallor began to fade, and his complexion visibly brightened. Yang Bo exhaled deeply in relief, a warm smile spreading across his face. "Your father is very weak right now. Even though I've treated his illness, he'll need some time to recover fully. Before Yang Bo could finish his sentence, Anton suddenly threw off the tattered blanket covering him and sat up in bed. His face lit up with excitement as he exclaimed, I'm healed. The pain and suffering that had plagued Anton's body seemed to vanish as if they had been nothing more than a bad dream. Ivan, watching his father rise from the bed, was so shocked that his jaw nearly hit the floor. Rushing forward, he threw his arms around Anton in a tight embrace. Father! Ivan's voice cracked with emotion as the two clung to each other. It was a heartwarming scene, a moment of relief and joy after a period of despair. Witnessing the reunion, Yang Bo couldn't help but feel a flicker of warmth. There was something undeniably satisfying about extending a helping hand to those in need. Anton gently released his son and turned his slightly clouded eyes toward Yang Bo. Gratitude filled his gaze as he said, "Thank you. Whatever it is you want from me and my son, I'm grateful that you saved me from the brink of death." Yang Bo waved dismissively, his tone light. "I've already made my terms clear. This is just part of the deal, there's no need for thanks." He turned his attention to a wall plastered with photos and magazine clippings of Tony Stark, tearing one of the pictures down with a swift tug. Turning back to the father and son, he asked, "What's this? You're still planning revenge? Even if you managed to kill him, Anton, your honor wouldn't be restored, and your son would spend the rest of his life rotting in a prison cell." Now came the moment to demonstrate his sincerity. If someone wasn't moved by sincerity, clearly it wasn't sincere enough. Tossing the photo of Tony onto the ground, Yang Bo continued, "Anton, the only legacy you've left your son is knowledge and hatred. Work for me. I can give you the money you need." From his inventory, Yang Bo pulled out a gold ingot and placed it on the floor. As scientists, both Anton and Ivan immediately recognized it for what it was. "Honor!" Anton exclaimed, slapping the old television beside him. The screen displayed an interview with Tony Stark, the man who had overshadowed their family's legacy. "I can help you reclaim it all. Come with me." Yang Bo's gaze flicked to the white dots on his minimap, which represented the two men. He wasn't disappointed by their hesitation. After all, he lacked the kind of overwhelming charisma that made people bow at first sight. No rush. I'll educate them slowly. As long as these two can develop the miniature arc reactor, that's all that matters. Ivan reached out a hand, running his fingers over the gold ingot. His expression was conflicted. While he wasn't particularly money-driven, he knew that building a laboratory and acquiring materials all required funding. Money wasn't everything, but life had a way of showing you just how much depended on it. Glancing at the scattered blueprints and equipment strewn across the table, Yang Bo said, "Pack up your things and come to New York with me. We'll live there from now on." Ivan and Anton exchanged a look. Finally, Anton spoke first, his voice firm. "Ivan, from now on, he's your boss. Let's go to America together and reclaim the Venko family's honor." After helping the two pack the room's essentials, mainly blueprints and books, into his inventory to ensure nothing important was left behind, Yang Bo led them back to the Quinjet. At the boarding ramp, Black Widow greeted him. "All done?" "All done. Thanks for your help this time." "Let Fury know I owe him one," Yang Bo replied sincerely before guiding the Venko father and son into the aircraft's lounge. In a fast food joint in New York, Ivan's heart was filled with regret. He began to feel that agreeing to Yang Bo's terms so hastily had been a terrible mistake. Initially, he believed that Yang Bo must have some significant backing. Someone who spoke with such confidence surely had a powerful force behind him, at least on par with Stark Industries. However, after arriving in New York, reality hit him like a bucket of cold water. Yang Bo was essentially penniless. Even the plane that brought them to New York had been borrowed. To make matters worse, not only was there no professional laboratory waiting for them, but they couldn't even find a suitable workshop. Ivan raised his head and glanced at Yang Bo, who was happily ogling a long-legged beauty walking by on the street. He let out a deep sigh, feeling like he'd fallen into a bottomless pit. If the gold bar Yang Bo had shown him earlier had turned out to be fake, he might have taken his father back to Siberia to live out their days farming potatoes. "Boss, what's next?" Ivan's voice broke the awkward silence, pulling Yang Bo out of his daydream. Wiping the almost drooled saliva from the corner of his mouth, Yang Bo turned to Ivan and replied with a straight face, "Don't worry. I've already asked S.H.I.E.L.D. to help me purchase a workshop here in New York. Your laboratory is also being set up. It's just a matter of time. What you need to focus on now is working with your father to build the miniature arc reactor first. As the saying goes, money makes the world go round." On the Quinjet, Yang Bo had casually tossed out 2 gold ingots and asked Black Widow to help him purchase a suitable workshop and equipment in New York. If the funds weren't enough, she was to call him for more. Hearing this, Ivan nodded slightly, begrudgingly accepting the arrangement. In the movies, Tony Stark had managed to build an arc reactor in a cave with scraps, so Ivan believed he could do the same under less constrained conditions. This was precisely why Yang Bo had gone all the way to Siberia to find him. Truly talented individuals were the most valuable resources. After eating their fill, Yang Bo thoughtfully packed some food to bring back to Jerry. Watching Jerry eat bread every day had made Yang Bo feel a twinge of guilt. It wouldn't be long before Jerry's face turned the color of boiled cabbage. The 3 of them strolled leisurely through the streets of New York, slowly making their way toward Central Park. Having never been to New York before, Ivan couldn't help but observe his surroundings with keen interest. Though his face betrayed little emotion, inwardly he was buzzing with excitement. Anton Vanko, however, was more vocal. Looking around, he said with a sigh, "Oh, how much this place has changed. Back in my day, there weren't nearly as many cars on the streets, or so much chocolate." Thankfully, his voice wasn't loud enough for the politically correct types nearby to overhear. Otherwise, they might have rushed over to lecture him on the joys of modern societal norms. As Yang Bo occasionally glanced at his mini-map, a red dot suddenly appeared on the display. He stopped in his tracks and looked in the direction of the red dot. A car sped past him, and inside sat a man in his 30s. The man didn't glance at Yang Bo even once. Yang Bo's thoughts clicked into place immediately. Hydra, he didn't give it too much thought. In a bustling metropolis like New York, Hydra's agents were everywhere, hidden across countless industries and walks of life. Ivan noticed Yang Bo's sudden pause and followed his gaze toward the car speeding away. "What's with the car?" Ivan asked, puzzled. Yang Bo shook his head with a smile. "Nothing, just remembered something," he replied casually, resuming his walk toward the park. He wasn't lying, the sight of Hydra had indeed reminded him of something. Stroking his chin, he thought to himself, Hydra has a subsidiary called Cybertech, right? I should pay them a visit sometime and borrow some equipment. Perfect timing, since some of this high-end gear can't be bought anyway. As a patriot, I wholly support the principle of if we have no guns or cannons, the enemy will build them for us. Asterisk. 10 minutes later, they entered Central Park and made their way deeper into the forested area. Ivan glanced around at the lush greenery and couldn't help but ask, "Why are we here?" "We're going home. For the time being, this is where we'll be living," Yang Bo replied. Ivan's expression immediately darkened. Internally, he couldn't help but complain, "Living here? Are we supposed to pitch tents or something?" It wasn't until Yang Bo dug into the ground to reveal a hidden underground entrance that Ivan stopped his train of thought. His curiosity about Yang Bo's abilities reached new heights. "Boss, your special ability, what is it exactly? Is it some form of superpower or advanced technology? Can I study it?" Ivan asked with a hint of excitement. Yang Bo glanced at Ivan and replied, "My ability runs deep, kid. You're still young, take my advice, you can't handle it. Just focus on your arc reactor for now." He was genuinely looking out for Ivan's best interests. Even Yang Bo himself wasn't entirely sure how his abilities worked, and he didn't want Ivan wasting time chasing answers that might not exist. Pointing to the underground passage, Yang Bo added, "You two go down first. I'll seal the entrance. Ivan, once you've built what I need, we can talk about studying my abilities." Ivan, deciding not to press the issue, climbed down the tunnel, followed closely by Anton. Yang Bo brought up the rear, sealing the entrance with dirt from his inventory. As they entered the underground base, Yang Bo felt a wave of comfort wash over him, like a traveler returning home. At heart, he was a bit of a recluse. If not for necessity, he wouldn't have left home at all. Hearing the commotion, Pearl, who had been napping, quickly woke up and flew over to perch on the sofa beside Yang Bo. "Boss, you're back. Are these the prey you brought for me?" Pearl's tone was increasingly respectful, and his eyes gleamed as he sized up the Vanko father and son. The Vankos, meanwhile, were staring wide-eyed at Pearl. Though both were accomplished physicists, their first thought upon seeing a talking bat was to study it. Yang Bo glanced between the two sides and couldn't help but chuckle. Lighting a cigarette, he took a long drag and said, "All right, everyone calm down." Then, he called for Jerry, who was busy chopping wood, to come over. Once Jerry arrived, Yang Bo introduced everyone. "Let me introduce you all, your colleagues now, though your roles differ," he began. Gesturing to Pearl, he said, "This is my subordinate, Pearl." He's a vampire. Then, pointing to Jerry, he added, "This is Jerry, another of my subordinates. He's currently working as a vampire hunter." Without paying much attention to the stunned expressions on the Vanko's faces, Yang Bo continued, "And these two are my new employees, Anton and Ivan Vanko." The three humans and one vampire exchanged nods and handshakes, formally meeting each other. Stretching lazily, Yang Bo got up and began walking toward a corner of the base. "Anton, Ivan, come with me. I'll carve out a space for you to set up the equipment we brought from your house. But let me be clear, there's no electricity here. You'll have to figure that out yourselves. Once the reactor is up and running, we can talk about my plans for the prototype," Yang Bo added. The father and son exchanged a glance, each seeing a hint of resignation in the other's eyes. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the windows, casting a warm glow across the room. Yang Bo, brimming with anticipation and carrying all the resources he had accumulated over the past few days, stepped into the small hunter's quarters designated for vampire-related tasks. "It's time to level up my strength again," Yang Bo thought to himself with determination. Without hesitation, he pulled out a precious, vampire blood vial and handed it over to the vampire hunter's station. Yet, the moment that followed was far from the spectacular, flashy transformation he had imagined. There were no dazzling special effects, no thunderous lightning from above, just an ordinary exchange, as mundane as handing over a cup of tea. Yet, in that seemingly ordinary moment, Yang Bo's level quietly rose to level 5. Along with the level up came two exciting new skill points. He eagerly accessed the skill tree, his eyes scanning the available options. Without a second thought, he decisively selected the third branch of skills. First, doubling, which allowed the use and crafting of dual crossbows as well as enhancing their power. Second, weapon enhancement, which enabled him to strengthen the capabilities of his arsenal. Finally, "I can craft dual crossbows now, and with specialized bolts, regular vampires won't even survive a second hit." Yang Bo muttered to himself, his face lighting up with a confident grin. However, deep down, he didn't let the excitement get to his head. After all, ever since acquiring the immensely powerful anti-material sniper rifle, most conventional weapons felt somewhat underwhelming in comparison. If it weren't for the loot drop restrictions tied to his crafting system, Yang Bo wouldn't even have bothered spending time creating these additional weapons. Shaking his head to clear away such thoughts, he approached the hunter's crafting table, pulling out the carefully prepared materials he had been saving. With practiced precision, he began assembling the long-awaited metallic dual crossbow. Once finished, Yang Bo held the weapon in his hands, appreciating its unique craftsmanship and smooth design. After admiring it for a moment, he stowed it securely in his inventory, already envisioning the devastation it could unleash in future battles. Just then, the buzzing of his phone broke the room's tranquil silence. Yang Bo picked it up, and Black Widow's familiar voice came through. "The workshop has been purchased. It's located in the industrial district on the outskirts of the city." A satisfied smile spread across Yang Bo's face as he heard the news. He couldn't help but marvel at Black Widow's efficiency. They had only returned from Siberia yesterday, and yet she had already finalized the purchase of the workshop today. "That's great. I'll bring my team over right away," Yang Bo replied, his tone filled with anticipation. He quickly jotted down the address Black Widow provided. As he did so, a strange sense of familiarity tugged at his mind. The address seemed oddly recognizable, but he didn't dwell on it. Dismissing the thought, he hung up the phone. Yang Bo made his way over to the Vanko father and son, who were engrossed in their work on the arc reactor blueprints. "Take a break, you two. The new workshop is ready. Let's go check it out," he announced loudly. Ivan and Anton exchanged a glance before nodding. They set down their tools and papers, their expressions showing a hint of anticipation as they prepared to follow Yang Bo. "Jerry, you're driving. Take us there," Yang Bo called out to Jerry, who was busy tending to his wheat fields. Though Yang Bo had been in New York for some time now, he knew little about the city beyond Central Park. His nighttime outings were aimless wanderings, devoid of any specific objectives or plans. The four of them soon arrived at the address Black Widow had provided. As Yang Bo stepped out of the car and took in the sight of the workshop, a dark line formed between his brows. He scanned the rundown industrial area, its barren surroundings resembling a wasteland, and couldn't help but chuckle wryly to himself. No wonder this address felt familiar. Sure enough, just a short distance away, no more than 100 meters, was Blade's hideout. The proximity was unmistakable. "Damn it, now I know why this place seems so familiar," Yang Bo thought, shaking his head in disbelief. At that moment, the sharp clack of high heels against concrete echoed from within the workshop. A striking figure emerged, and Yang Bo's attention was instantly captured. Black Widow stepped out, her outfit embodying the essence of a professional urban office lady. She wore a fitted black blazer over a crisp white blouse, paired with a black pencil skirt that ended tantalizingly high above her knees. The sleek black stockings encased her long legs elegantly, and her red-soled stiletto heels clicked rhythmically with each step. Though it appeared to be a skirt, Yang Bo's years of online research told him this was likely a cleverly disguised pair of shorts. She carried a folder in her hands, her face framed by black-rimmed glasses that added a layer of intellectual allure. Her commanding presence as she walked toward Yang Bo seemed to slow time for a moment. Yang Bo gulped involuntarily, and he wasn't alone. Beside him, Ivan and Anton also seemed mesmerized, their audible gulps betraying their thoughts. Yang Bo's mind raced as he tried to regain his composure. Is this a honey trap? Is my weakness that obvious? He thought, alarm bells ringing in his head. Gathering his willpower, he forced his gaze upward, finally meeting Black Widow's eyes instead of lingering on her stockings. Before Yang Bo could say anything, Black Widow spoke first. Here's the proof of land purchase and the transfer agreement, she said, handing him the folder. Absent-mindedly, Yang Bo took the folder and tossed it into his inventory without even glancing at it. Flashing her a polite smile, he said, thanks for handling this. I know it would have taken me ages to get this done on my own. He then gestured toward Blade's workshop in the distance and asked curiously, do you know what's going on over there? Black Widow adjusted her glasses, though they had no lenses, and replied, that's where Blade lives. It's a rental. Yang Bo wasn't surprised in the slightest. He knew Blade's financial situation well enough. The guy was practically broke, resorting to robbing vampires and other supernatural beings just to get by. There was no way Blade could afford to buy a workshop outright. This realization brought a sly grin to Yang Bo's face as an idea formed. Leaning closer to Black Widow, he whispered, do you think there's a chance we could buy that place? Black Widow blinked in surprise before quickly catching on to Yang Bo's intent. Amused, she replied, it's possible. The entire industrial complex is owned by a single landlord. He's been trying to sell it off, so as long as the price is right. Yang Bo's grin widened, and he adopted the demeanor of a nouveau riche. Laughing, he said, great. Buy as much as you can. Money's not an issue. With that, he led Ivan, Anton, and Jerry into the newly purchased workshop. The interior of the workshop was completely empty, which Yang Bo found immensely satisfying. Unlike Blade's chaotic and cluttered space, this blank canvas required no cleanup. All Yang Bo needed to do was partition the space into sections using blocks, creating neatly organized areas. Anton, Ivan, I'll leave the layout up to you. This will be your home from now on, Yang Bo declared, his tone brimming with confidence. The Vanko father and son surveyed the empty workshop, their minds already envisioning how they might transform the space into a functional lab and living area. Sharing a smile, they began animatedly discussing their plans. Meanwhile, Yang Bo glanced at his mini-map. A green dot had appeared just outside the workshop's perimeter. His thoughts immediately turned to Blade. After all, only a handful of people showed up as green dots on his map: Blade, Coulson, Pearl, and Jerry, who had recently turned green. Coulson was in Los Angeles recruiting Tony Stark, and Pearl was likely napping at home during the day, leaving only Blade as the likely visitor. Sure enough, Blade's figure soon appeared, leaping through an open window and striding toward the group. His expression was one of confusion as he looked at Yang Bo and asked, Yang, what are you doing here? His gaze shifted to Black Widow, and his instincts immediately told him she was no ordinary woman. While Blade technically worked with S.H.I.E.L.D. on occasion to handle supernatural threats, he operated more like an independent contractor and wasn't familiar with all of their personnel. Black Widow's appearance struck him as vaguely familiar, but he couldn't quite place her. Yang Bo's face lit up with a grin at Blade's arrival. Stepping forward, he spread his arms and gave Blade a hearty hug. I've bought this workshop, and I'm planning to build a laboratory here. Looks like we're neighbors now. I'll leave the security of the area to you, he said, immediately assigning Blade a fitting role in this new setup. Blade scratched his head in confusion. He had only come to check out the situation, but somehow it felt like he was being recruited without his consent. With a helpless look, he said, Yang, I'm heading out of town. Yang Bo's heart tightened at the news, and he quickly asked, what's going on? Is there trouble? Blade flashed his trademark grin, his bright white teeth gleaming, and explained, most of the vampires in New York have fled. I haven't gotten any reports or intel about them in days. I'm planning to check out some other cities and scout ahead for the Hunters Guild. Yang Bo nodded thoughtfully. He had noticed the same issue. Despite having both the minimap and enhanced senses, tracking down vampires had become increasingly difficult. Hearing Blade's explanation, it made sense that the vampires had left New York. Alright, go ahead and scout the other cities. If you need any backup, just give me a call, and I'll bring reinforcements. Oh, do you want to bring Pearl with you? He's got plenty of experience dealing with vampires now, Yang Bo suggested. The mention of Pearl made Blade's face twist with discomfort. The image of that plump bat flashed through his mind, and he immediately shook his head like a drum, waving his hands. No, no, no. I don't want to relive the experience of carrying that fat pig again. Seeing Blade's reaction, Yang Bo didn't push the matter. The two exchanged some quick strategies for navigating new cities. At that moment, Ivan Vanko approached, and Yang Bo turned to him, asking, "What's up? Do you need something?" Ivan hesitated briefly before saying, "Boss, we need some additional equipment." Without skipping a beat, Yang Bo replied, "No problem. Let's head out tonight and have a look around." Ivan paused again before adding, "And we need some rare materials." Yang Bo's response remained the same, his smile unwavering. "Don't worry. Tonight, we'll go out and look for those too." Ivan? He had only been in New York for a day and wasn't entirely sure what Yang Bo meant by going out and looking around. Still, since he had received a clear answer, he didn't press further and returned to discussing plans with his father. Yang Bo furrowed his brow slightly as he surveyed the workshop. While it was suitable for setting up a lab, it was far too remote and barren for comfortable living. After some thought, he decided to try constructing a nether transportation system. In the game, traveling 1 block in the nether was equivalent to 8 blocks in the overworld. Combined with nether portals, it was perfect for rapid travel between two locations. "I'll go set up a safe house first. Blade, Natasha, if you have things to take care of, go ahead and handle them," Yang Bo said, pulling out a pickaxe from his inventory as he headed toward a corner of the workshop. Blade nodded and said, "I'll head back and talk to Whistler to figure out which city to go to." With that, he turned and left without hesitation. Natasha, on the other hand, gave a faint smile and responded, "Following you is my mission." Yang Bo didn't comment further. He turned and began striking the ground with his pickaxe. To everyone's astonishment, his figure gradually disappeared as he dug deeper into the floor. For a moment, Ivan suddenly found himself less interested in studying the arc reactor. Exchanging a glance with his father, the two trailed behind Natasha, heading toward the corner where Yang Bo had vanished. Before them was a 1-meter square hole, dimly lit by a torch planted at the bottom. As the group approached, Yang Bo had already dug over 10 meters deep and was now expanding the space horizontally. His figure was completely out of sight, leaving only the rhythmic sound of his digging echoing from below. Natasha peered down into the hole, a glint of curiosity flashing in her eyes. She recognized this as a rare opportunity to better understand Yang Bo's abilities. Not one to mince words, she called out, "Yang, mind if I come down and take a look?" The digging noises stopped, and a moment later, Yang Bo's figure appeared at the bottom of the hole. Looking up at the cluster of heads peering down at him, he sighed and called back, "Wait a second." He pulled some wood from his inventory, crafted a workbench, and quickly built a few ladders, which he then placed along the tunnel. Climbing back up, Yang Bo looked at the group gathered around him with an exasperated expression. "What's there to see? It's just a hole," he said, shaking his head. Turning to Ivan and Anton, he asked, "Have you finalized the designs?" Anton scratched the back of his head awkwardly and replied, We'll need the equipment delivered before we can proceed further." "Fine, if you're all so curious, come take a look," Yang Bo relented, descending back into the hole. Natasha was the first to follow. As Yang Bo watched Natasha descend, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern. She was wearing high heels, after all, and the drop was over 10 meters. Even with her enhanced physique, a fall from that height would be unpleasant. Natasha reached the bottom without incident, but Yang Bo's expression soured as he muttered internally, *tch, knew it. Pants shaking off his thoughts, he turned and resumed expanding the underground space. Within a short time, he had carved out a room over 100 square meters. Natasha crossed her arms, her expression neutral, though her eyes betrayed a hint of surprise. She had encountered many individuals with special abilities, but Yang Bo's unique combination of complexity, stability, and control was unlike anything she had ever seen or heard of. Surveying the space, Yang Bo remarked, "This should be big enough, but it'll need some finishing touches." The walls and floor were still rough dirt and stone, a mess that no seasoned Minecraft player like Yang Bo could tolerate. Pulling out nether bricks he had collected earlier, he quickly replaced the walls and flooring, transforming the space into a neatly finished room. "Step aside and stand on the finished sections," Yang Bo said, gesturing toward Natasha with a hint of annoyance. Once she moved, he placed the final block, completing the room. Ivan reached out to touch the warm nether brick walls. With his knowledge, he couldn't identify the material's composition and asked curiously, "Boss, what is this?" Yang Bo gave a cryptic smile and replied, "This is nether brick, mined from the depths of the nether. Someday, I'll take you there to witness the landscape yourself." He wasn't lying, though whether they believed him was up to them. Afterward, Yang Bo tasked Natasha with gathering information on cybertech and purchasing some basic equipment to help Ivan construct the first-generation arc reactor. Once everyone was sent on their respective tasks, Yang Bo sealed the tunnel's entrance. In the corner of the underground space, he dug out another chamber and constructed a new nether portal. Activating it, he watched as the portal shimmered with purple particles, filled with a familiar hum of energy. Taking a deep breath, Yang Bo stepped through. A familiar wave of dizziness washed over him, and when his vision cleared, he found himself in a fiery red world. Standing in place, he stared at the landscape, confusion filling his mind. "Wait, is this scale not 1 to 8, but 1 to 100? A piercing scream suddenly rang out, sharp like a blade scraping across eardrums, instantly snapping Yang Bo's attention into focus. Whipping his head toward the source of the sound, he spotted a gas twisting its grotesque form in the distance, its gaping maw spitting out blazing fireballs like deadly meteors hurtling toward him. For someone who had been blown up countless times by ghasts, Yang Bo had developed an almost instinctive reaction to their cries. His body moved faster than his thoughts, his hands already pulling an enchanted diamond sword from his inventory as he unconsciously shifted into a baseball-like batting stance. The next moment, with a loud bang, Yang Bo swung the sword, sending the incoming fireball hurtling back toward its source. The deflected projectile narrowly missed the ghast, gliding past its grotesque form harmlessly. This entire sequence of actions was executed on autopilot, and only after it was over did Yang Bo fully process what had just happened. He sighed in relief, grateful for his quick reflexes. Without hesitation, he reached back into his inventory and pulled out his trusty sniper rifle. Taking aim, he squeezed the trigger. The ghast's pale body flashed red as its health bar instantly dropped by more than half. Before it could retaliate, Yang Bo fired another precise shot. This time, the ghast let out a pitiful wail as its body crumpled midair, dissolving into wisps of smoke and vanishing entirely. Unfortunately, there were no drops, no experience or loot, not even a single experience orb. Yang Bo frowned slightly, scanning the surrounding nether wastes. Zombie piglins and regular piglins wandered aimlessly in the distance, their golden weapons glinting faintly in the eerie light. He muttered to himself, building nether transportation above ground might be too risky. It'd be safer to dig underground. Plus, I can use this opportunity to mine some ancient debris and upgrade my diamond gear to netherite. He recalled the effort it had taken to gather enough diamonds to craft his current set of gear. Searching for nether fortresses and mining tirelessly had cost him both time and energy. Now, however, this was the perfect chance to push his equipment to the next level. Surrounding the nether portal with nether bricks to shield it from future ghast attacks, he placed some torches for visibility and began digging downward. Before long, Yang Bo reached a depth of 12 blocks, the optimal level for finding ancient debris. Consulting his mini-map for orientation, he started digging a 3x3 tunnel in the direction of his home. With the efficiency 4 enchantment on his pickaxe, the netherrack crumbled away like soft tofu, easily clearing a path. However, the rapid digging also caused his pickaxe's durability to plummet. Even with the mending enchantment replenishing it through experience, the wear and tear was overwhelming. As the pickaxe's durability neared its limit, Yang Bo sighed in frustration. Damn it! High efficiency isn't always a good thing. Fine, I'll go find some quartz to repair this thing. If I accidentally break it, I'm out of diamonds. Quartz, another exclusive mineral typically used for decorative purposes in the game, had now become Yang Bo's go-to tool for leveling up and repairing his gear due to its high experience yield. After some time spent hunting for quartz veins, Yang Bo successfully repaired his pickaxe and resumed digging toward his destination. Along the way, he occasionally unearthed a piece or two of ancient debris, though the rarity of the material left him mildly frustrated. Half an hour later, Yang Bo checked the coordinates on his mini-map and muttered, "Close enough." Angling his tunnel upward at a 45-degree incline, he broke through to the surface, emerging in a warped forest. Not far away stood the portal leading back to his home. Taking a moment to calculate, Yang Bo realized that using nether transportation had significantly reduced travel time. A distance that would have taken over an hour to cover by car in the Marvel world now required only a few minutes. This is too convenient. Nether transportation really is the best way to travel, he marveled. Returning home through the nether portal, Yang Bo's face still bore a satisfied smile. He immediately unloaded the 17 pieces of ancient debris he had mined into the furnace for smelting. To craft a single netherite ingot, he needed 4 netherite scraps and 4 gold ingots, but he had already planned ahead. His first priority was upgrading all his diamond gear to netherite, further enhancing his combat capabilities. Amid the rhythmic clinking of the smithing table, Yang Bo upgraded his entire set of diamond armor to netherite. Disabling the hide armor display setting, he admired his reflection. The sleek, dark purple armor emitted a faint glow, exuding an aura of unyielding strength. It was as if he had transformed into a heavily armored warrior, radiating an intimidating presence. "This is too cool!" Yang Bo exclaimed, his heart swelling with pride and satisfaction. Later, back at the workshop, Yang Bo began constructing rooms within the factory space. These were designated as dormitories and offices for Ivan and Anton Vanko. Reclining on a sofa in the temporary office, a cigarette between his lips, Yang Bo addressed the father and son duo with a casual yet serious tone. "You both know I need you to build the arc reactor, but it's not just about powering a refrigerator," he began, flicking ash into the tray before leaning forward. His eyes locked onto theirs with a determined gaze. "I need you to design a set of combat armor, something that harnesses the reactor's energy to create a suit capable of operating in the air, underwater, and everywhere in between. With the right materials and equipment, I'm confident this won't be too challenging for you." Ivan, seated across from Yang Bo, nodded slightly as he processed the request. Although it sounded complicated, Ivan saw it as an exciting challenge. He had already brainstormed several potential applications for arc reactor technology, and while combat armor wasn't one of them, he felt confident in his ability to deliver. "No problem," Ivan replied, picking up a piece of bread from the table and biting into it. His steel teeth glinted as he chewed. Anton, sitting beside him, appeared more composed. Puffing leisurely on a cigarette, he exuded the air of a scientist fully immersed in his work. Since arriving in America, Anton had gradually shifted decision-making responsibilities to his son, focusing instead on his research. Yang Bo, pleased with Ivan's straightforward agreement, smiled and added, "I know you're still not fully convinced of me, but let me make one thing clear, you won't find a better boss than me anywhere in the world." Turning to Ivan, he continued, "Oh, and aside from the combat armor, I'm also counting on you to handle the house's power supply. That includes the refrigerator." Ivan. Internally, he grumbled, "Just because you're the boss doesn't mean you can make such ridiculous demands. If you mention household appliances one more time, I swear I'm flipping the table." Of course, these thoughts stayed firmly in his head. After all, Yang Bo had made a lasting impression on their first meeting, and as the man who saved his father's life, Ivan wouldn't let petty grievances get in the way. Finishing his instructions, Yang Bo pulled out a detailed dossier on cybertech, skimming through its contents with a focused expression. A sly smile crept across his face as he turned to Ivan and said, "Tonight, you're coming with me. We're going to pick up some equipment and materials." Ivan didn't question why the procurement had to happen at night. He simply agreed, already brainstorming how to approach the design of the combat armor once the necessary resources were secured. Yang Bo sat leisurely in the passenger seat of the car, his gaze slowly drifting away from the glowing cybertech logo atop the distant building. Gently stroking his chin, he had already made up his mind. It was as if he were gearing up for a unique zero-cost shopping spree. "Jerry, drive around the area once. I'll call you when we're done," Yang Bo instructed, patting Jerry on the shoulder. He then pulled a bottle of invisibility potion from his inventory and casually tossed it to Ivan, who was seated in the back. "Open it and drink it. Don't forget to hand the bottle back to me," Yang Bo said before stepping out of the car. Ivan hesitated for a moment but eventually uncorked the bottle and poured the strange potion into his mouth. Whoa! Ivan was startled by the potion's magical effects. His once visible form had now completely vanished, leaving him in awe. Staring at his now invisible hands, he asked with a mix of shock and curiosity, "How is this even possible?" Yang Bo, satisfied with the potion's effectiveness, smiled to himself. Even he could only track Ivan's position through the mini-map. Hearing Ivan's question, he teased, "You're a physicist, not a wizard. Stop overthinking it and just follow my lead. Ivan rolled his eyes in mild frustration, muttering under his breath, this boss is always so cryptic. The car door clicked open, and Ivan stepped out. Yang Bo, too, pulled out a bottle of invisibility potion, downing it without hesitation. Ivan, just head toward the building. I'll be right behind you, Yang Bo instructed. Got it, Ivan replied. On the mini-map, the dot representing Ivan began moving toward the Cybertech building. Yang Bo quickly followed, keeping close to him. Jerry, still in the driver's seat, watched the back door close before calmly driving away as instructed. Cybertech was a global high-tech corporation, with its reach spanning numerous industries. It was particularly renowned for its work in biotechnology, which later laid the foundation for projects like the Extremis virus and Deathlock Soldiers. The New York branch of Cybertech was just one of many subsidiaries scattered across the world. Before long, the two arrived at the front of the Cybertech building. It was nighttime, and the building's front doors were locked. Two security guards sat near the entrance, leisurely sipping coffee as their eyes occasionally flicked toward the door, as if waiting for something. Seeing this, Yang Bo whispered to Ivan, let's head to the back of the building. To Yang Bo, with his invisibility and unique abilities, the building was no longer an impenetrable fortress but rather an open book waiting to be read. The two circled around the building, eventually arriving at its side. Yang Bo stopped Ivan and opened his mini-map, carefully studying the layout to find an entry point with minimal guards. As soon as he opened the map, however, his expression turned grim. Apart from a few scattered red dots, the rest of the map was densely packed with white dots. It didn't take long for Yang Bo to figure out why. Whether it was Hydra or vampires, they were like parasites, thriving by blending into the general population. Like capitalists forever yearning to be the ultimate oppressors, only the higher-ups at Cybertech were likely connected to Hydra. The majority of the company's employees were likely just ordinary, clueless workers. Since we're already here, we might as well take a look, Yang Bo resolved silently. He pulled out his diamond pickaxe, chose a section of wall with no guards nearby, and began chiseling away. The seemingly impenetrable concrete wall crumbled like brittle stone under the pickaxe's enchanted strength, leaving a 1-meter-wide, 2-meter-tall opening in no time. Ivan, fascinated by the ease with which Yang Bo broke through the wall, moved closer, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. Let's go inside, Yang Bo said, stepping through the opening first. Once inside, he replaced the concrete wall to cover their tracks. The room they entered was an ordinary storage closet, filled with cleaning supplies and tools. It was empty, likely because it was nighttime. Exiting the closet, Yang Bo grabbed Ivan's sleeve and led him toward the stairs. He kept a close eye on the minimap, navigating the glowing dots and observing their surroundings. Whispering, he said, the first floor is simple, just some basic rooms. Nothing special here. They quickly ascended to the fourth floor. On the mini-map, the layout of this floor became clear, revealing several rooms marked as special. Facing a securely locked door, Yang Bo couldn't help but scoff internally. Pulling out his pickaxe again, he forcefully pried the door open. Beep, 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 a piercing alarm erupted, shattering the silence. It was as if the building itself was protesting their intrusion. Yang Bo frowned deeply, annoyance flashing across his face. Looking up, he noticed several surveillance cameras mounted on the walls, their black lenses now trained on him and Ivan. Yang Bo sighed, shaking his head as he quickly calculated his next move. Meanwhile, in the security room, the guards were just as perplexed as Yang Bo. The fourth floor door had seemingly vanished into thin air, leaving them utterly baffled. Moments later, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the first floor. It was clear that reinforcements were on their way. Yang Bo, realizing the situation had escalated, quickly tugged on Ivan's sleeve and whispered, "Let's get out of here." The two turned back, slipping past the approaching guards and retracing their steps until they were safely outside the building. Sitting on a bench a short distance away, Yang Bo stared at the towering Cybertech building with a mix of frustration and resignation. "I should have gone in alone," he muttered to himself. If he had been on his own, he could have stormed in, dismantled the equipment he needed, and stuffed it all into his inventory. Even if he were discovered, his abilities would have allowed him to leap from the building and land safely, showcasing his perfect landing technique. But with Ivan tagging along, the operation had been unnecessarily complicated. Yet without Ivan, Yang Bo wouldn't have been able to distinguish between useful and irrelevant equipment. "Forget it. I'll wait until I recruit a biologist before coming back to borrow from Cybertech," Yang Bo sighed, making a mental note for the future. As the invisibility potion's effects wore off, the two figures reappeared on the bench. Ivan, tomorrow I'll give you the funds to purchase the equipment and materials you need. If there's anything money can't solve, let me know, and I'll figure something out, Yang Bo said, resigning himself to settling for lower-tier equipment for now. He briefly considered reaching out to Fury. Given what he knew about S.H.I.E.L.D., there was a chance he could acquire some of their tech through back channels. Ivan, however, didn't seem particularly bothered. Back in Siberia, he had conducted research using improvised and rudimentary equipment. Having access to even second or first-tier tools was already a significant upgrade for him. Still, there was one thing on his mind that he couldn't shake. "Boss, do you have any more of that potion? Can I have another bottle?" Ivan asked, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Yang Bo sighed inwardly at Ivan's enthusiasm. Reaching into his inventory, he pulled out another invisibility potion and tossed it to him. "Here. Invisibility potion, lasts 8 minutes. You've already experienced its effects. Once you've built the reactor, you can start researching it." Yang Bo couldn't help but feel a sense of curiosity himself. He wondered what incredible discoveries Ivan might make if he tried to analyze the potion's properties. Pulling out his phone, Yang Bo called Jerry. Moments later, the car pulled up in front of them. Climbing back into the passenger seat, Yang Bo glanced at the dismantled security door he had stashed in his inventory. A faint smile tugged at his lips as he reassured himself with a mental victory. "Well, at least this trip wasn't a total waste. I got a security door out of it." Jerry stepped on the gas, driving them away from the site. Breaking the silence, he asked, "Boss, where to next?" Leaning back in his seat, Yang Bo replied softly, "Let's go find some vampires lurking in the shadows. I'm in a bad mood tonight. I want to have a heartfelt conversation with them." Jerry resisted the urge to roll his eyes. You look for vampires when you're happy, and you look for vampires when you're upset. Can you come up with a less ridiculous excuse next time? A quiet week passed by in a flash, and Yang Bo's life had gradually settled into a comfortable routine. His days had become remarkably structured. During the daytime, he would venture into the nether, searching for mysterious nether fortresses or leisurely fishing by the river, savoring the calm and peaceful moments. At night, however, he would have Jerry drive him through the city, navigating its many corners in search of red dots on his minimap, embarking on what felt like a clandestine adventure. Another productive day. Yang Bo stretched lazily as he stepped out of the car's passenger seat. Looking up at the rising sun, its warm golden rays spilled over the horizon and onto his body, enveloping him in a comforting glow. In the distance, the chirping of birds echoed from the park, a harmonious melody composed by nature itself. But just as he was enjoying the serenity, a familiar synthesized voice suddenly rang in his mind without warning. "Twilight Forest mod loading. Loading successful." Yang Bo froze mid-stretch, his eyes widening in shock and excitement. "Twilight Forest," he muttered to himself, astonished. The Twilight Forest mod was a classic in the world of Minecraft mods, and one of his personal favorites. Ever since he had been introduced to it, the mod had captivated him with its unique design and immersive content. It was easily one of the mods he was most familiar with. Lately, as the vampire population had dwindled, Yang Bo had begun to feel that his life was missing a certain thrill. Every now and then, he would call Blade to inquire about his progress, but with such little time to establish himself, Blade was still struggling just to secure a proper base of operations. Turning toward the car, Yang Bo shouted to Jerry, "I'm heading back home. You go to the factory and keep an eye on things, don't let any troublemakers get near the workshop." "Got it, boss," Jerry replied before driving off, leaving Yang Bo alone. Watching Jerry's car disappear into the distance, Yang Bo's thoughts wandered once again to the idea of raiding S.H.I.E.L.D. or Hydra for resources. He felt increasingly frustrated by the lack of capable helpers at his disposal. He needed more manpower to support his plans. Back at home, Yang Bo was greeted by a man approaching with a respectful demeanor. "Boss, you've returned." The man's voice carried a tone of deference as he stood beside Yang Bo with a look of utmost reverence. This man was none other than Alan, a former Hydra operative whom Yang Bo had captured. A few days ago, during one of Yang Bo's occasional guest room inspections, he had noticed that Alan's red dot on the minimap had mysteriously turned green. Since then, Alan had become completely obedient, even going so far as to consider being whipped a privilege. This baffling behavior had left Yang Bo utterly speechless, leading him to conclude, this poor guy, he must have been completely broken. Since Alan had turned into a green, Yang Bo decided to stop tormenting him and instead assigned him to take over Jerry's previous farming duties. To make things easier, he even transformed Alan into a vampire using his mod abilities, making him more efficient at his tasks, though he opted not to upgrade him further. Yang Bo glanced at the fields in the distance, where crops had been neatly harvested and saplings had been replanted. Nodding in satisfaction, he said, "Good work." He pulled some store-bought food from his inventory and handed it to Alan. "Here, this is for you. Eating bread every day isn't sustainable. When I find some animals, I'll leave them in your care so we can improve our diet." Alan's face lit up with gratitude as he accepted the food, treating it as though it were a priceless treasure. Thank you, boss. Just let me know if there's anything you need," he exclaimed. Yang Bo shivered at Alan's overly servile attitude, waving him off quickly. "All right, go eat. I have other things to do." With that, he left Alan behind and headed toward the nether portal. Taking out his pickaxe, he dug out a small room next to the portal, preparing to construct the Twilight Forest portal. Using dirt blocks, Yang Bo built a 4x4 frame on the ground, leaving a 2x2 space in the center. He then filled the space with water to create an infinite water source. From his storage chest, he retrieved various flowers collected during his seed hunting trips and carefully planted them around the water. Taking a deep breath, Yang Bo felt both excitement and nervousness bubbling within him. Activating a Twilight Forest portal differed from activating a nether portal. It required throwing a diamond into the water. More importantly, activating the portal would summon a bolt of lightning, and while the damage wasn't significant, Yang Bo wasn't exactly a fan of getting zapped. Stepping back a safe distance, he retrieved a diamond from his inventory. With practiced ease, honed from countless games of skipping stones while fishing, he flung the diamond into the water. Boom! A deafening clap of thunder roared as a lightning bolt struck the water. Despite being mentally prepared, Yang Bo flinched at the sudden noise. The once clear water transformed into a portal similar to the nether portal, except this one lay flat on the ground. Outside, Pearl barely twitched an eyelid at the noise before continuing his nap on the couch. Meanwhile, Alan, who was mid-bite, looked up in the direction of the sound, his eyes filled with concern. However, knowing Yang Bo's strict orders, Alan refrained from investigating on his own, lest he stumble upon something he shouldn't know. Yang Bo stared at the newly activated portal, a vibrant smile spreading across his face. "Finally, I can gather a ton of resources. No more scrounging for scraps outside the workshop," he thought, a mix of relief and excitement washing over him. As a modern-day transmigrator, it was embarrassing to admit how much time he had spent scavenging for resources like scrap metal. Even now, he struggled to obtain certain materials in large quantities, such as redstone and lapis lazuli. Approaching the portal, Yang Bo examined the swirling purple surface one last time. After double-checking his inventory and equipment to ensure he was fully prepared, he clenched his jaw and leapt into the portal without hesitation. Unlike the nether portal, there was no dizziness this time. The transition was seamless. One moment, his vision went dark, and the next, he felt solid ground beneath his feet. The ambient sounds of chirping cicadas and occasional animal calls greeted his ears, immersing him in the natural symphony of the forest. All around him, towering trees stretched toward the sky: oak trees, birches, canopy trees, and colossal twilight oaks. The forest floor was carpeted with vibrant flowers, mushrooms, and unique twilight forest plants. Animals roamed freely in the tranquil, enchanting landscape. Standing amidst this magical realm, Yang Bo felt like a muggle who had just stepped into Hogwarts. Everything around him exuded an air of fantasy and wonder. The Twilight Forest was a world perpetually shrouded in an eternal dusk, teeming with new creatures and plants waiting to be discovered. Not far ahead, a towering structure loomed, its silhouette unmistakable. The Lich Tower. Yang Bo immediately recognized it. This imposing Gothic-style structure stood tall with countless rooms inside. Once a hub of civilization, it now lay in ruins, serving as the domain of the Twilight Forest's second boss, the Lich. Before he could advance further, a dark blue goblin suddenly manifested on a nearby clearing. The creature held a book glowing with magical energy and sprinted toward Yang Bo as if on a mission. Ugh! It looks more like a bear than a goblin. What an abstract design! Yang Bo muttered, unable to resist poking fun at its odd appearance. The creature's form looked nothing like the goblins he had imagined. Since he had bypassed the Naga boss and come directly to the Lich's territory, the goblin had spawned nearby, carrying an explorer's notebook, the glowing book it held. Drawing his diamond sword, Yang Bo waited patiently as the goblin waddled toward him with its stubby legs. When it finally reached him, he leapt lightly into the air and brought his sword down in a powerful strike. The sharpness 4 enchantment on the diamond sword instantly obliterated the goblin's meager 13 health points. Picking up the explorer's notebook on the spire, dropped by the goblin, Yang Bo's curiosity was piqued. Ha, I never bothered reading this thing when I played the game. Let's see what it says, he chuckled, flipping open the notebook and beginning to read its contents. Tattered explorer's notebook. I'd begun testing the strange aura surrounding this tower. Each brick of the structure is protected by a powerful enchantment, the likes of which I've never encountered before. The enchantment even extends to the area surrounding the tower. Back in my homeland, I had many methods to counter such magic. But here, my supplies are limited. Let me dig deeper into this. Several pages later. A breakthrough. During my journey, I encountered a serpentine beast trapped in an ornate courtyard. At the time, I picked up a worn feather, ignoring the green scales. It turns out these green scales possess the magical properties I need to dispel the enchantment. However, the magic is too faint. I'll need to slay the serpent itself to obtain fresher samples. Yang Bo closed the notebook, a smirk playing on his lips. Looks like I've got my next target, he mused, gripping his sword tightly as he eyed the distant lich tower. Time to get to work. Yang Bo's arrival was like a boulder crashing into the once harmonious ecosystem of the Twilight Forest, perfectly embodying the so-called fourth calamity. Wherever he went, chaos followed, leaving the once tranquil world in disarray. Ah, finally, I get to enjoy some freshly cooked pork chops from the game. Yang Bo exclaimed, taking a hearty bite of the freshly roasted meat. The delicious flavor made him sigh with contentment. The 2 hunger bars he had lost were instantly restored to full after devouring the pork chop. I still need to find ravens and craft that magic map. Relying on the mini-map alone is way too limiting. Yang Bo muttered to himself. Ravens were small wild creatures that spawned throughout the Twilight Forest, often seen near obsidian pillars. In the distance, he spotted a tall obsidian pillar standing out against the forest backdrop, its top adorned with a blue lapis lazuli block. Yang Bo approached it cautiously, noticing 3 jet-black ravens perched on the ground around the base of the pillar. His footsteps startled the ravens, causing them to flap their wings and let out sharp caw-caw cries, desperately trying to take flight. However, their sluggish flying speed made them seem slower than an elderly man with a cane. Pulling out his enchanted dual crossbow from his inventory, Yang Bo took aim. A clear reticle appeared in front of him as he targeted the loudest raven among the group. Without hesitation, he fired. The raven, with only 10 health points, was instantly vaporized into a puff of smoke, leaving behind a single black feather that floated gently to the ground. First try and I got a feather, my luck is amazing today. Yang Bo said excitedly. He wasn't about to let the other 2 ravens escape so easily. This time, he swapped his weapon for his looting 3 diamond sword, knowing full well that the feather drop rate would be influenced by the sword's enchantment. Unfortunately, the remaining 2 ravens stubbornly refused to land, flying aimlessly in circles high above the ground. Yang Bo scratched his head in frustration, muttering to himself, fine, I'll grab the lapis lazuli block first. Let's see if that'll get them to come down. With that, he pulled out some cobblestone from his inventory and began building a makeshift pillar alongside the obsidian one. Climbing to the top, he quickly mined the lapis lazuli block and stored it in his inventory. Standing over 10 meters above the ground, Yang Bo glanced at the circling ravens in the distance. A bold idea suddenly popped into his mind. Time for an aerial strike, he shouted, leaping off the top of the pillar with his diamond sword in hand. As he descended, he swung his sword at a raven that hadn't managed to fly far enough away. The strike connected, and 2 black feathers fell alongside Yang Bo. Thanks to his feather falling enchantment, he only lost a single point of health from the fall. Feather falling enchantments are the best. Yang Bo laughed as he picked up the feathers and stored them in his inventory. Glancing at the last remaining raven, he smirked and said, consider yourself lucky. I'll let you go this time. Now it was time to craft the magic map. The map required a magic map focus, and raven feathers were one of the key materials for crafting it. The other components were torchberries and glowstone dust. Yang Bo already had some glowstone dust from his previous nether expeditions, so all that remained was to find torchberries. Scanning his surroundings, Yang Bo noticed a crack in the ground, a fissure leading to an underground cave. Torchberries often grew in the caves of the Twilight Forest, emitting a faint glow. When destroyed, they would drop a single torchberry, though using shears allowed for a full harvest. The so-called crack was actually an entrance to a shallow cave. As expected, Yang Bo spotted the glowing torchberry plants near the entrance. He easily stepped into the cave and collected all the torchberries, storing them safely in his inventory. While torchberries didn't restore much hunger, they did grant a 5-second glow buff, which could come in handy. Got everything I need. Time to craft the magic map. Should I look for the Hollow Hill first or head to the Naga courtyard? Yang Bo pondered, slightly conflicted. He quickly crafted a blank magic map at his crafting table and activated it. Instantly, the map revealed the surrounding terrain. A quick glance showed that the Naga boss's courtyard was located not far to the west. Grinning, Yang Bo looked up in the direction of the boss's location and chuckled. Let's deal with the Naga first, then I'll check out the Hollow Hill. With that, he set off toward the courtyard without hesitation. 10 minutes later, Yang Bo arrived at the edge of the Naga courtyard. He busied himself building cobblestone pillars, climbing to the top to observe the courtyard's interior. The courtyard was filled with intricately carved columns, and at its center was a cage-like spawner. Yang Bo knew that stepping into the courtyard would activate the spawner, summoning the fearsome Naga boss. Wasting no time, Yang Bo carefully placed blocks and climbed over the courtyard wall. As soon as he entered, the spawner disappeared, replaced by a massive green serpent. The Naga's body was composed of large blocks seemingly held together by some unseen force, with gaps of at least 10 centimeters between each segment. The Naga immediately locked onto Yang Bo, slithering straight toward him. Any blocks in its path were effortlessly destroyed upon contact with its head. So big, but I love it. Yang Bo's eyes sparkled with excitement. In the game, the Naga's size hadn't felt particularly imposing, but seeing it in person was a completely different experience. Gripping his shield tightly in one hand and his enchanted dual crossbow in the other, he began launching a fierce assault on the Naga's head. The Naga halted momentarily as Yang Bo's bolts struck its target. Its basketball-sized eyes fixed on Yang Bo, glaring at him with an intensity that sent chills down his spine. Then, with a sudden crash, the block Yang Bo stood on was destroyed, and he plummeted to the ground. Seeing Yang Bo on the ground, the Naga's eyes turned blood red. Opening its massive jaws, it charged at him with terrifying speed. Yang Bo quickly raised his shield in defense. Duong, a deafening impact rang out as the Naga's head collided with Yang Bo's shield, pushing him back several steps. Thanks to his sturdy netherite armor, he remained unharmed. The Naga, on the other hand, became momentarily disoriented, its eyes crossing comically as dizziness particles swirled above its head. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Bo switched to his diamond sword and dashed forward, delivering a powerful slash to the Naga's head. The boss's health bar rapidly decreased, and explosions erupted from the tail end of its segmented body. Each time the Naga took 10 points of cumulative damage, a segment of its body would be destroyed, though this also increased its movement speed. The Naga recovered from its daze after 3 seconds, turning sharply to face Yang Bo. Before he could react, its massive body brushed against him, causing him to lose a single point of health, barely a scratch, thanks to his enchanted netherite gear. With the attack speed bonus granted by his vampire hunter skills, Yang Bo's strikes came swift and relentless. His diamond sword slashed repeatedly at the Naga's body. As the first boss of the Twilight Forest, the Naga wasn't particularly difficult to defeat. By dodging its charges and counterattacking strategically, Yang Bo was able to whittle down its health with ease. Before long, the Naga's health bar was nearly depleted. Its speed had increased several-fold, making it impossible for Yang Bo to keep up. He opted to wait patiently for it to charge again. Boom, the Naga collided with his shield one final time. Yang Bo raised his sword and brought it down in a decisive strike, depleting the Naga's remaining health. With a crackling noise, the Naga's massive head disintegrated, leaving only its loot behind. At the center of the courtyard, where the spawner once stood, a loot chest appeared. Phew, that was easy. Yang Bo said with a satisfied grin, sheathing his weapons as he ran toward the chest to claim his well-earned rewards. This loot is just hideous, Yang Bo muttered, staring at the Naga trophy he had pulled from the loot chest. The strange, grotesque item was wearable as a helmet and even emitted a miniature version of the boss's growling sound when equipped. But Yang Bo, being a self-respecting Chinese man, couldn't imagine himself donning such a ridiculous, bright green object on his head. Of course, he added jokingly in his mind, if anyone has a special interest in this kind of thing, feel free to contact me. Inside the chest, there were also a dozen or so Naga scales, each about the size of a palm. Yang Bo held one up, its green hue catching the dim light, and fell into deep thought. If I could de-digitalize this scale, could it be used to craft biologically enhanced battle armor with special attributes, he wondered, his mind already racing with possibilities. Back at home, Ivan and Anton Vanko had successfully developed the arc reactor, and the refrigerator was now running smoothly. However, while the weapon component of the battle armor was complete, the rest of the suit was still under intense development. The idea of incorporating Naga scales into the armor intrigued Yang Bo, sparking a wave of creativity. With this newfound inspiration, Yang Bo pulled out his magic map and prepared to locate a hollow hill. He knew these mines were treasure troves, brimming with valuable minerals and numerous chests containing precious items. Among these treasures were Moonworm Queen, Peacock Feather Fan, Transformation Powder, or Magnet, and more, including the deconstruction table, ironwood ingots, steel leaf, and additional Naga scales he desperately needed. It didn't take long for Yang Bo to pinpoint the nearest medium-sized hollow hill on his map. Its appearance made him frown slightly. As someone who had grown up in northern China, the hill's shape reminded him of the ancient tombs from his hometown. It's not just similar, it's exactly the same, he chuckled to himself. Unfazed by any superstitions, he approached the southeastern corner of the hill and placed a torch. Seek the dragon and observe the winding mountain, each coil marks a gate unseen. Gates sealed with 1,000 locks shall house the lords within, he recited in a sing-song manner, quoting a line from tomb raiding lore. Then, pulling out his shovel and pickaxe, he began digging into the hill with enthusiasm. For a moment, he imagined himself as a member of the Moving Mountain faction from a tomb raiding novel, ready to strip the tomb of everything from treasures to wall murals and even the floor tiles. Anything aesthetically pleasing would not be spared. Why are there so many monsters in here? Is there no spawn limit in this world? This is absurd. Yang Bo grumbled, staring at the dense cluster of red dots on his minimap. Fortunately, he didn't suffer from trypophobia, otherwise, the sheer number of enemies might have been overwhelming. Soon, the tunnel into the hollow hill was complete. However, Yang Bo was greeted by a barrage of arrows and slime balls as soon as he broke through. Holy crap, he exclaimed, quickly placing a torch inside before sealing the entrance with stone blocks. How are you even supposed to get through this? If it weren't for the 0.5-second invincibility frames from being dataized, I might have been shot to death in one go. He glanced at his health bar, which had only lost 2 points, but the sight of the arrow sticking out of his body made him imagine himself looking like a porcupine. Left with no other choice, Yang Bo resorted to digging downward and employed the most practical and shameless ankle-biting strategy to slowly clear out the monsters inside the hill. Alongside vanilla mobs like skeletons and zombies, the hollow hill also housed unique Twilight Forest monsters such as redcap goblins, redcap sappers, kobolds, swarm spiders, wraiths, fire beetles, slime beetles, and pinch beetles. However, none of these creatures posed a significant threat to him. At one point, a green-skinned, disheveled figure caught his eye, a zombie villager. Yang Bo's voice was filled with surprise and excitement. Having spent so much time in the Marvel world and the Nether, he had completely forgotten about villagers. Now, seeing a zombie villager in the Twilight Forest, he was reminded of those treacherous merchants. Asterisk, how could I forget about these guys? If I can find a pillager captain and combine them with villagers, iron farms, automatic crop farms, and librarians wouldn't just be a dream, and I could even mass-produce totems of undying, asterisk. However, Yang Bo knew it wasn't feasible to rescue the zombie villager from the swarm of monsters at the moment. Now that he knew they could spawn in the Twilight Forest, he could always return later. For now, his priority was clearing out the creatures inside the hollow hill. Time passed quickly, and the number of monsters in the hill gradually decreased, although they continued to spawn from the numerous spawners hidden within. Surveying the remaining creepers scattered throughout the hill, Yang Bo suddenly had a bold idea. Let's risk it, turn a bicycle into a motorcycle, he said, crouching down and crawling through a 1-block-high gap. Taking several hits along the way, he gulped down a potion of healing 2 and sprinted deeper into the hill, placing torches in the darkened areas as he ran. The once pitch-black cavern was suddenly illuminated. Looking back at the horde of monsters packed tightly together, Yang Bo grinned. Pulling out his shield, he braced himself and charged straight toward the group of creepers. Hearing the telltale hiss of a creeper about to explode, he couldn't help but chuckle. Boom! The powerful explosion created a massive crater in the ground, taking out a significant portion of the surrounding monsters. Creepers to the rescue, as always! Yang Bo exclaimed. The remaining scattered enemies posed little threat, and the torches he had placed significantly slowed the spawn rate of new mobs. The Hollow Hill expedition was a resounding success. Yang Bo looted numerous chests, collecting a variety of rare items. Holding a vividly colored peacock feather fan in his hand, he tested it on an approaching redcap goblin. With a simple flick of the fan, a strong gust of wind sent the goblin flying 6 or 7 meters away. Whoa, did they buff this thing? Yang Bo muttered in disbelief, staring at the fan. With this weapon, the next boss fight against the Lich would be a breeze, literally. The peacock feather fan could reflect any of the Lich's projectiles with ease. Additionally, by using it while jumping, Yang Bo could propel himself 15 meters into the air. If the fan had truly been strengthened, it might even allow him to reach greater heights. Unfortunately, it couldn't be used mid-air, or he'd already be flying by now. Returning home with his spoils, Yang Bo deposited the miscellaneous items from his inventory into storage. Grabbing the steel leaf, ironwood ingots, naga scales, and redstone, he used his nether transport system to travel to the suburban workshop. Climbing out of the underground passage, he found the once empty factory transformed. The original exit had been converted into an office, and the workshop was now divided into various rooms bustling with activity. Numerous employees, poached from other companies, worked diligently inside. It was clear that relying solely on the Vanko father and son duo would never have been enough to build something as ambitious as a Gundam or an EVA unit. Seated comfortably in his boss chair, Yang Bo pressed a button on his office phone. Soon, a woman's voice came through the line. "Boss? Notify Anton Vanko and Ivan Vanko that I need to speak with them," Yang Bo instructed, leaning back with a satisfied grin as he awaited their arrival. In Yang Bo's office, the room was quiet except for the rhythmic tapping of his fingers on the desk. The sound acted as an unspoken signal, pulling Ivan's attention back to the present. Ivan stood before him, gripping the materials Yang Bo had laid out on the desk, his expression a mix of curiosity and skepticism. "So," Yang Bo began, his gaze filled with anticipation. "Do you think you can integrate these materials into the battle armor?" Ivan's fingers tightened around the strange items. His eyes flickered with doubt as he looked up at Yang Bo. These materials, are you sure they have the properties you claim they do?" Yang Bo gave a slight nod, pointing to the deep green steel leaf on the desk. His tone was calm yet serious as he explained, "This stuff, when crafted into armor, provides a level 2 fire protection effect." Seeing Ivan's lingering skepticism, Yang Bo elaborated further. "Fire protection, for every level, reduces fire damage by 8% and decreases burn time by 15%. With just level 2, you're already looking at a significant advantage." Ivan stood there, stunned. His mind raced as he processed the information. How could something so specific and data-like even exist? It was beyond anything he had encountered in reality. However, the logical part of his mind couldn't help but calculate the potential applications. If Yang Bo's claims were true, even the basic properties of these materials would make them incredibly powerful for fire resistance. Making a mental note of the properties Yang Bo had described, Ivan resolved to test the materials in the lab. If the results matched the descriptions, this would be a revolutionary discovery. Suddenly, Ivan's eyes lit up as he remembered something. His expression shifted to one of excitement as he turned to Yang Bo. "Boss, 2 nights ago, there were reports of a humanoid unidentified flying object spotted over Los Angeles. I think Tony Stark has already developed his battle armor. I need to prove my father's genius, show the world that Stark isn't the only one with brilliant ideas." Yang Bo raised an eyebrow, his gaze narrowing slightly as he glanced at the minimap, noting Ivan's green nut. After a moment of deliberation, he made up his mind. "All right. It's time for you to step into the spotlight. But tell me, how's the progress on your electric whips and the armor?" Ivan's confidence returned as he nodded and smiled slightly. "The weapons are ready. The electric whips and the chainsaw you suggested are complete. However, the chainsaw is limited by material durability, it wears out too quickly against tougher materials. As for the armor, it's still limited to ground-based combat. Making this thing fly, especially when it's even heavier than the Ironmonger suit, is proving to be a real challenge. I'm a genius, yes, but I'm not quite at Tony's level yet." Yang Bo nodded thoughtfully. He understood that it would take time and effort for Ivan to reach Tony's level of technological mastery. Yet, he wasn't disappointed. "After all, even if my people aren't perfect, they're still my people and more dependable than outsiders." Quietly, he considered the possibility of sending Ivan to Wakanda in the future to learn advanced techniques and technologies. Good. Spend the next few days upgrading the armor. Focus on adding long-range attack capabilities, targeting heavy battle units. Also, make sure to include an energy absorption feature. At the very least, it should be able to convert electrical energy. If you need anything, just put in a request. Don't worry about the budget, Yang Bo instructed firmly. Ivan's eyes glimmered with gratitude. He was lucky to have such a generous and supportive boss. Gathering the materials Yang Bo had provided, he was about to leave the office when Yang Bo's voice called out behind him. "One more thing," Yang Bo said, his tone thoughtful. "Test these materials first. Let's not waste time mixing in anything else just yet, especially with the possibility of Tony making a move soon. Once the armor is complete, I'll figure out a way to add some special abilities to it." Yang Bo's eyes flickered with an idea as he mentioned this. The enchanting table, he thought. If it were possible to enchant Ivan's armor, it could significantly enhance its capabilities. However, he also knew that in Minecraft, armor could only be enchanted once if treated as a single piece of equipment. It might be possible to stack multiple attributes if crafted from materials, but that would require waiting until Ivan finished the armor to experiment. Hearing this, Ivan felt a warm sense of trust and support. Nodding resolutely, he left the office and returned to the lab. Inside the lab, Anton Vanko was engrossed in studying blueprints. Hearing the sound of footsteps, he looked up to see his son carrying a bundle of materials into the room. A flicker of curiosity crossed Anton's face. "What's this?" he asked. Ivan placed the materials on the lab table, his expression unusually quiet. Sitting down in a chair, he seemed lost in thought. Anton noticed his son's demeanor and felt a pang of concern. "What's wrong, son? Is there a problem?" he asked gently. Ivan looked up, forcing a small, strained smile. On his already scarred and intense face, the smile seemed even more unsettling. In a low voice, he said, "Father, the boss has given me permission to go after Tony Stark." Anton's expression darkened at the mention of Stark, memories of past injustices flooding his mind. For a moment, neither father nor son spoke, the room heavy with unspoken emotions. After a while, Anton walked over to Ivan and pulled him into a firm embrace. In a voice filled with quiet resolve, he said, "Son, I've thought about it. We can't let ourselves be consumed by hatred. You are my greatest achievement, not that reactor." Ivan's eyes softened, and his grip on his father tightened. Emotion welled up within him, and his voice trembled slightly as he said, "I understand, father. But this time, I have to prove that I'm better than Tony Stark." Having grown up under his father's influence, Ivan harbored a deep-seated animosity toward Tony. He felt that everything Stark had achieved should have been his. Yet, with his father still alive, Ivan had shed the life-or-death grudge he once held. Still, a lingering desire burned within him, a need to surpass Tony Stark in technological innovation, to finally lay his personal demons to rest. "Be careful," Anton said softly, his voice tinged with regret. He couldn't help but feel that his past hatred and obsession had placed an unnecessary burden on his son. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks broke the moment. The two separated, and Ivan moved to open the lab door. Standing outside was Yang Bo, wearing his usual calm expression. "Boss, is there something else?" Ivan asked, puzzled. Yang Bo smiled faintly. "Sorry to bother you again, but I just remembered something important." He stepped into the lab, walking over to a computer. With a few keystrokes, he pulled up a blueprint of the 1974 Stark Expo and projected it onto the wall. "This," Yang Bo began, gesturing to the projection, "is something I had my people compile from all available information about the expo." He turned to Ivan and Anton, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Take a good look. What do you think it is?" Ivan frowned, studying the blueprint as his mind raced. However, without having seen Howard Stark's recorded message, he had no way of recognizing the hidden purpose behind the design. He didn't even consider the possibility of a new element. Anton, on the other hand, stepped closer, his eyes widening slightly in recognition. This is the blueprint for Howard Stark's expo?" Yang Bo nodded, deciding to cut to the chase. Pointing to the center of the blueprint, he explained, "Imagine the center as the nucleus of an atom. Remove all the roads, trees, and parking entrances. Then mark the protons and neutrons as structured wireframe models." He shrugged, adding, "This is all I know. It's Howard's message about a new element. Compared to the palladium reactor, this element is far superior in both storage and output. The rest is up to you two, it's a job for professionals." Anton's face turned pale. For years, he had believed Howard Stark had stolen his research. But now, hearing Yang Bo's explanation, he realized Howard had developed something even more advanced, a new element reactor. Yang Bo placed a reassuring hand on Anton's shoulder. "It's okay to lose to Howard. You still have Ivan," he said. Anton snapped out of his daze, his gaze shifting to his son, who was already deep in thought, studying the blueprint. Determination filled Anton's eyes as he nodded firmly. "You're right. We'll surpass them, together." The Los Angeles airport, usually bustling with activity, was now cloaked in the quiet embrace of nighttime. Yang Bo descended the steps of the plane with a composed stride, a pair of black sunglasses concealing his enigmatic gaze. Behind him followed Ivan and a tall, elegant white woman. "Boss, the car is already waiting outside. Should we head straight to the hotel, or do you have other plans?" Ivan asked respectfully. Yang Bo adjusted his sunglasses slightly, his gaze casually sweeping over the sparse crowd in the airport hall. After several hours of flight, it was already late at night. While Yang Bo himself didn't require rest, he knew Anna and Ivan would. After a moment of thought, he replied, "Anna, head back to the hotel first. Get some proper rest, and we'll visit Stark Industries tomorrow." "Understood, boss," Anna responded softly, a trace of gratitude flashing in her eyes. She was a highly competent secretary Yang Bo had hired with a generous salary. Not only did her appearance align with Yang Bo's aesthetic preferences, but her exceptional work ethic ensured the company ran like a well-oiled machine. The three exited the airport hall and climbed into a sleek black Mercedes-Benz van waiting nearby. Ivan took the front passenger seat, his eyes scanning the city's nightscape with interest. Meanwhile, Yang Bo leaned back and closed his eyes, seemingly resting. In reality, his heightened senses and his mini-map were vigilantly monitoring his surroundings. "It's true, sometimes a change of scenery is all you need to reignite your passion," Yang Bo mused inwardly. "The vampires in New York have practically fled into the sewers by now. But here in Los Angeles, they're practically everywhere. Looks like I'll have to step in tonight and restore some ecological balance." With his abilities upgraded over time, Yang Bo's vampire detection range had expanded significantly. In just the brief time it took to leave the airport, he had already sensed over a dozen vampires scattered throughout the bustling areas of the city. And he knew that in the darker corners and vampire gathering places, the numbers would only increase. Before long, the car pulled up smoothly in front of the hotel. After ensuring Anna and Ivan were settled in, Yang Bo left the hotel on his own. Unlike the towering skyline of New York, Los Angeles had noticeably fewer high-rises. Yang Bo wandered through the streets, eventually finding a secluded spot. From his inventory, he retrieved a sleek sports car, casually climbing into the driver's seat and starting the engine. With no particular destination in mind, he drove aimlessly, scanning for a suitable target. Screech, the car came to a gentle stop in front of an apartment building. Yang Bo parked in one of the spaces near the entrance, his lips curling into a faint smile. His mini-map had revealed that this building housed at least a dozen vampires. "It's been a while since I've encountered so many at once. Tonight's definitely going to be rewarding," Yang Bo muttered, excitement flickering in his eyes as he strode toward the building. He made his way to a door marked 307 and knocked lightly. From inside, an irritated voice barked, "Who the hell is it?" Yang Bo maintained his polite smile, though his eyes turned cold. In a calm, almost gentle voice, he replied, "Hello, community outreach here to spread some warmth." The night passed in the blink of an eye. As dawn broke, warm sunlight poured through the hotel windows, casting a golden glow over Yang Bo. Driving back to the hotel, he reflected on the previous night's events, his emotions a mix of satisfaction and complexity. Perhaps due to sheer luck, the drop rate for vampire blood had been exceptionally high. By the end of his hunt, Yang Bo had collected enough materials to level up his hunter profession by 2 ranks. Additionally, he had obtained a rare bottle of pure blood 1/6. Returning to his room, Yang Bo's expression was not one of triumph but rather mild frustration. He couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "Damn it, these vampires have no taste. Why is Blade's nickname so cool, Daywalker, Blade Warrior, while I get stuck with Night Butcher? I mean, couldn't they at least call me Dark Hunter or something?" But there was nothing he could do about it. After all, it wasn't up to him what the vampires called him. The best he could do was ensure they would never speak again. With a sigh, he flopped onto the soft bed. Just as he started to relax, the ringtone from his pocket broke the silence. "Hello? Who's this?" Yang Bo answered, a hint of curiosity in his tone. A familiar voice came through the line. It was Agent Coulson. "Yang, it's me, Coulson. I heard you've arrived in Los Angeles, is that true?" Coulson's voice carried a note of concern. Hearing his old acquaintance, Yang Bo sat up, a small smile forming on his lips. "That's right, Coulson. I got here last night." "Wow, you've got news coming in fast. Am I being watched?" Romanoff contacted me last night and mentioned you were in Los Angeles. Yang, what brings you here? Do you need any assistance? Coulson asked, his tone genuinely concerned. Of course. I could use some help. How's your mission going? I wanted to ask, since Tony Stark shut down his weapons manufacturing, is there any chance you could help me acquire some equipment? You know, my business is just starting out, and I'm short on practically everything, Yang Bo said, testing the waters. Coulson didn't immediately reject the request. After a moment of thought, he replied, I can ask around, but I can't make any promises. I understand. No pressure, it's not like he's the only source. By the way, where are you now? Care to grab a meal together? Yang Bo suggested. I'm currently at Stark Industries, Coulson responded. I'm about to meet with Ms. Potts to discuss some matters regarding Tony. Hold on a second. Coulson didn't hang up, and Yang Bo could faintly hear the conversation on the other end. Ms. Potts, we had an appointment, remember? Coulson said. Pepper Potts' voice replied, I didn't forget. We can talk now, follow me. Right now? Coulson asked, slightly surprised. Yes, now. Follow me to your office. I think this discussion will be unforgettable, Pepper said firmly. Hearing the exchange, Yang Bo's mind instantly conjured the iconic scene from the movies. Ever since his abilities became dataized, his memory had sharpened significantly, allowing him to recall past events and details with crystal clarity. Coulson, it seems you're busy. Let's forget about the equipment for now. Call me if you ever need my help, Yang Bo said. Wearing his earpiece, Coulson easily caught Yang Bo's words. Alright, I'll reach out when I have time. Talk later, Coulson replied. Hanging up, Yang Bo reclined on the bed, his gaze sharpening as he muttered to himself, timing is everything. Obadiah, I'll be taking your legacy for myself. The scientists who had assisted Obadiah in developing his battle armor might not have been able to replicate Stark's miniature arc reactor, but the ironmonger suit they created was still impressive. Yang Bo's current project desperately needed experts in developing flight capabilities for battle armor. Once Obadiah was out of the picture, Yang Bo intended to acquire both the research data and personnel from Sector 16. If possible, he wouldn't let the equipment slip through his fingers either. I'm sure Tony won't mind trading some useless leftovers for his life, Yang Bo mused, a confident smile spreading across his face. Knock, knock, a gentle tapping at the door interrupted his thoughts. Yang Bo didn't need to guess, it had to be his secretary, Anna. Ivan's knocks were never this polite. Come in, it's unlocked, Yang Bo called out. The door creaked open, and Anna stepped inside. Boss, when are we heading out? She asked. Yang Bo sprang to his feet, straightening his shirt. Anna quickly grabbed the suit jacket hanging nearby and helped him put it on. Right now. Tell Ivan it's time for him to shine, Yang Bo said, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Inside Stark Industries, Yang Bo wandered through the exhibits of advanced weaponry, admiring the cutting-edge technology on display. While he maintained a casual demeanor, his mind was filled with thoughts. Today, neither Tony Stark, Pepper Potts, nor Obadiah Stane had the time to meet him. On one hand, they were embroiled in life and death crises, on the other hand, Yang Bo's company simply didn't have enough influence to command their attention. Ivan stood nearby, his expression a complex mix of emotions. On one hand, he was reluctant to admit that Tony Stark might surpass him. On the other hand, the weapons and innovations showcased here genuinely inspired him, sparking sudden realizations and new ideas for his own work. Yang Bo gently patted Ivan on the shoulder, his lips curling into a sly smile. Don't be so worked up. Tonight, we'll take all of this back with us and study it at our leisure. You'll have plenty of time to appreciate their brilliance. Ivan froze for a moment, then a grin eerily similar to Yang Bo's spread across his scarred face. In that instant, the adage "you become like the people you associate with" seemed perfectly validated. As they exited Stark Industries, a familiar figure caught Yang Bo's eye. A rotund man with a bald head, dressed in a tight light gray suit that strained against his massive frame, climbed into a car. There was no mistaking him, this was Obadiah Stane, the antagonist from Iron Man 1. Yang Bo's gaze lingered on Obadiah's departing figure, his lips curling into a faint smirk. That guy's bulk is almost a third of Pearl's. Looks like he's heading off to demand the arc reactor from Tony, he mused. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Yang Bo made a decision. He climbed into his own car and instructed the driver, head to Tony Stark's City of Freedom. The City of Freedom was Yang Bo's nickname for Stark's iconic seaside mansion. The driver, a member of Yang Bo's company who had been stationed in Los Angeles in advance, immediately started the car and drove toward Tony's villa. Sitting in the passenger seat, Ivan couldn't help but voice his curiosity. "Boss, are we going to see Tony Stark?" Yang Bo nodded slightly, his eyes gleaming with a mysterious light. "We're going to save his life." Ivan looked shocked. "Save him? He's in danger?" Yang Bo pointed to the Rolls-Royce speeding ahead of them. "Obadiah. He's a shareholder of Stark Industries and the mastermind behind Tony's kidnapping. Right now, he's panicking because Pepper Potts has uncovered evidence of his dealings with terrorists. He's desperate and willing to do anything. He's built a more powerful suit of armor based on Tony's designs, but his team couldn't replicate the arc reactor. So now he's heading to Tony to get it." As the others in the car processed this information, their expressions shifted to surprise. Yang Bo chuckled softly and continued, "And once Obadiah gets the reactor, he'll suit up in the ironmonger armor to confront Tony. That's when we'll step in." Ivan frowned, deep in thought. As much as he disliked Tony Stark, he didn't want Stark to die before he had the chance to defeat him himself. "Boss, are we going to kill Obadiah?" Yang Bo nodded calmly. "Yes, but not yet. Your job is to wait until Obadiah has the reactor and has fought Tony in the ironmonger armor. Only then do we make our move." Neither the driver nor Anna, Yang Bo's secretary, showed any signs of alarm at his blunt declaration. Yang Bo noticed this and smiled faintly. It was all part of his plan. Being so open about his intentions was a test of their loyalty. The generous salaries and benefits he provided ensured that they would turn a blind eye when necessary. "Then, what's the point of going to Tony now?" Ivan asked, confused. Yang Bo's grin widened. "We're going to save his life, of course. I don't want to take something from someone without a good reason. After all, Tony and I aren't enemies." He turned to the driver and commanded, "Step on it. Overtake them." "Yes, boss." "Hold on tight," the driver replied, flooring the accelerator. The Mercedes-Benz roared as it surged forward, the powerful acceleration pressing everyone back into their seats. 20 minutes later, they watched as Obadiah's car pulled into the driveway of Stark's villa. Yang Bo turned to his companions and said, "You two wait here. Ivan and I will handle this." "Understood, boss," they replied in unison. Yang Bo handed Ivan a bottle of invisibility potion, which Ivan accepted with a knowing look. Having used it before, he knew exactly how to wield its effects. The two of them approached the villa. To their surprise, the normally secure iron gates were wide open. "It seems Obadiah has already disabled the villa's security systems," Yang Bo remarked, shaking his head. He remembered the scene from the movie where Obadiah had sneaked up on Tony without triggering any alerts from JRVIS. There was only one explanation: Obadiah had shut down the AI. Drinking the potions, the two of them became invisible and stealthily entered the villa. Through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows of the living room, they could see the cliffside and the shimmering blue ocean below. But the serene view was overshadowed by a shocking sight. Obadiah was using a device to forcibly remove the arc reactor from Tony's chest. Tony, pale and lifeless, lay paralyzed on the sofa. His face was deathly white, devoid of any color. Only his eyes moved slightly, betraying his awareness of the situation. As Obadiah removed the arc reactor, the shrapnel in Tony's chest began inching closer to his heart, every second bringing him closer to death. Obadiah, however, paid no heed to Tony's condition. Holding the arc reactor in his hand, he gazed at it with satisfaction, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. "Oh, it's beautiful," he said, his tone laced with mockery. "Tony, this is my magnum opus, the Symphony of Fate," he declared, sitting beside Tony and lifting the arc reactor like a trophy. "This is a masterpiece, your final legacy, and the core of a new generation of weapons." Placing the arc reactor into a small briefcase, Obadiah continued in a chillingly calm voice, "You shouldn't have involved Pepper. I was going to let her live." With that, he stood up and walked away without looking back. As soon as Obadiah left, Yang Bo turned to Ivan and said, "Remember this, villains die because they talk too much. Never waste words until the enemy is dead." He pulled out a bucket of milk and handed it to Ivan. "Drink this," he instructed. Ivan downed the milk in one gulp. Without hesitation, he glanced at the stairs leading to the underground garage and sprinted toward them. Meanwhile, Yang Bo sat down beside Tony, mimicking Obadiah's earlier posture. With a cheerful smile, he said, "Tony Stark, I think it's time we discussed the value of your life. You might think I'm taking advantage of your situation. Pausing for dramatic effect, he added, and you'd be absolutely correct, I am taking advantage of you. I trust you won't mind? Tony's lips moved weakly. No, no. He murmured. Yang Bo blinked in surprise, then stood up abruptly. No? All right, I'll leave then. Mind. Tony croaked out, barely audible. Yang Bo scratched his head, relieved. Good thing I'm not in a hurry. Otherwise, you'd be in real trouble right now. In the multifunctional garage/laboratory, Yang Bo's eyes roamed over the cluttered array of advanced equipment scattered around, taking in the chaos with a calculating gaze. Turning to Tony Stark, who was pale and clearly preoccupied, Yang Bo spoke with a serious tone, I don't need money. I just want to know if you'll mind me taking some of this equipment, and maybe a few of those luxury cars parked outside? Tony, consumed by thoughts of Pepper Potts and his predicament, barely paid Yang Bo any attention. Waving a dismissive hand, he replied casually, From now until I get back, feel free to take whatever you want from this place. Everything in the villa, including my vintage cars, is yours. Yang Bo's eyes widened in surprise, his mouth slightly agape. He asked in disbelief, You're serious? Of course. Tony said nonchalantly. Without another word, he walked toward an opening and, with little effort, shot straight up through the roof, disappearing into the night sky. Yang Bo stared at the gaping hole in the ceiling, murmuring to himself, truly a billionaire, generous and carefree. 10 minutes later, James Rhodey Rhodes arrived at the villa, having received urgent news. Stepping inside, his jaw dropped as he took in the scene. Tony, what the hell is this? He muttered, staring at the now barren villa. What was once a lavishly decorated home had been stripped down to its bare bones. Even the polished wooden floors had been removed, leaving nothing but concrete. Scratching his head in bewilderment, Rhodey mumbled to himself, Did Tony move out? Or was this place ransacked by aliens? Meanwhile, Yang Bo, having loaded up with everything of value, was sitting comfortably in a helicopter en route to Stark Industries. Beside him, Ivan sat in silence, his mind preoccupied with his own plans. I've never seen such a generous offer in my entire life, Yang Bo said with admiration, glancing at Ivan. However, Ivan remained quiet, his thoughts clearly elsewhere. Yang Bo patted one of the crates secured in the helicopter and turned to the pilot. Drop Anna and the equipment off at the hotel later. What comes next isn't something you should stick around for. Anna, contact the hotel and make arrangements for the helicopter to land, Yang Bo instructed. Understood, boss, Anna replied with a nod, immediately picking up her phone to make the necessary calls. Just then, the ringtone of Yang Bo's phone interrupted the moment. Seeing Coulson's name on the caller ID, Yang Bo answered with a teasing tone, Coulson, what's up? Don't tell me you're being chased by a big iron guy right now? Hearing Yang Bo's words, Coulson's voice, already tense, grew even grimmer. Yang, I need your help. Obadiah Stane built an iron suit, and now he's chasing me in Mizpots. If you're available. Bang, a loud crashing noise cut through the call, silencing Yang Bo's playful tone and replacing it with icy seriousness. His expression turned cold as he quickly asked, Coulson, are you okay? Hold on, I'm on my way. Coulson had been a reliable ally to Yang Bo on multiple occasions. The thought of something happening to him sparked a rare sense of urgency in Yang Bo. Step on it. Yang Bo barked at the pilot. The helicopter tilted sharply as its speed increased. Moments later, Coulson's voice came back on the line. I'm fine. Another guy in a suit just flew in and knocked Obadiah away. Yang Bo raised an eyebrow, his mind racing. Tony's speed is slower than I expected. What's going on? Is his reactor's power output weaker than in the movies? He wondered. Coulson, find somewhere to hide. And put away your little pistol, this isn't the time for bravado. I'll be there in a few minutes. Yang Bo said firmly. As the helicopter approached Stark Industries, Yang Bo could already see the battle unfolding below. On the highway, the massive and menacing Ironmonger had a firm grip on Iron Man, throwing him with tremendous force into a nearby wall. Tony's suit absorbed the impact, embedding him into the concrete but leaving him otherwise intact, a testament to the absurd level of shock absorption in Marvel World technology. Yang Bo retrieved an Ender Pearl from his inventory and handed it to Ivan. Take this and throw it at the ground, he instructed. Demonstrating, Yang Bo hurled his own Ender Pearl, vanishing in a swirl of purple particles and reappearing on the road below. Ivan followed suit, using the Ender Pearl to teleport down. However, upon arrival, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, staggering from the side effects. Young Bo reached into his inventory and pulled out a health potion, handing it to Ivan. Drink this. Ender pearls can teleport you, but they come with side effects. This potion will take care of it. In Minecraft terms, using an ender pearl causes the user to teleport to its landing point, but it also inflicts 5 points of damage. For someone like Ivan, with only 20 health points, losing a quarter of his health was no trivial matter. Ivan downed the potion without hesitation. Its effects were immediate, soothing his pain and restoring his stamina. He didn't complain. He understood that such a miraculous item, capable of granting spatial jump abilities to an ordinary human, naturally came with a cost. All around them, the sound of screams and chaos filled the air. Cars were abandoned on the highway, and civilians were fleeing the area as fast as they could. Coulson, who had been observing the battle from a distance, spotted young Bo approaching and rushed over. Do you have a plan to deal with that oversized suit? If not, we should retreat. Shield reinforcements will be here soon. Coulson said urgently. Yang Bo smiled faintly and pulled out Ivan's battle armor from his inventory. The gray, industrial-looking suit exuded a sense of raw power and menace. Its shoulder and knee plates were adorned with skull emblems, a touch of Yang Bo's dark humor. In his right hand, he wielded a massive chainsaw weapon. Your turn, Ivan. Go prove yourself. Yang Bo encouraged. Ivan nodded solemnly, stepping into the armor. A scanning beam emerged from the helmet, sweeping across him. Moments later, the suit opened up, revealing its interior, a cockpit powered by 3 second-generation arc reactors. Ivan climbed inside, and the suit came to life. The chainsaw roared to life, spinning rapidly and emitting a deafening buzz. The armor closed around him, fully encasing him in its protective shell. As the towering battlesuit turned, its glowing eyes briefly met Yang Bo's, then it began its thunderous march toward the Ironmonger. True to Yang Bo's philosophy of bigger is better, Ivan's electro-whipsuit stood half a meter taller than the Ironmonger. Its sheer size and intimidating design immediately drew Obadiah's attention. Who are you? Obadiah's voice crackled through his suit speakers, tinged with unease. The sight of Ivan's imposing armor, complete with its buzzing chainsaw, was enough to make anyone's blood run cold. Ivan didn't bother responding. Several missile ports opened across his armor, unleashing a barrage of projectiles at the Ironmonger. However, in true Marvel fashion, the explosions produced plenty of smoke but little actual damage, triggering the smoke but no fire trope. The battle lines were drawn. Obadiah, recovering from the missile barrage, launched his own counterattack, firing multiple missiles at Ivan. But the electro-whip suit didn't flinch. Thanks to its blast protection 4 enchantment, it absorbed the explosions with ease, charging forward undeterred. Coulson, who had been standing frozen in shock, suddenly felt like the world had shifted beneath his feet. Just yesterday, the biggest threats were tanks and planes. Now, it seemed like everyone was pulling battlesuits out of thin air. The chainsaw roared like a beast, its blade flashing as it tore into the Ironmonger's shoulder. The scene was like something out of a horror movie, with sparks flying everywhere and illuminating the battlefield. Despite its larger and more imposing design compared to the Iron Man suit, the Ironmonger was riddled with flaws. One glaring weakness was its exposed power transmission rods on the outside of its armor and almost comical design oversight. With a sickening crunch, the chainsaw severed one of the rods, and the Ironmonger's right arm spasmed unnaturally, as if under a twisted spell. Obadiah's angry voice crackled through the Ironmonger's speakers. Whatever Tony's offering you, I'll double it. As he spoke, flames erupted from the Ironmonger's feet. Clearly, Obadiah realized that close combat was not to his advantage. Suddenly, he noticed a critical flaw in Ivan's electro-whip suit. There were no visible flight capabilities. Obadiah's voice turned triumphant. Ha! You don't even have flight. No matter how strong you are in close combat, once I'm in the air, you're nothing but a sitting duck. Ivan, inside the electro-whip suit, remained silent, unmoved by Obadiah's taunting. With a loud boom, the Ironmonger began to lift off the ground. However, before Obadiah could gain altitude, Iron Man came crashing into him from the side, causing the larger suit to stumble. The weight difference between the two suits was significant, so it was a testament to Tony's determination that the impact had any effect at all. Taking advantage of the chaos, Obadiah broke free from Ivan's grip and reignited his thrusters, preparing to escape into the sky. I'm giving you one last chance, stranger. I can offer you more than Tony ever could. Obadiah shouted, desperation creeping into his voice. Just as Tony prepared to charge in again, Ivan finally moved. Two glowing, silver electric whips shot out from the Electro Whip suit's arms, snaking through the air like living serpents and wrapping tightly around the ironmonger. "You're not worthy!" Ivan growled, his voice dripping with fury and disdain. This was the first time he had spoken since entering the battle. A surge of electricity coursed through the whips, flooding the ironmonger with raw power. The thrusters sputtered and died, and the suit's control systems began to malfunction. With a powerful yank, Ivan dragged the ironmonger back toward him. The chainsaw roared to life once more, aimed directly at the armor's weakest joint. With a deafening grind, the blade bit into the joint, sending sparks flying. On the sidelines, Yang Bo stood with Coulson, watching the battle unfold like a spectator at a theater. He pointed at the combatants, casually critiquing their performances. "TSK, the ironmonger is just a big, clunky turtle shell. If you're going to sacrifice mobility, why not go all in on firepower? And Tony, honestly, he's just a glass cannon. Against this kind of tanky brute, he's barely scratching the surface." Coulson, standing nearby, didn't know how to respond to Yang Bo's commentary. Still, watching the intense fight, he found himself relaxing slightly, reassured by the turn of events. "Yang, what's the deal with that suit?" Coulson asked, his eyes narrowing at the hellish, chainsaw-wielding electro-whip armor. Yang Bo chuckled, turning to Coulson with a mischievous grin. "Oh, that? It's a prototype from my company in New York. Technically, it's classified as a medical device, prosthetics, you know?" Coulson's mouth twitched involuntarily as he stared at the terrifying, murder machine-like suit. He had to resist the urge to grab Yang Bo by the collar and demand an explanation. "Medical device, huh? Sure." In just a short span of time, the ironmonger was reduced to a mangled husk, its once imposing frame now a shattered wreck. Obadiah's screams echoed from within the suit. Judging by the horrific sound, it seemed that while dismantling the ironmonger's arm, the chainsaw had accidentally taken Obadiah's flesh and blood arm along with it. Ivan unceremoniously tossed the ruined suit and Obadiah onto the ground. Then, the electro-whip suit's glowing eyes turned toward Tony. A wave of malice washed over Tony, causing him to instinctively take a step back. In a hushed voice, he asked his suit's AI, "What's our remaining power?" "Energy at 4%. Suggest immediate replacement of power source." The voice droned. "I didn't ask for commentary." Tony snapped, glancing at the arc reactor in the ironmonger's chest. A desperate urge to seize it rose within him, but the menacing presence of the electro-whip suit kept him frozen in place. Despite the dire situation, Tony couldn't resist his usual sarcasm. "I didn't need your help to take him down. And who the hell are you, anyway?" If Tony had kept quiet, he might have been fine. But the moment he opened his mouth, Ivan lashed out. The whip shot forward like lightning, binding Tony in an instant. With a sharp pull, Ivan dragged him forward. "My name is Ivan Vanko. Remember it, Tony Stark. Today, I'm here to prove that you're not the only genius in the world." Ivan growled, his voice filled with raw anger and determination. He began tearing at Tony's armor like peeling the shell off a lobster. Tony struggled and continued to taunt, though his voice betrayed a hint of panic. "Ivan Vanko? Genius? Ha! These days, any random nobody can call themselves a genius. And by the way, your suit is hideous, seriously, no sense of style." While his words were bold, Tony's mind was racing, and his heart was pounding. "Sir, energy at 3%. Suit integrity at 30%. 35%. 40%. The AI reported. "Shut up!" Tony barked, trying to focus. Moments later, Ivan succeeded in ripping Tony out of the suit and tossed him unceremoniously next to the wrecked ironmonger. "Tony Stark, swap out your core now. Otherwise, you'll end up as a dried-up fish flopping on the ground." Ivan sneered, his sharp tongue catching even Yang Bo by surprise. Tony lay on the ground, battered and humiliated. His armor was reduced to little more than a skeletal frame, with only his helmet still intact. Yang Bo approached Tony with a smile, offering him a hand. At the same time, he casually knocked Obadiah unconscious with a swift motion and twisted the arc reactor out of the ironmonger's chest. "Mr. Stark, we meet again. For the sake of your health, why don't you replace your core with this one?" He handed the reactor to Tony, adding with a grin, "Oh, and I really like your car collection, by the way." Tony, still dazed, looked at Yang Bo, then at the motionless electro-whip suit. "If you like them, I'll throw in a few more," Tony muttered, shaking his head in disbelief. Yang Bo's eyes lit up. "Really? That's so generous of you. By the way, I also really liked some of the weapons your company developed. How about you let me borrow a few? Just give me 10 minutes to pick some out. Tony hesitated, sensing something was off, but his innate pride pushed him to agree. Sure, no problem. But... His gaze shifted toward the electro-whip suit, clearly piecing together its connection to Yang Bo. The suit's cockpit opened with a hiss, and Ivan stepped out. Tony immediately recognized him as the silent figure who had helped retrieve the arc reactor earlier. Still battered but standing tall, Tony removed his helmet and approached Ivan. I want to know why, he demanded. Ivan's response was a feral grin. Without warning, he swung a fist directly into Tony's face, knocking him out cold. For a scientist, Ivan's punch carried surprising power, fueled by years of pent-up resentment. This is for my father, Ivan growled, his voice filled with resolve. He would ensure that Tony Stark understood he wasn't the only genius in the world. A few minutes passed quietly. Tony Stark, still processing the complex entanglement of grievances between his father and Anton Vanko, slowly rubbed his swollen cheek and struggled to stand. His thoughts were a chaotic storm, and he silently resolved to improve his hand-to-hand combat skills. He would never allow himself to be caught so off guard again. Looking up, he saw Ivan standing nearby with a toothpick casually dangling from his mouth. Ivan's stern face bore a faint, mocking smile. Tony took a deep breath, extended his hand toward Ivan, and said sincerely, "About your father." "I'm sorry." Yang Bo's eyes widened in disbelief. He hadn't expected Tony to apologize so readily. Ivan's smirk deepened. He raised a hand and lightly tapped the back of Tony's outstretched hand but didn't shake it. Instead, he replied coldly, "You don't need to apologize to me. My father wanted to profit from the arc reactor, and your father exiled him from America, banished him to the frozen wastelands of Siberia. Do you know what his life was like for those 20-plus years?" Ivan said, pointing to the towering Stark Tower visible in the distance. His eyes burned with anger as he continued, "Tony, you're making money off your inventions too. So tell me, shouldn't you also be banished to the deserts of the American West?" Tony was stunned by the sudden accusation, left speechless as he tried to come up with a response. Ivan sneered and stepped closer, lightly tapping the arc reactor on Tony's chest. "Palladium poisoning isn't a pleasant experience. I don't want to see you die just yet. It would take away too much of my fun." With that, Ivan turned and began inspecting the electro-whip suit for damage. This had been its first combat deployment, and several issues had surfaced that required immediate attention. Yang Bo approached Tony, patting him on the shoulder. "Mr. Stark, I'll be taking my leave. I'm not a fan of being on TV." The battle had ended, and the skies above were now filled with news helicopters covering the scene. In Yang Bo's opinion, the American news media had an unmatched efficiency. They always seemed to arrive in record time. Tony, are you okay?" Pepper Potts suddenly appeared, her eyes red and filled with worry. She rushed toward Tony, frantically patting him down and checking him for injuries. Seeing Pepper's concern, Tony felt a warmth swell in his chest. He gave her a faint smile, pulled her into a gentle embrace, and whispered, "Are you worried about having to find a new job?" Tony's focus was entirely on Pepper, unaware of Yang Bo behind him. Quietly, Yang Bo pulled out his trusty pickaxe and began discreetly stowing the electro-whipsuit and the dismembered limbs of the ironmonger into his inventory. Glancing at Tony and Pepper's heartfelt moment, Yang Bo shook his head and waved to Coulson before heading toward Stark's product exhibition area with Ivan. Pepper pulled away from Tony's embrace, wiping the tears from her eyes. "I'll find a new company ahead of time," she retorted. Tony, ever the showman, grinned and said confidently, "No matter where you go, I'll still be your boss." His bravado erased the earlier humiliation, and his billionaire persona reasserted itself in full force. Coulson cleared his throat, interrupting the tender moment. "Sorry to intrude, but if you two don't leave soon, it might be difficult to get out of here," he said with a polite smile. The growing crowd of onlookers was becoming increasingly chaotic. At that moment, a sleek black car pulled up beside them. The driver stepped out, opening the door and gesturing invitingly. 20 minutes later, Tony stood before what was left of his once luxurious villa. Now reduced to a gutted shell, the sight left him stunned. Pushing open the remaining door, he stepped inside the barren interior, his heart sinking. Turning to Coulson, who stood behind him, Tony asked with disbelief, "Can you tell me this is just a bad dream?" Coulson chuckled lightly. "I'm afraid it's not a dream. All you can do now is hope that gentleman is punctual." At those words, an image of Yang Bo's smug grin and gleaming eyes flashed in Tony's mind. 10 minutes, just give me 10 minutes, Tony muttered. His expression darkened as realization dawned. Turning to Coulson in a panic, he exclaimed, "No! I need to go back." Meanwhile, Yang Bo and Ivan were already on a plane bound for New York. Both men reclined comfortably in their first-class seats, clearly satisfied with their haul. Yang Bo turned to the others and said, "This trip was truly rewarding." "Ivan, Anna, what did you learn from Tony this time?" he asked with a grin. Anna chuckled softly and said, "I know. Never agree to the boss's requests too easily." Yang Bo rolled his eyes. "No, it's never agree to anyone's requests too easily. Also, punctuality is key. If you say 10 minutes, make it 10 minutes. Even if I really liked that tank, I wouldn't have stayed a second longer," Yang Bo added with a smirk. Ivan could only shake his head in silent amusement. Internally, he was grateful that Yang Bo had shown some restraint this time. He hadn't resorted to stripping doors and floors from the villa but had instead focused on acquiring advanced weapons from the exhibition area. The plan was to bring these back to his company for research and, hopefully, mass production to enhance the electro-whip suit's long-range capabilities. A few hours later, the plane landed at New York Airport. As Yang Bo disembarked, chatting casually with Ivan and Anna, his face suddenly froze. Standing by a car in the distance was a familiar bald figure with an eye patch, Nick Fury. Fury, clad in his signature black trench coat, leaned against the car with his arms crossed. His single eye locked onto Yang Bo like a hawk. Yang Bo pretended not to notice and continued walking toward the terminal, muttering to Anna, "I think I just saw a wise and heroic friend of mine. Maybe I'm hallucinating because I've missed him so much." Fury's expression darkened further, though his patience remained intact. "Mr. Yang Bo, we need to talk," Fury finally called out. Yang Bo feigned astonishment, turning to Fury with wide eyes. "Am I imagining things? I thought I heard my old friend's voice." Fury's already dark expression turned even darker. Stepping forward, he grabbed Yang Bo's arm firmly. "Mr. Yang Bo, we need to talk," he repeated, his tone leaving no room for argument. Realizing there was no escape, Yang Bo sighed dramatically. "If this is about the Tesseract, forget it. If you bring it up again, I swear I'll die right here and spray blood all over you." Fury sighed in exasperation. "It's not about the Tesseract. There's something else I need to discuss with you." Yang Bo visibly relaxed. "Oh, good. What is it, then?" Without replying, Fury opened the passenger door of his car. Yang Bo glanced at Ivan and Anna. "You two head back without me," he said. The two nodded and left, heading toward the company car waiting outside. With a resigned sigh, Yang Bo climbed into the passenger seat of Fury's car. Once Fury was behind the wheel, he started driving. "So, what's this about?" Yang Bo asked. Fury took a deep breath before speaking. "After some investigation, I've confirmed that what you told me was true. S.H.I.E.L.D. has been deeply compromised. Even I'm being monitored." Yang Bo chuckled lightly. "Director Fury, if you think about it, you've actually been quite successful. You've gone undercover in Hydra and even managed to become their leader. That's no small feat." Fury ignored the jab and continued, "Aside from the Avengers, I'm planning to have Coulson assemble a specialized task force." "And you want my help?" Yang Bo asked, raising an eyebrow. Fury nodded seriously. "I need your help." Yang Bo leaned back, momentarily stunned. Then his usual smirk faded, and his expression turned thoughtful. "I can help Coulson. Have him bring the team to me, and I'll use my unique ability to determine if any of them are Hydra. However, I can't guarantee they're not aligned with other factions. I can also provide an earlier version of the battle armor for Coulson's team, but you'll need to cover the material costs. Fury, this settles my debt to you. If you want my help again, you'll need to find another way to earn my favor," Yang Bo said firmly. After enjoying a meal with Fury, Yang Bo was dropped off at his factory. Wasting no time, he eagerly unloaded various valuable pieces of equipment from his inventory. However, he was slightly disappointed to note that JARVIS's main server hadn't been among the items in Tony's villa. Still, he was quite pleased to have brought back Tony's childhood robotic assistant, a clunky but endearing mechanical arm that now sat on his workbench. After a full day of work, "It's about time I took a proper rest," Yang Bo muttered to himself, stretching. While there were still plenty of items stored in the crates back in Los Angeles, they weren't particularly urgent. He figured he'd retrieve them later, perhaps after unlocking a more powerful storage mod. For now, his priority was unwinding, perhaps by indulging in some peaceful fishing and then exploring the Twilight Forest again. Using the nether transportation system, Yang Bo quickly returned to Central Park. Settling onto his usual sofa, he lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and casually cast his fishing rod into the lake. The cool evening breeze rustled the leaves as he watched ripples form in the water. Glancing at his mini-map, Yang Bo noticed something peculiar. Only 2 waves of Hydra activity, and now they've stopped entirely? That's way too impatient of them. At the very least, they should have tried probing me a dozen more times, he muttered, puzzled. Time slipped by as Yang Bo let his mind wander. His fishing haul was mixed, mostly junk items, which he promptly tossed into a nearby pool of lava. Occasionally, though, he'd reel in something worthwhile. Ha! 3 protection 4 books in 1 session. My luck isn't bad at all today, Yang Bo said with a smug grin, adding the enchanted books to his inventory. As the sky darkened and the city lights began to twinkle in the distance, Yang Bo packed up his fishing gear and headed home. Upon arriving, he was greeted by Pearl, who immediately flapped over with excitement. Boss, are we heading out for some action tonight? Pearl asked eagerly, his nocturnal energy palpable. Yang Bo chuckled at Pearl's enthusiasm. Not tonight, Pearl. I've got some other matters to attend to. How about you head out and do a solo patrol? Pearl's mood dipped momentarily, but he quickly perked up at the thought of showing up the vampires who used to look down on him. All right, boss. Just prepare some extra bottles for me, I'll check out some farther areas. The vampires around here are getting scarce. Good idea. When I get the chance, I'll take you to another city. When I was in Los Angeles, I found that their vampire population was even larger than New York's used to be, Yang Bo said with a knowing smile. Pearl's eyes lit up with excitement. Really? Then I definitely need to visit other cities sometime. With that, Pearl flapped his wings and took off into the night. Yang Bo, on the other hand, turned toward the Twilight Forest portal. Stepping once again onto the mystical soil of the Twilight Forest, Yang Bo's eyes locked onto the towering silhouette of the Lich's castle. After defeating the Naga boss last time, the magical barrier surrounding the castle had vanished completely. As he approached the imposing structure, Yang Bo thought to himself, the wands dropped by the Lich are extremely valuable. I'll need to kill a few Liches to collect all 4 of them, When he reached the castle, he noticed that all the entrances were sealed tight. Without hesitation, Yang Bo pulled out his pickaxe and began chiseling away at the wall. Once inside, he found himself in near total darkness. Suddenly, a couple of sheets of paper smacked him in the face with an audible slap. What the? Sneak attacks like this? How shameless! Yang Bo grumbled, peeling the paper off his face. Upon closer inspection, he discovered they were floating tomes, necromancer books, hostile mobs unique to the Lich Tower. They resembled open books surrounded by fluttering sheets of parchment. Drawing his diamond sword, Yang Bo prepared to deal with the books. That's when he noticed a slowness 2 debuff affecting him. Great! Just like a toad crawling onto your foot, not harmful, but incredibly annoying, he muttered sarcastically. While the books only dealt 6 damage per attack, making them negligible against his enchanted netherite armor, the debuff was a constant irritation. Rather than wasting a bucket of milk to dispel it, Yang Bo opted to use his flame-enchanted bow. With precise shots, he began taking out the books from a distance. Compared to Hollow Hills, the density of mobs in the Lich Tower was relatively low. As Yang Bo cleared room after room, the castle's eerie corridors fell silent, save for the occasional echo of his footsteps. Looking upward, he could see the brightly lit top floor of the castle, where the Lich's spawner was located. The lower floors are pitch black, yet the Lich's room is lit up like a festival, Yang Bo muttered as he climbed the staircase to the top. His confidence was unshaken, his current strength made the Lich a trivial opponent. Reaching the top floor, Yang Bo was greeted by the sight of the Lich boss. Wearing a golden crown, the undead mage floated ominously, surrounded by 5 golden, translucent shields. Without delay, the Lich hurled a magical fireball at him, its appearance resembling a blob of magma from the overworld. Yang Bo calmly pulled out his peacock feather fan and gave a gentle wave. With a boom, the fireball exploded in midair, though it was too far from the Lich to damage its shields. Switching tactics, Yang Bo retrieved a splash potion of instant health from his inventory and lobbed it at the Lich. The red healing particles enveloped the undead boss, shattering one of its shields instantly. The Lich's shields could block most forms of damage, but as an undead creature, it was vulnerable to healing potions. Alternatively, lava could also break its shields, though Yang Bo preferred the cleaner method. With a few more well-placed potions, the Lich's magical shields were completely destroyed, leaving it vulnerable. What followed was a simple melee exchange. Yang Bo even placed a wooden boat at the Lich's feet, causing the boss to sit down obediently. From there, it was just a matter of whittling down its health. In less than a minute, the Lich collapsed at Yang Bo's feet, defeated. Opening the loot chest, Yang Bo found a Twilight Scepter inside. Ugh, I was hoping for the Scepter of Life Draining. Oh well, I'll need to collect all of them eventually anyway, Yang Bo said with a shrug. The Twilight Scepter, crafted from bone and an ender pearl, allowed him to fire magical projectiles. Testing it, Yang Bo aimed at a wall and launched a glowing projectile. The speed's a bit slow. This thing feels more like a spiked mace than a wand, he muttered, giving it a few experimental swings. Surprisingly, the weight and balance felt satisfying in his hand. Too bad it's useless in melee combat, he lamented. Stashing the loot in his inventory, Yang Bo broke a hole in the castle wall. Looking down at the dizzying height, he pulled out his peacock feather fan, leaping off the tower. As he neared the ground, he gave the fan a gentle wave, summoning a gust of wind that slowed his descent. He landed softly on the forest floor. This feels amazing. Yang Bo exclaimed, a grin spreading across his face. He was tempted to climb back up and do it again but decided to save the fun for another time. Scanning the area, his eyes fell on the towering twilight oaks. Perfect opportunity to search for tree hollows. The chests inside sometimes contain rare saplings. Let's see if I can find a time tree or transformation tree sapling. Planting one back home could lead to some fascinating changes, Yang Bo thought, setting off toward the nearest giant tree in the twilight forest. Yang Bo stood quietly before the towering twilight oak. From his inventory, he pulled out a flint and steel, striking it with a click. A spark ignited, and a roaring flame sprang to life, quickly spreading across the massive tree. The fire danced upward, consuming the leaves and branches as though alive. Just then, a thought crossed Yang Bo's mind, setting a forest on fire? That's a surefire way to end up in jail. He paused for a moment, his heart skipping a beat, but quickly reassured himself. Luckily, the trees in the twilight forest were spaced far apart, so there was no risk of igniting the entire forest. Soon, Yang Bo's eyes lit up with excitement. As the fire burned away the leaves, a hidden chest and a spawner were revealed among the branches. He grinned as he made his way toward the loot. Back home, Yang Bo sorted through the various items he had collected from the twilight forest. Among them were a few rare saplings that he carefully examined. Staring at the saplings, he began contemplating where to plant them. The transformation tree and the time tree should be planted at home. I'll need to expand the area first, he thought. These trees would grow to be enormous, requiring as much space as the mutated giant oaks from the overworld, easily 20 or 30 meters tall. Just as he was planning the expansion, the sound of flapping wings drew his attention. Turning around, he saw Pearl returning from his vampire hunt. Back so soon? Yang Bo asked, surprised. As Pearl landed, Yang Bo added, how was the hunt tonight? Pearl looked a bit frustrated. Damn it. I don't know where those leeches are hiding. I only found 3 all night. Even the undead have become scarce. We can't keep killing them, we'll need to start farming them. Yang Bo chuckled at Pearl's irritated tone but didn't comment further. He and Blade had been diligently targeting vampires every night, turning their hunt into a routine. The smarter vampires had long since fled to other cities. Don't worry about it. We'll expand operations when I have time, Yang Bo said, patting Pearl on the head. Despite Pearl's rather grotesque true form, his bat form was undeniably round and adorable. You'll get your fill soon enough, Yang Bo added with a laugh. Just as Yang Bo was preparing to expand the underground forest for the saplings, his phone rang. Boss, the factory is under attack. Jerry's voice came through the line, tense and urgent. In the background, Yang Bo could hear the sharp staccato of gunfire. Yang Bo's expression darkened. He stood up immediately and strode toward the nether portal. Do you know who's behind it? He asked. Jerry hesitated before responding. Boss, there's a lot of them, and they're not trying to storm the factory. They're just attacking from a distance. It looks like they're trying to lure you out. Yang Bo's brows furrowed as he quickly pieced things together. The only group with the audacity and resources to pull this off had to be Hydra. So they've been quiet for a few days, and now they've decided to throw me a surprise party, Yang Bo thought grimly. All right. I'll be there soon. Stay hidden and remember, as long as our people survive, everything else can be replaced, he instructed before hanging up and stepping through the portal. At the factory, a large contingent of Hydra operatives had surrounded the area. The factory's remote location had emboldened them, allowing them to deploy heavy weaponry and even 2 aerial vehicles. The scene was chaotic, with Hydra soldiers advancing cautiously but relentlessly. Inside the factory, Ivan was suited up in the electro-whip armor but was also pinned down. "These guys are clearly trying to capture us alive," Ivan muttered, his helmet retracting to reveal a scowling face. The armor had already sustained significant damage after Ivan's brief attempt to break through the enemy lines, forcing him to retreat. "What did the boss say?" Ivan asked, looking at Jerry. "Boss said he's on his way," Jerry replied. Then, with a worried expression, he added, "But..." Before Jerry could finish, Ivan cut him off with a grim smile. "Don't worry. As long as the boss is here, we'll be fine." Jerry still looked uneasy. While Yang Bo had unique abilities, the sheer number of Hydra operatives and their heavy weaponry made this situation far more dangerous than anything they'd faced before. "Relax. Once I'm here, you won't need to worry about a thing," Yang Bo's cold voice suddenly echoed from behind them. He had arrived silently, his expression grim as he assessed the situation. His mini-map revealed at least 100 enemies surrounding the area. "What's the casualty count?" Yang Bo asked, his tone heavy. While he could revive himself, his employees and subordinates weren't so fortunate. Each member of his team had been carefully selected, and any loss was a significant blow. Jerry quickly reported, "We've lost 8. "Damn it!" Yang Bo's eyes turned bloodshot. His security team only had 21 members in total, losing nearly half of them was a devastating blow. There are also 4 critically injured. Yang Bo clenched his fists, his anger barely contained. Reaching into his inventory, he pulled out several bottles of healing potions and handed them to Jerry. "You know how to use these. Save whoever you can." Jerry nodded and ran off to the makeshift infirmary where the injured were being tended to. "What about the researchers? Are they safe?" Yang Bo asked Ivan. Ivan nodded. "The researchers are fine. One of them got a minor bruise during the initial chaos, but that's it." Yang Bo let out a small sigh of relief. The researchers were invaluable assets. While not as exceptional as Ivan and his father, they were still critical to the factory's operations. "Take all the staff to my office. I've already opened the passage to the underground bunker. Get everyone to safety, I'll handle the rest," Yang Bo ordered. Ivan hesitated. "I want to stay and test the armor," he said, determination flashing in his eyes. Yang Bo initially wanted to insist that Ivan leave, but seeing the resolve in his gaze, he relented. "Fine. Get everyone to safety first, and then we'll hit them hard." As the sound of machinery filled the air, Ivan stepped out of the electro-whipsuit and nodded to Yang Bo before running off to lead the staff to safety. Outside, the Hydra forces were closing in on the workshop. Yang Bo retrieved his sniper rifle, his cold eyes fixed on the entrance. His anger and killing intent were palpable as he prepared for the fight. Suddenly, a boom shook the air. An explosion tore through the wall behind Yang Bo, sending him flying. His health bar only dropped slightly, but the force of the blast was enough to knock him off his feet. "They've got tech that can track me," Yang Bo muttered, narrowing his eyes. This had to be some kind of advanced Hydra technology, definitely not something ordinary. The sound of gunfire erupted as bullets tore through the hole in the wall. Yang Bo quickly pulled out an obsidian block, using it as cover. The bullets ricocheted harmlessly off the unyielding material, leaving not even a scratch. Reaching into his inventory, Yang Bo grabbed a potion of invisibility and drank it without hesitation. However, the heavy suppressive fire made it impossible for him to move out of his current position. Looking down, he pulled out his pickaxe and began tunneling underground. Emerging a short distance away, he set up his sniper rifle and took aim. Bang! A cloud of red mist exploded in his scope as his shot found its target. "Blood for blood," Yang Bo muttered under his breath, his resolve hardening. He would make sure Hydra paid dearly for their attack. The deep, muffled bangs of gunfire echoed like the blooming of blood flowers, each representing the end of an enemy's life. Each flower was their final mark on the world, a silent farewell amidst the chaos. The Hydra forces retaliated quickly. A rocket, trailing a plume of acrid white smoke, shot through the air with deadly precision. The explosion that followed sent shockwaves rippling through the area, throwing up debris and dust. Yang Bo felt the intense impact and quickly calculated the damage in his head. *7 points of health lost. Still manageable, he thought, immediately downing a healing potion to restore his vitality. Without hesitation, Yang Bo fired another shot, the sharp crack of his sniper rifle echoing through the air. Another Hydra soldier fell. The enemy, now enraged by the continued gunfire, ramped up their assault. 7 or 8 rockets streaked toward Yang Bo's position like a deadly rainstorm. Crap! Yang Bo cursed under his breath. Realizing the danger, he retreated underground at lightning speed, sealing the hole above him with cobblestone. Moments later, a series of deafening explosions rocked the area, shattering the cobblestone barrier into fragments. Despite his near-depleted health, Yang Bo remained calm. He pulled out a healing potion 2 from his inventory and drank it in a single gulp. Then, he casually bit into a piece of cooked steak to recover his stamina. His mind raced as he analyzed Hydra's strategy. They're trying to capture me alive. That much is obvious. If they wanted to obliterate the factory, they would have bombarded the entire area with missiles by now. This restraint means they're after me specifically. Yang Bo clenched his fists, his eyes flashing with cold determination. I can't keep playing defense like this. If I don't strike back, Hydra will think I'm an easy target. After today, I'll need to have a serious talk with Pierce. The root cause of Hydra's obsession was clear to Yang Bo. It had to be tied to his involvement with S.H.I.E.L.D. and his revelation about Captain America. But what puzzled him was why Hydra considered him such a significant threat. Was it really just because of Arnim Zola's algorithm? Shaking off the thoughts, Yang Bo began tunneling toward the factory's exterior, preparing for a surprise counterattack. Meanwhile, Brock Rumlow, also known as Crossbones, tossed aside his empty rocket launcher and pressed a finger to his earpiece. Sir, the target has appeared. Their defensive capabilities are far stronger than anticipated. We're attempting to capture them now. Bang, a sniper shot rang out, cutting through the air. Not far from Rumlow, another Hydra soldier fell, a crimson flower blooming on his chest. Rumlow's face darkened. Careful! The target has left the workshop. Rumlow shouted, his voice laced with urgency. Suppressing fire. Grabbing a nearby heavy machine gun, he aimed at the newly formed hole in the ground and unleashed a torrent of bullets. The rounds slammed into a black, obsidian-like barrier that had suddenly appeared, ricocheting harmlessly. Deploy the capture nets. Rumlow barked. Hydra operatives quickly armed themselves with specialized weapons designed to fire capture nets. The shimmering nets shot through the air like massive spiderwebs, their wide coverage giving Yang Bo no room to evade. Yang Bo, still invisible but not truly gone, watched the nets descend. As Hydra agents began closing in, he prepared to retreat underground again. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he stopped. Why am I running? These nets don't have an owner once they hit the ground. Smirking to himself, Yang Bo waited for the net to land. The moment it did, he swung his sword lightly. The net, stripped of its enchantments, collapsed into loose items and was promptly collected into his inventory. The Hydra operatives stared, dumbfounded. Their carefully prepared capture nets had vanished into thin air. Their confusion was evident as they exchanged bewildered glances. At that moment, a dark green ender pearl appeared in midair, tracing a gentle arc before landing in the midst of the Hydra soldiers. Some of the quicker operatives immediately opened fire on the mysterious object, but their bullets passed through it harmlessly, as if it were a mere illusion. The instant the pearl hit the ground, a soft whoosh echoed, and violet particles swirled around the spot. Yang Bo materialized amidst the chaos, his sniper rifle raised. Bang! 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 In a matter of seconds, 7 or 8 Hydra soldiers dropped to the ground, their lives snuffed out before they could react. Rumlow's eyes widened as he realized what had happened. The target used that strange pearl to teleport, he snarled, pressing his earpiece again. Capture mission failed. Switch to extermination. Overhead, the 2 aircraft circling the factory adjusted their positions, their onboard miniguns spinning to life. Bullets rained down like a storm, forcing Yang Bo to raise his obsidian shield. However, this time, the relentless barrage began to crack the obsidian, the fractures spreading rapidly. Crap, their firepower's insane. Yang Bo muttered, cursing under his breath. His mind raced for a solution. Suddenly, a new sound cut through the cacophony of gunfire, a distinct whoosh-whoosh. 2 missiles streaked toward Yang Bo with deadly precision. Hidden behind his obsidian barrier, Yang Bo didn't notice the incoming threat until it was too late. The missiles struck with a deafening explosion, and Yang Bo's vision went black. When he came to, Yang Bo found himself lying in his Central Park refuge. Gritting his teeth, he bolted upright and sprinted toward the nether portal. Damn it, he growled, his mind racing with worry. Using the nether transportation system, he quickly made his way back toward the factory. In the underground bunker beneath the factory, Ivan had successfully led all the remaining staff and security personnel to safety. The cramped space was filled with frightened murmurs and panicked faces. "Father, stay here. I need to go help the boss," Ivan said, his voice calm but resolute. Without waiting for Anton Vanko's response, he turned and climbed the ladder leading back to the surface. His only thought was to don his armor and eliminate the intruders threatening his research. Reaching Yang Bo's office, Ivan paused. The gunfire outside had ceased, but the silence was unnerving. A bad feeling settled in his gut as he cautiously opened the door and stepped out. Outside, Hydra soldiers had also halted their assault. They carefully searched the area where Yang Bo had last been seen, unsure if he had vanished or simply gone underground again. Their hesitation was evident as they moved cautiously, fearing an ambush. Rumlow scowled, his eyes fixed on the crater left by the explosion. He signaled to two nearby soldiers. "Go check it out." The two operatives nodded and approached the crater, weapons raised. One of them fired a few rounds into the empty pit, but nothing happened. Rumlow watched intently, his expression tense. "Report. Anything unusual?" he barked. "Nothing, sir. The target's gone," one soldier replied. Rumlow pressed his earpiece. "Sir, the target has disappeared again. It seems they've fled, just like during the first encounter. After sustaining significant damage, they vanished without a trace." Whatever the response, Rumlow couldn't hear it clearly. He nodded sharply and gave his next command. "Move in. Take everyone inside the workshop. Anyone who resists, except for Ivan and Anton Vanko, is expendable." In the underground bunker of the factory, Yang Bo emerged from the nether portal like a gust of wind. Despite sprinting for over 10 minutes at full speed, he remained composed, his breath steady and his expression calm. He reached for a stone button embedded in the wall and pressed it. A low, mechanical rumble echoed through the bunker as a narrow passageway opened, just wide enough for one person to pass through. Without hesitation, Yang Bo strode down the tunnel. His sharp eyes quickly scanned the anxious faces of his employees, many of whom had their weapons trained on him out of sheer panic. "Boss! Boss!" A chorus of relief and urgency greeted him as Jerry approached at a hurried pace. "Boss, Ivan went back to find you," Jerry said, his voice tight with worry. Yang Bo's pupils contracted sharply at the news, a wave of unease washing over him. Without wasting a second, he turned on his heel and sprinted toward the tunnel leading back to the workshop. "Stay here, all of you. Don't come up until I return," he shouted. Even before his words had fully echoed, the deafening sounds of gunfire and explosions erupted above, shaking the very walls of the bunker. Yang Bo leaped out of the tunnel's exit into the chaos above. He quickly surveyed the area and, wasting no time, pulled cobblestone from his inventory to seamlessly seal the hole he had come through. The patchwork was so precise that it blended perfectly with the surrounding floor, leaving no trace of the entrance. Yang Bo hurriedly drank a potion of swiftness, preparing to consume an invisibility potion as well. But before he could act, a thunderous boom shattered the wall beside him. The electro-whip battle armor came crashing through like a runaway beast, slamming into Yang Bo and toppling both of them to the ground. The armor was in shambles, its once imposing frame reduced to a wreck. Sparks flew from where the mechanical arm, once equipped with a chainsaw, had been torn off. The exposed mechanism sizzled and crackled, a grim testament to the ferocity of the battle it had endured. Yang Bo's sharp eyes immediately noticed the blood pouring from the jagged stump where the arm had been severed. It wasn't just the armor that had taken damage, Ivan's own arm had suffered catastrophic injuries. The sight ignited a firestorm of anger in Yang Bo's chest. Despite his condition, Ivan remained defiant, embodying the spirit of a true warrior. Struggling to lift himself with his remaining arm, he activated the missile launchers on the armor's shoulders. A salvo of miniature rockets streaked toward the enemy, their explosions lighting up the workshop like a hellish fireworks display. At the same time, Ivan's other mechanical arm, equipped with a Gatling gun, unleashed a relentless hail of bullets at the Hydra forces. In response, the Hydra operatives intensified their assault, launching rocket after rocket in an attempt to overwhelm the workshop. Yang Bo, watching this scene unfold, felt his fury surge to its peak. Reaching into his inventory, he pulled out a splash potion of instant health 2 and hurled it at the battle armor. "Ivan, get out of there now," he shouted, his voice raw and desperate. But the deafening cacophony of explosions drowned out his cries. The suit didn't respond. Yang Bo's heart raced with panic. Without hesitation, he sprinted toward the armor, leaping onto it and pounding on its exterior with his fist. A faint -1 appeared in his view, a mocking reminder that his efforts were futile. Yang Bo gritted his teeth and shouted again, "Ivan, get out now!" He quickly constructed a makeshift barrier of obsidian around the armor, trying to shield Ivan from the onslaught. Finally, the armor's faceplate slowly opened, revealing Ivan's pale, bloodied face. Despite his condition, Ivan managed a faint smile. "Boss, the armor's broken. I can't get out." His voice was calm, almost detached, as if he were discussing someone else's fate. Yang Bo felt a pang of guilt and helplessness. Ivan had followed him out of loyalty, and now he was paying the price for it. Yang Bo clenched his fists and tried to pry the armor open, but it was no use. The system lock prevented him from removing it manually. "Damn it!" Yang Bo roared, slamming his fist against the armor in frustration. The explosions above intensified. Hydra had noticed the obsidian walls and realized Yang Bo was there. They unleashed a barrage of explosives, targeting the workshop with unrelenting ferocity. The once pristine facility Yang Bo had painstakingly built was now a battlefield, its roof blown wide open. Yang Bo worked quickly, reinforcing the walls and ceiling with more obsidian. But as he did so, an idea struck him. "I almost forgot," he muttered to himself. Turning to Ivan, he said, "Don't move. I'll get you underground first." Yang Bo grabbed his efficiency V diamond pickaxe and began digging furiously beneath the armor. He cursed the limitations of his tools, wishing for a hammer from one of the other mods that could excavate a 3x3 area in one swing. Despite the constraints, his pickaxe made short work of the blocks, and soon the electro-whip armor fell through the ground into the underground bunker below. Anton Vanko, seeing his son's condition, rushed over in a panic. "Son, how are you?" His voice trembled with concern. Ivan gave a weak laugh, his defiant spirit still shining through. "I'm fine, father. Don't worry about me. The armor's control system is damaged, so I can't get out for now." Yang Bo watched the exchange, his heart heavy with guilt. He knew Ivan's pride well. In the movies, Ivan had faced off against both Iron Man and War Machine with his head held high, even taunting Tony Stark mid-battle. That same pride had brought Ivan to Yang Bo's side, driven by gratitude for saving his father. But now, Ivan had lost an arm, an irreplaceable loss for a scientist. Yang Bo couldn't shake the feeling that he had failed Ivan. The relentless bombardment above rattled the bunker, threatening to collapse it entirely. Yang Bo placed a hand on Ivan's armor, the metallic surface cool under his palm. "Ivan, everyone here, I'll make sure you all get justice for this," he promised. He set down a bed in the corner of the bunker, establishing a respawn point, and then climbed back through the tunnel to the surface, sealing the entrance behind him. The workshop was barely recognizable. The once solid obsidian walls were riddled with cracks, some sections already blown apart. Ordinary bullets couldn't pierce the obsidian, but Hydra's heavy weaponry was another matter entirely. The air was thick with smoke and the deafening roar of explosions. Yang Bo moved with purpose, tunneling toward the edge of the battlefield. He couldn't afford to reveal himself yet, not until he had a clear plan of attack. His phone buzzed suddenly, the screen displaying Nick Fury's name. Answering the call, Yang Bo was greeted by Fury's grave voice. "I received word that your factory is under attack." Yang Bo's anger flared. "Fury, not only are you blind in one eye, but it seems your ears are failing you too. Over 100 Hydra operatives, armed with heavy weapons and 2 aircraft, have been bombarding my factory for half an hour. 8 of my people are dead, and Ivan is seriously injured. Someone needs to take responsibility for this." Fury, en route to Los Angeles to recruit Tony Stark, fell silent. Yang Bo's words cut deep, he truly was operating like a deaf and blind man. If not for a tip from his informants, he wouldn't have known about the attack at all. "I've already contacted Captain Rogers. He's on his way to assist," Fury said finally. "Let's hope I'm still alive by then," Yang Bo replied coldly, hanging up. He had reached the edge of the workshop, where he cautiously poked his head above ground. The once bustling facility was now a smoldering wasteland. Twisted steel beams jutted out like skeletal remains, and the ground was littered with debris. Yang Bo's eyes locked onto the 2 rotorcraft circling above. A cold smile crept across his face. He raised his sniper rifle and aimed for the nearest aircraft. The weapon, equipped with rapid-fire capabilities and infinite ammo enchantments, roared to life. The 12.7 by 99 mm rounds tore through the air, shredding the rotor blades. One aircraft wobbled uncontrollably before spiraling to the ground. One down, Yang Bo muttered, his voice icy. Without giving the enemy time to regroup, he retreated underground, preparing to reposition for his next strike. His mind was focused, his goal clear: take down the second aircraft. Once the skies were clear, the rest would be far easier to handle. Brock Rumlow's face darkened with frustration as he stared at the spot where Yang Bo had vanished. Moments ago, he had received orders from his superiors to retreat. Captain America was en route with a squad of SHIELD agents, and Hydra couldn't afford to risk exposure, not yet. Arnim Zola's Insight program hadn't been fully implemented, and any premature revelation of Hydra's presence within SHIELD would be disastrous. Fall back. Rumlow barked, though his voice betrayed his reluctance. As the Hydra operatives began their retreat, they launched incendiary grenades and gasoline bombs, blanketing the area in a raging inferno. Above, the remaining Hydra aircraft ascended, gaining altitude to avoid detection. The downed aircraft on the ground was set to self-destruct, ensuring no trace of its technology would remain. Boom! Underground, Yang Bo felt the violent tremors shake the earth around him. "They're trying to scorch the earth," he muttered, momentarily pausing his digging. With a forceful swing of his pickaxe, he broke through the dirt and emerged above ground. The sight that greeted him was a sea of flames, thick black smoke spiraling skyward like a vengeful dragon. The air was stifling, the heat distorting everything in its path. Yang Bo pulled a bucket from his inventory and poured water at his feet, creating a small oasis of safety amidst the inferno. Standing within the water source block, his face was grim as he observed the devastation. His mini-map showed the red dots of Hydra's forces rapidly retreating. Pursuing them on foot was out of the question. Even with a speed potion, there was no way he could catch up. "Unless I had a speed 100 potion one day," he thought sarcastically. The fire's oppressive heat warped the air, and Yang Bo stood silently amidst the destruction, his gaze fixed on the flames. The once proud workshop, now reduced to ashes, left only faint, flickering embers as a reminder of the battle. The ground was scorched white, as if to erase any evidence of what had transpired. Suddenly, the distant hum of a rotorcraft drew Yang Bo's attention. Unlike the previous Hydra aircraft, this one bore the unmistakable SHIELD logo, emblazoned prominently as if to announce its identity to the world. The aircraft descended, its rear hatch opening mid-air. A figure leaped out, landing with the force of a thunderclap, kicking up a cloud of dust upon impact. Yang Bo didn't bother to acknowledge the new arrival. His eyes remained fixed on the smoldering ruins of his workshop, his expression a mix of sorrow and fury. "Mr. Yang Bo," came a voice behind him. After a pause, Yang Bo turned to see the man who had spoken. "Captain," Yang Bo said flatly. The figure was none other than Steve Rogers, clad in his iconic uniform and carrying his signature vibranium shield. The sight was unmistakable, a living legend standing before him. But despite the gravity of the moment, Yang Bo's gaze involuntarily drifted downward, landing on Captain America's famed posterior. The tight combat suit accentuated his physique, and Yang Bo couldn't help but silently marvel. America's ass, indeed. Steve's sharp instincts seemed to pick up on the scrutiny. He glanced down at himself, confused, but saw nothing amiss apart from a bit of ash on his boots. "Did the enemy escape?" Rogers asked, breaking the silence. Yang Bo nodded, his attention returning to the burning wreckage. The workshop was utterly destroyed, its equipment consumed by flames and high temperatures. There was no salvaging anything. As Yang Bo stood lost in thought, a cold raindrop landed on his face, snapping him out of his reverie. He looked up to see dark clouds gathering overhead, rain beginning to fall in earnest. The downpour quickly intensified, quenching the lingering flames and turning the scorched earth into a muddy expanse. Yang Bo sighed, glancing at the still smoking remnants of the workshop. He reluctantly pulled some blocks from his inventory and began constructing a simple wooden structure, a temporary shelter amidst the devastation. Meanwhile, the SHIELD aircraft found a stable landing spot and touched down. From its cabin emerged Natasha Romanoff, followed by a squad of heavily armed SHIELD agents who immediately began surveying the area and collecting evidence from the wreckage. Natasha approached Yang Bo directly, while Steve Rogers stood nearby, watching in silence. As Yang Bo quickly assembled his makeshift shelter, Rogers couldn't help but marvel at his efficiency. "Are there many people with abilities like his?" the captain asked Natasha quietly. Natasha shook her head. "He's one of a kind. There are plenty of people with abilities, but none quite like him." "Let's go, Captain," Natasha said with a small smile as Yang Bo waved them over to his newly built shelter. The two joined Yang Bo, who gestured to a pair of wooden slabs he had placed on the ground. "Have a seat," Yang Bo said. "I want to discuss something with you." Natasha and Steve exchanged a glance before sitting down across from Yang Bo. Natasha was the first to speak. "Do you know who attacked you?" "That's exactly what I wanted to talk about," Yang Bo replied. He pulled out a cigarette and offered it to them. Both declined, so Yang Bo lit one for himself, exhaling a plume of smoke that drifted lazily out through a gap in the wall. "I don't know how much Fury has told you, but I've lost 8 people today," Yang Bo began, his voice low and steady. "And my company is gone." His eyes, hidden behind the haze of smoke, were unreadable. Turning to Natasha, he continued, "You can contact Fury, right? I have a message for him." Natasha nodded and retrieved a device from her bag. Within moments, Nick Fury's holographic image was projected onto the wall of the shelter. "Natasha, what's the situation?" Fury's voice crackled through the device. "The enemy retreated before we arrived," Natasha reported, glancing at Yang Bo. Fury didn't seem surprised. Hydra's infiltration of S.H.I.E.L.D. meant that any of his organization's movements were guaranteed to be monitored. Yang Bo stepped forward, cutting straight to the point. "Director Fury, I want Alexander Pierce dead. I need his location." Fury fell silent, the weight of Yang Bo's demand hanging in the air. Steve Rogers remained still, though his expression betrayed his confusion. Natasha's face remained calm, but her pupils dilated slightly, a subtle sign of her shock. After a long pause, Fury finally spoke. "It's not the right time," he said carefully. "Killing Pierce won't solve the problem. The situation within S.H.I.E.L.D. is far worse than you realize." Yang Bo flicked the ash from his cigarette, his lips curling into a cold smile. "8 of my people are dead, Fury. Someone has to pay for that. Don't give me your excuses about S.H.I.E.L.D. Your organization is already compromised beyond saving. The agents you sent today, the ones you trust so much, how many of them do you think are Hydra?" Fury hesitated. Yang Bo didn't wait for an answer. "I'd estimate at least 30%. Don't worry, I'll deal with them for you. No need to thank me." "Fury." Steve's demeanor shifted the moment he heard the name Hydra. His posture straightened, and his expression grew serious. "Hydra? I thought they were defeated. Are you saying they've infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D.? Yang Bo nodded. "That's right. Thanks to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Operation Paperclip, Hydra's remnants were absorbed into the organization. Now they've grown stronger than ever. Today's attack? The people responsible were technically part of your S.H.I.E.L.D., or should I say, Snake Shield?" Yang Bo's voice dripped with sarcasm. Fury finally broke his silence. "Give me 3 days. I need time to prepare." "Fine," Yang Bo replied, his eyes flashing with determination. He knew these 3 days would be critical. He had to ensure that the lives of his fallen employees would be avenged. The rain continued to pour relentlessly, its rhythmic pattering filling the air as it cascaded off the makeshift wooden roof. Yang Bo stood silently inside the shelter, his gaze fixed on his minimap, where the red dots representing Hydra operatives were steadily retreating. The killing intent burning in his heart was carefully suppressed, his outward expression calm and composed. Outside, rainwater streamed down the edges of the roof, forming a shimmering curtain at the doorway. The soft drip-drip of water echoed like a somber melody, a lingering reminder of the calamity that had unfolded. Having hung up on Nick Fury, Natasha and Rogers stood in silence. Steve Rogers seemed relatively composed. He had fought Hydra before and, despite the decades he had spent frozen in ice, the revelation of their resurgence was something he could accept. For Natasha, however, the weight of the moment was far heavier. Her expression was clouded, her eyes distant as she stared blankly ahead, lost in thought. Steve noticed her unusual demeanor and asked gently, "Natasha, are you all right?" After a pause, Natasha spoke softly, her voice tinged with bitterness. "When I joined S.H.I.E.L.D., I thought I was leaving behind the shadows of my past. I thought I was stepping into the light." She shook her head, a rueful smile on her lips. "But now, it feels like I just moved from the KGB to Hydra. I thought I knew who I was working for, but now." Steve opened his mouth to respond but found himself at a loss for words. He had only recently awakened from his 70-year slumber, and the world he now lived in often felt alien to him. Strangely enough, the one thing that didn't feel out of place was the realization that Hydra was still alive and well. Yang Bo, having collected his thoughts, turned to the two of them. "So, do you need me to help clean up the Hydra agents you brought with you?" he asked casually. While his tone was light, there was a sharpness to his words. He had promised Fury 3 days, and he intended to honor that. For now, he planned to focus on ensuring the safety of his employees. Natasha glanced out at the agents working in the rain, collecting evidence from the ruins. She shook her head slightly. I can't tell who's Hydra and who isn't. Yang Bo nodded. I can. Then, as if reconsidering, he added, but never mind. Let's wait until 3 days from now. By then, Fury should have made some preparations. If not, I'm sure he'll at least have funneled SHALD's funds into safer hands. Yang Bo stood, signaling that their conversation was over. You two should head back. I have a feeling we'll be seeing each other again soon. Natasha and Steve exchanged a glance before standing as well. With a nod of acknowledgement, they stepped out into the rain, heading toward the waiting rotorcraft. The other agents, having received their own orders to withdraw, began boarding the aircraft as well. Yang Bo remained in the wooden shelter, watching the aircraft rise into the sky until it disappeared from view. His eyes lingered on the horizon, his thoughts heavy. In the underground safehouse, the atmosphere was tense. The researchers huddled in small groups, whispering anxiously among themselves. Some glanced nervously at Ivan, who was surrounded by colleagues trying to figure out how to remove his damaged armor. Despite the loss of his arm, Ivan's wounds had been stabilized by Yang Bo's healing potion, and his life was no longer in immediate danger. A rhythmic thud-thud-thud echoed through the walls, drawing everyone's attention. The researchers turned as one, their faces lighting up with relief and anticipation. They knew what that sound meant, the boss was back. As the wall cracked open, Yang Bo stepped into view, his figure framed by the broken stone. He surveyed the room, his gaze sweeping over the familiar faces of his employees. Forcing a small smile, he said, "The enemy's gone." A collective sigh of relief swept through the room. The tension that had gripped everyone finally began to ebb away. Yang Bo glanced at his mini-map, noting that most of the green dots had remained green, though some had turned white. It was a small comfort. It meant that while some employees were considering leaving, they hadn't made any rash decisions yet. He understood their perspective. They had come to work, not to risk their lives. If some chose to sever ties with him after this ordeal, he wouldn't hold it against them. Clearing his throat, Yang Bo addressed the room, his voice firm and resolute. I owe all of you an apology. It's because of me that you were put in danger today. And while I can't promise that this will never happen again, I can promise that I'll take steps to ensure your safety. He took a deep breath, his tone steady. Effective immediately, I'll begin assembling a steel battalion. Every security personnel will be equipped with their own battle armor. I'll also construct dedicated escape routes. And for our researchers, anyone who passes the necessary checks will also be eligible to apply for personal armor. Your safety will be my top priority. To compensate for what you've been through, each of you will receive a bonus equivalent to 1 year's salary. Those who choose to stay will have their salaries increased by 50%. For anyone who wishes to leave, I'll provide 3 months severance pay. Yang Bo's gaze swept across the room, meeting the eyes of his employees. I won't stand in the way of your decisions. But you have my word, I will always take responsibility for my people. As he spoke, he noticed several of the white dots on his mini-map shifting back to green. A genuine smile spread across his face for the first time since the attack. For now, I need all of you to stay here for the next 3 days. I'll ensure you have everything you need: beds, food, hygiene supplies. You're safe here, and I won't let anything happen to you. Turning his attention to Ivan, Yang Bo approached him and asked, How are you feeling? Ivan grinned, his usual cocky demeanor undiminished. I'm fine, he said, pulling a cigarette from his pocket and placing it between his lips. Yang Bo chuckled, lighting it for him. I'll make sure you and the others get just as soon, Yang Bo promised. Looking to Anton Vanko, Yang Bo asked, What's the status of the armor? How can we get Ivan out? Anton sighed. The automatic systems were destroyed. We'll need tools to dismantle it manually. If we can get to a lab, it won't be difficult. Yang Bo thought of the workshop, now reduced to rubble. Shaking his head, he said, The lab's gone. Tell me what tools you need, and I'll have Anna buy replacements. When Anna returned to the factory, her expression was one of shock and disbelief. Standing in the rain, umbrella in hand, she stared at the ruins of the workshop, murmuring, The company, what happened to the company? Yang Bo stepped out of the wooden shelter, his gaze falling on Anna's green dot on the mini-map. Relief washed over him, she was safe. Smiling, he called out, Anna, over here. Anna snapped out of her daze and hurried toward him, the truck she had brought following close behind. Her face was etched with worry as she asked, "Boss, what happened? How did the workshop end up like this?" Yang Bo glanced at the truck, silently hoping it carried the tools needed to free Ivan from his armor. His mind was already working on solutions, considering options like Bucky Barnes' metal arm. After all, flesh is weak. Steel is ascension. Embrace the glory of evolution, he muttered under his breath with a wry smile. Night had quietly fallen, and the persistent rain had finally lightened, though it showed no sign of stopping entirely. The remains of the workshop, which had been engulfed in flames not long ago, now lay in ruins, charred and lifeless, a stark reminder of the devastation that had taken place. Yang Bo worked tirelessly, like an unrelenting craftsman, constructing a new workshop using obsidian. He had spent an entire day traveling back and forth to the Nether, gathering vast quantities of lava to craft the obsidian blocks. The Nether had paid a heavy price for his efforts, its once abundant lava pools now significantly depleted. Under his meticulous labor, a massive obsidian matchbox gradually took shape where the old workshop once stood. Staring down at the dark purple structure, Yang Bo's emotions were mixed, a chaotic swirl of bitterness and determination. "I'll need to lay down a layer of water outside to prevent explosions from damaging the surrounding blocks," Yang Bo mused to himself, already planning the next steps. Just then, an unexpected message echoed in his mind. "Building wand mod loading. Loading complete." Yang Bo stared at the workshop he had painstakingly constructed over the course of an entire night, his irritation rising to a boiling point. He felt as though his brain might explode. Yang Bo started, ready to unleash a string of colorful language to vent his frustration. But after a moment of thought, he stopped himself. Forget it, I might need this mod later. No point screaming now. Leaping from the top of the new workshop, Yang Bo gracefully used his peacock feather fan to summon a gentle breeze that carried him safely to the ground. Walking into the new workshop, he was greeted by the remnants of the old one, charred debris and unrecognizable, melted tools scattered across the floor. The sight of his painstakingly accumulated resources reduced to this state filled Yang Bo with a deep sense of loss. As he stood there, lamenting the destruction, the sound of light footsteps reached his ears. Turning around, he saw Ivan slowly entering the workshop. Yang Bo smiled faintly. "Had a good rest? How are you feeling?" he asked. Ivan, with his trademark toothpick in his mouth, surveyed the wreckage of the workshop and shook his head slightly. "Just woke up. Thought I'd come take a look." Yang Bo's gaze lingered on Ivan's empty sleeve, guilt welling up in his chest. Though Ivan had faced a grim fate in the original storyline, this time it was due to Yang Bo's actions that Ivan had suffered such a loss. "Ivan, I've thought of 2 ways to treat your arm," Yang Bo said after a moment. "The first option is to go the mechanical route. I'll find you a suitable metal arm, one that might even be better than the original. The second option is to turn you into a vampire. That would enhance your physical abilities, like what happened with Pearl." Ivan lowered his gaze, clearly weighing the options in his mind. After a while, he spoke. "What's the third option? You mentioned 3 just now." Yang Bo chuckled awkwardly. "The third option, well, it's to wait until I become stronger. Maybe I can get you a new body entirely. But that's far off, and I can't guarantee anything in terms of time." In the world of mods, Yang Bo knew there were countless miraculous technologies, cloning machines with no side effects, for example. A missing arm was hardly an insurmountable problem. But for now, with no clear path to unlocking new mods, those distant possibilities remained out of reach. After some thought, Ivan said, "I'll go with the first option. I trust machines more." "All right. I promise I'll have a new arm for you in 3 days. You'll love it," Yang Bo said with a reassuring smile. His mind immediately went to Bucky Barnes' iconic metal arm. Coincidentally, Ivan's left arm was the one that had been lost, just like Bucky's. And even more coincidentally, Winter Soldier was now one of his enemies. "Ivan, start designing the new armor with the team. In 3 days, I'll bring back the equipment and materials you need. Then it's up to you," Yang Bo said, patting Ivan on the shoulder before turning toward the mountain of debris in the workshop. Grabbing his pickaxe, he began salvaging the scrap metal, tossing it into the furnace to be melted down and repurposed. Anything that couldn't be reused was thrown directly into the data-integrated lava pool, quick, efficient, and environmentally friendly. Time slipped by unnoticed. After 2 days of relentless effort, the ruins of the workshop had been entirely cleared away. In its place stood a brand new facility, constructed entirely from carefully chosen blocks. Yang Bo had made a special trip to the Nether to gather large quantities of quartz, which he crafted into quartz blocks to serve as the primary building material. Paired with dark red nether bricks used for pathways, the new workshop exuded a sense of elegance and grandeur far beyond its predecessor. Now, Yang Bo sat leisurely at the entrance of the workshop, basking in the warm sunlight. The air was crisp and fresh after the rain, and a gentle breeze caressed his face. A cigarette dangled from his lips as he stared at the sky, his eyes fixed on a growing black speck in the distance. He was waiting for someone, for a meeting that meant a great deal to him. Nick Fury had called earlier, notifying him of an impending visit. The sound of rotors filled the air as a shield rotorcraft approached. Over the past 2 days, Yang Bo had constructed a helipad outside the workshop, and the aircraft now descended smoothly onto it. The hatch opened, and several figures stepped out. Leading them was Fury, his single eye glinting sharply in the sunlight as he surveyed the new workshop with interest. Yang Bo extinguished his cigarette in a nearby lava bucket intended for waste disposal. Standing, he walked toward Fury with a faint smile. Before Fury could speak, Yang Bo cut him off. "So, is everything taken care of?" Fury nodded slightly. "It's as good as it's going to get. S.H.I.E.L.D. is beyond saving. I decided to abandon it and start a new organization." Yang Bo's eyes widened slightly, surprised by Fury's decisiveness. He hadn't expected the man to make such a bold move. What Yang Bo didn't know was that, following the attack on his factory, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s internal investigation had concluded that the culprits were an unidentified terrorist group. Hydra's deep infiltration ensured that the truth remained buried. Hydra, asterisk, when both the players and the referees are mine, what can you possibly do? Asterisk. Fury, upon reviewing the falsified reports, hadn't hesitated. He had secretly diverted all of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s funds and resources under his control, leaving the organization financially gutted. Without money, S.H.I.E.L.D. was a headless chicken, crippled, if not outright dead. If Hydra wanted to fund it, that was their problem. Yang Bo exchanged pleasantries with Steve Rogers, Coulson, and the others before turning back to Fury with a sly smile. "Director Fury, your shield caused significant damage to my property. Don't you think you owe me some compensation?" Fury's expression remained unchanged. "I've already decided to resign. You'll need to discuss that with the next director." Yang Bo let out a cold laugh. "How convenient for you to pass the buck. But don't think you're off the hook entirely. You won't be protecting Hydra's former director, Pierce, will you?" "I won't," Fury said firmly. With that, the group boarded the aircraft and set course for S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. The 3-day wait was over. Today, Yang Bo would have his revenge. Night had fallen quietly over the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. The rain outside had subsided to a faint drizzle, leaving the air crisp and cool. Yang Bo stepped off the helicopter and into the building, his steps steady and purposeful. Having already consumed an invisibility potion, he moved with practiced ease, his sharp eyes scanning the corridors for the hidden Hydra operatives that littered the organization like a plague. The stark contrast between the bustling daytime activity and the eerie silence of the night was unsettling. The headquarters felt almost desolate, with only a few scattered personnel in sight. Yang Bo frowned slightly as he checked his mini-map. The number of red dots representing Hydra agents had increased dramatically since his last visit. Nearly every corner of the building was teeming with Hydra operatives, with only the occasional white dot mixed in. The sheer density of red points was overwhelming, like a nest of vipers lying in wait. It didn't take him long to deduce what had happened. Walking beside Nick Fury, Yang Bo leaned in slightly and whispered, "Director Fury, I don't think you're leaving here unscathed tonight." Fury glanced around casually, his expression betraying nothing. "What makes you say that?" he asked nonchalantly, though his grip on his coat tightened slightly. "Look around you," Yang Bo said quietly, gesturing subtly. "This building is crawling with Hydra operatives. They've practically taken over. If I were you, I'd consider surrendering now." Fury's face remained impassive, but a flicker of tension crossed his eye. He had noticed something was off as well. Agents he had personally stationed had disappeared without a trace. Still, he maintained his calm facade, striding toward his office as though nothing were amiss. When Fury opened the door to his office, he stopped in his tracks. Sitting casually in his chair was none other than Alexander Pierce, the former director of S.H.I.E.L.D. "Pierce," Fury said evenly, stepping into the room. Yang Bo and the others followed closely behind. Pierce smiled, his demeanor calm and confident. "Fury," he greeted, his tone light. "I was wondering where all the money from S.H.I.E.L.D.'s accounts disappeared to." "The money's been allocated to new initiatives," Fury replied coolly, his gaze unflinching. Pierce stood slowly, his smile never wavering. At his signal, the room was suddenly filled with armed operatives, their automatic rifles trained on Fury and his group. "You should have known this day would come, Fury," Pierce said, his voice dripping with condescension. "Do you know why I chose you to succeed me? Because you're the best operative I've ever seen. Ruthless. Cold. Efficient." Pierce began to pace, his tone growing more pointed. "But I see now that I made a mistake. I trusted Zola's prediction that this Yang Bo character would be Hydra's greatest enemy. If it weren't for him, you wouldn't have started poking around where you don't belong." Before Pierce could continue his monologue, the door burst open, and more Hydra agents flooded in. Among them was a figure that immediately caught Yang Bo's attention, a man with a metal arm and a cold, emotionless gaze. It was Bucky Barnes, the Winter Soldier. Yang Bo's lips curled into a grin. Well, I was just wondering how to find this guy, and here he is, delivered right to me." Ignoring Pierce's ongoing speech, Yang Bo reached into his inventory and pulled out his sniper rifle. With a small, almost playful nudge to the others around him, he raised the rifle and took aim. Bang! The shot was deafening in the enclosed space. The bullet struck Pierce squarely in the head, the force snapping his neck back as he collapsed onto the desk. Even the most enhanced super soldiers wouldn't survive a direct shot to the skull, and Pierce was no exception. "Too much talking," Yang Bo muttered, lowering the rifle. With Pierce gone, Hydra's grip on S.H.I.E.L.D. would undoubtedly falter. Fury would have to handle the fallout, but Yang Bo had no doubt in his ability to manage the chaos. The sound of the gunshot galvanized the Hydra operatives. Shouts erupted as they opened fire, the room descending into chaos. Yang Bo moved quickly, pulling obsidian blocks from his inventory and using his building wand to erect a makeshift wall, blocking the office door and sealing the enemies outside. Captain America was the first to react, his instincts razor-sharp. He hurled his shield with precision, striking several Hydra agents before catching it on the rebound. Gunfire erupted as the room became a battleground. "Damn it! Yang Bo's here." Brock Rumlow's voice rang out from the other side of the wall. Having faced Yang Bo before, Rumlow knew all too well how troublesome he could be. His unpredictable abilities and relentless firepower made him a nightmare to deal with, and his mysterious disappearing act only added to the frustration. Inside the office, the fighting was intense. Hydra agents had already infiltrated the room before Yang Bo sealed the door. Coulson, caught in the crossfire, cried out as a stray bullet struck his shoulder, sending him to the ground. Yang Bo quickly tossed him a healing potion. "Drink this," he ordered. "Now." Coulson fumbled for the bottle, downing it in one go. The potion worked instantly, and color returned to his face. "You stay put and stop making things worse for yourself," Yang Bo said, his tone half scolding. He then pulled out a speed potion too and drank it, feeling the surge of energy course through his body. Time seemed to slow as his movements became a blur. With his sniper rifle in hand, Yang Bo took aim and fired. Each shot was precise, each enemy falling in quick succession. Within moments, the room was cleared of hostile forces. Yang Bo turned to the others. "There are at least 70 or 80 of them outside," he said, gesturing to the obsidian wall. "Unless they bring heavy artillery, they won't be getting through that anytime soon." Fury remained calm, surveying the room. "I thought Pierce would try to assassinate me," he murmured. "I didn't expect him to confront me directly in my office." Yang Bo rolled his eyes, though Fury couldn't see it in his invisible state. "You stole Hydra's money. Of course they're pissed." Fury ignored the comment and pulled out a communicator. Pressing a button, he said simply, "Proceed." Yang Bo blinked in surprise before realization dawned. Classic Fury, he thought. The man trusted no one, not even his allies in this fight against Hydra. Fury's plan had been in motion all along, and Yang Bo had merely been another piece on the board. Boom! The obsidian wall held firm, but the office's exterior wall crumbled as an explosion tore through it. Captain America, ever the soldier, grabbed a fallen rifle and began firing through the opening, his shield in one hand as he returned fire. A grenade rolled into the room, its ominous clicking drawing everyone's attention. Steve reacted instantly, diving behind the obsidian wall just as it exploded, sending shrapnel flying. Yang Bo frowned. Without his plot armor, Steve wasn't as invincible as he seemed in the movies. Meanwhile, Hawkeye stood at the ready, his bowstring taut as he loosed arrow after arrow through the opening. Occasionally, he fired explosive arrows, their detonations shaking the room. Yang Bo set down his respawn point in the corner of the room, ensuring he had an anchor if things went south. "I'll handle the ones outside," he said, turning to the group. "Stay safe." Without waiting for a response, he slipped through a gap in the wall, his figure disappearing into the shadows. The hunt was on. Yang Bo moved like a phantom, weaving through the chaos of the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters' double-layered hall outside Fury's office. The upper level housed office spaces, while the lower level was a wide-open area where Hydra operatives had gathered in force. Both levels had descended into complete disorder, with Hydra soldiers unleashing a relentless assault on the second-floor defenders. Shouts and gunfire echoed through the halls, creating a cacophony of chaos. The situation grew even more tumultuous the moment Yang Bo stepped out of Fury's office. Armed with a custom-made automatic rifle designed by Stark Industries, Yang Bo's weapon was a marvel of engineering. Its rate of fire was blisteringly fast, and its recoil nearly non-existent, perfect for dealing with the sheer number of enemies surrounding him. The faint magical glow around the weapon's exterior indicated its enhanced properties, enchanted by Yang Bo himself. Power V, Piercing V, Infinity I, Unbreaking 3. The weapon was the result of his ingenuity over the past 2 days. While clearing the ruins of his workshop, Yang Bo had crafted the rifle by combining his knowledge of crossbows with dual enchantments. It had cost him every enchanted book he'd fished up so far, but he wasn't worried. Once he built a villager trading hall, enchanted books would become a renewable resource. "These Hydra fools really have no sense of self-preservation," Yang Bo muttered as he squeezed the trigger. The rifle's piercing enchantment proved devastating in the real world. In the game, each level of piercing allowed the projectile to penetrate one additional target, but here, it greatly enhanced the bullet's armor-piercing capabilities. The rounds tore through multiple enemies with ease, outperforming even specialized armor-piercing rounds. Bang! A single shot pierced through the torsos of 3 Hydra operatives, dropping them where they stood. No wonder Fury wants to assemble a team of superheroes. Against enhanced individuals, these grunts are just cannon fodder without specialized weapons, Yang Bo thought. It was still 2008. Iron Man had only just emerged, and Hydra's technological advancements were far from their peak. Without the Tesseract, they couldn't produce their energy-based weapons, making Hydra's forces far less formidable. This realization made Yang Bo's rampage all the more satisfying, as he vented his frustration on the hapless soldiers. Even when he occasionally took a hit, a quick swig of a healing potion resolved the issue. Suddenly, the effects of his invisibility potion wore off, and Yang Bo's figure became visible to everyone in the room. A storm of bullets immediately rained down on him. Reacting instantly, Yang Bo pulled out a shield from his inventory and simultaneously lobbed a grenade into the densest cluster of enemies. The explosion rocked the room, silencing several guns and temporarily halting the assault. Stark Industries really knows how to make a product. This thing is insane, Yang Bo thought, marveling at the grenade's destructive power. He then threw an ender pearl, teleporting directly into the center of the enemy ranks. His rifle roared to life once more, mowing down opponents as if he were playing a game of cut the grass. The Hydra soldiers stood no chance against his precision and firepower. At that moment, several S.H.I.E.L.D. rotorcraft appeared outside the massive floor-to-ceiling windows of the office area. The transparent glass offered a clear view of the helicopters hovering outside. Yang Bo was about to switch to his sniper rifle to deal with the new threat when, to his surprise, the helicopters exploded in midair, fiery wreckage raining down to the ground below. Yang Bo barely had time to process what had happened before diving behind cover to evade a fresh wave of gunfire. While his shield was durable, its unbreaking enchantment ensured it could withstand most hits, but its durability wasn't infinite. A sneak attack from behind could still catch him off guard. Boom! A grenade launcher round slammed into his shield, sending a reverberating shockwave through the room as it exploded. The impact significantly reduced the shield's durability. Yang Bo turned in the direction of the attack and saw Bucky Barnes, the Winter Soldier, standing there, wielding the grenade launcher. His metal arm gleamed under the dim light as he prepared to fire again. Before Bucky could launch another round, Captain America's vibranium shield came hurtling through the air, striking him squarely in the chest and interrupting his attack. Steve Rogers leaped down from the second floor with the grace of a predator, landing in the middle of the fight. Using a combination of his shield and a confiscated automatic rifle, he quickly neutralized several surrounding enemies. Bucky tossed the now damaged grenade launcher aside and grabbed a nearby Hydra soldier's rifle, aiming it at Rogers. With his mask obscuring his face and his appearance drastically altered, Steve didn't recognize the man before him as his old friend. Bullets ricocheted off Steve's shield with sharp, metallic pings. Watching the exchange, Yang Bo couldn't help but shake his head. Man, that shield is practically a target. There's no way Bucky's not holding back. Subconsciously, he must remember Steve. Yang Bo's eyes narrowed. Asterisk, I can't let them reunite. If Steve thinks Bucky died falling off that train, then that's the story I'm sticking to. Heroes can't have baggage. Asterisk. Approaching Steve, Yang Bo called out, Captain, leave him to me. Steve hesitated for only a second before nodding. All right. He could tell from Bucky's enhanced movements and metal arm that this was no ordinary enemy. Bucky, however, didn't seem to care who his opponent was. Seeing Yang Bo approach, he adjusted his aim, but the rifle in his hands clicked empty, he was out of bullets. Yang Bo smirked. Asterisk, this is where infinity enchantments really shine. Asterisk. Raising his enchanted rifle, Yang Bo took aim at Bucky, fully intending to end him. He had no sentimental attachment to Steve's best friend. If anything, he saw Bucky as a potential bargaining chip, alive or dead. Selling Bucky's tech to start to rebuild his lab sounded like a profitable plan. And if Steve found out about Bucky's past as the Winter Soldier later, well, that was Steve's problem. Bucky, being a super soldier himself, reacted quickly. He dodged Yang Bo's shots, diving behind an office desk and moving swiftly to reposition himself. His enhanced reflexes were impressive, though still a notch below Steve's. Suddenly, the sound of intense gunfire erupted from outside the office. Checking his minimap, Yang Bo noticed a large number of white dots flooding into the building. Asterisk, Fury's backup? Where did he find so many people? This wasn't part of the storyline. Asterisk, Yang Bo's mind raced with questions, but he quickly dismissed them. The priority now was to deal with Bucky. He pursued Bucky through the office space, determined to finish the fight. Crash! A figure smashed through one of the massive glass windows, landing dramatically inside the office area. The unmistakable red and gold suit left no doubt as to who it was, Tony Stark, clad in his newly built Iron Man armor. In the suit, Tony spoke to Jarvis. Look, it's Captain America. My God, he's still alive? How old is he now? Shouldn't he be retired? Jarvis replied, Steve Rogers was born on July 4, 1918. He is currently 90 years old. Tony snorted. I regret agreeing to Fury's little project. I'm sure the Department of Labor would love to have a chat with him. Jarvis, lock onto any hostiles targeting the guy with the shield. The display inside Tony's helmet lit up with targets, and his shoulder-mounted minigun extended, unleashing a precise barrage that eliminated every marked enemy. At that moment, Jarvis's voice chimed in again. Sir, I've detected a marked individual, Yang Bo. Where? Tony demanded, scanning the area. His HUD highlighted Yang Bo with a bright red frame, making him impossible to miss. Damn it! Inside the Iron Man suit, Tony Stark's face was stormy enough to pour rain. He casually extended his hand, firing a repulsor blast from his palm, sending a Hydra soldier flying. If Yang Bo could hear Tony's thoughts at that moment, he would undoubtedly complain about the repulsor's low power. How could it fail to disintegrate the target entirely? Tony flew quickly toward Yang Bo, his HUD locking onto the figure pursuing Bucky. Raising his arm, he prepared to fire, but to his surprise, Yang Bo seemed to sense the attack and dodged effortlessly, as if he had eyes in the back of his head. Tony's brows furrowed deeply. Enhanced human? Tony muttered, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. He glanced at Bucky's metal arm and immediately formed a hypothesis. Without hesitation, he commanded Jarvis, lock onto him. Deploy micro-missiles. Before he could act, a metal office desk suddenly flew toward him like a missile, crashing into his suit with a deafening clang and knocking him out of the air. Yang Bo caught sight of Tony and was momentarily startled. He hadn't expected Fury to rope Tony into this mess. It seemed that ever since he had crossed into the Marvel Universe, the timeline and events had completely spiraled into chaos. Dodging the flying desk with ease, Yang Bo raised his rifle and fired. Bucky, unaware of the piercing enchantment's effects, foolishly attempted to use the desk as cover. The bullet tore through the desk and struck Bucky behind it, piercing his chest. Though it wasn't a fatal headshot, the wound was severe enough to cause him to cough up a mouthful of blood. Seeing Bucky collapse, Yang Bo's heart leapt with joy. He immediately sprinted toward him, intending to dismantle that coveted metal arm. However, before he could reach him, Tony descended from above, landing directly in his path. Hold on, Yang Bo. Tony's voice carried a mix of urgency and frustration as he faced Yang Bo. Yang Bo felt a pang of guilt rise in his chest but quickly masked it. About what happened before, that was your idea, remember? I was just following through on our agreement. Tony's expression darkened further. That particular incident had become a sore spot for him. If it weren't for a certain robotic companion being in Yang Bo's possession, Tony wouldn't even want to recall the details. No, my house is already being remodeled. I just want you to give back Dummy. You can keep everything else, Tony said flatly. Dummy? Yang Bo raised an eyebrow, then recalled the simple robotic arm Tony had nicknamed Dummy. His face lit up with realization. Oh, that thing. It's in Los Angeles. I didn't bring it back this time, he said honestly. During his visit to Tony's residence, he had taken so much loot that Dummy had ended up as an afterthought. Besides, Dummy was more of a sentimental project from Tony's youth, with minimal practical utility. Don't worry. The next time I head to Los Angeles, I'll personally return it to you, Yang Bo offered. Hearing this, Tony could only sigh in resignation. At least Yang Bo had given his word, so all he could do was wait. However, Tony had another matter on his mind. He looked at Yang Bo and said, "Can you arrange for me to meet Ivan Vanko? I'd like to have a word with him." Yang Bo raised an eyebrow, his expression skeptical. "What do you want with him? Don't tell me you're trying to poach him from me." "Of course not," Tony replied earnestly. "I just want to talk to him about his father. I owe him an apology for what happened." Tony's sincerity was evident. Fury had filled him in on the history between Anton Vanko and Howard Stark, and Tony wanted to make amends. Yang Bo shrugged. "I'll let him know, but whether or not he wants to meet you is up to him." "Great. Now stop chatting, there are still enemies to deal with. Go help the captain," Yang Bo urged, waving him off. Tony nodded without hesitation, turning and flying off toward the ongoing battle. Yang Bo approached the desk where Bucky had fallen, only to discover that the Winter Soldier had vanished. "Damn it, Tony. You distracted me." Yang Bo cursed inwardly, quickly checking his minimap. Before he could get a clear look, Bucky suddenly emerged from a shadowed corner, delivering a devastating punch to Yang Bo's chest. The force sent Yang Bo flying, crashing into several office desks. "Cheap shot, huh? You can't play fair, you little trash-tier assassin." Yang Bo spat, rising to his feet with a scowl. Just as he finished his insult, Bucky charged again, his metal arm raised for another strike. Bucky's condition was dire. The bullet wound in his chest had left him on the brink of collapse, but his resolve remained unshaken. Yang Bo raised his shield just in time, bracing himself as Bucky's metal fist slammed into it with a resounding thud. This time, Yang Bo didn't budge an inch. Damn, that punch hits harder than a grenade, Yang Bo thought, his mind racing. His desire for that metal arm grew stronger. He began to fantasize about upgrading Ivan with similar enhancements, replacing all 4 limbs with mechanical ones. The thought of Ivan tearing through enemy ranks with sheer brute force brought a smirk to his face. Pulling a golden apple from his inventory, Yang Bo silently activated it. The apple vanished, and a surge of vitality coursed through him. His health bar filled rapidly, and he felt a slight boost in strength. Is this because of the health cap increase? Yang Bo wondered, noticing the 2 golden hearts that now adorned his health bar. It was his first time consuming a golden apple, and he wasn't entirely sure of its effects. If this really scales with max health, then if I ever unlock mods to boost my health, I could practically turn into the Hulk, Yang Bo mused, his imagination running wild. He raised his rifle and fired at Bucky once more. At such close range, Bucky had no room to evade. He raised his metal arm to shield his head, and the bullet embedded itself in the arm. "Don't you dare break that arm," Yang Bo muttered, his heart aching at the thought of damaging such a valuable prize. With a swift kick to Bucky's stomach, Yang Bo sent him sprawling. A few more shots later, the Winter Soldier finally succumbed to his injuries, collapsing into unconsciousness. Yang Bo crouched down to inspect Bucky's arm, but after a few attempts, he realized he couldn't figure out how to detach it. Sighing, he pulled a Hydra capture net from his inventory, one of the spoils from his earlier battles, and securely wrapped Bucky in it. Cap has no idea who Bucky really is. I'll bring him back to Ivan to study that arm. Once I'm done, I can hand him over to Stark for some sweet upgrades, Yang Bo thought. Tony's intellect was unparalleled, and the longer he lived, the more powerful he became. Trading Bucky for future favors seemed like a win-win scenario. Having made up his mind, Yang Bo tightened the net around Bucky, ensuring there was no chance of escape. Even if the Winter Soldier woke up, he wouldn't be able to break free. By now, a wave of soldiers began pouring through the main entrance, quickly overwhelming the remaining Hydra forces. With the help of the superheroes present, Hydra's operatives were swiftly dealt with. Yang Bo narrowed his eyes as he observed the soldiers. Fury actually called in the military? There must have been some under-the-table deal involved, he thought. The US military had no official connection to S.H.I.E.L.D., which was managed directly by the UN Security Council. For Fury to involve them hinted at some backdoor negotiations. But that was none of Yang Bo's concern. His mission for the day was complete. Pierce was dead, Hydra had suffered significant losses, and he had acquired the Winter Soldier's arm. It was time to head home with his spoils of war bound in cocoon like prey caught in a spider's web. Bucky Barnes was dragged along the floor by Yang Bo as he made his way back to the second floor. Despite his best efforts, Yang Bo couldn't fit the unconscious Winter Soldier into his inventory, a frustrating limitation he had to accept. When Yang Bo reached the second floor, he spotted Nick Fury in conversation with a uniformed military officer. The moment Fury noticed him, he broke away from the discussion and approached quickly. "Yang, Coulson's been shot again," Fury said without preamble. Yang Bo stopped, unceremoniously dropping Bucky's bound form to the ground. "I know," he replied. "I already gave him a healing potion earlier," Yang Bo continued. "He should be fine." Fury's perpetually stern face twitched, and for a moment, he looked embarrassed. "That's not what I meant. What I'm saying is, he's been shot again, Natasha's tending to him now, but we could use your help," Fury clarified. Yang Bo blinked. "Again?" Without another word, he hurried into the office. Inside, he found Natasha Romanoff kneeling beside an unconscious Coulson, her hands pressed firmly against his abdomen to staunch the bleeding. Her face was unusually tense, her usual calm demeanor replaced by visible worry. "What happened? How did he get shot again?" Yang Bo asked urgently as he knelt beside them. From his inventory, Yang Bo retrieved another healing potion. He gently pried open Coulson's mouth and poured the liquid in. Like clockwork, the potion worked its magic, the wound began to close, the damaged tissue knitting itself back together. Even a stray bullet lodged inside was pushed out as the flesh healed. Coulson's pallid complexion returned to normal, and Yang Bo sighed in relief. Natasha, who had been watching intently, was quietly amazed. She had seen Yang Bo use that potion before, but she hadn't expected it to work so effectively. The idea of carrying a few of these potions on future missions was suddenly very appealing. Standing up, Natasha's eyes glimmered with a newfound curiosity. "Does this potion work on internal damage as well?" she asked, her hand instinctively brushing over her abdomen. Yang Bo raised an eyebrow, catching the subtle significance of her question. He thought for a moment before smiling faintly. "I'm not sure, but you can give it a try." Reaching into his inventory, he pulled out another healing potion and handed it to her. "Drink it. Let's see if it has any effect," he said casually. Natasha hesitated only for a moment before taking the potion. Tilting her head back, she downed it in one go. Almost immediately, a soothing warmth spread through her body, like sinking into a hot spring. Years of grueling missions and injuries had left their mark on her, but now she felt something she hadn't experienced in a long time: relief. Her eyes fluttered shut for a moment as she savored the sensation. When she opened them again, she smiled at Yang Bo. "Thank you," she said sincerely. Yang Bo waved a hand dismissively. "It's nothing. I'm glad it helped. But if you want to be sure it worked, maybe get yourself checked out just in case." Natasha nodded thoughtfully. Excuse me, but could we focus on the wounded guy down here?" Coulson's voice, weak but clearly annoyed, interrupted their conversation. Yang Bo turned his head, only to see Coulson lying on the floor, wide awake but still looking utterly exasperated. Though his injuries had healed, the potion hadn't replenished his stamina or mental energy, leaving him drained. "How are you feeling? Can you stand?" Yang Bo asked, extending a hand to help him up. Coulson grabbed Yang Bo's hand and, with some effort, managed to get to his feet. "I was hiding in a corner, you know. That bullet must have ricocheted twice before it hit me. Otherwise, there's no way it could have reached me," Coulson said with a wry smile. Normally calm and dapper, he now looked more like someone who'd just seen a ghost. Still, ever the professional, Coulson quickly composed himself. "At least it didn't hit anything vital," he added. Natasha, standing nearby, smirked and tossed the bullet she had removed from Coulson toward him. "Here. A souvenir. Keep it as a reminder of your rare experience." Coulson caught the bullet and examined it before pulling another bullet from his jacket pocket. With a self-deprecating laugh, he said, "You're right, Natasha. Definitely a rare experience." Yang Bo turned to Fury, who had re-entered the room. "Looks like you found some military support. Hydra's been dealt a serious blow here at SHIELD headquarters, and I'd say my part in this is done for now, Yangbo said. Although, something tells me you're about to get very busy. While Hydra had been purged from the headquarters, Yangbo knew their reach extended far beyond this single location. SHIELD had branches all over the world, and in the original storyline, Hydra's uprising had left only 3 bases intact. Even the Triskelion had fallen. But thanks to Yangbo's intervention, the timeline had shifted dramatically. The headquarters remained standing, Fury had survived unscathed, and SHIELD now had time to prepare. With Pierce dead, Hydra would likely retreat and regroup, biding their time until they could strike again. For now, could you arrange for me to head back? Yangbo asked, ready to leave. Before Fury could respond, the sound of metal footsteps echoed through the hallway. Tony Stark entered the room, his armor gleaming. Hearing Yangbo's request, Tony immediately interjected, I'm coming with you. The rotorcraft touched down on the helipad outside Yangbo's rebuilt workshop. Dragging Bucky behind him like a sack of potatoes, Yangbo disembarked, Tony following close behind in his suit. Why are you bringing him back? Tony asked the moment they stepped off the aircraft. Despite the thick capture net cocooning Bucky, Tony's suit sensors had clearly identified the bound figure as the metal-armed adversary from earlier. Inside the workshop, Yangbo glanced at Tony and smiled. All my equipment was destroyed in the Hydra attack. Replacing it is going to be a pain, so I figured I'd call in a favor and maybe trade for a few things. Tony narrowed his eyes, suddenly feeling like prey under Yangbo's calculating gaze. He wasn't an idiot, it was obvious Yangbo was trying to use him. Still, Tony wasn't particularly concerned. Equipment was easy enough to spare, and Stark Industries stock had been soaring ever since he became Iron Man. Losing a few gadgets wouldn't hurt his bottom line. But Tony's curiosity was piqued. He wanted to see how Yangbo planned to convince him. Yangbo led Tony into the underground levels of the workshop. What had once been a modest safe house had been transformed into a sprawling bunker and laboratory. The space had been greatly expanded, and dozens of researchers were scattered around, discussing ideas and conducting simulations on laptops. With no proper equipment yet, they had to rely on makeshift tools and digital models. Yangbo's and Tony's arrival didn't go unnoticed. The researchers paused their work, their gazes shifting toward the 2 figures. Yangbo smiled warmly and addressed the group. Feel free to relax. The enemies who attacked us have been dealt with, and the Steel Battalion project can officially begin. Cheers erupted from the researchers, their faces lighting up with relief and excitement. For days, they had been waiting for this moment. Yet, many of them couldn't help but glance at Tony with undisguised curiosity. Their eyes seemed to say, is that Stark? Could we dissect his suit, ? Tony, feeling the weight of their stares, shifted uncomfortably. What's with the looks? I'm not a science experiment, he muttered. Yangbo chuckled. Relax, Stark. You're safe, probably. Yangbo leisurely dragged Bucky over to Ivan, the unconscious Winter Soldier bundled tightly in an array of capture nets. Ivan, who had been tinkering with some equipment, looked up, a hint of confusion in his gaze as he watched Yangbo carefully unwrapping the cocoon of nets. Tony, having exited his armor, stood nearby. His eyes flickered with curiosity as he glanced at Ivan, noting the missing arm. He seemed on the verge of saying something but quickly swallowed his words, forcing himself to remain silent. Ivan, for his part, didn't spare Tony a second glance and instead focused his attention on Yangbo. At that moment, an awkward scene unfolded. Bucky, who had regained consciousness at some point, stared at Yangbo in bewilderment, his eyes filled with wariness. Despite his enhanced strength and his powerful metal arm, he couldn't break free of the multiple layers of capture nets restraining him. Yangbo and Bucky locked eyes, the atmosphere suddenly growing tense. Breaking the silence, Yangbo smirked and said, "Should I knock you out again, or will you do us all a favor and close your eyes yourself?" Bucky's face twisted in confusion, and though his mind was clouded by Hydra's brainwashing, a small flicker of something human stirred within him. For a moment, he almost wanted to roll his eyes and respond, but his conditioning kept him silent. Seeing that Bucky wasn't going to cooperate, Yangbo turned to Ivan. "Find a way to knock him out again. What's about to happen might be too unpleasant for him to witness." Ivan gave Bucky a quick glance, then casually reached into his pocket and pulled out an oversized wrench. Yangbo raised an eyebrow in surprise, but Ivan smiled nonchalantly, as if to say, "This is just a small tool." Before Ivan could act, Tony quickly stepped forward, holding his hands up to stop him. Whoa, hold on. If you use that thing, I don't think he'll just pass out, you might kill him. Let me handle this. Reaching into his jacket pocket, Tony pulled out a small device and pressed it against Bucky's side. A sudden jolt of electricity coursed through Bucky's body, causing him to stiffen and convulse as if struck by lightning. Even with his enhanced physiology, he couldn't withstand the device's effects for long. After about 10 seconds, his body went limp and his eyes slowly closed. Yang Bo nodded approvingly. Not bad. Compact and effective. We should consider producing something similar ourselves. I could see this being very useful in the future. He was already imagining outfitting vampire hunters with specialized gear, everything from custom weapons to utility gadgets. These tools could be given to them in advance, with the cost to be repaid later through successful hunts. It's just a simple stun device. Easy to make, Ivan replied, his attention now fully on the unconscious Bucky. He studied the metal arm curiously, trying to recall if he'd ever encountered someone like this before. After a moment, he shook his head. Boss, who is he? Ivan asked. As Yang Bo began unwrapping the capture nets, he explained, he's Hydra's winter soldier, a brainwash tool they've been using as a weapon. Once Bucky was fully free from the nets, Yang Bo knelt down and tapped on the metal arm with his knuckles. This, he said with a grin, is the metal arm I promised you. See if you can take it off and use it. Ivan blinked in surprise, clearly not expecting Yang Bo to have literally taken the arm from someone else. But after a moment's thought, he shrugged. Yang Bo had done this for him, after all, so he didn't dwell on the ethics of it. Crouching down, he began examining the arm closely. Tony, intrigued, joined him. Yang Bo, knowing he would be of no help in this technical discussion, stood aside and watched as Ivan and Tony worked. Half an hour later, their examination was complete. Ivan and Tony had spent the time exchanging ideas and observations, and Tony had come to a humbling realization: even with just one arm, Ivan was more than capable of holding his own in a fight. While Tony could intellectually outmatch Ivan in terms of engineering, the physicality of their respective enhancements made it clear who would win in a direct confrontation. After their thorough analysis, Ivan looked up at Yang Bo and said, "This arm isn't going to come off easily. The only way to remove it is to cut it off completely." Yang Bo didn't bat an eye. He casually tossed a healing potion to Ivan, the gesture making his intentions clear. Ivan caught the potion and chuckled. Hold on, though. He was a hero during World War II, right? We should at least give him some anesthesia. The underground lab, while renovated to be functional and expansive, still lacked the necessary equipment for a proper procedure. Removing the arm here would be a crude and brutal process, with no anesthetics to dull the pain. Though Bucky had committed countless atrocities under Hydra's influence, his past as a war hero couldn't be ignored. Yang Bo wasn't opposed to violence, but he wasn't without a sense of fairness, especially when it came to someone who had once fought against fascism. Tony, overhearing the conversation, couldn't hide his curiosity. A hero from World War II? Wait a second. JARVIS, search for information on World War II and someone named Bucky, Tony commanded. Within moments, JARVIS's voice came through. Bucky Barnes, James Buchanan Barnes. A soldier during World War II, closely associated with Captain Steve Rogers. Hearing the name, Tony's eyes widened in recognition. He remembered hearing about Bucky Barnes during his visit to the Captain America exhibit at the Smithsonian. Despite his usual sharp tongue and frequent jabs at Steve Rogers, Tony held a deep respect for the heroes of World War II, even if he didn't often show it. After JARVIS's report, Tony turned to Bucky's unconscious form with a complicated expression. I can make you a mechanical arm, Tony said abruptly, addressing Yang Bo and Ivan. It'll be just as good, better, even. No need to take his. His intention was clear, he hoped to spare Bucky from further harm. Yang Bo, however, gave Tony a pointed look, his expression unreadable. Tony, we'll handle the arm ourselves. I trust Ivan's talent. Just seeing this arm has probably already given him plenty of inspiration. Tony frowned but didn't argue further. However, Yang Bo continued, I do need your help. I need equipment and materials, and for some of that, I'll need your connections. You know as well as I do that money alone can't buy everything. Tony sighed, recognizing the truth in Yang Bo's words. Fine. I'll help you get what you need. But what are you planning to do with him? Tony asked, nodding toward Bucky. Yang Bo smiled faintly, his tone light but laced with meaning. Don't worry. I'll take care of him. When the time comes, someone will show up with a lot of cash to take him off my hands or to finish him off. Either way, I'll make sure he's well-fed and in good condition until then. To Yang Bo, Bucky was a valuable asset, like a rare commodity waiting to be sold to the highest bidder. Whether he ended up in the hands of someone like Steve Rogers or Tony Stark, or was eliminated entirely, Yang Bo was confident he'd turn a profit. After all, in the Marvel universe, even enemies could be leveraged for gain. Yang Bo sat leisurely by the lake, enjoying the rare moment of tranquility. The gentle ripples on the water's surface mirrored his calm demeanor. Suddenly, the bobber on his fishing line dipped sharply, signaling a bite. With a swift motion, Yang Bo yanked the rod back, pulling a fish from the water and promptly storing it in his inventory. "How's everything going on your end?" he asked, his tone relaxed as he cast the line back into the water, waiting patiently for the next catch. On the other end of the phone call was Blade, the vampire hunter. Blade, ever busy, was in the midst of a hunt. As he spoke, his katana pierced through a vampire's chest, causing it to screech in agony before disintegrating into ash. "Without missing a beat," he replied, "Yang, Washington is crawling with vampires. You'd love it here. The smell alone nearly knocked me out when I first arrived." Blade's voice carried a mix of exasperation and dry humor, though the sheer number of vampires he described was no exaggeration. Hearing this, Yang Bo chuckled. "Sounds promising. How's the recruitment for the guild coming along? If it's just the two of us, there's no way we can clean up all these vampires." "I've already found a few suitable candidates," Blade replied. "Whistler's daughter has joined us here in Washington." Yang Bo raised an eyebrow in surprise. He was familiar with Whistler's daughter, a capable and striking woman who, in the storyline, had once collaborated with Blade in a human-led vampire hunting team. "Not bad," Yang Bo said, grinning. "Perfect timing. I'll head over and bring them into the guild. With new blood joining us, our efficiency in hunting vampires will skyrocket. Besides, once the guild grows big enough, everyone will need to pay a fee to level up. By then, I'll have a steady revenue stream, and upgrading to the highest level will be a piece of cake." The two continued chatting for a while until the sound of gunfire erupted on Blade's end. Realizing the hunter was busy, Yang Bo ended the call. Packing up his fishing gear, Yang Bo stood and stretched. The weather wasn't great, typical of autumn. The air was cool, and the sky had been overcast since morning, though it showed no signs of rain. As he walked back home, Yang Bo muttered to himself, "I'll take Pole and Alan to Washington. Pole's been climbing the walls with boredom lately, I'll just leave him there to keep busy." With most of the vampires in New York either dead or fled, Pole's nightly patrols had become a fruitless endeavor. Finding even one vampire was like winning the lottery, and Pole had grown increasingly restless. The events at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters were now days behind him. According to Coulson, S.H.I.E.L.D. had suffered a significant blow, with many of its international branches falling to Hydra's counterattacks. The only exceptions were the U.S. branches, which, with military support, managed to fend off Hydra's takeover. To Yang Bo's surprise, even the S.H.I.E.L.D. branch in China, despite its minimal staff of 12, including security guards, had successfully thwarted Hydra's infiltration. The rebellion had been crushed within hours thanks to local law enforcement, and all Hydra operatives were promptly imprisoned. Upon returning home, Yang Bo found Pole sound asleep, sprawled out as usual. Without hesitation, Yang Bo slapped him awake. The vampire's round, plump body collided with the wall before sliding to the ground. Groggily, Pole looked around, confused, until he spotted Yang Bo. His expression immediately brightened as he waddled over excitedly. "Boss, is it a vampire? Are we hunting vampires?" "You're a vampire," Yang Bo replied, exasperated. Pole's enthusiasm for hunting his own kind was almost more intense than Yang Bo's. He couldn't help but shake his head. This level of competition even among vampires was ridiculous. "Pack your things. We're heading to Washington. You'll finally get to hunt as much as you want," Yang Bo said. Pole let out a cheer, hopping around in excitement. Despite being older than Yang Bo by centuries, Pole often acted like an overgrown child. "I'm ready. Let's go, let's go," Pole exclaimed, circling Yang Bo energetically. Yang Bo sighed and began organizing his inventory, ensuring he packed the essentials, the injection chair, the invigorating altar, and other tools. This trip to Washington wasn't just about hunting vampires, he had bigger plans in mind. Stepping outside, he called for Alan, who was hard at work in the fields. Upon hearing Yang Bo's shout, Alan immediately dropped his tools and ran over, his face full of respect. "Boss, what do you need?" Alan asked, his demeanor so deferential it made Yang Bo slightly uncomfortable. "Get ready. We're heading to Washington. After 3 hours of driving, the trio finally arrived in Washington, D.C. While the capital lacked the fame and glamour of New York, young Bo knew it was the true heart of the United States. Following Blade's directions, they pulled up in front of a modest 2-story house. Yang Bo instructed Alan to park the car by the entrance. Through the window, Yang Bo spotted a familiar face, Whistler, his weathered features adding to his grizzled appearance. When Whistler saw Yang Bo step out of the car, he opened the door and approached, his expression stern. "What are you doing here?" Whistler asked, giving Yang Bo a quick, no-nonsense hug. His gaze then shifted to the car, where he noticed Pole sitting in the back seat. "What's with the oversized pet bat? Don't you think it's a little large?" Yang Bo chuckled. "That's Pole, one of my employees," he explained as they walked toward the house. "I'm here for guild business. Also, New York's vampire population has dwindled, so I brought my team to help clean up your trash." It was clear the house had been modified. Apart from the living and dining areas, the other rooms had been repurposed. Whistler led them to the basement, where Yang Bo immediately recognized another familiar figure. Grinning mischievously, Yang Bo stepped forward and said, "Karen. Still working with Blade, huh? So, any interest in becoming a vampire hunter? Or maybe you'd rather just become a vampire yourself? How's the preparation going on your end?" Yang Bo asked casually, sitting by the lake and enjoying the rare tranquility of the moment. The surface of the water rippled gently, a sign of life below. Suddenly, the bobber floating on the lake dipped sharply and disappeared beneath the surface. With a swift motion of his arm, Yang Bo yanked the fishing rod back. A fish leapt out of the water, flailing in the air for a moment before being neatly stored into his inventory. "All settled, right? So, how's the vampire situation in Washington?" "Honestly, I think Los Angeles is pretty great. Last time I went there, I found the place absolutely crawling with vampires. How about we head over there for some fun?" Yang Bo cast the line back into the water, waiting patiently for the next bite. On the other end of the phone was none other than Blade, the vampire hunter. Gripping his phone in one hand and his sharp katana in the other, Blade plunged the blade into the stomach of a vampire. The creature let out an ear-piercing shriek before dissolving into ash. Without missing a beat, Blade replied, "Yang, Washington's vampires will keep you plenty busy. You have no idea, when I first got here, the stench alone from these bloodsuckers almost knocked me out." His tone was exaggerated for effect, but it was clear the sheer number of vampires in Washington was overwhelming. Hearing this, Yang Bo chuckled. "How's the recruitment for the guild going? If it's just the two of us, there's no way we'll ever get rid of all these vampires." "I've already found a few promising candidates," Blade said. "Whistler's daughter is here in Washington too." Yang Bo raised an eyebrow in surprise. He knew Whistler's daughter, a capable and attractive woman who, in the storyline, had collaborated with Blade alongside a team of human vampire hunters. "Not bad," Yang Bo said with a grin. "Perfect timing. I'll drop by and bring them into the guild. With new recruits, our efficiency in hunting vampires will definitely skyrocket." In his mind, Yang Bo was already envisioning the success of his garlic injection syringes. He firmly believed that anyone eager to hunt vampires wouldn't hesitate to join the guild. For those seeking strength and power, becoming a vampire hunter was an excellent path. Once the guild grew large enough, Yang Bo planned to introduce additional fees for leveling up. With a steady stream of income from these upgrades, climbing to the top himself would be effortless. The two chatted for a while longer until the sound of gunfire erupted on Blade's end. Realizing Blade was in the middle of action, Yang Bo ended the call. Packing up his fishing gear, Yang Bo stood and stretched. The weather wasn't particularly pleasant, cool and overcast, typical of early autumn. Since morning, the sky had been blanketed with clouds, but no rain had fallen yet. As he strolled back home, Yang Bo sighed and muttered to himself, "I'll bring Pole and Alan to Washington. Pole's been going stir-crazy lately. I'll just leave him there this time." The vampire population in New York had dwindled significantly. Most had either been killed or fled. These days, Pole's nightly patrols rarely yielded anything. If he managed to find even one vampire, it would be a miracle. The events at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters were now several days behind him. According to Coulson, S.H.I.E.L.D. had suffered a severe blow. While the U.S. branches, with military assistance, managed to fend off Hydra's counterattacks, most international branches had fallen to Hydra's control. What shocked Yang Bo the most, however, was that the S.H.I.E.L.D. branch in China had also successfully resisted the rebellion. Initially, Yang Bo found this hard to believe. But upon learning the details, he couldn't help but laugh. The Chinese Shield branch had a total staff of 12 people, including security guards. The rebellion lasted less than 12 hours before local law enforcement stepped in and resolved the situation. Every Hydra operative was arrested and sent to prison the same day. Returning home, Yang Bo found Pol sprawled out and snoring loudly. Without hesitation, Yang Bo slapped him awake. The plump vampire's rotund body flew into the wall and slid down with a thud. Groggily, Pol blinked and looked around, confused, until his eyes landed on Yang Bo. His face lit up with excitement as he waddled over. "Boss, are there vampires to hunt?" Pol asked eagerly. Yang Bo stared at him, utterly speechless. "Vampires? You are a vampire," he replied, his tone dripping with exasperation. Pol, a vampire himself, was somehow more enthusiastic about hunting his own kind than Yang Bo, the vampire hunter. The level of competition in this world was truly absurd. "Get ready. We're heading to Washington. You can hunt to your heart's content there." Pol let out a cheer and began hopping around in excitement. Over time, Yang Bo had grown accustomed to Pol's antics. Despite being centuries older than Yang Bo, Pol often acted like an overgrown child with boundless energy. "Boss, let's go right now." "I'm ready," Pol exclaimed, circling Yang Bo like an oversized puppy. After organizing his inventory, Yang Bo made sure to pack the essentials. This trip to Washington wasn't just about hunting vampires, he had other plans in mind. Among the items he packed were the injection chair and the invigorating altar. Walking outside, Yang Bo spotted Alan working diligently in the fields. He called out, and Alan immediately dropped his tools to run over, his expression respectful. "Boss, what do you need?" Alan asked, his tone deferential. "Get ready. We're heading to Washington soon." 3 hours later, the group arrived in Washington, D.C. While not as famous or glamorous as New York, Yang Bo knew the capital held its own importance. Following Blade's directions, they reached their destination, a modest 2-story house. Yang Bo instructed Alan to park the car by the entrance. Through the window, Yang Bo spotted a familiar face, Whistler. The man's weathered features betrayed his years of experience. Upon seeing Yang Bo step out of the car, Whistler opened the door, his expression stern. "What are you doing here?" Whistler asked, giving Yang Bo a quick, no-nonsense hug. His gaze then shifted to Pol, who was sitting in the back seat. "What's with the oversized pet bat? Isn't it a little large?" Yang Bo chuckled. "That's Pol, one of my employees," he explained as they walked toward the house. "I'm here for guild business. Also, the vampire population in New York has dried up, so I brought my team to clean up your trash." It was clear the house had been modified. Beyond the living and dining areas, the other rooms had been repurposed. Whistler led them to the basement, where Yang Bo immediately recognized another familiar figure. With a mischievous grin, Yang Bo approached and said, "Karen. Still working with Blade, huh? So, any interest in becoming a vampire hunter? Or maybe, becoming a vampire yourself?" After the misunderstanding was cleared up, the newcomers slowly lowered their weapons. Reputation, as they say, casts a long shadow, and Yang Bo's name had gained such notoriety among vampires that it now rivaled Blade's. The tales of his methods were what really set him apart. Blade was known to kill vampires swiftly, but those who barely escaped Yang Bo's clutches spread stories of his twisted ways. They claimed he didn't even use silver weapons, just an iron axe and a wooden stake, which he wielded to torment vampires to death in the most excruciating ways possible. If Yang Bo ever found out about these rumors, he'd certainly cry out in protest, insisting that his low-damage weapons were purely for better loot drops. How could he be blamed for sticking to efficient gameplay mechanics? The group of newcomers quickly approached Yang Bo. The man leading them extended his hand, his face filled with admiration. "I'm Hannibal King, also known as the Night Stalker. It's an honor to meet you." Yang Bo stared at him and replied flatly, "You're celebrating way too soon." Then, with a strange expression, he added, "Let me ask you something, do you know anyone named Deadpool?" Hannibal King blinked, momentarily taken aback by Yang Bo's first response. He thought for a moment before shaking his head. "Sorry, I don't know anyone by that name." Yang Bo looked at Hannibal King's face, a face identical to Deadpool's, and felt an overwhelming urge to roll his eyes. In the original storyline, this guy was played by Ryan Reynolds, the same actor who portrayed both Deadpool and Green Lantern. Before Yang Bo could dwell on it, Hannibal King spoke up, his excitement returning. "Bo, can I borrow the title Night Hunter? That's such a badass name." It's way better than the Night Stalkers we came up with. Blade mentioned your Hunters Guild, can we join? Yang Bo sighed, shaking his head in resignation. It seemed his reputation was destined to be misunderstood. Looking at Hannibal, he said, your chatterbox personality really does remind me of Deadpool. Hannibal King's face lit up. Really? If I ever meet this Deadpool, I'll definitely introduce myself. Sounds like a fun guy. Yang Bo shrugged. He had no idea if Deadpool even existed in this universe. The X-Men certainly didn't seem to, but Deadpool operated on his own logic. If the guy suddenly appeared one day, Yang Bo wouldn't even be surprised. If the opportunity arises, I'll introduce you to, Yang Bo said. Now, it seems Blade has already told you about the Hunters Guild. If you want to join, that's fine, but you'll need to pass some tests first. The others immediately gathered closer, curiosity evident in their expressions. What kind of test? Do we need to kill vampires? One of them asked eagerly. Even Whistler's daughter stepped forward, eyeing Yang Bo with interest. Yang Bo smiled at their enthusiasm. Then, from his inventory, he pulled out a garlic injection syringe and raised it into the air. It's simple. Think of it as a perk of joining the guild. All you need to do is take a shot of this special serum. It'll enhance your physical abilities and grant you special powers, making vampire hunting much easier. The group exchanged uncertain glances. This didn't sound like a test at all. Albert, one of the recruits, voiced the group's thoughts. Bo, that doesn't sound like a test at all. Yang Bo waved dismissively. Oh, trust me, it's a test. He shook the syringe slightly, the garlic juice inside swirling ominously. This is 100% pure garlic extract, my own secret formula. You just need to endure a few seconds of pain, and you'll emerge reborn. Hearing this, the group collectively took 2 steps back. Their faces were a mix of apprehension and horror. Even Hannibal King, normally so lively and talkative, fell silent. At that moment, they finally understood why vampires called Yang Bo the Butcher. This guy wasn't just ruthless to vampires, he was ruthless to his own allies. That syringe looked like it could take down an elephant, let alone a regular person. Yang Bo merely smiled, saying nothing further. He walked to the corner of the basement and retrieved a red injection chair from his inventory, placing it down with a dramatic flair. Turning back to the group, he asked, so, who wants to go first? Pass the test, and you'll become an official member of the guild, complete with special powers. His gaze swept over their faces, but as expected, no one stepped forward. The syringe alone was intimidating, and the cloudy garlic bits floating inside didn't help. The whole thing looked more like hot pot sauce than a medical solution. If no one's willing, then I'll just, Yang Bo began, but he was interrupted by a voice. Turning toward the source, he was surprised to see Whistler stepping forward. Whistler casually pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, tossing one to Yang Bo before lighting one for himself. Taking a deep drag, he exhaled a puff of smoke and said, I'll do it. I'm getting old, and if I don't make a change now, I won't be able to keep up with vampire hunting in a couple of years. While this was indeed one of Whistler's reasons, there was another. He had seen enough of Yang Bo's strange abilities to trust that this wasn't a reckless gamble. Father! Albert cried out, clearly worried. Whistler waved him off. Relax. I trust him. Yang Bo grinned, patting the red injection chair. If you're ready to officially join the guild, have a seat. Without hesitation, Whistler walked over, sat down, and reclined in the chair. Holding the cigarette in his mouth, he said nonchalantly, let's get this over with. Just a heads up, it's not life-threatening, but it will hurt. A lot. Whistler, make sure you're prepared for that, Yang Bo warned. Whistler gave a faint smile. Kid, I've been through more pain in my life than you can imagine. I'm numb to it by now. Before he could finish, Yang Bo plunged the syringe into his arm. The garlic serum injected itself automatically, and Whistler's reaction was immediate. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, his face turned pale, and the veins on his body bulged grotesquely under the strain. Under normal circumstances, such intense pain would have caused anyone to pass out. But Whistler clung to consciousness, his body trembling as he endured the ordeal. A few seconds later, the pain subsided. Whistler slumped back in the chair like a lifeless fish, staring blankly at the ceiling. While the physical pain was gone, the mental toll left him visibly shaken. Albert rushed to his father's side. Father, are you okay? Are you crying? Yang Bo, meanwhile, casually tossed the empty syringe back into his inventory and pulled out a fresh one, grinning at the rest of the group. You see? The first time is always rough, but it gets better. Don't worry, this serum won't kill you. Oh, and I mean it won't result in any unexpected new life forms either. Now, let Whistler recover for a bit, and you can decide who's next. The group stared at Yang Bo, then at the syringe, then at Whistler, who looked like he'd aged 10 years in 10 seconds. None of them moved. The room was silent, save for the occasional nervous gulp. After a few minutes of rest, Whistler's weathered face gradually regained some color. He finally managed to recover from the excruciating pain that had nearly broken him. Slowly rising from the injection chair, he realized that his clothes were completely drenched in sweat, as if he had just undergone a grueling baptism. I don't think I'll ever fear any kind of torture again, Whistler remarked, his voice tinged with both awe and exhaustion. Hearing his words, Yang Bo glanced at him, a hint of sympathy flashing in his eyes. Ever since his own abilities became fully digitized, he had lost the ability to feel physical pain. When he transitioned into a vampire hunter, the process had been automatic. He didn't go through the agony of garlic serum injections like this. As a result, he could only imagine how intense the pain must be. In his mind, Yang Bo guessed that the pain was probably worse than the infamous toothpick under the toenail and kick the wall scenario. Otherwise, someone as experienced and tough as Whistler wouldn't be in such a state. Yang Bo turned to the group and said, "Alright, who's next? Hannibal, how about you go? Don't worry, there's no risk to your life. Look at Whistler, he's fine now, isn't he?" Hannibal King hesitated, his face betraying his uncertainty. Whistler's earlier scream had thoroughly shaken him. He couldn't fathom what kind of pain could make someone like Whistler, who seemed unshakable, cry out like that. Just as Hannibal was wavering, Albert, who was helping steady Whistler, suddenly declared firmly, "I'll go. If my father can do it, so can I." Albert's determined gaze locked onto Yang Bo, unwavering. Whistler, seeing the resolve in his daughter's eyes, felt a pang of reluctance. "Albert, it's really painful. You don't have to do this." But Albert shook her head, releasing her father's hand and walking straight toward the injection chair. She carefully set down her bow and quiver, her movements deliberate. "Let's do this," she said, her voice carrying a mix of nervousness and determination. Whistler sighed, realizing there was no dissuading her. Deep down, he couldn't deny that the transformation had significantly revitalized him. The strength he had thought long gone was now coursing through his veins again. Yang Bo approached Albert, who was now lying in the chair, and smiled. Holding the garlic serum syringe in his hand, he prepared to administer the injection. "Alright, it's going to hurt a lot. Brace yourself. I'll count to 3, and then we'll begin," Yang Bo instructed. Albert bit her lip, her nervousness evident. Taking 2 deep breaths, she nodded firmly at Yang Bo. 3. Before she could process his countdown, Yang Bo swiftly plunged the syringe into her arm. Albert didn't even last 0.1 seconds. The searing pain that radiated from the injection site overwhelmed her almost instantly. It was a sensation beyond words, like fire coursing through her veins, consuming her from within. Her heart felt like it was being squeezed in a vice, making it almost impossible to breathe. At that moment, Blade burst into the room. Hearing the piercing scream from the basement, he had been gripped by a sense of foreboding. Weapon in hand, he rushed in, only to stop in his tracks, bewildered by the scene before him. "What the hell is going on here?" Blade demanded, his eyes scanning the room. His gaze landed on Yang Bo, who stood calmly beside Whistler. A gut feeling told Blade that the earlier scream was somehow connected to him. Sheathing his sword with a sharp motion, Blade strode over to Yang Bo, his expression serious. "You're here," Blade said. "What was that scream about?" Yang Bo shrugged nonchalantly. "Nothing major, just recruiting a few new members for the guild." Meanwhile, Albert, who had endured the worst of the pain, was beginning to recover. Though her body was still weak, she managed to glare at Yang Bo with a mix of exhaustion and annoyance. "FUCK, you didn't finish the countdown," she muttered weakly. Yang Bo couldn't help but laugh. Turning to Whistler, he said, "Your daughter's tougher than you. She already has the energy to argue with me about this." He then addressed the rest of the group. "Alright, it's your turn. If you want to fight vampires, you'll need more strength than what you have now." The others exchanged uneasy glances. Hannibal King, after a moment of internal struggle, clenched his jaw and stepped forward. As a former vampire himself, he knew all too well the immense power vampires possessed. Before long, the basement was once again filled with screams of agony. Blade, now fully understanding the source of the earlier scream, quietly observed the process with a furrowed brow. Meanwhile, Yang Bo patiently explained the basics to the group: how to use wooden stakes, the effects of various potions, and other essentials. The recruits were transitioning into vampire hunters, unlike Steve Rogers' path. They lacked the means to create specialized weapons and potions, relying instead on existing equipment. Without the transition, they wouldn't even have access to exclusive tools and weapons. You'll notice that after killing a vampire with a stake, it'll drop something like this: vampire blood. As he spoke, Yang Bo pulled a vial of vampire blood from his inventory, holding it up for the group to see. Blade, curious, asked, "That's something vampires drop when they die? Why haven't I seen it before?" For those without a specific background tied to Yang Bo's system, monster drops were essentially invisible. Blade had only heard Yang Bo mention them once but had never witnessed such an item himself. "Yeah, you can't see it. But tonight, I'll take them out for some field training. By the way, Blade, have you ever considered transitioning into a vampire like Pole?" Yang Bo asked, turning to him. Yang Bo didn't dare suggest Blade transition into a vampire hunter. After all, Blade, despite his unique nature, was still fundamentally a vampire. In the game-like mechanics of Yang Bo's world, a vampire injecting garlic serum would be a guaranteed instant death. Blade fell silent, seriously contemplating the question. The idea of transforming into a bat was undeniably tempting. "Are there any downsides?" Blade eventually asked. Yang Bo smiled and explained, "Before level 4, you'd have a weakness to garlic. Other than that, you'd be about the same as you are now." Blade caught the implied nuance in Yang Bo's words and pressed further. "Level 4? What happens after level 4? At level 4, you develop a weakness to sunlight and might find yourself at a disadvantage when facing hunters of the same level," Yang Bo elaborated. Seeing Blade's deepening frown, Yang Bo decided to lay all the cards on the table, outlining the benefits of becoming a vampire. "Let me tell you some of the perks of being a vampire. As you level up, you'll gain access to special abilities: turning into a bat, summoning bats, night vision, invisibility, teleportation." Before Blade could respond, the rest of the group, who had been listening intently, were practically drooling at the list of abilities. However, aside from Blade, no one else seemed tempted. They understood that becoming a vampire would go against everything they stood for, so they remained steadfast in their silence. The vampires of Washington were unknowingly celebrating their final night of freedom. In a dark alley that seemed like a perfect refresh point for vampires and vagrants alike, the once silent space had become lively. A group of 5 or 6 people, accompanied by a fat bat and a skinny bat, surrounded a young vampire who had collapsed on the ground. The young vampire's face was filled with terror as he sat paralyzed on the ground, frantically trying to retreat, as if he were the victim of a horrible bullying incident. Yang Bo gripped his shimmering diamond sword tightly, plunging it mercilessly into the vampire's abdomen. With his other hand, he conjured a cloth seemingly out of thin air and stuffed it quickly into the vampire's mouth just as the creature tried to scream. Yang Bo's expression showed no hint of mercy as he began his impromptu lecture. "You should all be able to see the health bar above his head, right? It's pretty straightforward, just like in a game. All you need to do is whittle his health down to 15%, and the task is complete." With that, Yang Bo withdrew the diamond sword and stabbed the vampire twice more in quick succession. The health bar above the vampire's head dwindled down to just a sliver. As the vampire groaned weakly, Yang Bo casually rifled through his pockets, eventually pulling out $40. Fortune smiled upon him, as the vampire also wore a watch on his wrist, which Yang Bo didn't hesitate to pocket. Once his demonstration was complete, Yang Bo turned to Albert and said, "Take the stake I gave you and finish him off." Albert obediently pulled out the wooden stake, driving it into the vampire's chest without hesitation. Despite her youth, she approached the task of killing a vampire as naturally as drinking water. In the game, staking a vampire required an attack from behind to trigger the special effect. In reality, however, it was much simpler. As long as the vampire's health was reduced to below 15%, the stake would work as a one-hit kill. When the stake pierced the vampire's body, the health bar above his head instantly emptied, and his body burst into flames. A vampire blood vial and a pair of vampire fangs dropped from the ashes, leaving everyone stunned. For the first time, they fully believed Yang Bo's words. This is amazing. Incredible. But isn't this a bit cumbersome? If we used silver weapons, wouldn't it only take one strike to kill the vampire? Why are we getting a bottle of blood? And why is it conveniently stored in a glass vial? Stop asking questions. The guild leader said it's just the rules, so it's the rules. Hearing their chatter, Yang Bo nodded in satisfaction before explaining, "Don't worry about the bottle." Also, when facing a large number of vampires, or if you're unsure of your own abilities, you should absolutely use more powerful weapons. Use silver weapons if you have them, heck, use missiles if you can get your hands on them. But when dealing with easier targets, it's better to use stakes. After all, you'll need these materials to improve your abilities. The group nodded in agreement, understanding the logic behind Yang Bo's methods. At that moment, Hannibal King asked, "So, how many materials do we need to level up our abilities?" Yang Bo thought for a moment and replied, "To reach level 1, you'll need 6 vials. For level 2, 12 vials. Level 3 takes 18, and so on. But you can only level up to 4 with these materials. After that, you'll need higher grade resources. Once you encounter stronger vampires, you'll naturally figure it out. Oh, and I'll charge a 2-vial processing fee for each level up. This way, we can help new members level up faster in the future." He made the system clear and emphasized the importance of the processing fee. Yang Bo wanted to expedite the group's growth, ensuring they'd be more effective in hunting vampires. "Alright, let's move on to the next vampire." At that moment, the skinny bat flapping alongside the group suddenly spoke in Blade's voice. "Yang, I want to go off on my own for a bit to test out my new abilities." The skinny bat was, of course, none other than Blade himself. After much persuasion and a little temptation from Yang Bo, along with the assurance that he could revert back if he ever regretted it, Blade had agreed to transition into a vampire blade. What followed had been quite amusing. Using the invigoration altar, Yang Bo had leveled Blade up to level 4. Further progression was temporarily impossible, as the altar needed upgrading and additional materials. Even so, Blade had already felt significant improvements in his combat abilities. Yang Bo readily agreed to Blade's request, grinning as he said, "Be careful out there. Also, see if you can scout out the strongest vampire family in Washington. Once we know, we can pay them a visit together." The group spent the entire night hunting vampires, learning and growing along the way. Washington, as an early-game hunting ground, was incredibly rewarding. The thrill of the hunt was so engaging that Yang Bo completely lost track of time. It wasn't until the first light of dawn appeared on the horizon that he reluctantly led the group back to Blade's base. 27 vials of vampire blood, 2 vampire tones, and 1 pure blood. I'll hold on to these materials for now. If you want to level up, you'll need to come with me to New York. I can't do it here, Yang Bo explained. Despite their night-long hunt, the group was brimming with energy, showing no signs of fatigue. They had no objections to Yang Bo's words. At that moment, Blade flew into the room and transformed back into his original form. Clearly, he had overheard Yang Bo's remark. "Take them to New York first," Blade said. "Once they're stronger, it'll be easier for them to hunt vampires." Yang Bo beamed at Blade, his tone teasing. "Don't worry, I'll take good care of them. But, how are you feeling? Enjoying the new abilities?" Triggered by the infamous Wang Jing's true fragrance law, Blade couldn't help but grin, flashing a set of pearly white teeth. "The abilities are fantastic, especially the flight. I can feel my physical strength has improved too." Yang Bo's hearty laughter echoed through the basement. After some light-hearted conversation, Albert, Hannibal, and the others said their goodbyes and left, as they didn't live at the base. Yang Bo glanced around the basement, then turned to Whistler and Blade. "If you don't mind, I'd like to expand this basement. It's way too cramped, there's barely enough room to turn around when everyone's here." Blade scanned the room and nodded. "Do what you need to. The space is small, but if you're expanding, it's best to dig deeper. If you expand horizontally at this depth, you might accidentally break into someone else's basement. That'd be awkward." Yang Bo chuckled at Blade's point. The last thing he wanted was to accidentally dig into a neighbor's basement. What a mess that would be. More importantly, he planned to build a new nether portal here to test how long it would take to travel between Washington and New York. Thud. A brand new underground space had been excavated under Yang Bo's diligent efforts. It wasn't particularly large, covering only about 900 square meters. While it might seem spacious at first glance, in the context of Minecraft, it was merely a 30 by 30 block room, a modest size by all accounts. "Phew, now it's time to set up the portal. I'll have to dig out a smaller room for it," Yang Bo said, turning to Blade, who had been closely supervising his work the entire time. "Blade, you're coming with me later to test something. I want to see if others can survive in a certain place." The Nether, a realm filled with mystery and danger, was Yang Bo's intended destination. With its scorching lava lakes and ferocious monsters, it was not a place for the faint of heart. However, Yang Bo, with his digitized body, was immune to its environmental hazards. To ensure the safety of others in his group, he decided to use Blade as a guinea pig to gauge the realm's survivability. Blade's exceptional physical resilience made him the perfect candidate. Even if something went wrong, it was unlikely to cost him his life, probably. Blade, his gaze fixed on the empty space around him, was lost in thought. He couldn't help but wonder if he should ask Yang Bo to dig out similar spaces whenever they visited other cities. Wasting such a unique ability by not utilizing it wherever possible would practically be a crime in his eyes. Hearing Yang Bo's words snapped Blade out of his reverie. He looked over, curiosity evident on his face. A portal? The Nether? Yang, where exactly are you trying to send me? Yang Bo picked up his pickaxe and began carving a small room into the wall with practiced precision. Without pausing his work, he replied, "It's a very unique world. But it's probably quite hot there. Since I can't feel heat due to my special condition, I need you to go in and check it out for me." As he spoke, Yang Bo skillfully constructed a hidden 2x3 piston door using sticky pistons, completing the mechanism with a seamless flow. Blade raised an eyebrow, suspicion creeping into his mind. A new world? That sounds impossible. All right, fine. If you're so confident, I'll do it. Although Blade initially seemed doubtful, he suddenly thought of someone: Ghost Rider, a man engulfed in flames. Ghost Rider had been transformed by a contract with Mephisto from the depths of hell. If such a being could exist, then the existence of another world didn't seem entirely implausible. Before long, Yang Bo completed the nether portal's obsidian frame. Taking out a flint and steel, he struck it lightly, igniting the frame. The flames instantly transformed into a swirling, ethereal purple portal. Blade's eyes widened in disbelief, his jaw dropping open. His mind raced with incredulity. That's it? That's all it takes? This feels more casual than my level up yesterday. At least that had lightning and dramatic effects. But this, a portal to another world, just popped into existence without any flair. It feels so unreal. Yang Bo casually tossed his respawn anchor into a corner of the room before turning to Blade, who was still frozen in shock. "Hey, stop staring into space," Yang Bo called out. "Blade, I'm going in first to check things out. If it's safe, I'll come back for you." "Got it. I'll wait here," Blade replied, his gaze locked on the portal with a mixture of curiosity and wariness. Seeing that Blade had snapped out of his daze, Yang Bo wasted no time. After a few quick instructions, he stepped into the portal. Within 3 seconds, his figure disappeared from Blade's sight. The Nether. A miraculous obsidian portal stood amidst a desolate, gray-white landscape. Dandruff Canyon? Yang Bo muttered as he emerged from the portal, greeted by a sky filled with floating white ash. The scene instantly made him uncomfortable. Dandruff Canyon, also known as the Basalt Deltas, was one of the many biomes in the Nether. Its air was thick with swirling ash particles, hence the nickname. In the Nether's hazardous terrain, the Basalt Deltas were among the least popular biomes. The area was resource scarce, dominated by jagged basalt and blackstone pillars. Even the most skilled parkour experts would struggle here, risking fatal falls into lava with every misstep. The biome's creatures were limited to magma cubes, ghasts, and striders, making it a challenging area for exploration. The only silver lining Yang Bo could find was the occasional appearance of piglin bastions. Spotting a massive black structure in the distance, his eyes gleamed with anticipation. After scanning the area and confirming that no ghasts were nearby, Yang Bo carefully encased the portal with obsidian blocks to protect it from potential attacks. Better call Blade over and explore together, he decided. Returning to the overworld, Yang Bo nearly collided with Blade, who was leaning in to peer into the portal. "Damn it, Blade! What are you doing?" Yang Bo exclaimed, startled. If it weren't for his digitized body, he might have had a heart attack. "My bad. I was just curious about what's floating out of the portal," Blade said, pointing to the faint purple particles drifting out of the portal. The particles faded into the air after traveling about half a meter. Yang Bo sighed, shaking his head. "It's nothing, just some portal effects. Come on, let's head in together." Blade nodded, following Yang Bo back into the portal. 3 seconds later, both figures reappeared in the Nether. Yang Bo kept a close eye on Blade, one hand gripping a fire resistance potion and the other holding a bucket of milk ready to handle any emergencies. To his relief, Blade showed no signs of discomfort. Instead, he seemed intrigued, his gaze wandering curiously over the alien landscape. So this is another world? What's out there? Blade asked, his excitement evident. Yang Bo exhaled in relief, replying, "Good, you're fine. Looks like the nether doesn't harm ordinary people. Follow me closely and watch your step." Opening the protective door around the portal, Yang Bo revealed the expansive, otherworldly terrain of the basalt deltas. A wave of heat hit them as Blade stepped out, his eyes widening at the sight. This is underground? Did you dig this out?" Blade asked, his voice filled with disbelief. The towering basalt pillars and cavernous expanse stretched endlessly, with the sky-high ceiling adding to the surreal atmosphere. Everything was made of blocks identical to the ones Yang Bo had been mining earlier. Blade couldn't fathom how much effort it would take to construct such an enormous space. "No, this is a naturally generated world." "So? Feeling any discomfort?" Yang Bo asked, his attention split between Blade's physical state and the health bar floating above his head. Blade's vital signs seemed fine, much to Yang Bo's relief. Blade took a moment to assess himself and shook his head. "No, I feel great." "Good. Stay close to me," Yang Bo instructed, beginning to bridge the gaps in the treacherous terrain with blocks as he moved toward the distant piglin bastion. Suddenly, a piercing screech echoed through the air. Yang Bo instinctively pulled out his shield and diamond sword, readying himself for combat. Blade followed his gaze, spotting a massive ghast hovering ominously in the air. The creature's grotesque appearance made Blade gasp in shock. "What the hell is that?" Blade exclaimed, his voice betraying both awe and apprehension. Under Blade's watchful, highly alert gaze, the enormous ghast that had suddenly appeared opened its massive mouth. In an instant, a head-sized, blazing fireball shot toward their position like a cannonball. Instinctively, Blade prepared to dodge, but before he could act, he noticed Yang Bo striking an absurd baseball batter pose. He soon realized the reason behind Yang Bo's peculiar stance. With a loud thwack, Yang Bo swung his weapon, smashing the fireball back toward the white monster. Unfortunately, his aim was off, and the ghast's agile movements allowed it to dodge effortlessly, its floating sidestep as infuriating as it was effective. "Damn it, this thing even knows how to sidestep. Blade, you deal with it. It only spits fireballs. Just find an opportunity to bat the fireball back and blow it up. Be careful, though, don't blow yourself up in the process," Yang Bo said, his tone a mix of annoyance and resignation. "If all else fails, just shoot it. Its health isn't particularly high," he added dismissively. Blade nodded reflexively, agreeing to take on the task. Still, his curiosity got the better of him. "What exactly is that thing?" he asked, glancing at the floating creature. "That's a ghast, a unique monster in this world," Yang Bo explained as he continued placing blocks to bridge across the treacherous terrain. "It looks big and intimidating, but it's actually pretty weak." For a moment, Yang Bo found himself appreciating the company. Exploring the nether alone could get excruciatingly dull, but having someone around to share the experience made it much more bearable. The ghast launched another fireball, and this time, Blade was ready. Mimicking Yang Bo's earlier actions, he swung his weapon with all his might, sending the fireball hurtling straight back toward its source. The fireball struck the ghast dead-on, triggering a violent explosion. The massive white creature let out a final, haunting screech before disintegrating into ash. Yang Bo smiled with satisfaction as the sound of the blast echoed across the desolate biome. "Good. Nicely done," he praised. Blade watched as the ghast's body turned red and collapsed, evaporating into a cloud of smoke. From the remnants, several items fell to the ground. "Yang, it dropped something!" Blade shouted, his excitement palpable. "Yep, ghasts drop gunpowder and gas tears upon death," Yang Bo explained. "They're important alchemy ingredients, but it's too far away, don't bother picking them up." Blade, though brimming with curiosity about the mysterious items, resisted the temptation to fly over and investigate. He had been itching to test his newfound bat transformation ability, but Yang Bo's cautionary tone made him hold back. Instead, he obediently followed Yang Bo, keeping close as they ventured toward the looming black structure in the distance. As they moved, Blade caught sight of other creatures, massive magma cubes and the peculiar red striders. Each had its own unique, blocky form, exuding an inexplicable sense of strangeness that Blade found oddly unsettling yet fascinating. The piglin bastion wasn't far from the portal, and soon enough, the duo arrived at its imposing blackstone walls. "Blade, be careful," Yang Bo warned, hefting his pickaxe. With practiced precision, he dug out a small opening in the wall to peek inside. Swoosh! An arrow shot out from the gap like lightning, striking Yang Bo square in the forehead. Blade's reflexes kicked in immediately, and he unleashed a torrent of bullets into the fortress. -2. -2. -2. Unfortunately, the bullets had minimal effect on the creatures inside. They were barely scratched. Yang Bo, visibly annoyed by the ambush, cursed under his breath. Grabbing his diamond sword, he thrust it into the gap, stabbing the offending piglin on the other side. The creature's health bar plummeted to 0, and it collapsed, dropping its loot. "Damn sneaky bastards," Yang Bo muttered, spitting his disdain at the fallen piglin. Turning around, Yang Bo noticed Blade's wide-eyed expression. Blade wasn't staring at the piglin, he was staring at the arrow lodged deep in Yang Bo's head. "Are you okay?" Blade asked, his concern evident. Yang Bo paused for a moment before realizing what had caught Blade's attention. With a chuckle, he reached up to grab the arrow, only for his hand to pass through it like a phantom. "Don't worry about it," Yang Bo said reassuringly. "It doesn't actually hurt me, it's just a visual glitch. Anyway, I wanted to remind you that you now have the ability to drain life force. For close-range creatures like these, you can just use your life-draining ability to kill them. No need to waste bullets." Blade nodded, his hand brushing against the arrow in Yang Bo's head for confirmation. When it passed through harmlessly, he finally relaxed. "I'm still getting used to all of this," he admitted. The death of the piglin seemed to trigger a chain reaction. A chorus of grunts and snorts erupted from within the bastion, and soon, several more piglins appeared, including a massive piglin brute. True to its name, the piglin brute wielded a massive golden axe and exuded an air of raw power. It wore no armor and didn't bother picking up any that lay around. Even players clad in the strongest netherite armor would find themselves vulnerable to its devastating attacks. Taking advantage of the small gap in the wall, Yang Bo repeatedly stabbed at the incoming piglins with his diamond sword. Blade, meanwhile, began experimenting with his life-draining ability. The regular piglins fell quickly, though Yang Bo's head ended up with 3 more arrows sticking out of it for his troubles. The piglin brute, with its 50 health points, paced furiously inside the bastion, clearly frustrated. It desperately tried to reach the gap and deliver a crushing blow with its axe. However, its efforts were in vain. After some time, it, too, collapsed. "Man, that piglin brute had way too much health," Blade commented, still marveling at the strange world around him. The fantastical environment, the bizarre creatures, and the fortress's rugged design all left him endlessly fascinated. "Yang, these creatures, do they have no intelligence? I mean, there's a huge gap here, but none of them try to crawl through," Blade began to ask. But when he turned to look at Yang Bo, he couldn't hold back his laughter. Yang Bo now had 4 arrows sticking out of his face, giving him an utterly ridiculous appearance. "I'm sorry, I'm not laughing on purpose," Blade said, struggling to regain composure. Yang Bo took a deep breath, suppressing his irritation. "Laugh one more time, and I'll make you stand in front next time," he warned. "Now, let's get moving." With that, Yang Bo enlarged the gap in the wall and charged into the bastion. The sound of grunting piglins filled the air, keeping him on high alert. He knew all too well how easily a piglin brute could turn the tide with its powerful attacks. That's when he spotted a chest. After carefully surveying the area and confirming no monsters were nearby, Yang Bo approached the chest cautiously and opened it. Glowstone arrows, crying obsidian, netherwort, and gold ingots, not bad. Yang Bo said, nodding in approval. If this were a game, he'd complain about the chest's mediocre contents. But in reality, as long as the chest wasn't empty, it felt like a jackpot. Blade, on the other hand, stared at the contents with wide eyes. "Yang, is this gold?" he asked, his voice filled with awe. Yang Bo emptied the chest's contents into his inventory, then turned to see Blade practically glued to the gilded blackstone walls, his hands scratching at the golden surfaces like a crazed prospector. The sight was almost comical. Yang Bo sighed internally. "I know you're broke, but this is a bit much." Blade's recent move from New York to Washington, along with setting up equipment for Karen, had drained his savings completely. He now fully understood the struggles of being a superhero without funds. If Washington's vampires hadn't been so generous, he might not even have been able to afford gas. Yang Bo patted Blade on the shoulder, signaling him to step aside. Taking out his Fortune 3 diamond pickaxe, Yang Bo struck the gilded blackstone, causing it to drop 4 gold nuggets the size of baby fists. Blade's eyes widened as he stared at the gold nuggets, then at Yang Bo, his expression a mix of envy and longing. At that moment, his mind abandoned the idea of robbing vampires and instead entertained a far more audacious thought: what if I just rob Yang Bo? Yang Bo handed the gold nuggets to Blade before digging further into the bastion's central chamber. Soon, he broke into the treasure room, where a dazzling display of gold blocks awaited. Pointing at the golden hoard, Yang Bo said with a grin, "See that? That's all gold." When something exists in overwhelming abundance, it often dulls a person's sense of wonder. Such was the case for Blade at this moment. As he followed Yang Bo's gesture and gazed at the massive pile of gold beneath them, a strange and indescribable emotion welled up within him. He opened his mouth to speak but ultimately said nothing. Yang Bo noticed the subtle change in Blade's expression. Lightly patting Blade on the shoulder, he said, "Come on, let's clear this place out first." With that, he strode forward, leaving Blade alone to wrestle with his complex feelings. S.H.I.E.L.D. Headquarters. The once heavily damaged headquarters, ravaged by the recent battles, had already been restored to its former state within just a few days. However, the man sitting behind the desk, Nick Fury, looked far less composed. His weary face betrayed the toll the events had taken, making him appear 7 or 8 years older than before. The Hydra incident had left S.H.I.E.L.D. in shambles. While one could say they had suffered severe losses, the reality was far bleaker. S.H.I.E.L.D. was now a shadow of its former self. Once a sprawling global network, its influence had been reduced to a mere remnant. Worst of all, the World Security Council no longer trusted the organization. If it weren't for Fury's personal capabilities, S.H.I.E.L.D. might not have survived at all. Knock, knock. The sound of someone rapping on the door interrupted Fury's brooding. Straightening up in his chair, he called out, "Come in." A tall woman holding a file entered the office, her movements deliberate. With one hand, she closed the door behind her. "Director, I have something to report," Maria Hill said. Fury's expression softened slightly upon seeing her. For the first time in days, a faint smile crossed his lips. "Hill, what is it? Take a seat and tell me." Maria Hill, the deputy director of S.H.I.E.L.D., took the chair opposite Fury without hesitation and placed the file on his desk. "The losses S.H.I.E.L.D. suffered in the Hydra incident are catastrophic," Hill began, her tone serious. "Many Hydra remnants are still in hiding, and they could resurface at any time to cause more trouble." Fury nodded slightly. He was well aware that while Hydra's exposed cells had been eradicated with the help of law enforcement worldwide, this was only the surface. Many Hydra operatives had gone deeper underground, waiting for the right moment to strike back. Hill continued, "During the Hydra incident, I noticed someone of interest." She opened the file on the desk. Fury's pupils contracted slightly as he saw Yang Bo's photo. A ripple of unease stirred within him. "Hill, he's part of one of my special teams," Fury said, his tone guarded. Hill regarded Fury with a steady gaze. "Yang Bo. He first appeared in New York's Hell's Kitchen," she stated. "After that, he started hunting vampires relentlessly. You assigned Coulson to make contact with him. At the same time, Hydra agents within S.H.I.E.L.D. caught wind of him. Using their own calculations, they determined that he would become a significant threat to Hydra. That's why they targeted him. In essence, Hydra's exposure can be traced directly back to him, can't it, Director Fury?" Hill's piercing gaze locked onto Fury's, her question hanging in the air. Fury's face darkened. He had already anticipated where Hill was headed and didn't like it one bit. "You're right, Hill," Fury admitted. "He's a pre-selected member of my initiative. I'll handle this matter personally." Hill stood, her sharp eyes lingering on Fury. His existence has drawn the attention of high-ranking officials in the U.S. government. He possesses multiple unique abilities yet remains beyond anyone's control. I suggest you resolve this issue as soon as possible. With that, she turned and left the office, leaving the file behind. Fury stared at the file on his desk, feeling an inexplicable headache coming on. From his dealings with Yang Bo, it was clear to Fury that the man's mental state was unconventional. Yang Bo was like a honey badger, fearless and vengeful, willing to retaliate against anyone who crossed him, no matter the cost. But unlike a honey badger, Yang Bo's strength was on an entirely different level. While Hill was technically Fury's subordinate, her loyalty lay with the World Security Council, and she leaned heavily toward the U.S. government. She had played a significant role in preserving what was left of S.H.I.E.L.D. and was valued for her independence from Fury's orders. After Hill left, Fury picked up the file and flipped through its contents. The dossier was thorough, detailing Yang Bo's movements and speculating on his various abilities. With a sigh, Fury walked over to the shredder in his office. Without hesitation, he fed the file into the machine. The papers were quickly reduced to confetti, which fell into a bin filled with a dissolving solution. Returning to his chair, Fury leaned back and closed his eyes, deep in thought. After a few minutes, he pulled out his phone, found Yang Bo's number, and dialed. However, Yang Bo, currently busy in the nether with Blade, couldn't have been further from his phone. The call went unanswered, leaving Fury to listen to the monotonous tone before ending the call in frustration and tossing the phone onto his desk. I just hope he doesn't cause too much trouble, Fury muttered to himself. Back in the nether. Blade followed closely behind Yang Bo, regret creeping into his thoughts. He was beginning to question his decision to step into this bizarre world. Watching Yang Bo casually dig up gold nuggets from the ground, Blade's initial excitement had given way to a growing sense of numbness. Where exactly are we going? Blade finally asked. Yang Bo, engrossed in his mining, paused and glanced at his minimap. A grin spread across his face. Almost there, almost there. You said that half an hour ago, Blade replied with a resigned sigh. Yang Bo scratched the back of his head awkwardly. This time, I mean it, just 7 or 8 more minutes, assuming nothing unexpected happens. Blade could only sigh again and continue following Yang Bo through the seemingly endless tunnels. Ancient debris. Yang Bo suddenly exclaimed, his excitement palpable. He had been mining at the lowest levels of the nether, not only to avoid unnecessary trouble but also to maximize his chances of finding ancient debris, a rare and valuable resource. Blade, by now accustomed to Yang Bo's outbursts, didn't even flinch. This wasn't the first time Yang Bo had unearthed ancient debris, and every time, his reaction was the same. Blade couldn't help but feel a little exasperated. 7 or 8 minutes later, Yang Bo broke through the last block, revealing a long tunnel. It looked identical to the shortcut he had dug between Central Park and his company's nether portal. We're here, Yang Bo announced, beckoning Blade forward. Blade's spirits lifted. After being surrounded by nothing but monotonous netherrack for so long, he was eager for a change of scenery. We're here? Blade asked, his tone skeptical. Yang Bo nodded and led Blade upward into a warped forest biome. As they emerged, Blade suddenly froze. Yang, I think I saw something, a shadow, Blade said cautiously. It was at least 2.5 meters tall, but it disappeared in an instant. Yang Bo's expression shifted as he heard the distinctive teleportation sound of an Enderman. He cursed inwardly, realizing the potential danger. He wanted to warn Blade not to look directly at the Enderman, but seeing Blade's calm curiosity, Yang Bo decided to let it go. For now. As soon as the distinctive sound of the Enderman teleporting reached his ears, Yang Bo acted quickly. He grabbed Blade by the arm, pulling them both into a small, 2-block-high shelter where the towering Enderman couldn't reach them. That's the creature, Blade muttered in the cramped space, his voice low but tense. Following his gaze, Yang Bo spotted another Enderman. Its gaping mouth emitted a furious screech as it locked its glowing purple eyes on the Blade. In an instant, the Enderman vanished, teleporting to an unknown location. Yang Bo sighed inwardly. Asterisk Endermen are such newbie killers. Anyone unfamiliar with their behavior is bound to have a bad time if they run into a group of them. Surviving would be a miracle, asterisk. They're called Endermen, Yang Bo began, keeping his eyes on their surroundings as he explained. If you make eye contact with them, by looking directly at their head, they'll fly into a rage and teleport right behind you to attack. Blade, already tense from the situation, glanced back at the Enderman stalking them. Its pitch-black body trembled violently, emitting wisps of purple particles as it hissed menacingly. Blade instinctively activated his life-draining ability, focusing it on the enraged creature. So you can't even look them in the eyes? That's a pretty harsh condition, Blade remarked. Thank God these things don't exist in the real world. Yang Bo, maintaining his composure, swiftly drew his diamond sword. A few precise strikes dispatched another Enderman, and thanks to his looting 3 enchantment, the creature dropped 3 Ender pearls. Not long after, the Enderman blade had been draining collapsed onto the ground, though it didn't drop anything valuable. Blade picked up the Ender pearls from the floor and handed them to Yang Bo. Realization dawned on his face as he said, "No wonder the particles they leave behind when they vanish looked familiar. So these teleporting things are what they drop?" Yang Bo nodded, stowing the pearls into his inventory. "Yep, that's right. Now let's get out of here before more show up." The two returned through the portal, emerging in the underground space beneath Central Plaza. Blade glanced around, recognizing the familiar surroundings. "This is Central Plaza, isn't it?" Yang Bo grinned. "That's right. Convenient, isn't it?" Next time we head back, we can take the motorcycles to speed things up. I'll expand the tunnels later and install rail tracks, turn it into a proper subway system. Blade stared at Yang Bo, his expression one of disbelief. The sheer utility of Yang Bo's abilities was staggering. Convenience hardly seemed like the right word to describe it. With this system in place, once the guild established branches in various cities, they could achieve rapid deployment, relocation, and transport on an unprecedented scale. Yang Bo headed toward the vampire hunter's quarters. Entering the room, he approached the research station, casually tossing the gathered materials onto it. Using the station, he crafted the